Chapter 123. Outside the gold armor water crystal ritual array. As Venerable Lu Nian chased after the flood dragon, Li Haoran stood at the bow of the flying ship and looked coldly at the vast sea below. Greetings, Shenji Battalion Commander. The three servants of Long Wanqing in the distance bowed, slightly. When Li Haoran saw the three, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "What happened here earlier?" The three servants exchanged glances, but did not explain. At this moment, the 20,000 ordinary people looked at this flying ship in shock. Some of the cultivators who had just jumped into the water climbed ashore and looked at the Shinji Battalion's flying ship. "Go and ask," Li Haoran ordered indifferently. "Yes." Whoosh! A group of Shinji Battalion disciples immediately jumped off the flying ship and captured a few cultivators in the blink of an eye. Then, they started interrogating them on the flying ship. Li Haoran looked around and waited quietly. Soon, he gathered all the information from earlier. "Huh, it's Gu Hai again," Li Haoran said with a sullen expression. Since the innate puzzle world, Li Haoran had heard of Gu Hai's name. Innate realm? He had stirred up trouble time and time again. First, it was the innate puzzle world, where he suppressed 100,000 cultivators with his innate realm cultivation. Although Li Haoran had killed the 9th young master of that time with one arrow, he felt like he had picked up someone else's ideas. Then, it was the Great Feng Mafia family. Li Haoran's arrow determined the situation, killing the East Sea pirate king Luo Tiange. However, before that, Gu Hai had killed 20,000 cultivators and defeated Luo Tiange. Gu Hai was even more ferocious than Li Haoran. After learning the result, Li Haoran felt like he had picked up someone else's ideas. How unpleasant! Although Li Haoran killed Song Pingxing here, why did he feel like he had picked up someone else's ideas? "Find Gu Hai for me," Li Haoran ordered coldly. "Yes." The group of Shinji Battalion disciples quickly jumped off the flying ship and searched the surroundings. On the other side, 2 Shinji Battalion disciples arrived at the edge of the gold armor water crystal ritual array and pulled out the golden arrows. Crack! 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 As the arrows were pulled out, more cracks appeared on the gold armor water crystal ritual array. This ritual array, which was said to be able to block 100 Yuanying state, actually shattered by one arrow. Bang! The long arrow was pulled out with a loud bang. Boom! The gold armor water crystal ritual array suddenly shattered, shattering into countless shards and revealing the interior of the first song sect. Walala! The surrounding water was pouring into some of the valleys. Ah! Skeleton! Skeleton! This is no corpses, only skeletons. Countless people cried out in alarm. The crowd of Xiuzha was also horrified. There were skeletons everywhere. Were these spirit-assimilated cultivators? Where's the meat? Where is their flesh and blood? It was all Gu Hai's doing? The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard. A great sense of horror rushed into everyone's mind. What happened before? Didn't Gu Hai kill all the first Song sect disciples? How did they turn into bones? The commoners were horrified. When the spectating cultivators recalled that they were preparing to snatch Gu Hai's immortality peach, they were also horrified. The faces of the Shinji Battalion disciples all changed. Even Li Haoran's face twitched at the sight of the skeletons that covered the entire mountain range. Li Haoran had killed countless people. However, he had never left behind such a horrifying scene. "Gu Hai, this is the work of the fiendish demons," Li Haoran said coldly. "Battalion Commander Li, please be careful with your words. You did not personally see what happened. After all, Gu Hai killed all the fiendish demons and saved all of us," a Long Wanqing servant nearby said. Although Li Haoran felt shocked earlier, he had to thank Gu Hai for his great kindness. If not for Gu Hai, Venerable Lu Nian would not have returned. If not for Gu Hai, Li Haoran would not have been saved, either. Hence, when Li Haoran slandered Gu Hai, that servant immediately spoke up for Gu Hai. Humph! Li Haoran snorted coldly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind blew. Venerable Lu Nian flew back, on his flying ship. Venerable Lu Nian, did you catch that flood dragon? Li Haoran turned his head and asked, Li Haoran, why did you kill Song Pingsheng? Venerable Lu Nian demanded while glaring, Venerable, what is the meaning of this? I saw that you were fighting one against two, so I was just helping you, Li Haoran said sullenly. Venerable Lu Nian stared at Li Haoran, his eyes turning increasingly sullen. However, given Venerable Lu Nian's shrewdness, he did not pursue this matter. Humph! Venerable Lu Nian snorted coldly and ignored Li Haoran. Then he flew to the three servants. In a valley, look at my eyes. Li Qinghe's head suddenly shouted. Buzz! Li Qinghe's eyes suddenly released a large amount of red light at Gu Hai. Gu Hai immediately turned his head and swung his saber. Boom! Surging black energy surged towards Li Qinghe. Li Qinghe's head quickly flew off. Gu Hai, you don't even dare to look at me. If you don't dare to look at me, how are you going to catch me? Li Qinghe shouted. It is already the 5th day. Although I have not been able to catch you, your strength is diminishing. You are also slowing down. You can't even fly high. How much longer can you flee? Gu Hai said coldly with his back to Li Qinghe. See. The life ender saber quickly danced behind Gu Hai, sending out strands of saber chi in all directions. You don't even dare to look at me, and you still want to kill me? Gu Hai, let's see who dies today, you or me. Li Qinghe said coldly. Ka, 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 ka. Suddenly, a large number of snake heads shot out, forming a large net that enveloped Gu Hai. At the same time, the snake heads guarded against the life ender saber. More accurately, all the snake heads stared at the life ender saber. A red light shot out of Li Qinghe's eyes, blocking Gu Hai's gaze. Boom! The thousands of snake heads charged over, all of them guarding against the life ender saber. They opened their mouths to bite Gu Hai. However, this time, the life ender saber did not attack randomly. It seemed like it had stopped moving. Gu Hai died. Li Qinghe roared. Xing! Suddenly, a sword chi pierced through Li Qinghe's head. Ka! 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 The thousands of snakeheads suddenly paused and looked at Gu Hai in horror. The life ender saber did not attack. How could a sword chi pierce through my head? All the snakeheads were staring at the life ender saber in my right hand. Did you not notice that a sword suddenly appeared in my left hand? Gu Hai said coldly with his back to Li Qinghe. How did you know where I was? Li Qinghe's eyes filled with disbelief. Suddenly, a beam of light shot over. Li Qinghe saw that aside from the life ender saber, Gu Hai was also holding a mirror in his right hand. The mirror reflected the image of Li Qinghe's head. Mirror? No. Li Qinghe closed his eyes in despair. At the same time, in the Gu residence, Shangguan Hen was guarding the 3,000 stone statues. Suddenly, the 3,000 stone statues trembled. Buzz! The 3,000 stone statues quickly faded. Slowly, they turned from gray to their original state. Huff! 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 The 3,000 evil men recovered. As they did so, everyone panted heavily. Clearly, being stone statues was not a good experience. What's wrong with me? Where are we? What happened? Eyes. Right, Li Qinghe's eyes. The evil men immediately started making a racket. It's done. Shangguan Hen shouted. Legate Shangguan. What happened? Where are we? Chen Tianshan asked anxiously. This is Milord's residence. Since everyone can recover, it means that Milord has already killed Li Qinghe. Shangguan Hen smiled. Oh, Everyone felt shocked. Back in the valley, Guhai put away his sword. Li Qinghe's head looked the same as before. However, there was a bloody hole in his forehead. Guhai waited for a long time before picking up Li Qinghe's snake-haired head in the mirror. Buzz. A golden light slowly came out of Li Qinghe's snake-haired head. This was the golden light that entered Li Qinghe's head when his body exploded earlier. The golden light was not a random object. However, it looked like a golden baby. It should be Li Qinghe's childhood appearance. You are still alive. Guhai glared as he picked up the life ender saber. Only a faint film of light remained of that golden baby. When it turned its head to look at Guhai, it showed a bitter expression. This is my yuanying, a part of my physical soul. However, it is useless. My 3 spiritual souls have already scattered. My physical soul has nowhere to hide and is about to scatter. The golden baby said bitterly. Yuanying? The yuanying state. You are a yuanying? Guhai glared at the baby. Humans have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. The 3 spiritual souls are heaven, earth, and man. The physical soul is actually the physical body. The stronger one is, the stronger the physical soul. When we reach the yuanying state, we will be able to form a physical body. This is my current appearance, the yuanying. The golden baby said bitterly. You are Li Qinghe? Guhai asked solemnly. The yuanying showed a hint of bitterness. Yes, the physical soul is the source of power. Previously, my head was still there, and my 3 spiritual souls were still there. The physical soul entered my head and provided me with an endless amount of power. That was why I was able to escape so far. However, you kept chasing after me. After 5 days, the physical soul was almost at its limit. When you scattered my 3 spiritual souls, I also scattered. This is good, this is good. The human soul was eaten by Fu Shui. The heavenly soul returned to heaven, and the earthly soul can go to the netherworld to be reincarnated. As it spoke, the yuanying became fainter and fainter, as if it was about to disappear. Guhai, thank you. The yuanying suddenly smiled bitterly. You don't have to thank me. Guhai said with a frown. I didn't want to become like this. I didn't want to, but there was no turning back. Sigh, this is good, this is good. The yuanying said bitterly. Buzz. All of a sudden, the nascent soul dispersed into a golden mist and disappeared into thin air. Guhai was silent for a long time. 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. The physical soul is the physical body. When we reach the yuanying state, the yuanying will be the physical form of the physical soul. Is it the source of power? Guhai's eyes flashed with a hint of astonishment. In the dantian, the vital core was condensed. The vital core was one's own power. In the future, the vital core would condense into the physical form of the yuanying. Li Qinghe had died. At least he had come to his senses in the end. With a slight sigh, Guhai grabbed Li Qinghe's head. Suddenly, Guhai's expression changed. Slowly, he used his hand to activate the snake-haired head. Immediately, the blood vessels and meridians in the snake-haired head were sealed. Guhai looked into the distance and saw a poisonous snake slithering over. Guhai poured his vital core into the snake-haired head. Buzz. The snake-haired head's eyes trembled under the activation of the vital core, and a red light emerged from its eyes. Hiss, 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 hiss. When the poisonous snake saw the red light, it suddenly trembled and turned into a stone statue. Is it really working? Guhai was slightly stunned. He tested it with his vital core. There seemed to be a strange energy in the snake-haired head, which was the key to releasing the red light. Just now, he had used up a quarter of it. This snake-haired head can be used 3 times? Petrified? He reached out and carefully put the snake-haired head into the small space of the token. Perhaps it would be of great use in the future. Chapter 124. After chasing for 5 days and 5 nights, Xiao Chun killed Li Qinghe. Gu Hai stabbed the life-ender saber into his skin, turning it into a rib. Then, he found a small stream to wash his body and change his clothes. Then, he started looking around. Xiao Chun did not know where he was. After another day, Gu Hai found a city. This is the Jin Nation? It is in the same mundane world as my Gu residence. This is in the southwest. Gu Hai frowned as he entered the city. Back then, Gu Hai was the richest man in the 6 nations. This Jin Nation was one of the 6 nations. Gu Hai quickly found his shop. Master, you have become younger. When this insignificant one followed Master in the past, Master looked like this. An old shopkeeper said excitedly as he bowed to Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at the old shopkeeper and sighed softly. Don't worry, you will become younger as well. Yes. Thank you, Master. As long as I can follow Master, this insignificant one is willing to do anything. However, this insignificant one has been in charge of the Jin Nation for the past few years and has not seen Master for a long time, the old shopkeeper said happily. Right. By the way, Master, many immortals came some time ago. They wanted to find Master's location, like crazy. However, things are much better now. They seem to have stopped looking for Master. However, recently, they said that they are going to the dragon pinning sect. I wonder what they are going to do, the old shopkeeper said. Oh, the dragon pinning sect. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. The dragon pinning sect was one of the 5 great sects of 9-5 Island. However, what Gu Hai remembered the most was not the dragon pinning sect, but Montez's memories. Back then, when Gu Hai watched the imprisoned Montez's memories with Ding Rue and Song Pingsheng, he mentioned that Long Wanqing's mother and Montez had discovered a dragon vein in the dragon pinning sect 20 years ago. After that, Ding Rue left the great Feng mafia family in a hurry. She probably went to the dragon pinning sect. Dragon pinning sect? Master, our Jin Nation seems to be a vassal of the dragon pinning sect. The old shopkeeper reported. Dragon pinning sect. Dragon vein. Ding Rue? Gu Hai frowned and fell into deep thought. He tapped the table lightly with his finger. The old shopkeeper stood respectfully at the side, waiting quietly. After taking a deep breath, Gu Hai said seriously, since all the cultivators are heading to the dragon pinning sect, I will go and take a look as well. I'm not going back for the time being. Yes. The old shopkeeper nodded. Prepare a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. I want to write a letter to all the 5 nations' shopkeepers. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. The old shopkeeper's expression changed as he replied. All the great shopkeepers of the 5 nations? Gu Hai was the richest man in the 6 nations. After the great Song nation was destroyed, only 5 nations remained. Each of these managers was the person with the greatest authority in the Gu residence's affairs in their nation. It was just like how Gu Han was in charge of the great Song nation in the past. Although the old shopkeeper in front of him was highly respected and was in charge of the Jin kingdom, he was not the biggest shopkeeper in the Jin kingdom, since he had written a letter to the managers of the 5 nations at the same time. He naturally had a huge matter to discuss. Not daring to delay, the old shopkeeper personally ground the inkstone for Gu Hai. Gu Hai pondered for a moment and began to write letters one by one. You can read them, but remember to keep them a secret, Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, the old shopkeeper said respectfully. As Gu Hai wrote a letter, the old shopkeeper tilted his head to read the letter while grinding the inkstone. When the old shopkeeper saw the words on the letter, his eyelids twitched wildly. Then he became so excited that his face flushed red. Master, you want to rule the world? the old shopkeeper said excitedly, feeling somewhat stifled. Huh. Gu Hai frowned and looked over. The old shopkeeper immediately suppressed his excitement. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, Yes, this lowly one did not see anything. I did not see anything. Work properly. Not only do you have to rule the mundane world with me, but you also have to rule the cultivation world together. So what if they are immortals? In the future, immortals will just be minor officials under you. Gu Hai said with confidence flashing in his eyes. Yes, the old shopkeeper answered. Send these letters to the various shopkeepers according to my Gu residence's method of communication. Send my words. Don't worry about spending money. As long as you do this well, it will be fine even if you spend all your money. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, the old shopkeeper answered. Send these letters to my Gu residence. You have to hand them to Guqin. This matter is of utmost importance. You cannot make any mistakes. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, Master, don't worry. I will get my eldest son to personally deliver first young master's letters to him. If there is a mistake, he will bring his head to me, the old shopkeeper said with a solemn expression. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai rested for a day in the Jin Nation and bought a large number of items. Then he set off for the dragon pinning sect. 8 days later, Gu residence, Hulao Pass, news from the First Song sect arrived. Gu Hai massacred the entire First Song sect alone. When the countless cultivators heard this, they felt a chill in their hearts. Alone? Senior brother, are you joking? Who's joking with you? I was there at that time. That was too savage. Gu Hai? Then, why are we still here? Are we still going to snatch the immortality peaches? Scram! The Gu residence was in an uproar as countless cultivators discussed the First Song sect battle. Many of the cultivators who had not seen the scene of withered bones mustered their courage to head to the First Song sect to take a look. However, no one who returned from the First Song sect wanted to return. It was too horrifying. Inside the 28-line pair world ritual array, Guqin gathered the 4 legates in a large hall. A middle-aged man stood before them. First, young master, this is the letter my father asked me to send. I left in a hurry, so the old master did not say anything to me, the middle-aged man said respectfully. Guqin nodded and waved his hand, dismissing the middle-aged man. Now, only Gao Xianji, Chen Tianshan, Scar, and Shang Wenhen remained in the large hall. Legates, these are the letters my father sent to you. Of course, there is also my letter. Take a look first, Guqin said seriously. The 4 legates received the letters with doubts. After reading them carefully, they raised their eyebrows. My lord, are you trying to unify the mundane world? Scar asked, feeling confused. 9-5 Island is one of the 5 large sections. Now, the Great Foam Mafia family, the Clear River sect, and the First Song sect have all been removed. Indeed, it is time for a reshuffle. However, Chen Tianshan said with a frown. However what? Guqin looked at Chen Tianshan. So what if we unify 9-5 Island? How can we compare to Elite Hall? Chen Tianshan asked, feeling confused. Legate Chen, there is no need to question my father's thoughts. I believe that my father is not thinking as much as Legate Chen, Guqin said seriously. Chen Tianshan felt slightly stunned before nodding. What we need to do now is carry out my father's words in his letter. Guqin said seriously. The 4 legates nodded. Legate Chen, my father said in his letter that he will leave the Chen nation to you to persuade. My father has promised that Chen Liangyi's title of Baron will be hereditary. Quickly complete the handover of the Chen nation to my Gu clan. Do you have a problem with that? Guqin said solemnly. Chen Tianshan nodded and said, Of course, there is no problem. Without the clear river sect support, the Chun nation will be subdued by other sects in the future, even if it does not submit to the Gu residents today. I'll go and persuade Chun Liangyi. Guqin nodded. Legate Chun, your mission is more important. Aside from persuading Chun Liangyi, your Earth Division is also in charge of recruiting cultivators from all over. Join my Gu residents. Guqin said solemnly, recruiting cultivators from all over? I know that it will be difficult. However, my father said that many of the Thousand Islands Sea's loose cultivators have gathered on 9-5 Island. You can give it a try. It would be best if you could recruit them. Even if you could not, it would be fine, Guqin said solemnly. All right. Chen Tianshan nodded. Legate Gao, my father said in his letter that he wants you to be the Gu residence's great general and lead the troops from all over to prepare for war against the four nations. Guqin said solemnly. All right, Gao Xianji answered without hesitation. Don't worry. My Gu residence has deep roots in the 5 nations. However, my father has always been unwilling to fight for supremacy. Now, with my father's order, my Gu residence's strength will definitely surpass your imagination. It should not be difficult to suppress the 4 nations. Guqin said with a smile. Gao Xianji nodded with a complicated expression. How ignorant was the great Song nation back then. To think that they dared to clash with the Gu residents. My father said in his letter that the main purpose of unifying this region is to train soldiers. Lord Gao, we need to do our best to unearth some talents. Guqin said solemnly. All right. Gao Xianji nodded. My father has been stockpiling talents since a long time ago. Some of the shopkeepers in the 4 directions, as well as some of the talents that we have gathered, will slowly be handed over to the various city managers. Department Head Dao Ba, my father wants you to be in charge of the safety of these people during the handover. Protect them carefully. Don't worry about that. Scar nodded. Legate Shangguan, my father's instructions for you are to lead the Yellow Legion to receive my father. Guqin said solemnly. We will set off immediately. Shangguan Hen nodded. Legate Shangguan, there is no rush. I will immediately prepare the customs clearance documents for you. Furthermore, I will send letters everywhere. As long as it's someone from the Gu residence's businesses, they will do their best to assist you. Guqin said solemnly. All right. Shangguan Hen nodded. The short meeting ended. The 3,000 evil men and the Gu residence's businesses started bustling. Many of the Gu residence's old managers were shrewd people. When Guqin gave out the orders, they suddenly smelled something unusual. They seemed to have guessed something, and all of them became excited. They started making all the arrangements with great enthusiasm. 3 days later, at the Chun Royal Palace, Chun Liangyi sat before Chen Tianshan. Great-grandfather, this is Gu Hai's intention? Chun Liangyi's expression changed. Chun Liangyi, don't make a mistake at this moment. Without the Gu residence's support, the Chun nation's destruction is imminent. Milord already promised to give you a hereditary title of Baron. Are you still unaware? Chen Tianshan said seriously. No, that is not what I am worried about. This Chun nation was founded by Gu Hai, no, milord. Back then, the nation was on the verge of destruction. Although I am somewhat reluctant, I understand the situation. However, I am worried that some people will not be willing. Chun Liangyi smiled bitterly. Oh, my Chun nation also has a group of deeply rooted aristocrats. I am worried that they will retaliate. Chun Liangyi explained. There is nothing to worry about. Just be in charge of the handover. As for those aristocrats who retaliate, my Earth tribe has plenty of people to deal with them. Kill anyone who dares to cause trouble, Chen Tianshan said with a glare. Yes, Chen Liangyi's expression changed, but he eventually nodded. Liangyi, don't think that the title of Baron is small. Perhaps this is also your opportunity to follow us into the cultivation world. Your path will no longer be a short lifespan of 100 years, Chen Tianshan explained. Chen Liangyi's expression changed as he asked, cultivators can establish nations? Chen Tianshan smiled coldly and said, that is natural. There are countless cultivator nations in the divine continent. The strongest among them, the heavenly dynasty, is something you cannot imagine. The long live, there is the true long live. It is not like you, which is just a slogan. Long live. Can the heavenly dynasty's emperor really live to 10,000 years? Chen Liangyi goggled. All right, let's not talk about such unrealistic things. Gather your most trusted people and start the handover, Chen Tianshan said seriously. Ah, yes. Chen Liangyi answered. Chapter 125. Dragon Pinning Sect. Long Wanqing wore plain clothes as she sat before a Go board in a large hall playing Go by herself. An old woman with a walking stick stood at the side. This was Elite Hall's fire division master, Ding Rue. Ding Rue frowned slightly as she stared at Long Wanqing. Hall master, we are already at this stage. You had better tell me where the dragon-luring jade is, Ding Rue said coldly. Long Wanqing's hand paused for a moment. Then she turned her head and revealed a cold smile. Ding Rue, have you thought of the consequences for offending your superiors? I already found the dragon vein. As long as I solve the outer 29 pairs of Go puzzles, I can obtain it. However, I need your dragon-luring jade. Hall master, I have offended you. When I obtain the dragon vein, I will apologize to you, Ding Rue said seriously. How do you know that the dragon-luring jade is with me? Long Wanqing asked as she stared at Ding Rue. When your mother died, she did not have the dragon-luring jade on her. She must have given it to you or your younger sister. Your younger sister was young and inexperienced, so it was with you most of the time. Song Pingsheng and the others might not understand, but this old woman knows. Ding Rue said coldly. When my mother died, Long Wanqing suddenly narrowed her eyes. Long Wanqing stared at Ding Rue and said seriously, do you know how my mother died? Or, rather, did you cause my mother's death? Ding Rue raised her eyebrows. Hall master, I did not kill your mother. However, I do know some things. Hand over the dragon-luring jade. Otherwise, don't blame me for making a move. You know some things? Why did you not say anything? For the dragon-luring jade. Long Wanqing asked coldly. Ding Rue remained silent for a while. Tell me how my mother died, and I will give you the dragon-luring jade. Long Wanqing said, seriously. Ding Rue suddenly narrowed her eyes and said, Hall master, did you purposely let me capture you? Huh, did you purposely let me capture you? You want to risk your life to find out how your mother died. Ding Rue's expression changed. Long Wanqing sneered and said, Ding Rue, everyone says that you are an old fox. You are indeed alert, but so what? At the very least, I discovered you, Class 1 Hall's traitor, right? Traitor? I'm not a traitor. It's just that you don't deserve to be the hall leader. Long Wanqing, you're really too smart for your own good. In order to investigate the cause of your mother's death, you risked your life, but your cultivation was sealed by Flood Dragon Fu Shui. Now that you are like a mortal, what ability do you have to investigate? The dragon-luring jade is with you? Take it out yourself. Or don't blame me for making a move. Ding Rue said coldly. Long Wanqing revealed a cold smile and said, If you don't say it, why would I give it to you? Stubborn. Ding Rue snorted coldly. He reached out to grab Long Wanqing. Buzz. Suddenly, a red light screen appeared around Long Wanqing. Boom. Ding Rui's right palm crashed into the light screen. A huge shock jolted her back. "This is the dragon-luring jade," Ding Rui said, her expression changing. Long Wanqing slowly turned her head and said coldly, "Since I can come here, I can protect myself. Even with my cultivation sealed, I still have the dragon-luring jade. Ding Rui, the dragon-luring jade is not essential to me. I just want to know the cause of my mother's death. Tell me, and I can give you the dragon-luring jade." Ding Rui stared at Long Wanqing with an uncertain expression. "Humph, Long Wanqing, so what if you have the dragon-luring jade protecting you? Right now, your cultivation is sealed. You can't run anywhere. You can only stay here." Ding Rui shouted coldly. "Ding Rui, stop making mistakes. Today it is just me. In the future, if my maternal grandfather knew about this, do you think he would talk to you so much?" Long Wanqing retorted coldly. At the mention of Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather, Ding Rui's eyelids twitched. Fluster flashed in her eyes. However, in the next moment, she seemed to recall something and slowly calmed down. "Humph." Ding Rui turned her head and left the hall. Creak. Ding Rui flung her sleeve and closed the doors to the hall. "Guard this properly. No one is to enter or leave." Ding Rui shouted to the guards at the entrance. "Yes." The group of guards responded. Not far away, a white-haired old man saw Ding Rui step out of the hall. A complicated expression flashed in his eyes as he quickly walked over. "Aunt," the white-haired old man said respectfully. "Ding dong." Ding Rui frowned. "Aunt, you captured this elite hallmaster. Our dragon-pinning sect is in trouble. What if?" Ding Dong said with an unsightly expression. Ding Dong did not want to offend Long Wanqing at all. Although he was the dragon-pinning sect master, he was nothing compared to Long Wanqing's status. In the past, Ding Dong was not even qualified to meet Long Wanqing. Now, he imprisoned such a major character here. Just thinking about it made Ding Dong tremble in fear. Ding Rui glanced at Ding Dong and said, "Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll take care of it." But Long Wanqing, Ding Dong said worriedly, "You are afraid of her, but are you not afraid of me?" Ding Rui said coldly. Ding Dong's expression turned unsightly. In the end, he could only smile bitterly and say, "All right then, don't worry. You will not be implicated. Furthermore, have you forgotten about our major mission?" Ding Rui said seriously. Ding Dong remained silent for a while before finally nodding. "All right, then. This is a forbidden area. Tell your dragon-pinning sect disciples not to approach. I gave the order long ago. Also, how are the puzzles outside?" Ding Rui asked, feeling confused. "We have solved 100 Go puzzles. However, these Go puzzles are too difficult and are not that easy to solve. Under the bounty, one can obtain one superior grade spirit stone for solving one Go puzzle. More and more people are participating," Ding Dong explained. "That is not enough. Increase the bounty tenfold. 10 superior grade spirit stones for solving one Go puzzle? So much? Were those Shioja crazy? My dragon-pinning sect disciples will definitely rush to solve the Go puzzles," Ding Dong exclaimed in shock. "Of the 3,000 Go puzzles, only 100 have been solved. There are still 2,900 to go. How long do I have to wait? Let them solve them. Quickly, do your best. What are spirit stones?" "I have plenty of them," Ding Rui said coldly. All right. Ding Dong nodded. Gu Hai headed south, heading for the dragon pinning sect. As Xiao Chen approached the dragon pinning sect, he encountered more cultivators. Similarly, more cultivators recognized Gu Hai. "Gu Hai? He is Gu Hai," someone suddenly shouted. "He killed 20,000 cultivators in the Great Feng Mafia family. However, He has the century lifespan immortality peach. At this moment, the group of cultivators gave Guhai strange looks. They wanted to charge over, but they were afraid of Guhai's reputation. After all, the Great Fong Mafia family was too ferocious. Did the 3,000 evil men follow? Many cultivators followed Guhai. When they reached a small valley, these cultivators could no longer wait. They slowly surrounded Guhai. Guhai stood in the center of the valley, looking coldly at the 50 cultivators surrounding him. The 50 cultivators all held up their weapons as they stared at Guhai. Guhai, where is the century lifespan immortality peach? The leading red-clad man asked coldly. The century lifespan immortality peach. Guhai revealed a cold smile. That's right. You should not have eaten it, right? Give it to us, and we will let you go. Otherwise, the leading red-clad man said coldly. Hand over the century lifespan immortality peach. The group of cultivators shouted. Guhai narrowed his eyes and said, You guessed right. The century lifespan immortality peach is still with me. The group's eyes lit up. Hand it over. Guhai revealed a cold smile and said, You are not qualified yet. In that case, don't blame us for being rude. The red-clad man said coldly. The group of cultivators immediately showed ferocious expressions as they raised their weapons, wanting to charge forward. Guhai's expression slowly turned cold as murderous intent leaked out. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout came from the distance. The cultivators in the valley, preparing to attack, immediately paused and turned their heads to look. They saw a green-clad man jumping over from the distance. First senior brother? The group exclaimed in shock. Guhai looked coldly at this green-clad man. However, that green-clad man was so anxious that he broke out in a sweat as he did his best to get closer. Bang! The green-clad man landed before the group. First senior brother, we found Guhai. We searched the surroundings and did not find the 3,000 evil men. Indeed, first senior brother, he is alone. Now that he is alone, he cannot escape. The century lifespan immortality peach is ours. Using the century lifespan immortality peach as a birthday gift is the best. Senior brother, let's take down Guhai together. The 50 cultivators shouted excitedly. Shut up! The green-clad first senior brother shouted. Huh! The 50 cultivators showed confused expressions. Mr. Good, you are a magnanimous person. My junior brothers are not sensible. Please forgive them. I apologize to Mr. Good on behalf of my junior brothers. The green-clad first senior brother immediately bowed to Guhai. Huh! First senior brother, what are you doing? First senior brother, why are you— Shut up, you bastard! The first senior brother immediately shouted. The group of junior brothers showed confused expressions. What is the first senior brother doing? Guhai stared coldly at the first senior brother. Sweat poured out continuously on the first senior brother's face, appearing incredibly nervous. Never mind. Guhai nodded. Many thanks, Mr. Good. The first senior brother immediately said joyfully. The dragon pinning sect is in front. Guhai asked seriously. Yes, the dragon pinning sect is about 10 kilometers past this mountain. The first senior brother immediately said respectfully. Guhai nodded and started walking into the distance. First senior brother. The group of junior brothers said anxiously. Shut up, the first senior brother shouted. The group of junior brothers felt incredibly stifled. Fortunately, the first senior brother was very dignified, so they suppressed the frustration in their hearts. When Guhai was far away, they could no longer hold back. First senior brother, why did you let him go? Indeed. First senior brother, there are 50 of us, and he is alone. What are you afraid of? Back then, Didn't we come to 9-5 Island to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach? Gu-hai is alone. This is such a good opportunity. There are 50 of us, and he is alone. Why should we let him go? He cannot defeat us. Everyone looked anxiously at the first senior brother. The first senior brother watched as Gu-hai left. Then he released a long breath and turned his head to look at his junior brothers. 50? He is alone, the first senior brother said with some disdain. Indeed, there are 50 of us. Can't we defeat him alone? One of the junior brothers said, feeling unconvinced. About half a month ago, Gu-hai killed 5,000 First Song Sect disciples alone. Do you know that? The first senior brother said coldly. Ah, that's impossible, everyone exclaimed, their expressions suddenly changing. Your first senior brother, was there at that time. Would I lie to you? The first senior brother retorted coldly. Naturally, everyone understood that the first senior brother would not lie. However, he killed 5,000 First Song Sect disciples alone? Everyone suddenly felt their scalps go numb. As the first senior brother watched Gu-hai leave, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Think about it. Gu-hai did not disguise himself along the way. What a coincidence. The others did not seek trouble for Gu-hai, but ran into you instead? The first senior brother said coldly. That's right. Why? My guess is that he either knows about the First Song Sect, like me, or is blind enough to charge over. In the end, the first senior brother said with a frown, Everyone. At this moment, some cultivators stealthily followed the first senior brother. Did you see Gu-hai? The leader of the group called out. To think that this group of blind people stopped from seeking trouble for Gu-hai. They are really lucky. Come, let's follow them. Let's see what Gu-hai is going to do at the dragon pinning sect. Another cultivator shouted. The group of cultivators quickly headed for the dragon pinning sect. The first senior brother, who had doubted earlier, now looked at the first senior brother with gratitude. Chapter 126. Along the way, more people followed Gu-hai. Gu-hai did not care. He did not hide his tracks, nor did he need to. On the contrary, it was safer to be out in the open. He was Elite Hall's water division master. At the very least, the factions on the surface would not dare to act rashly. Furthermore, with his ferocious reputation, the factions in the dark would consider him. Soon, Gu-hai stopped, as he had already reached the dragon pinning sect. Countless cultivators had already gathered before him. At this moment, the dragon pinning sect was shrouded in fog. Xiao Chun could vaguely see a huge island floating in the air. The huge island was cone-shaped, flat at the top and pointed at the bottom. It looked very wondrous. Square-shaped clouds floated around the floating island. Strangely, there were many Go puzzles above the clouds. The cloud Go puzzle spread out, slowly moving in all directions around the dragon pinning sect. A cultivator sat in the distance with a cloud Go board in front of him. Then he slowly placed a Go stone. A cultivator at the side stretched out his hand and grabbed. The cloud chessboard actually split into two. No, it should be a duplicate of the endgame that fell in front of him. That person also looked at the endgame on the cloud chessboard at the same time. A Go board. Gu-hai said, feeling confused. Division Master Gu, this is the Go puzzle ritual that the dragon pinning sect laid out. They promised to reward you with 10 superior grade spirit stones for every Go puzzle you solve. A cultivator at the side said. Oh, Gu-hai revealed some surprise. These Go puzzles are incredible. There are 3,000 Go puzzles, and we have already solved 500. Originally, we only solved 100 Go puzzles in 1 month. Only when the 3 great Go masters of the Thousand Islands Sea appeared did we manage to solve them so quickly, that cultivator explained. Buzz. A Go puzzle in the distance seemed to be solved. Suddenly, that cloud Go board scattered, turning into a large cloud that rushed to the floating island in the sky. The floating island immediately turned blurry. A Go board with a similar Go puzzle at the side vanished as well. It was like there was no point in it existing once it was solved. At this moment, a yellow-robed man quickly walked over from the fog-shrouded ritual array. Division Master Gu, look, that is a dragon-pinning sect disciple. The person at the side explained. Then, that dragon-pinning sect disciple took out 10 superior-grade spirit stones and respectfully handed them to the person who solved the Go puzzle. The eyes of the surrounding cultivators turned red with envy. 10 superior-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 100,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. It was a huge sum. What's the point of solving this Go game? Gu Hai frowned. I don't know. It started 1.5 months ago. Those with strong Go skills were invited to the dragon pinning sect. Perhaps they would know, the man at the side said, shaking his head. Oh, the 3 Go masters you mentioned earlier also went in? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. That's right. The 3 Go masters are all experts from the Yuanying state of the Thousand Islands Sea. Their Go skills are formidable and formidable. If you want to join the sect, you have to break the games. The more games you break, the more welcome you will be. That person explained. Division Master Gu, your Go skills are overwhelming in the innate puzzle world. Why don't you give it a try? At the very least, if you win 1 round, you'll get 10 high-grade spirit stones. That person said expectantly. That's right. Mr. Good, you can give it a try. We have been studying these Go puzzles for a long time, but we still can't solve them. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Then, that person suddenly leaped up and jumped to the Go board, circling the dragon pinning sect in the air. Then, he reached out and grabbed. Whoosh! That cloud Go board split into 2. One of the Go boards was still moving in the air, while the other copy was pulled down, arriving before Gu Hai in the blink of an eye. Mr. Good, do you want to give it a try? That person said respectfully. Gu Hai looked at the Go board, and then at the dragon pinning sect, showing a complicated expression. Gu Hai guessed that Ding Rue should be in there. This should not be an ordinary bounty mission. It was filled with danger. However, as Gu Hai grew stronger, he became somewhat curious about 9-5 Islands Dragon Vein. One had to act according to one's ability. When one was too weak, one did not have a chance to participate. Now, one could try to understand it. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Then, he sat down and started playing Go stones. There was a special bowl on the cloud Go board. Xiao Chun picked up a Go stone and placed it on the bowl. Clack! Gu Hai placed his Go stone. The Go puzzles started moving as well. Countless cultivators stared at Gu Hai as he placed his Go stone. Inside the dragon pinning sect, Ding Rue and Long Wanqing faced each other again. The dragon luring jades barrier-protected Long Wanqing, so Ding Rue could not do anything to her. Humph! Long Wanqing, stop being so stubborn. I just don't want to kill you. Otherwise, this dragon luring jade would not be able to save you. Ding Rue said coldly. Long Wanqing looked at Ding Rue coldly. Ding Rue, you don't want to kill me? What's the difference between imprisoning me and killing me? Ding Rue stared coldly at Long Wanqing. You are worried about my maternal grandfather, right? If I do not die, my maternal grandfather will not pursue the matter. If I die, my maternal grandfather will definitely pursue the matter. Ha ha ha. In the end, you are still afraid of my maternal grandfather. Long Wanqing sneered. Long Wanqing, I have to obtain this dragon vein. I'll give you some more time. If you continue to be so stubborn, humph. Didn't your maternal grandfather not find out how your mother died? He is not omnipotent. I can let you die the same way as your mother. Ding Rue said coldly. Huh. Long Wanqing's pupils suddenly constricted as she stared at Ding Rue coldly. Ding Rui's pupils constricted. Long Wanqing could tell that Ding Rui was not faking it. Aunt. Ding Dong's voice came from outside the hall. Soon, Ding Dong entered the hall and looked at Long Wanqing with a complicated expression. "Greetings, Elite Hall Master," Ding Dong said respectfully. "Humph." Long Wanqing snorted coldly, ignoring Ding Dong. "Why are you here?" Ding Rui asked coldly. Gu Hai is here." Ding Dong smiled bitterly. "What?" Ding Rui's face sank. "Gu Hai." Long Wanqing also revealed some shock. "That's right. I did not expect that old demon to come. He brought disaster to the Great Feng Mafia family and the First Song sect. Now, he is here in my dragon pinning sect. And what should we do? This Gu Hai is a ruthless person. A disciple just reported that Gu Hai killed all the First Song sect disciples by himself. He killed them all by himself." Ding Dong smiled bitterly. "Alone? He killed all the First Song sect disciples? That's impossible," Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. "How could that be possible? More than half a year ago, Gu Hai had just reached the innate realm under her supervision. Just reaching the innate realm. He killed all the First Song sect disciples? That was 5,000 or 6,000 people, right?" Ding Dong smiled bitterly at Long Wanqing, indicating that this was the truth. Long Wanqing's eyelids twitched wildly. At this moment, Long Wanqing felt that while she had overestimated Gu Hai's abilities, she had still underestimated him. Back in the innate puzzle world, Xiao Chun had thought that it was because of his Go skills. Now, it looked like it was not because of Go skills, but because of Xiao Chen's abilities. Gu Hai? Elite Hall's Water Division Master? Suddenly, Long Wanqing's eyes lit up. Gu Hai is here. Could he? Ding Rui turned her head to look at Long Wanqing. Then, she revealed a cold smile and said, "Long Wanqing, are you counting on Gu Hai to save you?" "Huh, don't count on it. I'll immediately capture him and imprison him before you. How about that?" Ding Rui said with a cold smile. "Ding Rui?" Long Wanqing looked at Ding Rui coldly. Aunt, perhaps we can't capture him yet." Ding Dong smiled bitterly. "Huh." The two looked at Ding Dong in confusion. "This Gu Hai is solving the Go puzzles." Ding Dong smiled bitterly. "What's wrong with solving the Go puzzles?" Ding Rui asked, feeling confused. "This Gu Hai's Go skills are astonishing. He solved 100 Go puzzles in a short time." Ding Dong smiled bitterly. 100 Go puzzles? Are you joking? How long did he take? Ding Rui exclaimed in shock. 8 hours. Ding Dong said. That's impossible. How could he solve 100 Go puzzles in 8 hours? Ding Rui exclaimed. It's true. Gu Hai played 5 Go puzzles at once, moving as smoothly as flowing water. He solved the 5 Go puzzles very quickly. Then, he continued playing the 5 Go puzzles. How was that a Go puzzle? It was like a beginner. That. Ding Dong smiled bitterly. 5 Go puzzles at once? What do you mean? Ding Rui exclaimed. He played 5 Go puzzles at once. Ding Rui. Long Wanqing also revealed shock. This Gu Hai's Go skills are extraordinary. Aunt, are we still going to capture him? He solved 100 Go puzzles in the past 8 hours, and he is still continuing. This speed is even more incredible than the 3 Go masters we invited into the sect. Ding Dong exclaimed. Ding Rui's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Capture Gu Hai? However, Ding Rui wanted to solve the 3,000 Go puzzles as soon as possible. All right, let him solve them, Ding Rui said coldly. Long Wanqing revealed a faint smile. At this moment, she finally understood Venerable Lu Nian's words. A useful person's ability was the best protection. Long Wanqing, think about it carefully. You don't have much time left. Ding Rui said coldly as she turned and walked out. Ding Rui, you want to silence me without leaving any traces. Does that mean that you want to silence everyone who knows? You want to destroy the entire dragon pinning sect. Leave no one alive. Only the dead do not speak. Long Wanqing sneered. Long Wanqing spoke to Ding Rui's back, but her eyes were fixed on the nearby Ding Dong. Ding Dong's entire body trembled as he turned his head to look at Ding Rui. However, he did not say anything as he slowly followed Ding Rui out. Creak. The doors to the hall closed once more. However, Long Wanqing revealed a cold smile. In a small courtyard in the dragon pinning sect, a red-clad old man played Go. Hundreds of cultivators stood around him, whispering to each other. Master's game of chess is very smooth. Be softer. Master is competing in speed with the Southern Sea Go Master. Don't disturb Master. Yes. Senior brother, Master is the Northern Sea Go Master. Although he is not on good terms with the Southern Sea Go Master, why is he not playing to decide the victor? Why use such a method? Indeed, 1 win and 10 superior grade spirit stones. That might be precious to others, but it is nothing to Master. It is the same for the Southern Sea Go Master. He came all the way to 9-5 Island to play the dragon pinning sex Go game. How strange. Perhaps it has something to do with the people in that room. As the group chatted, they looked at a pavilion not far away. The Northern Sea Go Master had instructed that pavilion not to be disturbed, even though the pavilion followed his group into the dragon pinning sect. That group could move about as they pleased. It was the same for going to the Southern Sea Go Master's pavilion. No one was to disturb him. A white-clad man leaned against the window in the pavilion, drinking wine as he looked at the Northern Sea Go Master's Go board with narrowed eyes. This pavilion had a very good view. Not only could one see a large group of people surrounding a Go board, but one could also see the Southern Sea Go Master's Go board. Southern Sea Go Master, Northern Sea Go Master, if you want to be my substitute and obtain my inheritance, you can use your own means. However, your Go skills, barely passable. The white-clad man sneered as he drank a mouthful of wine. Just at this moment, a gray-clad subordinate ran over and whispered, "The 9th young master, Gu Hai, is here as well." Oh, the 9th young master narrowed his eyes. He is solving the Go puzzles outside. He is also very fast. Gu Hai? He is here? That's good. That's good. The 9th young master's eyes lit up. Chapter 127. Outside the dragon pinning sect, more and more Xiozha came over and pointed at them from a long distance away. Several cultivators jumped up and down at the center, moving Go puzzles for Gu Hai. 5 Go boards were placed before Gu Hai. Nearly 1,000 superior grade spirit stones were stacked at the side. Pa. Gu Hai waved his hand, and 5 superior grade spirit stones flew out to the 5 cultivators who moved the Go boards for Gu Hai earlier. Many thanks, Mr. Good. The 5 cultivators caught the spirit stones. Gu Hai actually gave them a superior grade spirit stone for just a small help. Naturally, the 5 cultivators felt very happy. Hurry up, dragon pinning sect disciples. Mr. Good solved another 5 Go puzzles. Why are you still not giving him 50 superior grade spirit stones? Indeed. Are you trying to renege on your debt? Hurry up. Another 10 Xiozha immediately started to shout. It was like they had won. The dragon pinning sect disciples looked at each other. Then they could only hand over a pile of spirit stones. Clack, clack, clack. Gu Hai waved his hand, and another 10 superior grade spirit stones flew out. Many thanks, Mr. Good. Everyone immediately said happily. The many surrounding cultivators also felt eager to give it a try. This Gu Hai was ferocious, but it seemed that the first song sect had captured an elite hall master. As long as they did not offend him, he would be rather generous. Those were superior-grade spirit stones, the equivalent of 10,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. To think that Gu Hai kept giving them away without blinking. If only our sect master was as generous as him. Although the crowd was intimidated by Gu Hai's identity and reputation, as Gu Hai spent more generously, they found Gu Hai increasingly pleasing to the eye. As Chen Changxing placed his ghost stones, he occasionally glanced at the expressions of the surrounding cultivators and revealed a faint smile. This was the effect that Gu Hai wanted. It would definitely be difficult to get Chen Tianshan to recruit cultivators. However, everything started with Gu Hai's performance. Buying a horse's bones with 1,000 taels of gold. Take your time. 1 against 5. We couldn't solve even one of these Go puzzles, but Mr. Good solved 5 of them at the same time. What amazing Go skills! Everyone exclaimed. In the innate puzzle world, the cloud beast is determined by one's Go skills. Back then, Mr. Good suppressed 100,000 cultivators by himself. This shows how powerful his Go skills are. That's right. I don't think the 3 Go masters are a match for Mr. Good. Not necessarily. The 3 Go masters are also very strong. While the crowd was discussing, Gu Hai focused on the 5 chessboards in front of him. It's so familiar. Gu Hai frowned as he looked at the 5 endgames. It was not just these 5 Go puzzles. Gu Hai found the other 100-odd Go puzzles familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. But there was no such endgame in his memory. Why did they give him such a familiar feeling? As Gu Hai placed his Go stones, he recalled the Go puzzles he had seen before. Gradually, Gu Hai's expression changed. Gu Hai recalled why these Go puzzles were so familiar. He had seen them before. However, they were not in this form at that time. The 29-line pair World Go puzzle? Gu Hai's expression sank. The perfect ritual array that Gu Hai grasped was the 28-line pair World Ritual Array. The one before him was 29? In the Great Feng Mafia family, that was the Go puzzle that sealed the Dragon Vein's dragon tail. Back then, Gu Hai played for a while, but did not complete the puzzle. Although Chen Tianshan later reported that the Go puzzle was dangerous and that one would die if one lost, Gu Hai had already sensed a threat during the game. It was a threat that shook one's soul. Hence, Gu Hai only won 1 Go stone before stopping. However, Gu Hai remembered that Go game in his heart. Every time a Go piece was placed, there would be thousands of changes. These Go puzzles seemed to be derived from the many changes in that Go puzzle. Although Gu Hai was solving the Go puzzles, it seemed like he was playing the 29-line pair World Go puzzle. Did old man Guanxi leave it again? Gu Hai frowned as he looked at the distant floating island. However, this is good as well. The 29-line pair World Go puzzle changes unpredictably. I can use this to slowly study it. Gu Hai thought to himself. Gu Hai kept placing Go stones in his hand. At this moment, a white-haired old man walked over from a short distance away. The dragon pinning sect master? Ding dong? Someone recognized him. A group of dragon pinning sect disciples followed behind Ding Dong. Soon, these people arrived and quietly watched Gu Hai place Go stones. Gu Hai ignored them, slowly looking at the Go board before him as he placed his Go stones. Clack! A Go board suddenly trembled. It's alive! Mr. Good solved another Go puzzle. Clack! It's alive again. Mr. Good solved another Go puzzle. At the final moment, Gu Hai solved 1 Go puzzle after another. Soon, Gu Hai solved another 5 Go puzzles. Division Master Gu. Ding Dong suddenly said. Huh. Gu Hai looked up. The surrounding cultivators also fell silent. Sect Master Ding? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. That is me. Division Master Gu is very good at Go. Ding Dong smiled. Sect Master Ding is too polite. I was just lucky. Gu Hai smiled. Division Master Gu, you can only come into contact with 1,000 Go puzzles outside the sect. Why don't you come into the sect with me? You can choose from 3,000 Go puzzles in the sect. Division Master Gu, don't worry. Like before, you will get 10 superior grade spirit stones for solving one Go puzzle. Furthermore, there is a courtyard in the sect specifically for Division Master Gu to rest in the middle, Ding Dong said with a smile. Oh, I heard that 3 Go Masters entered before. Gu Hai asked, feeling curious. The 3 Go Masters have already entered Leisure Valley. They solve Go puzzles every day and exchange pointers. Division Master Gu, why don't you stay there as well? Ding Dong smiled. They brought people in. Gu Hai asked as he looked at Ding Dong. That is natural. Family, friends, disciples, and followers can all be brought in. Ding Dong smiled. All right. Gu Hai nodded. Then, Gu Hai turned his head and looked at the surrounding cultivators. Everyone, thank you for watching this Gu Play Go. You are all people who understand Go. If you do not mind, you can follow me into the dragon pinning sect and help me witness the Go puzzles that follow. What? Ding Dong felt slightly stunned. The eyes of the cultivator, who received Gu Hai's spirit stones, lit up. Mr. Good, I'll go in with you. I'll go in with Mr. Good as well. The dragon pinning sect is very mysterious. I wonder what's going on in there. I'll go in and take a look as well. No matter what, they did not let me in earlier. I'll go in with Mr. Good and take a look. Immediately, countless cultivators began to shout. Originally, many cultivators had been suspicious of the dragon pinning sect's sudden Go puzzle-solving session. Although there was a reward, this was too strange. Spending spirit stones to solve the Go puzzles for no reason? There had to be a reason. However, aside from the 3 Go Masters people, everyone else was blocked outside the sect. They could only pace around the periphery, feeling depressed. This situation was like Gu Hai's college entrance exam back on Earth. When he arrived at the exam venue, he said that those who did not have a pass were not allowed to enter. Was this not unbearable? Gu Hai's invitation was equivalent to giving everyone a pass. Immediately, everyone felt comfortable when they looked at Gu Hai. Sect Master Ding, these are my friends. It's fine if they go in with me, right? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Gu Hai guessed that Ding Rue was in there. However, he still kept his guard up against her. Although he did not know what Ding Rue was up to, Gu Hai did not want to barge in alone. Bringing everyone along would be like stirring up the situation. As Ding Dong looked at the eager cultivators around him, his expression turned unsightly. Previously, when the 3 Go Masters entered the ritual array, they each brought 100 or 200 people with them. If you want to bring in at least 1,000 people, you will bring in at least 100. Just as Ding Dong felt troubled, a voice suddenly entered his ears. Let them in. Ding Rue sent him a voice projection. Ding Dong's expression turned serious as he nodded. That's fine. In that case, Division Master Gu, please. Oh, that's fine too. Gu Hai nodded with a frown. Originally, Gu Hai wanted to stir up the situation. Unexpectedly, Ding Dong answered so straightforwardly. This made Gu Hai even more cautious. Many thanks, Mr. Good, the surrounding cultivators said gratefully. Gu Hai stepped in front, and the 1,500-odd cultivators followed close behind as they slowly entered the ritual array. Clouds and fog surrounded a mountain peak inside the ritual array, with some palaces on it. Ding Rue stood in front of the palace and watched as Gu Hai led a large group of cultivators into the ritual array in the distance. Division Master, that Gu Hai is leading a group of people in, a subordinate said, feeling confused. His cleverness backfired on him. So what if he brought people in? Do you think I care about them? Ding Rue said coldly. Division Master is just using Gu Hai? When Gu Hai solves the Go puzzles, all these people will accompany Gu Hai in death. Ding Rui said coldly. Yes, keep a constant watch on Gu Hai. Ding Rui said seriously. Yes. Gu Hai led 1,000-odd people into the dragon pinning sect and soon arrived at Leisure Valley. There were many buildings in Leisure Valley. They formed a circle. In the center, 3 small groups surrounded 3 people who would solve the Go puzzles. One group was red, one was blue, and one was black. Division Master Gu, of those 3 people playing Go, the red-clad one is the Northern Sea Go Master. The blue-clad one is the Southern Sea Go Master, and the black-clad one is the Life Slaughterer Go Master. The surrounding people are their disciples and servants. Gu Hai looked over. The red-clad old man and the blue-clad old man looked rather normal, just wearing special clothes. However, the black-clad life-slaughtering Go Master strangely wore a black robe that covered his head, obscuring his face. The life-slaughtering Go Master's disciples and servants were all wrapped in black robes, obscuring their appearances. Huh! Gu Hai looked at this group of people in shock. The 3 Go Master's disciples also looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai had brought in 10 times as many people as they did. Everyone, stay here with Mr. Good for now. However, this is my dragon pinning sect, after all. Please do not wander around. Ding Dong instructed. Sect Master Ding, rest assured, the cultivators immediately smiled. Everyone looked up at the sky. Indeed, there were more than twice as many Go puzzles in the sky. Mr. Good, I'll help you get the Go puzzles. A cultivator immediately volunteered and leaped into the air to retrieve the Go puzzles. Gu Hai looked around and found an area to sit down. At the same time, he curiously looked at the 3 Go Masters. The Northern Sea Go Master and the Southern Sea Go Master seemed extremely anxious, continuously placing Go stones. However, the life-slaughtering Go Master placed his Go stones slowly. Occasionally, he looked up and sized up Gu Hai. In a nearby pavilion, the 9th young master smiled coldly at Gu Hai. They are here. It's good that they are here. Go and inform the Northern Sea Go Master and the Southern Sea Go Master to stop playing blindly. I did not promise them anything. However, I can promise them now that I will agree to whoever is better than Gu Hai in Go, the 9th young master said. Ah, the 9th young master only needs to defeat Gu Hai? A subordinate at the side asked, feeling curious. The 9th young master revealed a cold smile as he said, That's all? Do you think that Gu Hai's Go skills are weak, since he can comprehend the 28 line pair world ritual array? If not for the fact that his cultivation was too weak, his chess skills would have been more than enough to be my substitute. However, based on the news we received, Gu Hai's potential is immense. Go and tell them that they can work together to deal with Gu Hai. This is a good opportunity to test Gu Hai's potential. Ah, yes. Chapter 128. The Northern Sea Go Master and the Southern Sea Go Master were working hard on solving the Go puzzles before them. Suddenly, a voice projection reached their ears. The two's expressions changed as they looked up. Master, what's wrong? Master, do you need anything? The group of disciples asked out of curiosity. However, the 2 Go Masters ignored them. Instead, they turned their heads to look at Gu Hai. Earlier, the 2 had been very focused on playing Go. They had not even bothered to look at Gu Hai's arrival. Now that they heard the 9th young master's voice projection, they immediately abandoned what they were doing. 5 more Go puzzles appeared before Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai was not in a rush to solve them. Instead, he carefully examined each Go puzzle and slowly placed a Go stone. Slowly, the 2 Go Masters of the Northern Sea and the Southern Sea walked over to Gu Hai. The group of disciples and servants felt curious. However, The two Go masters ignored them. Before the 1,000-odd cultivators that Guhai brought, the two walked over to Guhai's Go puzzles. Everyone looked at the two Go masters strangely. Guhai also looked up at the two. "Mr. Good," the Southern Sea Go master greeted solemnly. "Greetings, Mr. Good." The Northern Sea Go master also greeted solemnly. The two were from the Yuanying state, while Guhai was only in the innate realm. Their politeness confused the surrounding cultivators. Is Guhai already so famous? Indeed, he knows the 28-line pair world ritual array and killed countless First Song sect disciples. However, he is still weaker than the Yuanying state. The two were not respectful to Guhai because of his reputation, but because the 9th young master valued Guhai. Naturally, the two could tell that the 9th young master valued Guhai more than them. "Oh, Southern Sea Go master, Northern Sea Go master, may I know what advice the two of you have?" Guhai asked doubtfully. "I wouldn't dare to give you any advice. I'm just interested in playing Go with Mr. Good," the South Sea Go master solemnly said. Solemnly, the Northern Sea Go master also said, "Same here. Please enlighten me, Mr. Good." "Huh. Southern Sea Chess Master, Northern Sea Chess Master, are you challenging Mr. Good?" "That can't be. The two Go masters have been famous for a long time. Challenging Guhai?" The surrounding Xiozha revealed surprised expressions. Not far away, Ding Dong, who had not gone far, also revealed a trace of surprise. The Southern Sea Chess Master and the Northern Sea Chess Master had appeared strangely, and now they were challenging Guhai for no apparent reason. Should he report this to his aunt? Ding Dong didn't go far. Instead, he looked around. Not far away, the Life Slaughterer Go master also stopped playing. He sat in the distance and looked over curiously. A black-robed man sat beside the Life Slaughterer Go master. This person seemed to be a woman. She hugged the Life Slaughterer Go master's arm, appearing fearful. The Life Slaughterer Go master comforted the black-robed woman before continuing to look in Guhai's direction. Guhai stared at the two Go masters, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. He tried to figure out the two's intentions. The two of them looked at him, their eyes filled with a monstrous battle intent, mixed with a trace of anxiety. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Gentlemen, how about this? We are both solving the Go puzzles here. I solved 100-odd Go puzzles earlier and discovered that the difficulty of each Go puzzle is about the same. How about we compete with this Go puzzle?" "All right, please," the two Go masters said in satisfaction. Guhai nodded and ignored them. He placed the 5 Go puzzles before him and continued solving them. When the two Go masters saw Guhai's performance, they imitated him and got their disciples to place 5 Go puzzles before them. They did not look at the Go puzzles, waiting for Guhai to finish. Clack, clack, clack. Soon, Guhai solved his 5 Go puzzles. Some cultivators quickly went to help Guhai retrieve the 5 Go puzzles. "Mr. Good, do you need to rest?" the Southern Sea Go master asked. "There's no need. Let's begin." Guhai smiled faintly. "All right," the Northern Sea Go master and the Southern Sea Go master answered. They immediately looked at the 5 Go puzzles. Guhai was not disturbed. He continued at the same speed as before, figuring out the state of the Go puzzles. He was not doing this purely to solve the Go puzzles. The speed at which he solved the Go puzzles was very uniform. Clack, clack, clack. However, the Southern Sea Chess Master and Northern Sea Chess Master were extremely anxious. One after another, they solved 5 Go puzzles at the same time. It was indeed much more difficult than playing one game at a time. However, if the two of them wanted to win, they were more anxious in placing their Go pieces. The earlier Go pieces were placed more quickly, and the later Go pieces required more brain power. The two placed their Go puzzles anxiously. Many of the surrounding cultivators watched anxiously. This is a good thing. Ding Dong smiled from afar. 5 minutes later, clack, the Southern Sea Go Master solved a Go puzzle. Clack, the Northern Sea Go Master solved a Go puzzle. Gu Hai continued unhurriedly placing Go puzzles. The two Go Masters each solved a Go puzzle. They felt incredibly excited as they continued to look at the other 4 Go puzzles, continuously placing Go puzzles. As the two Go Masters placed their Go puzzles, sweat appeared on their foreheads. After all, the more they played, the more difficult the Go puzzles became. In the end, playing in a hurry had its effects. However, after solving 4 Go puzzles and 1 Go puzzle remained, Gu Hai still had not solved a Go puzzle. Continue. The two Go Masters did their best to solve the final Go puzzle. Pa, 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 pa. Gu Hai slowly placed 5 Go puzzles. Mr. Good solved all 5 Go puzzles at the same time. Someone exclaimed. Clack, clack. The two Go Masters placed their Go puzzles one after another. The Southern Sea Go Master solved his Go puzzles. The Northern Sea Go Master also solved his Go puzzles. The 3 solved 5 Go puzzles at nearly the same time. The dragon pinning sect disciples handed over spirit stones, and the other cultivators quickly handed over 5 Go puzzles to the 3 competing Go puzzles. The Southern Sea Go Master and the Northern Sea Go Master immersed themselves in the Go puzzles again. However, Gu Hai looked at the two, finding this situation increasingly strange. Why are these two competing with me? They are covered in sweat. Shaking his head, Gu Hai continued looking at the 5 Go puzzles before him. Which of the 3 do you think will win? The Southern Sea Go Master? His attacks are the fiercest. I think the Northern Sea Go Master will solve the Go puzzles the most thoroughly. No, I think it will be Mr. Good. He is the calmest. In a small pavilion not far away, the 9th young master narrowed his eyes slightly. Young master, can the Southern Sea Go Master and the Northern Sea Go Master win? A subordinate asked out of curiosity. Those two have already lost. The 9th young master sighed and shook his head. Ah, this is just the beginning? Yes, it's just the beginning. But look at the expressions of the 3 of them. The Southern Sea Go Master and the Northern Sea Go Master are working so hard, sweating profusely. Look at Gu Hai. From start to end, his expression has not changed at all. The 9th young master said, indifferently, but the Southern Sea Go Master and the Northern Sea Go Master are only looking at the form and not the meaning. Gu Hai's earlier words already showed that the difficulty of these Go puzzles is not high. This shows that he has already seen the Go intent. The 9th young master said, indifferently, Go intent. In the end, the 3,000 Go puzzles are just a Go puzzle. The 2 Go Masters have yet to comprehend the Go puzzles and are working hard for nothing. That Gu Hai is at ease. Although he is solving the Go puzzles, his focus is on comprehending this Go puzzle. What strong comprehension ability! The 9th young master said. All of his subordinates were at a loss. Just watch. Gu Hai will continue solving the Go puzzles. As for the Southern Sea Go Master and the Northern Sea Go Master, the 9th young master narrowed his eyes. Indeed, Gu Hai remained calm and composed. However, the 2 Go Masters found it increasingly difficult and painful to play. It would be fine if they played slowly. However, this was a competition. They could not slow down. They could only play faster. Clack, 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 clack. Gu Hai played and solved 5 Go puzzles at the same time. The 2 Go Masters placed their Go stones and finally solved 5 Go puzzles later than Gu Hai. Continue, the Northern Sea Go Master said anxiously. They immediately continued solving the Go puzzles. Everyone stared at the Go puzzles, watching this fierce battle. Just like that, 10 hours passed. In 10 hours, Gu Hai solved 200 Go puzzles. The Southern Sea Go Master and the Northern Sea Go Master also solved 200 Go puzzles each. Did you notice that Mr. Good plays the same Go stone at the same speed every time? The number of Go stones he plays is the same for every Go puzzle? Someone exclaimed. Ah, yes, that seems to be the case. He plays all 5 Go puzzles at the same time and at the same pace? That seems to be the case. How can Mr. Good play so evenly? The surrounding cultivators looked at Gu Hai in shock. At this moment, the Northern Sea Go Master and the Southern Sea Go Master appeared somewhat dazed. The Go stones in their hands trembled as if they were mentally and physically exhausted. Master, don't play anymore. Master, let's not play anymore. The 2 Go Master's disciples were anxious. Scram! Shut up! The 2 Go Masters roared at their disciples and continued playing with all their might. The surrounding cultivators could see Gu Hai's advantage. Clearly, the scales of victory were already tipping in Gu Hai's favor. The happiest person was Ding Dong. 600 Go puzzles. In this competition, he solved 600 Go puzzles. It was too fast. If this continued, would he? Uffed. Suddenly, the Northern Sea Go Master vomited a mouthful of blood on the Go board. Master, uffed. The Southern Sea Go Master also vomited a mouthful of blood on the Go board. Master. The group of disciples immediately rushed over anxiously. The 2 Go Masters were mentally and physically exhausted. They vomited blood, looking like lamps that had run out of oil. Suddenly, Gu Hai stopped playing Go stones. He frowned as he looked at the 2 Go Masters and asked, "Are the 2 of you all right?" The Northern Sea Go Master smiled bitterly and said, "Mister, good Go skills. Playing Go is a joyous thing. The 2 of you should not put the cart before the horse. Many thanks for going easy on the 2 of you." Gu Hai said solemnly, "Gu Hai, who do you think you are? Do you think you are qualified to educate our master?" The disciples of both sides immediately rebuked. "Shut up." The Northern Sea Go Master and the Southern Sea Go Master shouted. The group of disciples glared at Gu Hai. "But, Master," the group of disciples said anxiously, "your disciples are just unable to swallow this insult. Gu Hai could have defeated you long ago, but he delayed until now, until you vomited blood." Suddenly, a voice came from behind the 2 Go Masters. "Huh." Everyone looked over. They saw a white-clad young master holding a folding fan slowly walking over. A group of gray-clad subordinates followed behind him. The expressions of the Northern Sea Go Master and the Southern Sea Go Master changed. Just as they were about to stand up and welcome him, the white-clad young master waved his hand and stopped the 2 from standing up, preventing them from speaking. Gu Hai stared at the white-clad young master before him. Based on the expressions of the 2 Go Masters, could this white-clad young master be the one who instigated them to challenge me? "Mr. Good, this humble one has some knowledge of Go. If you do not mind, how about we have a match? Consider it giving me a chance to help the 2 Go Masters regain some face," the white-clad young master said with a smile. The surrounding cultivators revealed strange expressions as they looked at the white-clad young master. Who is this person? Where did he come from? What arrogance! Is he trying to stand up for the 2 Go Masters? If you want to play Go, this Gu welcomes you. However, how should I address you? Gu Hai asked out of curiosity. "This humble one is Guanzhou," the white-clad young master replied with a smile. "Guanzhou?" The surrounding cultivators frowned in thought. Who is Guanzhou? They have never heard of such a person in the Thousand Islands Sea. Chapter 129. Guanzhou? Gu Hai looked at the white-clothed man in front of him in confusion. Gu Hai did not underestimate Guanzhou. After all, someone who could make the Northern Sea Chess Master and the Southern Sea Chess Master listen to him was not an ordinary person. How about this? It will make it easier for Mr. Good to know my Go skills. I will play 10 games for Mr. Good to see, Guanju said, with a smile. Gu Hai nodded with a hint of doubt. The ninth young master's subordinates immediately rushed into the sky and quickly grabbed 10 Go puzzles and placed them in front of Guanzhou. Guanzhou only glanced at them and reached out his hand. A large number of Go stones landed in his hand. Clap, 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 clap. Suddenly, 10 white Go stones were thrown into 10 Go puzzles. Clap, 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 clap. The 10 Go puzzles also started moving. The surrounding cultivators looked at Guanzhou in surprise. 10 Go puzzles? He played 10 at the same time? Are you kidding? Playing 10 at the same time? How is he going to solve it? He seems to be absent-minded. Everyone looked at Guanzhou in surprise. However, Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. Because the 10 Go stones that Guanzhou placed were the same as what he thought. Clap, 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 clap. Another 10 Go stones were thrown out. The Go puzzles changed accordingly. Clap, 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 clap. The 10 white Go stones of the 10th Go puzzle were placed. It's solved. The first Go puzzle is solved. The second Go puzzle is solved as well. No, all 10 Go puzzles are solved. Amidst everyone's astonishment, the 10 Go puzzles suddenly turned into a large cloud that soared into the sky and surrounded the huge floating island in the sky. Mr. Good, how is it? The ninth young master asked with a smile. The surrounding people looked at the ninth young master in shock. Guanzhou is too strange, isn't he? Was that a Go puzzle that we couldn't solve? How did he manage to undo it so quickly when it was in his hands? So easily? Solving 10 Go puzzles at the same time? This time, Ding Dong personally gave Guanzhou spirit stones. Young master, these are the spirit stones that you deserve. The Go stones you placed earlier were simply too exquisite. Ding Dong stepped forward and sighed emotionally. Guanzhou glanced at Ding Dong and did not give him a good look. He turned his head and ignored him. Ding Dong's expression froze. The ninth young master's subordinate immediately stepped forward. Get out of the way. Don't disturb our young master. Ding Dong's expression turned even stiffer. This is my dragon pinning sect, all right? Sect Master Ding, please do not disturb young master. The South Sea Go Master said. Sect Master Ding, please do not disturb us. The Northern Sea Go Master said. Ding Dong. These two Go Masters dominated the Thousand Islands Sea, and their reputations were greater than Ding Dong's. At this moment, they seemed to be observing the followers of the ninth young master. Ding Dong felt depressed. Nodding, Zhang Xian looked at the crowd with a bizarre look in his eyes. Mr. Good, what do you think? Guanzhou smiled. Guanzhou, the ninth young master. Your Go skills are outstanding. Gu Hai nodded. Mr. Good, there is no need to patronize me. You can do what you did earlier as well. However, you are not willing to do it. Do you want to figure out the 29 line pair world Go puzzle? Guanzhou smiled. Huh. Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows. How many Go puzzles are there? The ninth young master asked. Reporting to young master, there are 1,600 Go puzzles. A subordinate reported respectfully. Bring 1,000 Go puzzles over. The ninth young master said. 1,000 Go puzzles? All the surrounding cultivators goggled, thinking that Guanzhou had gone crazy. Yes, rumble. All of a sudden, 1,000 pieces of the chessboard were pulled down and arranged in all directions. Ding Dong goggled. What is this Guanzhou doing? What is he playing at? Is he trying to solve 1,000 Go puzzles at the same time? Gu Hai also looked at Guanzhou in shock. However, Gu Hai saw Guanzhou slowly take out a crystal platform. There seemed to be a whirlpool on the crystal platform, looking exceptionally strange. Throw it in, the ninth young master said. Yes. The subordinates quickly tossed 1,000 Go puzzles into the whirlpool on the crystal platform. The Go puzzles went in from the platform and came out from below. The Go puzzles did not change. It seemed like only one passage had been passed. However, the whirlpool on the crystal platform gradually disappeared. It turned into a Go puzzle with 29 lines. "This is," Guhai said in shock. "My Go puzzle can gather all the puzzles of 1,000 Go puzzles into this Go puzzle. What you see is the most perfect fusion of 1,000 Go puzzles. Playing this Go puzzle is equivalent to playing 1,000 Go puzzles," the ninth young master said. Guhai looked at the Go puzzle in shock. The Go pieces on the Go puzzle had 29 lines each. A large number of black and white Go pieces were already on the board. 1,000 Go puzzles surrounded the Go puzzle as if there was a force field covering the 1,000 Go puzzles. "Mr. Good, please," the ninth young master said with a smile. Guhai nodded with a complicated expression. The two sat down and looked at the crystal Go puzzle before them. "Mr. Good, you go first," the ninth young master said with a smile. Guhai looked at the ninth young master in confusion. However, he did not linger. Instead, he picked up a black Go stone and slowly placed it. Clack, clack, clack. The 1,000 Go puzzles in the surroundings suddenly moved. Clack, 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 clack. The 1,000 black Go stones landed. However, the white Go stones did not move. It seemed like the Go puzzles had changed. The ninth young master smiled faintly as he picked up a white Go stone and placed it on the crystal platform. Clack, 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 clack. How can this be? The surrounding cultivators looked at this strange scene in shock. "There are a total of 3,000 Go puzzles, and I only took 1,000. Hence, the one before you is only 1/3 of the 29-line pair world Go puzzle. There is no backlash. Mr. Good, continue placing your Go stones," the ninth young master said with a smile. Guhai nodded. Then he took a deep breath and carefully looked at the Go puzzle. This Go puzzle hid too many mysteries. As Guhai looked, he seemed somewhat entranced. The Northern Sea Go master and the Southern Sea Go master also goggled at this Go puzzle. As they looked, the two also became entranced. Clack, clack. Guhai and the ninth young master slowly placed their Go stones. The 1,000 Go puzzles in the surroundings moved. Although the countless cultivators in the surroundings could not understand, they still waited patiently. Is this for real? Solving 1,000 Go puzzles at the same time? Ding Dong showed a complicated expression. Clack. Guhai placed one Go stone after another. When Ding Dong placed his 20th Go stone, Guhai suddenly felt dazzled. He seemed to see a large peony flower before him. Buzz. Guhai felt his consciousness enter the peony flower. Boom. After Ding Dong entered the peony flower, he suddenly heard a loud sound. When Guhai looked carefully, he felt like he was standing on a vast sea. A storm arrived, and an overwhelming tsunami rushed at Guhai. An illusion? Guhai's expression changed. Bang! The tsunami immediately sent Guhai flying. Ah! Guhai cried out as he fell from the air. Clack! Guhai jumped onto an island and looked around in shock. Everything seemed real. This is too strange. Mr. Good, good comprehension ability. 20 Go stones. You actually entered this world of consciousness with just 20 Go stones? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Huh. Guhai turned his head to look. He saw a white-clad young master standing on the island. Guanzhou. Where is this? Where did my consciousness enter? Guhai exclaimed in shock. It is the Go game you played. Close your eyes, and you can go out. Guanju smiled. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Buzz. Suddenly, Gu Hai seemed to wake up. He opened his eyes and looked around. I am still sitting in the dragon pinning sex leisure valley? What's going on? Guanju sat across from the crystal go table, looking at Gu Hai with a smile that was not a smile. Gu Hai showed a strange expression. Mr. Good, it is your turn. Guanju smiled. Gu Hai remained silent for a while before placing another ghost stone. Clack! Gu Hai placed another ghost stone, and his consciousness entered that sea again. It seemed like only Xiao Chun and Guanzhou were left in the vast world. What's going on? My consciousness is here. How did I enter this place again? Is this the Go Puzzle world? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. This is an incomplete 29 worlds. You only entered with your consciousness. If the 3,000 Go puzzles formed the 29-world Go puzzle at the same time, not just your consciousness, but your physical body as well. Guanju nodded. Is the 9th young master that I saw in the innate puzzle world of fake? You are the 9th young master of the Sky Chess Pavilion? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows as he stared at Guanzhou. Guanzhou smiled faintly and said, Mr. Good is very intelligent. This is the world of the 29-world Go puzzle? The Go puzzle can create a world? Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. This is incomplete. However, the world created by the perfect 29 Go puzzle is not perfect either. 28 creates the cloud beast killing formation. 29 creates a world. No, it should be the embryonic form of a world. Guanju nodded. Embryonic form of a world? The Great Feng Mafia family has a 29-world Go puzzle. The dragon pinning sect also has one? Gu Hai stared at Guanzhou. That's right. This is one of the Pavilion Master's arrangements. Guanzhou nodded. Old man Guanxi again. Gu Hai frowned heavily. Gu Hai turned his head to look at Guanzhou and said, 9th young master, you are not looking for me just to play Go, right? Guanzhou smiled faintly and said, Mr. Good, you guessed right. I am here to give you a chance. Oh, Gu Hai said, feeling puzzled. Although the Pavilion Master fell, he left behind an inheritance. I obtained an inheritance that contains the Pavilion Master's blood, sweat, and tears. I want to pass it on to Mr. Good. What do you think? Guanzhou smiled. Old man Guanxi's inheritance. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. According to Venerable Lu Nian, old man Guanxi should have been one of the strongest people in the world back then. His inheritance could drive countless cultivators crazy. Pass it on to me? 9th young master, what do you mean by this? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Do you still remember that 9th young master from the innate puzzle world? Unfortunately, he is too stupid. I passed the inheritance to him, but he did not comprehend even a fraction of it. I believe that with Mr. Good's intelligence, it should not be difficult for him to comprehend it. I will pass the Pavilion Master's inheritance to you, and you will be the 9th young master. What do you think? Guanzhou smiled. You want me to be your substitute? Gu Hai frowned slightly. You can say that. You just need to use the name of the 9th young master to travel the world and announce to the world that you are the Sky Chess Pavilion's 9th young master. You can continue to call yourself Gu Hai. Some of the Sky Chess Pavilion's external factions will be at your disposal. After you obtain the Pavilion Master's inheritance, you just need to use the name of the Sky Chess Pavilion's 9th young master. How about that? Guanzhou smiled. However, Gu Hai stared at Guanzhou with a complicated expression. Why? There is no reason. It is just for this deal. In the past, the East Sea Pirate King, Southern Sea Go Master, and Northern Sea Go Master all dreamed of obtaining the Pavilion Master's inheritance, but they could not. Now, I will pass the inheritance to you. Mr. Good, what are you hesitating for? Guanzhou said, solemnly. Gu Hai revealed a complicated expression. I, Gu Hai, have always believed that there is no free lunch in this world. There is always a trade-off. Ninth young master, what you said is indeed very tempting. What I want to pay is also very simple. However, I am not clear about the details, so I cannot promise you now. Oh, the ninth young master raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had been rejected. Let's continue playing, Gu Hai said solemnly. The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Gu Hai closed his eyes and sent his consciousness out. Then he continued playing. The ninth young master also continued playing. Every time he played, the two of them would enter this consciousness world. Do you see it? The Pavilion Master's inheritance includes this 29 Heaven and Earth Go game. As long as you agree, I can pass it to you. What do you think? Not only that, but there are also other Go games. There are many, many more. Guanzhou continued to tempt him. After all, during this period of observation, Gu Hai was too perfect to be his substitute. Gu Hai stared at the ninth young master as he played. Ninth young master, can I guess that being your substitute means that I have to bear some kind of disaster for you? Guanzhou raised his eyebrows and stared at Gu Hai. Your conditions are too easy, but the rewards are too great. This is the only thing I can think of. Is there a risk in being the ninth young master? Gu Hai frowned. Guanzhou frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Mr. Good, you should know that risks and benefits coexist. If you want to get a big return, you have to give something, right? You're looking for a substitute just to bear the disaster for yourself? Then, what kind of disaster will the ninth young master face? Why are you so afraid of the person who made you obtain old man Guanxi's inheritance? Gu Hai said solemnly. Guanzhou fell silent and did not speak. Pack, 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 in the outside world. The two of them kept playing, and the 1,000 Go games kept changing. Guanzhou looked at Gu Hai with a gloomy expression. He did not expect Gu Hai to be so stubborn. The two of them placed their pieces and competed with each other for a while. The ninth young master's expression changed. Bang! When Gu Hai played a Go stone, 100 Go puzzles suddenly exploded. He solved them? Gu Hai solved 100 Go puzzles? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Ding Dong also looked at this scene in shock. It was true. The 100 Go puzzles suddenly turned into clouds and soared into the sky. The original Go puzzles in the sky also scattered. Clearly, Gu Hai solved them. In the Go puzzle's mental world, the ninth young master stared at Gu Hai and said in shock, That's not right. That's not right. Did I make a mistake? Gu Hai looked at the ninth young master in confusion. You solved them? You actually solved them? You will be the eighth. The ninth young master's eyelids suddenly twitched. What do you mean? Eight what? Gu Hai said in shock. The ninth young master looked at Gu Hai in shock. After a while, he suddenly revealed a bitter expression and said, So that is the case. I was overthinking. Ha 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 ha. I was overthinking. I should not have come to 9-5 Island. Ha 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 ha. Ninth young master, what do you mean by this? Gu Hai asked in shock. You can solve this 1/3 of the 29 line pair world Go puzzle so easily. It looks like you can solve the complete 29 line pair world Go puzzle as well. 9-5 Island, 9-5 Island. I was overthinking. I should not have come here to look for a substitute. The Pavilion Master must have taken a liking to you. The ninth young master said bitterly. Old man Guanxi took a liking to me? Didn't old man Guanxi fall? Gu Hai asked as he stared at the ninth young master. He did fall. However, don't you understand the Pavilion Master's plan? Since he set up the 9-5 Island Go puzzle, no one who enters will be able to escape. Everyone was divined by the Pavilion Master when he was alive. With your strong Go skills, you will not be able to escape. Ha 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 ha. The 9th young master laughed bitterly. 8. Are you talking about the 8th young master? Gu-hai asked with raised eyebrows as he stared at the 9th young master. Mr. Good, being too smart is not a good thing. The 9th young master said bitterly. Oh, setting up the 9-5 Island? Could it be to choose the 8th young master? Gu-hai stared at the 9th young master with wide eyes. More or less. You have a 90% chance of becoming the 8th young master. Huh. Who asked you to be so good at Go? You are even better than me. Before I received the Pavilion Master's inheritance, I was not as good as you, the 9th young master said with a bitter smile. Huh. 9th young master, you are overthinking. Old man Guanxi set up a trap to choose the 8th young master. However, what if I am not willing to be the 8th young master? Gu-hai retorted with disdain. Not willing? Ha ha ha. You will not be able to resist the temptation. You will know when the time comes. Soon, you will become the 8th young master. You will not be able to resist the temptation of the Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master's inheritance has always been very generous. I cannot resist the temptation. I have no choice. That is why I searched everywhere for a substitute. Back then, I could not resist it. Huh. The 9th young master smiled bitterly. Gu-hai stared at the 9th young master with a complicated look in his eyes. Never mind. Since the Pavilion Master has targeted you, it is pointless for me to fight for it. Make your Go stones and solve the remaining 900 Go puzzles. The 9th young master sighed softly. However, Gu-hai's expression turned solemn as he said, 9th young master, many thanks for the reminder. Huh. Although I do not know what old man Guanxi's inheritance is, I still have my guard up. The 8th young master title might be resounding, but I will do my best to resist that temptation. Gu-hai said, solemnly, you will not be able to resist it. You do not understand the Pavilion Master's generosity. The dragon vein here is just a decoration that the Pavilion Master gave you. Someone is doing his best to become the 8th young master, and you still want to shrink back? Ha ha ha. There is no point in saying more. You will know when the time comes. However, let me give you a reminder. The 9th young master said with a solemn expression. Oh, a few days ago, I discovered that Long Wanqing was imprisoned in the dragon pinning sect by Ding Rue. That Ding Dong is Ding Rue's distant relative. You understand now? The 9th young master solemnly said. Oh, the hall master is imprisoned here? Gu-hai's face sank. The 9th young master nodded. Also, that life slaughterer Go master is an old acquaintance of yours, Montez in disguise. Montez. Gu-hai raised his eyebrows. The 3 Go masters, the Southern Sea Go master, the Northern Sea Go master, and the life slaughterer Go master? No wonder the life slaughterer Go master ignored me. Make your Go stones, then. The 9th young master said. Gu-hai closed his eyes and came out. Clack! A black Go stone landed. Rumble! The 900 Go puzzles in the surroundings suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud that surged towards the gigantic floating island. Ding Dong and the rest of the Xiuzhi gaped in shock. Were these Go puzzles that they could not solve? Gu-hai solved 1,000 Go puzzles by himself. Am I dreaming? Chapter 130. At Ding Rue's residence. She spoke with a few subordinates in a room. Division Master, if we imprison the hall master like this, will... A subordinate asked worriedly. What are you worried about? I will take care of everything. Ding Rue said coldly. Yes, this subordinate is just worried about that Gu-hai. Will he ruin your plans? That subordinate asked worriedly. Humph! Does he think that he is incredible just because he killed some innate realm and golden core realm cultivators? Don't worry. I can crush him like an ant. Ding Rue retorted coldly. This subordinate is worried that Venerable Lu Nian will be attracted. Ding Rue narrowed her eyes and nodded. You are right. That old fellow Lu Nian is indeed a problem. To prevent Gu Hai from sending a message to that old fellow, tonight Gu Hai will… Wow. An uproar suddenly came from the outside world. A boundless commotion spread to Ding Rue's residence. What's the matter? Ding Rue asked with a cold expression as she led her subordinates out of the room. After leaving the room, Ding Rue looked up. Boom! The Go puzzles in the sky shattered, turning into boundless clouds lingering in the air. What's wrong? Ding Rue's expression changed. At this moment, a subordinate ran over from afar. Division Master! Division Master! Something big happened in Leisure Valley. This commotion is coming from Leisure Valley. What's going on? How did they solve so many Go puzzles at once? Ding Rue exclaimed. It's Gu Hai. Gu Hai did it. He first competed with the Northern Sea Go Master and the Southern Sea Go Master. Within 10 hours, the three of them solved 200 Go puzzles each. That subordinate reported respectfully. 600 Go puzzles? Ding Rue's expression changed. Ding Rue had solved Go puzzles before. Unfortunately, she was not good at Go puzzles. Although she solved them, her speed was very slow. 600 Go puzzles in one go was simply unimaginable. Yes, 600 Go puzzles. Gu Hai defeated the two Go masters. Then, a person called Guan Jiu appeared out of nowhere and competed with Gu Hai. The two of them played 1,000 Go puzzles each time. That person said respectfully, 1,000 rounds? The other fire division disciples exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Moreover, it was Gu Hai who broke through 1,000 rounds in one go. The entire Leisure Valley is in an uproar. Everyone is shouting. The subordinate said respectfully, Ding Rue. Before Gu Hai came, he had only solved a few hundred puzzles in the past month. But Gu Hai has solved 1,600 puzzles in just one day? No, Gu Hai had also solved more than 100 games outside the array. Does that mean that Gu Hai has already solved more than 1,700 games in the short time he has been here? One of the subordinates asked in shock. Only 600 rounds left. Only 600 rounds left. Branch Master, are we still going to make a move tonight? One of the subordinates asked with a frown. Ding Rue. Let's go and take a look. Ding Rue's face was gloomy as she led the group up a mountain. The surroundings were covered by clouds and mist. Standing on the mountain peak, one could clearly see everything in Leisure Valley. However, in Leisure Valley, one could not clearly see the people on the mountain peak. Inside Leisure Valley, the Life Slaughterer Go Master sat in his original position with a black-clad woman leaning on him. However, the group of disciples behind him looked across in shock. The group of cultivators that Gu Hai brought cheered the most enthusiastically. After all, respect was mutual. Gu Hai had given everyone a chance to enter, so it was normal for them to cheer for Gu Hai. The Southern Sea Go Master and the Northern Sea Go Master goggled at Gu Hai. Clearly, they were shocked by Gu Hai's Go skills as well. Many thanks, Ninth Young Master, Gu Hai said as he looked at the Ninth Young Master after taking a deep breath. The Ninth Young Master stared at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Originally, he wanted Gu Hai to be his substitute. However, it looked like he could not get a share of this Gu Hai. Never mind. I can't give you my inheritance. My coughing has just recovered, and I have returned to my peak. You are still far from it. Let's spar again in the future. The Ninth Young Master sighed softly. Let's go. the ninth young master said. Yes, the group of subordinates answered respectfully. The subordinates followed the ninth young master as he slowly walked out. Hey, Guan ninth young master, Guan ninth young master, please wait. There are still 600 Go puzzles to play. Guan ninth young master, please wait. This humble one has yet to receive you. Ding Dong immediately stepped forward and called out. However, the ninth young master seemed too lazy to even look at Ding Dong, ignoring him. The group of subordinates quickly blocked Ding Dong. Ding Dong shouted, Guan Gong Jiu. Seeing the group ignoring him, Ding Dong's expression froze. What kind of people are these? The moment the ninth young master left, the eyes of the Northern Seago master and the Southern Seago master lit up. Earlier, the ninth young master said that he could not give his inheritance to Gu Hai. Doesn't that mean, let's go? The Southern Seago master immediately gave chase. Let's go. The Northern Seago master also gave chase with an anxious expression. The people that the two Go masters brought quickly followed suit. Hey, Southern Seago master, why are you leaving so quickly? Northern Seago master, don't go. This humble one has yet to play host. Ding Dong anxiously went to block the two Go masters. The Southern Seago master glared. Ding Dong, how dare you block me? Do you believe that I will flatten your dragon pinning sect? Go away. Don't block me. The Northern Seago master shouted. The two Go masters felt incredibly anxious. The ninth young master was hard to track. It would be bad if they lost track of the ninth young master. Ding Dong, what is going on? Ding Dong stepped aside speechlessly, letting the two Go masters leave. His heart filled with depression. They are leaving? What about the Go puzzles? Ding Dong shivered and immediately looked at the remaining two people, the Life Slaughter Go master and Gu Hai. They could not leave. They had to leave. Who knew how long they would have to wait to solve this Go puzzle? Mr. Good, do you have any requests? What do you need? If my dragon pinning sect can do it, we will do our best to satisfy Mr. Good. Ding Dong immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, After playing so many Go puzzles, I feel somewhat tired. I want to rest. Gu Hai said, Of course, of course. There are the best houses here. You can choose as you please. Ding Dong said anxiously. Fortunately, Gu Hai did not say that he wanted to leave. Gu Hai smiled faintly. Then he turned his head to look at the 1,000-odd cultivators that he brought in. Sect Master Ding, these are the friends that I brought in. Can you send people to help them settle down and make things more convenient for them? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Ding Dong felt slightly stunned. Originally, he had planned to let these 1,000-odd cultivators stay in the valley without providing them with anything. If they could not take it, they could leave on their own. After leaving, they were not allowed back in. However, Gu Hai's suggestion put Ding Dong in a difficult spot. If that is not possible, I'll bring these friends out to find a place to stay. Gu Hai shook his head, pretending to leave. Don't. Since you are Mr. Good's friends, feel free to stay here. Ding Dong immediately shouted through clenched teeth. Ha ha ha. Many thanks, Mr. Good. The group of cultivators immediately shouted. The dragon pinning sect turned interesting. Even if the cultivators had to sleep on the ground, they would not leave. Seeing the dragon pinning sect guarding against thieves, the cultivators felt upset in the first place. Now that Gu Hai took care of them, they immediately felt grateful. Gu Hai nodded and chose a clean courtyard. Then he headed there. I'll stay in that room. I'll stay here. Don't snatch it from me. I'll stay here. The group of cultivators immediately made a racket as they picked a place to stay. Ding Dong's face twitched slightly as he turned his head away. What the eye did not see, the heart did not grieve over. Life Slaughterer Go Master, I was not a good host earlier. If you need anything, I will satisfy you. I hope that the Life Slaughterer Go Master can solve the remaining Go puzzles as soon as possible, Ding Dong said to the Life Slaughterer Go Master. I'm tired as well. I need to rest. The Life Slaughterer Go Master shook his head. The Life Slaughterer Go Master stood up and hugged the woman in his embrace. Then, he led his subordinates to a small courtyard. Phew! Ding Dong let out a long breath. Fortunately, Gu Hai and the Life Slaughterer Go Master had not left yet. Ding Dong could answer to his aunt. Go and gather another 2,000 disciples. Keep an eye on Leisure Valley's surroundings. Don't let anything go wrong. Do your best to satisfy Gu Hai and the Life Slaughterer Go Master's requests. Ding Dong instructed a dragon-pinning sect disciple. Yes, at the summit of a nearby mountain peak, Ding Rue narrowed her eyes as she looked into the valley. Division Master, that Life Slaughterer Go Master, is the weakest of the 3 Go Masters at solving Go puzzles. Now, only the Life Slaughterer Go Master and Gu Hai remain. Are we still going to make a move on Gu Hai tonight? Indeed, Gu Hai might be able to solve the remaining Go puzzles after resting for a while. We cannot hide this for long. Perhaps Li Haoran will discover us soon and bring the Shinji Battalion disciples over. Even if Gu Hai sends a message, it will take a long time. Gu Hai does not know that we are here. That's right. Division Master, Gu Hai does not know that you are here. Why should we worry about him? The group of subordinates looked at Ding Rue. Ding Rue's eyes flickered with uncertainty. In her heart, she wanted to deal with the unstable factor, Gu Hai, immediately. However, after weighing the pros and cons, she could only give up. Keep a close eye on Gu Hai. Inform me immediately if there is any news. Also, hide yourselves well. Don't let Gu Hai recognize us, Ding Rue said seriously. We are not going to make a move. Wait for Gu Hai to solve the remaining 600 Go puzzles before making a move. Ding Rue said coldly. Yes, the group answered. Increase the reward for solving Go puzzles tenfold. Reward 100 superior grade spirit stones for every Go puzzle solved. Ding Rue said seriously. 100 superior grade spirit stones. So much? The group exclaimed in shock. What I need is time. I need to use spirit stones to buy time. I need to be fast. Ding Rue said seriously. Yes, the group answered. Chapter 131. 3 days later. Ding Rue stood at the entrance of a large hall, looking coldly at the boundless clouds above the floating island. 600 Go puzzles. After 3 days, with the tenfold reward, they only solved 3? Ding Rue looked coldly at Ding Dong, who was beside her. Ding Dong spread his hands, appearing aggrieved as he said, Gu Hai and the Life Slaughterer Go Master did not make a move. The others only solved 3 Go puzzles. Why did they not make a move? Ding Rue looked at Ding Dong coldly. I don't know either. They said that they were tired. Ding Dong said bitterly. Tired? Excuses, all excuses. If I had not entered the Tao through the zither, I would have solved them long ago. Ding Dong, go and urge them to hurry up. Ding Rue said coldly. However, it is useless. I already paid them a visit. Ding Dong said bitterly. Go again. Ding Rue said coldly. All right, then. Ding Dong smiled bitterly. Humph. Ding Rue snorted coldly. Then, she turned around and entered the large hall. Ding Dong left helplessly and returned to Leisure Valley. The surrounding cultivators were very enthusiastic, continuously studying the Go puzzles. However, it was not that easy to solve them. Who knew how long it would take for them to solve them? Ding Dong could only place his hopes on the Life Slaughterer, Go Master, and Gu Hai. Ding Dong looked at the pavilions on both sides and remained silent for a while. Eventually, he headed for Gu Hai's small courtyard. Sect Master. There were dragon-pinning sect disciples outside the courtyard who specifically served and monitored Guhai. How is it? Mr. Good has been in the small courtyard and has not come out. For the past 2 days, he has only been brewing tea and reading books, that disciple said. Ding Dong's eyelids twitched. Mr. Good. Ding Dong called out to the small courtyard. The door is not closed. Come in yourself. Guhai's leisurely voice came from the small courtyard. Ding Dong walked into the small courtyard. Ding Dong started looking around the small courtyard. Soon, he saw Guhai in the main hall. In front of Guhai, there was a small stove with tea boiling on it. Guhai poured a cup of tea and held a book in his hand as if he was studying it. Mr. Good. Ding Dong went up to him and stepped into the hall. Oh, Sect Master Ding. Guhai smiled and put down the scroll. Mr. Good, did you rest well these past few days? Not bad, right? The scenery here is pleasant and the air is fresh. It's a good place to retire. Guhai smiled. Ding Dong. Seeing that Guhai was making things up, Ding Dong had no choice but to cut to the chase. Mr. Good, it's been 3 days. Can Mr. Good solve the endgame again? Now, the reward has been increased tenfold, and the reward for solving a Go puzzle is 100 high-grade spirit stones. Guhai held the teacup and gently blew on it before slowly taking a sip. Neither too fast nor too slow. Mr. Good? Ding Dong asked somewhat anxiously. Sect Master Ding, can't you tell that I've been here for the past few days? Guhai smiled faintly. Oh, Ding Dong was slightly stunned. This is the dragon pinning sect. I wonder what it will look like if you raise it to the ground. Guhai smiled faintly. Raise it to the ground? Mr. Good, what do you mean by that? Ding Dong glared. What do I mean? Sect Master Ding, you already did it yourself. Can't you guess the consequences? Guhai smiled faintly. Ding Dong found Guhai's calm and mysterious expression increasingly unfathomable. Mr. Good, speak clearly. I don't understand. Ding Dong shook his head. You don't understand. It's good that you don't understand. Perhaps it will just be some physical pain. Guhai shook his head. The more Guhai refused to speak, the more anxious Ding Dong became. Mr. Good, what do you mean? What do you mean by some physical pain? Speak clearly. Ding Dong shouted, glaring. I remember that there is such a punishment method. What is it called? Oh, I remember now. It's called the skinning method. Haven't you heard of it before? Guhai smiled. Punishment method? Skinning method? Ding Dong looked at Guhai. That's right. Let's use you as an example. First, we'll seal your cultivation and turn you into immortal. Then we'll bury you vertically in the ground, leaving only your head exposed so that you can't move. Then make a hole in your head. It's just a thin layer, just a scratch on your scalp. You won't die. Don't worry. Guhai explained with a smile as he looked at Ding Dong. However, Ding Dong's eyelids twitched wildly. Then pour mercury into the hole. Do you know what mercury is? Do you? That's good. It's that thing. After you pour it in, it will stick to the skin and flow in the skin. It's itchy, itchy, itchy. I want to scratch it, but I can't move. It's so itchy, so unbearable. What should I do? Guhai whispered. Ding Dong suddenly felt itchy all over his body. He looked at Guhai. Hey, there's a hole on your head. You won't be itchy after you crawl out. Jump. You don't even want your skin anymore. Once you crawl out, you feel so comfortable. Guhai said with a smile. Don't even want my skin anymore. Ding Dong suddenly trembled, and his face was filled with horror. Guhai, what are you doing? Ding Dong glared and shouted coldly. Smack. Guhai threw the teacup on the table. Ding Dong trembled subconsciously. Ding Dong, you are still stubborn. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. You can leave now. I will continue to solve the puzzle tomorrow. Gu Hai said coldly. Ding Dong's expression changed, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Gu Hai did not make any unreasonable demands. However, his earlier words made Ding Dong's entire body turn cold. After all, Ding Dong had been in fear for the past few days. Mr. Good, you please speak clearly. Ding Dong said with cold sweat on his forehead. You know very well whether I want to speak clearly or not. What do you think of the punishment I mentioned earlier? Gu Hai asked with a smile. Your elite hall's punishment? Ha 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 ha. When have you ever heard of my elite hall having such a punishment? Gu Hai sneered. Huh. This is no longer elite hall's matter. Ding Dong, you understand that some people cannot be touched. Take the hall master's mother, for example. She died. However, do you think that is the end? No, it is not. Since 20 years ago, 100 heads have fallen every day due to the hall master's mother's death. Listen carefully. It is every day. Gu Hai said with a smile. Every day. Why don't I know? Of course, you don't know. What qualifications do you have to know this secret? You don't know because we are still looking for the culprit. We have never stopped. However, we will soon find 9-5 Island. This is the source. Some people seek death, delivering their heads to us. We can't do anything about it. Right, Sect Master Ding? Gu Hai said with a smile. Gu Hai, you cannot scare me. Ding Dong shouted while glaring. Although Ding Dong was furious, Gu Hai could see cold sweat on his forehead. If you think that I am scaring you, then just pretend that I did not say anything. Sect Master Ding, you can leave now, Gu Hai said indifferently. Who sent you here? If you don't tell me, I will kill you immediately, Ding Dong said as he pulled out his sword and glared. Do you think that since I dared to come to your dragon pinning sect alone, I fear you and that Ding Rue, who is hiding? Gu Hai sneered. How do you know? Ding Dong glared, revealing a murderous intent. How do I know? Do you think that I am the only one who knows? Gu Hai sneered. Who else? Who else? What do you all know? Why are you here? Ding Dong asked anxiously. We don't know anything. Right, I am here only to confirm Long Wanching's safety. My mission is complete, so there is nothing else for me to do. Just do what you need to do, Gu Hai said with a smile. Thud. Ding Dong immediately fell back into his chair. You know, how do you know that Long Wanqing is imprisoned? How do you know? Is it Venerable Lu Nian? That's not right. If it were Venerable Lu Nian, he would have come long ago, Ding Dong said in a fluster. How do I know? Do you think that you and Ding Rue can hide things from the hall master's maternal grandfather? Gu Hai sneered. Ding Dong immediately showed a flustered expression. The hall master's maternal grandfather? That's impossible. He can't possibly come to 9-5 Island. If he wanted to come, he would have. Ding Dong said in horror. It's good that you imprisoned the hall master. With the hall master and the dragon vein, the bait is sufficient. The big fish will take the bait soon. The truth behind the hall master's mother's death will be revealed soon. At that time, blood will flow like a river. In the end, you helped us find the truth. We will not let off your souls. Just a small punishment is enough, Gu Hai said indifferently. A small punishment? Long Wanching's maternal grandfather is already lying in ambush, waiting for the big fish to take the bait. Small punishment? What small punishment? Ding Dong's emotions fluctuated intensely. By the way, do you feel itchy? Gu Hai asked with a smile. As Gu Hai spoke, he looked like he wanted to leave. Don't! Mr. Good! Mr. Good! Don't go! Don't go! I was forced! I am innocent! Ding Dong immediately ran over to Gu Hai, crying. Then he hugged Gu Hai's leg and knelt. Gu Hai looked at Ding Dong coldly. I am really innocent. I'm really innocent. If I didn't agree to Ani's request, Ani would kill me. The hall master has been living well with me for the past few days. I even sent people to serve her. Really, really? Ding Dong hugged Gu Hai's leg as he knelt and begged for mercy. In a large hall in the dragon pinning sect, Long Wanqing sat before a cloudy Go puzzle. This was one of the 600 Go puzzles around the floating island. Long Wanqing was bored and wanted to play one. After looking at the Go puzzle for a while, Long Wanqing was not in the mood to solve it. She felt frustrated. Gu Hai is here? No, I have to inform Gu Hai. He is only in the innate realm. No matter how strong he is not a match for Ding Rue and Ding Dong. Furthermore, Ding Rue already discovered his whereabouts. It has already been a few days. Could she have set him up? Based on Ding Rue's previous tone, it sounded like she would only be at ease after killing Gu Hai. This is the dragon pinning sect, Ding Dong's home ground. If Ding Dong wants to kill Gu Hai, it will be as easy as flipping his hand. Oh, right. The large number of Go puzzles being solved a few days ago should be Gu Hai's doing, right? There has been no news from him for the past few days. Is Gu Hai dead? Long Wanqing showed an unsightly expression. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the hall. Sect Master Ding. The division master is not here. Why are you here? The guard at the door asked, feeling curious. It's fine. Just guard me. Annie told me to ask Long Wanqing something. Ding Dong said seriously. All right. The guard nodded. Ding Dong entered the hall with a black-robed man following behind him. Creak. The moment Ding Dong entered the hall, he immediately closed the doors. Ding Dong, you killed Gu Hai, right? Long Wanqing asked coldly. Plop. However, Ding Dong suddenly knelt. Hall Master, this lowly one was forced by Ding Rue. I did not target Hall Master on purpose. Hall Master, please forgive me. Long Wanqing. Many thanks for Hall Master's concern. Gu Hai is fine. The black-robed man at the side said with a smile. As the black-robed man spoke, he slowly removed his hood, revealing his face. Gu Hai? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Chapter 132. On a floating island in the dragon pinning sect. Whoosh. A figure shrouded in white fog flew out of the floating island. Ding Rue had secretly gone to the floating island. When she flew to a nearby mountain peak, she showed an unsightly expression. The 29-line pair World Go puzzle? I did manage to solve a lot of it. However, I still have not solved it completely. The backlash is actually getting stronger. Humph. Ding Rue showed a sullen expression. Division Master. Division Master. A subordinate rushed over. Huh. Ding Rue turned her head to look at that subordinate. It is as Division Master worried. Gu Hai managed to instigate Ding Dong to defect. Now, he is secretly bringing Gu Hai to meet Long Wanqing. That subordinate whispered. Ding Rue narrowed her eyes. Gu Hai is indeed a restless person. Humph. Fortunately, we are constantly monitoring him. Otherwise, we would have made a mistake. That subordinate said with a smile. Let's go. Let's go. Ding Rue revealed a cold smile. In the large hall where Long Wanqing was. Gu Hai? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai in shock. Hall Master, long time no see. Gu Hai said with a smile. Why are you here? Didn't you? Long Wanqing looked at Ding Dong. Ding Dong knelt before Long Wanqing and begged for mercy. Hall Master, please spare me. Ding Rue forced this humble one into this. I had no other choice. I have been very courteous to Hall Master over the past few days. Long Wanqing looked at Ding Dong in shock. How can this be? Huh. Long Wanqing turned her head to look at Gu Hai. Could it be that Gu Hai managed to instigate him to defect? Is that true? How can this be used to instigate a rebellion? Hall Master, there is no need to worry. Whether I come or not, you will be safe. Your maternal grandfather is already lying in ambush outside the dragon pinning sect, Guhai said with a smile. Oh, my grandfather is here? Long Wanqing was delighted at first, then she was surprised. The 3,000 Go puzzles are about to be solved, and that big fish is about to appear. For now, we can only inconvenience you, Hall Master. To prevent alerting the enemy, the ambush is very far away. Hence, it is very difficult for ordinary people to find you. As for your safety, given your maternal grandfather's abilities, he has long been monitoring you, Guhai said with a smile. Ding Dong, however, suddenly quivered. A look of horror appeared on his face. Long Wanqing looked at Guhai in surprise. At first, she was pleasantly surprised, but then her face showed an extremely blank expression. Suddenly, Guhai blinked his left eye at Long Wanqing. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Long Wanqing was also extremely smart. From Guhai's small action, she suddenly quivered. Was this a lie? I was wondering, how could Guhai know maternal grandfather? If maternal grandfather were here, would there be a need for an ambush? Just maternal grandfather alone would be enough. Would there be a need for Guhai to act as a vanguard? Seeing Guhai's serious expression and thinking about that small blinking action, Long Wanqing suddenly felt like laughing. This Guhai is too evil. How frightened is Ding Dong, who is at the side? Long Wanqing's expression turned solemn. Then she asked, Ding Dong, what else do you want to say to me? Hall Master, this humble one has long wanted to renounce the darkness and join the light. However, I never had a chance. Only after Mr. Good's earlier persuasion did this humble one understand. Ding Dong said anxiously, Oh, you have long wanted to renounce the darkness and join the light. Long Wanqing asked, Yes, Ding Rue forced me. Although she is my aunt, many of my Ding clan's descendants have to listen to her. They are all her chess pieces. She was the one who arranged for me to become the dragon pinning sect master. Ding Dong reported. Oh, she arranged it? Long Wanqing revealed some shock. Yes. 50 years ago, my Ding clan arranged for a large number of descendants to come to the Thousand Islands Sea to develop their faction on the various islands. This subordinate was arranged to stay here. After I arrived, I saw the dragon pinning sect and felt that it was pretty good, so I joined the dragon pinning sect. Originally, I was just an elder of the dragon pinning sect. Ding Rue passed by and secretly helped me kill the old sect master, and some people blocking me. She quietly pushed me to the position of sect master. The price for that was that I had to listen to her. Ding Dong said bitterly. Ding Rue? Long Wanqing frowned. In that case, why did you not discover the dragon vein back then? Guhai asked seriously. I really did not discover it back then. Perhaps the old sect master knew. However, I did not know back then. Ding Rue had already killed the old sect master. At first, I did not notice it. Only when Ding Rue came 1 month ago and did her best to search the dragon pinning sect did she see a stone platform in a corner of the floating island. That stone platform is very unremarkable. Really, it is just for storing miscellaneous items in a corner of the courtyard. Who would have thought that it was actually a mechanism? Ding Dong smiled bitterly. Mechanism? What do you mean? Guhai asked seriously. Ding Dong looked at Guhai. Just take it as saying this to Hall Master Maternal Grandfather. What happens in the end will depend on your performance. Guhai said seriously. Oh, yes, 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 that's how it is. Ding Dong immediately panicked, thinking that Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather's hearing had reached this place. It was a Go puzzle with 29 horizontal and vertical lines. There was a Go bowl at the side. At that time, one of Ding Rue's disciples felt curious and reached out to play a Go stone. After the Go stone was played, one of the ghost stones was eaten. In that instant, it was like a squeezing force appeared out of nowhere, and that disciple exploded. A loud sound rang out, and the explosion left nothing. Blood, internal organs, flesh, bones, and everything else turned into powder that scattered with the wind. If not for someone nearby, no one would have discovered this explosion. One can even kill oneself while playing Go, Ding Dong exclaimed in horror. And then Ding Rue found out the crux of that Go board. Even after reading through many of the dragon pinning sex records, she only found an explanation that this courtyard was a forbidden area. Oh, that's right. I remember now. 20 years ago, Hall Master's mother brought Montez and the other elite Hall disciples to stay in that courtyard. Ding Dong suddenly recalled. Gu Hai and Long Wanqing exchanged glances, their eyes exceptionally grave. And then, Gu Hai asked seriously. After that, Ding Rue noticed that the Go board was strange and did not dare to play. Instead, she wanted to try breaking it. So she swung her sword with all her might. However, the Go board did not shatter. Instead, boundless clouds spread out in all directions. Then, 3,000 Go puzzles appeared in all directions. Ding Dong explained. Oh, looking at the floating island below us from the Go board, the upper part of the floating island is no longer made of land. Instead, it is a small spatial barrier. The shape of the spatial barrier is that of the floating island. Inside, there is a golden dragon's body that seems to be stuck in this spatial barrier. The dragon's body tried to move, but could not, Ding Dong explained. The 29 unhindered world? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Ding Dong recalled that the 9th young master mentioned that the complete 29 unhindered world Go puzzle could form a world. It was no longer the imperfect Go puzzle that could only hold one's consciousness. One could enter with one's physical body. The dragon pinning sect. In the end, it should be called the dragon pinning sect. The dragon vein is forcefully pinned here and cannot be moved. Long Wanqing's eyes lit up. Ding Dong smiled bitterly. That might be the meaning. Unfortunately, the old sect master is already dead. I don't know either. You can't enter. Gu Hai asked. We can't enter. You can't enter. Although you can see the inside, there is a large array around it. As long as you attack the small world's barrier, you will be immediately killed by the large array. However, Ding Rue solved one of the Go puzzles. Following that, the 29 crisscrossing Go boards moved along with the Go pieces. Later, we understood that the 29 unhindered world Go board was extremely complicated. When solving it, it was filled with danger. The 3,000 Go puzzles should have been expanded from there. It was fine if we could not solve them. However, if we solved them, the Go puzzles would change. Perhaps if we solved all the Go puzzles, the ritual array would be undone, and we could enter that small world, Ding Dong explained. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. So, Ding Rue issued a large reward to invite everyone to solve the Go puzzles? Yes, Ding Dong smiled bitterly. Based on my understanding from Venerable Lu Nian, Ding Rue is rather smart. Why is it so difficult to solve the Go puzzles? Gu Hai asked with a frown. I know that. Ding Rue is not good at Go, Long Wanqing explained. Oh, she is good at the zither, and not at Go, Long Wanqing explained. Zither? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. The zither and Go are two different directions. Different cultivators cultivate the zither, Go, calligraphy, and painting. You should be cultivating the Go Dao. In the Go Dao, Old Man Guanxi was the best in the world back then, Long Wanqing explained. Zither, Go, calligraphy, and painting? Gu Hai exclaimed, showing some shock. That's right. Each of them is a major system. You'll know in the future. It's a pity that Ding Rue has learned the 4 odd beasts. She's not cut out for the zither. A powerful zither master can even form a sword chi storm when playing the zither, destroying everything. Long Wanqing explained. Oh, you have seen it before? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows slightly. Long Wanqing nodded. In the past, I saw Liu Yang of Gojoseon play the zither on the battlefield. With one song, boundless sword chi shattered an army of 1 million cultivators in the blink of an eye, wiping out the entire army. The sword chi swept through the mountains, rivers, and battlefields, flattening everything and reducing it to rubble. Living people are not allowed to enter, and death chi spreads everywhere. Liu Yang of Gojoseon? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. You will know in the future, Long Wanqing explained. Gu Hai nodded. Ding Rue captured me to force me to hand over the dragon luring jade. Long Wanqing said seriously. Oh, the dragon luring jade can draw out the dragon vein and absorb it, Long Wanqing explained. So that's how it is. Gu Hai said seriously. The dragon pinning sect? The nailing dragon sect? Ding Rue wants to solve the 29 line pair, world, go puzzle, and get your dragon luring jade to absorb it. What a good plan. Unfortunately, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Gu Hai said coldly. Ding Dong, who was at the side, felt worried. Unaware of the oriole behind. Is it that big fish or Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather? Hall Master. Ding Dong looked at Long Wanqing. I will plead with maternal grandfather. Maternal grandfather might have heard it already. It's fine, Long Wanqing said indifferently. Many thanks, Hall Master. Many thanks, Hall Master. Ding Dong said gratefully. What should we do now? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. Boom. A loud sound rang out as Ding Rue broke through Long Wanqing's door. Where is she? Where is Long Wanqing? Ding Rue demanded. 2 guards stood at the entrance, staring blankly at the empty hall. There was only a strange, hourglass-like ghost stone falling out of the hourglass, making pa-pa-pa-pa sounds. I don't know either. After Ding Dong left with that black-robed man, I heard this sound in the hall. I thought that the hall master was playing Go. I don't know either, that guard said in shock. Oh no, black robes? Long Wanqing is hiding in that black-robed man. Black robes? Division Master, are you saying that there were 2 people hiding in the black robes when they came out? A subordinate at the side exclaimed in shock. Back then, Ding Dong instructed us to guard the hall properly. We did not expect that. We did not expect that. The group of guards said anxiously. How long were they gone? Ding Rue glared. They just left. They just left. That guard said. Quick, deactivate the dragon pinning sex protective ritual array. Don't let anyone out. Ding Rue shouted while glaring. Yes. Chapter 133. In a valley in the dragon pinning sect. All right, sect Master Ding, please step back for a while. Gu Hai said. All right, all right. Ding Dong showed a strange expression as he looked at the black-robed Gu Hai. Ding Dong stepped to the side. Gu Hai also walked behind a large rock and slowly lifted the black robes. Clack! A pair of feet suddenly extended from the black robes and landed on the ground. Then, a woman in tight-fitting clothes came out of the black robes. This was Long Wanqing. Gu Hai, earlier, you actually. Long Wanqing glared at Gu Hai in embarrassment and anger. That you were too close earlier. That was just an instinctive reaction, not something I could control. Hall Master, quickly put on this black robes. I'll step back for a while. Gu Hai took out a black robe and handed it to Long Wanqing. Then, he immediately walked away from the rock. Humph! Long Wanqing snorted coldly as she looked at Gu Hai's back. Long Wanqing suppressed the anger and embarrassment in her heart as she quickly put on her clothes and walked away from the rock. After leaving the rock, Long Wanqing still did not give Gu Hai any face. Ding Dong, who was at the side, pretended not to see. Guhai could only show a bitter smile. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in the sky. Then, countless rocks seemed to float into the air and revolve around the dragon pinning sect. It was like a meteor storm enveloped the entire dragon pinning sect. An uproar came from Leisure Valley in the distance. Guhai and Long Wanqing also looked at the sky with raised eyebrows. Oh no! Ding Rue discovered it. She activated the ritual array to seal the sect. We can't get out. Ding Dong's expression changed. Ding Rue activated the ritual array. You are the dragon pinning sect's sect master. Do you not have a way out? Guhai asked. The ritual array's ritual array source is in Ding Rue's hands. Once the ritual array source is activated, there is nothing I can do, Ding Dong said anxiously. Ding Rue? Long Wanqing's expression turned ugly. After all, Long Wanqing's cultivation had been completely sealed. She was like an ordinary person and couldn't do anything. Mr. Good, what should we do now? Should I inform Grandpa Hall Leader? No, Hall Master Grandpa should know, Ding Dong said doubtfully. Let's go to Leisure Valley. That place is wide, Guhai said with narrowed eyes. Open space. Long Wanqing showed a hint of confusion. However, Ding Dong did not notice the details in Guhai's tone. All right, I'll listen to you. Ding Dong nodded. The dragon pinning sect has 5,000 disciples and Ding Rue's 1,000-odd subordinates. Are we going just like that? Should we disguise ourselves? Long Wanqing looked at Guhai worriedly. There's no need. Hall Leader, since I found you, there is nothing to worry about. Today, I will openly bring you out of the dragon pinning sect. Let's see how Ding Rue's motley crew can stop us, Guhai said with a smile. Oh. Long Wanqing's eyes widened, revealing a surprised expression. Bring me out in broad daylight? Is that possible? However, Ding Dong felt that this was only natural. With Hall Master Grandpa Hall Leader around, Ding Rue was indeed a motley crew. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Ding Rue stood on top of a tall mountain, overlooking the surroundings. Her eyes were filled with coldness. Have you notified everyone? All the dragon pinning sect disciples, go and find them. Find them. They will not be able to escape, even if they grow wings. Ding Rue shouted coldly. Sect Master, rest assured. Everyone went to search. We did not miss a single corner. A subordinate said respectfully. Humph. Ding Rue snorted coldly. Found them. Found them. Suddenly, a shout came from the distance. A dragon pinning sect disciple rushed over. Division Master, we found the sect master, and Guhai. There is also a woman. Oh, Ding Rue raised her eyebrows. So fast. That's right. They were swaggering towards Leisure Valley. We discovered them very quickly, that dragon pinning sect disciple said solemnly. Swaggering? They did not disguise themselves or hide. Ding Rue exclaimed in shock. No, they are just walking openly like this. It seems that because that woman is walking slower, Sect Master and Guhai are following her speed and walking slowly. That person said, That's impossible. Ding Rue showed an expression of disbelief. It's true. They will reach Leisure Valley soon. Let's go. Let's go to Leisure Valley. Ding Rue was puzzled as she hurried towards Leisure Valley. At this moment, Leisure Valley was in chaos. What are you doing? What is your dragon pinning sect trying to do? Why did you activate the ritual array sealing the mountain? We can't get out. We can't get out of that exit either. Are you trying to rob us? Do you think that the bounty is too high? Do you want to snatch it back? If you can't afford it, don't offer it. Why are you sealing the mountain? After discovering the dragon pinning sect's ritual array sealing the mountain, the 1,000-odd cultivators that Guhai brought immediately glared and shouted in rage. However, The dragon-pinning sect had many disciples as well. They quickly gathered in large numbers to prevent any conflicts. The life slaughterer Go-Master walked out slowly with a black-robed woman in his arms. A group of disciples followed behind him as they looked at the conflicts in the surroundings in shock. "Master, what is the dragon-pinning sect doing?" a disciple asked anxiously. The life slaughterer Go-Master raised his hand to stop the disciples from speaking. They could only wait quietly. Whoosh, whoosh. More dragon-pinning sect disciples arrived from the surroundings. Aside from the dragon-pinning sect disciples, there were also Elite Hall Fire Division disciples rushing into Leisure Valley. The cultivators, who had been making a ruckus, immediately revealed shocked expressions. "Elite Hall disciples? The dragon-pinning sect disciples are all here? What's wrong with them?" The surrounding cultivators watched this scene in shock. However, they saw the dragon-pinning sect disciples looking around before suddenly looking to the north. The Elite Hall disciples did the same. Everyone turned their heads to look. Not far away, Guhai Ding Dong and a woman slowly walked over. A large number of Elite Hall disciples surrounded the three, looking at them coldly. Naturally, the woman was Long Wanqing. However, she had just taken up her position and rarely showed herself. Few people knew her identity. What's going on? Many cultivators showed confused expressions. The life slaughterer Go-Master lowered his head and subconsciously tightened his grip. The woman in his embrace let out a moan in pain. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" "Scram!" Ding Dong immediately shouted in rage. The surrounding dragon-pinning sect disciples showed strange expressions as they exchanged glances. Bang! Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and a figure landed in the center of Leisure Valley's plaza. It was an old woman holding a walking stick, coldly looking across. "Division Master," the group of Elite Hall disciples greeted respectfully. "Elite Hall's Fire Division Master, Ding Rue?" Suddenly, a cultivator recognized her. "What's wrong? Division Master Ding is here as well? What are they doing?" Many cultivators watched this confusing scene curiously. However, they saw Ding Rue holding her walking stick and coldly looking across. Anger flashed in her eyes as she glared at the three people across. When Ding Dong saw Ding Rue, he suddenly panicked. After all, he had feared her for a long time. He could not change just because he wanted to. Long Wanqing's expression turned sullen. However, Gu Hai smiled faintly and walked to the very front. "Ding Dong, you are really bold," Ding Rue said coldly. I. Ding Dong said with some fear. "Ding Rue, you are really awe-inspiring." Long Wanqing sneered. Ding Rue looked at Long Wanqing coldly. Then she snorted coldly and said, "Do you think you can run? You are now like an ordinary person. What can you do? Humph. Just instigate Ding Dong? Or do you want to rely on this Gu Hai?" However, Gu Hai smiled faintly and said, "Elite Hall's Water Division Master, Gu Hai, greets Division Master Ding." "Ha ha 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 ha. Water Division Master? Gu Hai, who said that you are the Water Division Master. You really know how to flatter yourself," Ding Rue said coldly. "I was the one who conferred the title. So what?" Long Wanqing retorted coldly. Conferring the title of a division master requires the agreement of the other division masters. Furthermore, has he registered it in headquarters? If he has not, what qualifications does he have to call himself the Water Division Master? Ding Rue sneered. However, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said, "Division Master Ding, unexpectedly, you still consider yourself an Elite Hall disciple. This is the Elite Hall's Hall Master. Hall Masters do not have the qualifications to appoint people, but you, a Division Master, do? Furthermore, imprisoning the Hall Master is a great crime. A crime punishable by death. Whoosh! The surrounding cultivators immediately burst into an uproar. This woman is the elite hall master, the new hall master? Many dragon pinning sect disciples revealed shocked expressions. Clearly, many people did not know Long Wanqing's identity. Ding Rue, are you still so stubborn? Quickly begged the hall master for mercy. Otherwise, you will not have a good ending. Ding Dong immediately scolded. Whoosh! The surrounding cultivators burst into another uproar. Even Ding Dong admitted it. Is this woman really the elite hall master? Humph! Ding Rue leaned on her walking stick and immediately kicked up a strong wind. Ding Dong's expression changed. Ding Dong, I still have not scolded you. Why did you defect? Are you tired of living? Ding Rue shouted coldly. I. Panic flashed in Ding Dong's eyes as he turned his head to look at the calm Gu Hai. Then, he immediately mustered his courage. Humph! Ding Rue, I abandoned the darkness for the light. You can't escape. The dragon pinning sect is already surrounded. Humph! With a single order from the hall master's maternal grandfather, none of you can escape. None of you can. Ding Dong shouted with a ferocious expression. The hall master's maternal grandfather? Nearly everyone felt shocked. The expressions of Ding Rue's subordinates changed. Even Ding Rue felt startled. However, she recovered in an instant. So you defected because of this? Ding Rue said coldly as she stared at Ding Dong. What? You still don't believe me? Ding Dong questioned while glaring. I don't believe you? Humph! Is there something wrong with your head? Long Wanqing is not his biological granddaughter. He has so many granddaughters. Why would he come all the way here to save his granddaughter? An ambush? He is already here. Is there a need for an ambush? Since there is an ambush, then come and kill me. Ding Rue shouted. Ding Dong's expression froze. You are escaping with Gu Hai and Long Wanqing, right? Are you really as stupid as a pig? Since Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather is here, do you still want to escape? Do you still want to escape? You still need your help? Ding Rue said coldly. Ding Dong's expression changed. That's right. If Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather is here, do you still need my help to escape? Also, why did Gu Hai purposely tell me the earlier secret? After Ding Rue's warning, Ding Dong immediately reacted. Gu Hai, you lied to me? Ding Dong shouted angrily while glaring. Whether I lied to you or not is up to you. If you want to die, then go over. Gu Hai said calmly. Ding Dong's expression froze. You fool! Why are you still not coming over? Ding Rue shouted coldly. Ding Dong hesitated for a while before running over to Ding Rue. Aunt, he lied to me. Really? I did not expect this. Ding Dong immediately begged for mercy. I'll deal with you later. Humph! Ding Rue snorted coldly. However, Ding Dong's expression froze. Why am I so unlucky? Ding Dong turned his head and vented all his grievances on Gu Hai. Gu Hai, how dare you lie to me? Today, none of you can think of leaving the dragon pinning sect. Humph! Ding Dong shouted while glaring. Ding Dong ran over there. Long Wanqing said with a bitter smile, This is called a fence-sitter, swaying to both sides. Such a person will not have a good ending, even without your maternal grandfather. Ding Rue could no longer trust him. What do you think? Gu Hai said with a smile. Not far away, Ding Dong's expression changed as he turned his head to look in Ding Rue's direction. However, Ding Rue did not look at Ding Dong. Instead, she looked coldly at Gu Hai. Ding Dong, why am I so unlucky? What should we do now? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. The dragon pinning sect was sealed off by the ritual array, and no one could leave. Right now, they did not have any allies, only the two of them. there were thousands of people who wanted to deal with them, including the Yuanying state. Becoming enemies with the world? Looking around, he had a sense of déjà vu that everyone was his enemy. This scene. Long Wanqing could only smile bitterly. Hall Master, did you forget? I said that I would bring you out. Furthermore, I will bring you out openly. You don't believe me? Gu Hai did not care about the cold gazes of the several thousand experts. He turned and smiled at Long Wanqing. Huh. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Chapter 134. Walk out in broad daylight. Ha ha ha. Ding Rue laughed coldly as she looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, you must be dreaming. You think you can do that? Ding Dong shouted coldly. Gu Hai stepped forward and looked at the surrounding cultivators. When he saw the life slaughterer go master, he saw the life slaughterer go master hugging a black-clad woman, not saying a word. Ding Dong, you want to make an enemy of Elite Hall and the Hall Master's maternal grandfather. Have you ever thought that all the dragon pinning sect disciples have the same thoughts as you? Gu Hai said coldly. Buzz. The dragon pinning sect disciples immediately started whispering to each other. Gu Hai, you instigated Ding Dong earlier. Now, you want to sow discord among the dragon pinning sect disciples? Is that all you have? Ding Rue sneered. The surrounding dragon pinning sect disciples remained silent for a while, not saying anything. I am not trying to sow discord among the dragon pinning sect disciples. However, at this moment, I need to be clear about who I can make an enemy of and who I can let off. Gu Hai said coldly. Huh. The surrounding cultivators were stunned. What did Gu Hai mean by this? Who can he let off? Do you think that you hold the initiative now? However, Ding Dong showed a flustered expression. Even now, Gu Hai remained fearless. Could it be that Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather really came? Let off. Who do you want to let off? Are you scared, silly? Ding Rue looked at Gu Hai in shock. Long Wanqing also looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Dragon pinning sect disciples? Fire division disciples? Also, all the cultivators present. This is a grudge between Ding Rue and me. If you are not willing to get involved in this, please stand to the sides to avoid getting hurt. I can guarantee that no matter what the result is, you will be fine. Gu Hai said. That's right. The surrounding cultivators revealed bewildered expressions. The 1,000-odd cultivators that Gu Hai brought looked strangely at Gu Hai. After a moment of silence, they slowly moved to the sides. They had indeed owed Gu Hai a favor by joining the dragon pinning sect. However, they had not reached the point where they would risk their lives for Gu Hai. Right now, Elite Hall was in a bloody battle. Naturally, these people did not want to get involved in this, so they moved to the sides. The life slaughterer Go Master led his disciples and slowly moved to the sides. Ding Rue and Ding Dong looked at Gu Hai in confusion. However, the dragon pinning sect disciples and Elite Hall Fire Division disciples did not move. What? Do you really have reinforcements? Ding Rue said coldly. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with worry in her eyes. Hall Master, bring those 3 tables to me, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Huh. The surrounding crowd revealed a blank expression. Move the table? Although Long Wanqing's cultivation was sealed, she still had some strength. The 3 wooden tables were not heavy, so she quickly moved them over. Gu Hai slowly stacked the 3 tables on top of each other. Before the crowd's confused gazes, Gu Hai slowly stepped onto the 3 tables. Is Gu Hai crazy? What is he doing? Why is he still climbing the tables at this moment? Where does his confidence come from? The surrounding cultivators revealed confused expressions. As Gu Hai stood on the tall platform, he looked coldly at Ding Rue and Ding Dong across from him. Ding Dong had been rather nervous. Although he stood on Ding Rui's side, he still felt flustered. Did he choose the wrong team? In the end, the dragon-pinning sect disciples followed Ding Dong, showing complicated expressions. However, Ding Rui kept her guard up against Gu Hai. Although she felt that Gu Hai's cultivation was very low, he still destroyed the Great Feng Mafia family and the First Song sect. She had to be careful. Every action of his could have a deeper meaning. However, when Ding Rui saw Gu Hai climb onto the tall platform of the three tables, she could not figure him out. What is he doing? Gu Hai, we have already come to this. What are you still pretending for? Surrender immediately. Otherwise, Ding Dong glared. Sect Master Ding, do you know? Back then, the Great Feng Mafia families Li Wei used the same tone. Later, the First Song sect's Song Pingxing used the same tone. The Clear River sect's Li Qinghe also used the same tone. Do you know what happened to them? Gu Hai said coldly. Huh. Ding Dong's expression changed. You destroyed the Clear River sect as well? I personally cut off the head of the Clear River sect's sect master. Gu Hai said coldly. That's impossible. How can you be a match for Li Qinghe? Ding Dong shouted coldly. Whoosh. Suddenly, Gu Hai flipped his hand and pulled out a head. Whoosh. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators immediately changed. Who could have expected Gu Hai to suddenly pull out a head? This is Li Qinghe? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Why are there so many snake heads on Li Qinghe's head? Someone exclaimed. A spirit-assimilated cultivator? Fu Shui actually spirit-assimilated Li Qinghe? Ding Rui exclaimed in shock. Sect Master Ding, do you still not believe me? Gu Hai said with a smile. Ding Dong's eyelids twitched wildly. You don't believe me? You can ask Li Qinghe. He can answer you. Back then, he was so arrogant toward me. Then, I cut off his head. Gu Hai said with a sinister expression. Ask. Everyone showed confused expressions. Li Qinghe already cut off Li Qinghe's head. How can you ask? Even Long Wanqing goggled as she looked at Gu Hai. Is Gu Hai crazy? Li Qinghe, tell them. Gu Hai shouted. Buzz. However, the small snakes on Li Qinghe's head started moving slowly. Crack, 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 crack. With Gu Hai's veritable energy driving, the small snakes gave off cracking sounds as they moved. Li Qinghe's face also trembled. He's alive. How can that be? Those snake heads are very ferocious. Li Qinghe's head was cut off, but he did not die. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked by this terrifying scene. Some of them couldn't help but take a step back. It was too strange. Ding Dong and the dragon-pinning sect disciples felt their scalps go numb as they stared unblinkingly at Li Qinghe's snakeheads. Ding Rui and her subordinates also showed shocked and doubtful expressions. Li Qinghe's head was cut off. It is impossible for him to survive until now, Ding Rui said with a cold expression. Look carefully. Is he still alive? Gu Hai shouted. Humph. Misleading the crowd with lies. Ding Rui snorted coldly, looking like she was about to attack. Whoosh. Suddenly, Li Qinghe opened his eyes. He opened his eyes. There are so many red lights. Why are there red lights in Li Qinghe's eyes? Li Qinghe is still alive, the surrounding cultivators exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, boundless red lights shot out from Li Qinghe's snake-headed head. The red lights were aimed at Ding Rui, Ding Dong, and their subordinates. Gu Hai had already moved the external cultivators to the sides, avoiding the red lights. Gu Hai stood on the high platform between the three tables, so that he could have the best view, so that the thousands of people across him could see Li Qinghe's eyes. Otherwise, if he stood too low, the people behind him would be blocked by the people in front. Xiao Chen spoke a lot just to attract everyone's attention. For a moment, countless red lights gushed out. Buzz. The thousands of cultivators instantly fell for the red lights, just like how the red lights enveloped the 3,000 evil men back then. Oh no, there is something wrong with the red lights. Ding Rue shouted, her expression changing. Ding Rue and Ding Dong saw the most clearly. How could they have expected Li Qinghe's eyes to open? Furthermore, the red lights would curse them. The two fell for it in nearly an instant. Ah! The dragon-pinning sect disciples screamed miserably. Crack! 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 Countless dragon-pinning sect disciples stiffened. Their bodies turned gray as they quickly petrified. No! No! Ding Dong screamed in horror. He wanted to struggle, but he was not strong enough in the end. Hence, he quickly petrified as well. The Fire Division disciples also petrified. The red lights shot out for only a short while before Gu Hai put away Li Qinghe's snake-headed head. Bang! Gu Hai jumped off the high platform. Long Wanqing goggled at the petrified cultivators across her. For a moment, Leisure Valley fell silent. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. As far as the eye could see, nearly everyone had turned into stone. This what's going on? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Of the thousands of people, some managed to avoid the red lights. Then, they looked at the people around them. What's going on? Senior brother, junior brother, why did you turn into stone? Stone? Don't. Why did you turn into stone? The people who avoided the red lights looked around in horror. The thousands of people who held the upper hand earlier had turned into stone in the blink of an eye. Stone statues? How can this be? Horror spread through everyone's body. Whoosh! The cultivators that Gu Hai called to the sides continuously retreated in horror. All of them turned into stone? How can this be? Suddenly, everyone looked at Gu Hai in horror. Gu Hai jumped to Long Wanqing's side and looked coldly at Ding Rue and Ding Dong. These were the two greatest threats. Ding Dong had already turned into stone, but Ding Rue had not. Only half of her body had turned into stone. It looked like she was using her strength to struggle against the curse. Gu Hai, you lied to me. Arg! Ding Rue roared gloomily. Oh no! Ding Rue's petrification is fading. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Hall Master, stay here and don't move. I'll go and kill Ding Rue. Gu Hai glared and was about to make a move. Kill me? Humph! Ding Rue shouted. Buzz! Xiao Chun reached out and took out a zither from the compressed space in the authority token. Be careful! Don't go! Long Wanqing's expression suddenly changed. There was only one string on the zither. However, that string had been plucked and was stuck in place by a thin needle. Then, Xiao Chun saw Ding Rue reach out and remove that thin needle. Buzz! The zither string instantly returned to its original position, and zither music rang out. Along with the sound of the zither, boundless sword chi burst out. Boom! Like a storm, the sword chi surged in all directions. Crack! Crack! The surrounding stone statues were all blasted into pieces in an instant. Ah! The surrounding cultivators quickly retreated. The surging sword chi formed a sphere around Ding Rue, who was holding the zither, and spread out. Everywhere the sword chi went, everything was destroyed. The surrounding rocks, trees, and stone statues all shattered. Dang! Dang! Gu Hai took out a saber and chopped. The sword chi instantly shattered the saber. Gu Hai's expression changed. Then, he quickly led Long Wanqing to the periphery. Ah, Division Master! The subordinates that did not turn into stone immediately screamed miserably and jumped to the periphery. Most of the dragon-pinning sect disciples turned into stone statues, instantly shattered. Only a few managed to escape, watching this scene in horror. Master! Sect Master! No! Everyone screamed miserably. However, it was already too late. Everyone, including Ding Dong, was instantly shattered. The sword chi storm was too strong. In the blink of an eye, only 100-odd people remained of the several thousand people charging over. To protect herself, Ding Rue did not care whether these stone statues could revive or not. That zither music is sealed in that zither. The zither music contains boundless sword chi that can protect one for a short time. No one can get close. Ding Rue did not seal it. She does not have that ability. Long Wanqing said, her expression changing. Gu Hai took out a bow and shot an arrow infused in veritable energy at Ding Rue. Whoosh! Boom! The boundless sword chi instantly shattered the arrow. It's useless. The zither music keeps trembling. The sword chi field it forms is too strong. Long Wanqing said, her expression changing. Those who are still alive, capture Gu Hai for me. I will break free of the curse soon. Don't let them escape. Ding Rue shouted. The dozens of dragon pinning sect disciples did not move. However, the dozens of fire division disciples showed worried expressions as they stepped forward. Mr. Good, we'll help you. Suddenly, a cultivator jumped out. After all, Gu Hai was the one who told everyone not to participate earlier. Everyone hid at the sides to avoid turning into stone statues. Otherwise, they would have died earlier. This was not just a favor, but a life-saving grace. Boom! Immediately, 300 cultivators jumped out and blocked the fire division disciples. Many thanks, everyone. There's no need. They won't dare, Gu Hai said coldly. Indeed, the fire division disciples showed worry on their faces. After all, the first song sect's example was still vivid in their minds. Furthermore, Li Qinghe's head was an even more horrifying thing. The fire division disciples only surrounded Li Qinghe from a distance. Gu Hai? Long Wanqing looked anxiously at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked at the nearby life slaughterer, Go Master. However, the life slaughterer Go Master did not move. Humph! Gu Hai snorted coldly. Then he suddenly reached out and wrapped his arm around Long Wanqing's waist. What are you doing? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Hold me tight, Gu Hai said seriously. As Gu Hai spoke, he squatted slightly and then leaped up. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and countless cracks appeared. However, Gu Hai shot out like a cannonball, soaring to the floating island in the sky. The strong jumping force instantly propelled Gu Hai high into the sky. Ah! Long Wanqing hugged Gu Hai in horror. Ding Rue's expression changed dramatically as she hugged her zither. Buzz! 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 As the petrified area on her body slowly decreased, her expression turned increasingly cold. You cannot run, Gu Hai. The surrounding cultivators looked up at Gu Hai. The dozens of Ding Rue's subordinates debated for a while, but did not give chase in the end. Even if the stone statues could recover, these people would definitely die. Everyone looked at Ding Rue with complicated expressions. Clack! High in the sky, Gu Hai jumped onto the floating island and landed on the floating island's barrier. What's in here? A dragon vein. Long Wanqing's expression changed as she looked at her feet. There was a transparent barrier under Xiao Chen's feet, surrounded by clouds and fog. There were also 600 Go puzzles floating around. A large Go board landed at the edge of the barrier. Gu Hai quickly stepped forward and carefully inspected the Go board. Clack! Without hesitation, Gu Hai picked up a black Go stone and placed it on the Go board. Boom! Clouds and fog suddenly churned around the floating island. What is Gu Hai doing? He seems to be playing Go. Playing Go, the cultivators nearly vomited blood. How can he be in the mood to play Go at this moment? Oh no! Ding Rue's petrification is about to break. She only has a little left. someone exclaimed. Clack! High in the sky, Gu-hai placed another go stone. Boom! Suddenly, 10 go puzzles exploded. Huh! Ding Rui's expression sank. Gu-hai is breaking the go puzzles? Chapter 135. Smack! 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 Gu-hai continued to play go puzzles from high in the sky. Soon, 100 go puzzles had been scattered around him. As Ding Rui struggled with the curse, she looked at the sky with an unsightly expression. Gu-hai, even if you undo the barrier, you will not be able to obtain the dragon vein. Ding Rui said coldly, regardless of whether I obtain it or not, you are dead for sure, old thing. Imprisoning a hall master is a capital offense. Do you think you can avoid it? Gu-hai shouted coldly as he played go pieces. Capital offense? Humph. Since I dared to do so, naturally, nothing will happen to me. As for you, Gu-hai, before you become the Water Division Master, you killed the Earth Division Master Montez. Do you think you can escape Elite Hall's rules? Someone protected me, but what about you? You are also a capital offense. Ding Rui retorted coldly. Someone protected you? Who? Long Wanqing suddenly asked, raising her eyebrows. She was the hall master of Elite Hall. Who had more authority than her? As Gu-hai played go pieces, he looked coldly at Ding Rui, who was about to break free of the curse. Then he said coldly, Division Master Ding, you keep saying that I killed Montez. Do you have any proof? Ha 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 ha. Proof? Everyone in the innate puzzle world saw it. Ding Rui shouted coldly. Is that so? What if Montez is still alive? Gu-hai retorted coldly. Ding Rui's face sank. Is that so? Division Master Meng? How long are you going to hide? Gu-hai suddenly sneered. What? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Didn't Gu-hai kill Montez? The cultivators below also burst into an uproar. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out as Ding Rui broke free of the final bit of curse at her feet. She instantly recovered. Ding. Ding Rui flicked the zither, and the zither music suddenly stopped. The surrounding sword chi vanished. Branch Master, the group of subordinates said respectfully. Leaning on her walking stick, Ding Rui coldly looked at the sky. You said that Montez is still alive? Ha 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 ha. Didn't you just see the Great Feng Mafia family not long ago? Gu-hai laughed loudly. Ding Rui's face was gloomy as she looked around. The surrounding Xiuzha were also at a loss. Could it be that Montez is hiding among us? Not far away. The Life Slaughterer Go Master also looked around as if searching for Montez. Ha ha, Life Slaughterer Go Master? This time, I'm not lying to Ding Rui. Since you're here, why don't you admit it? It's been a while, hasn't it? The enmity between you and Division Leader Ding should be settled, shouldn't it? The Hall Master is standing here, and you want to betray Class 1 Hall? Gu-hai said coldly. The Life Slaughterer Chess Master? Everyone's gazes suddenly shifted over. Even the Life Slaughterer Go Master's disciples appeared confused. Ding Rui looked at the Life Slaughterer Go Master coldly. Gu-hai, how did you discover me? The Life Slaughterer Go Master asked sullenly. What? Master? The Life Slaughterer Go Master's disciples exclaimed. However, they saw the Life Slaughterer Go Master slowly remove his hood. It was Montez. Who is he? Many Xiuzha showed confused expressions. After all, the real Montez was somewhat different from the one Gu-hai killed. Montez, it is indeed you? Ding Rui said with a sullen expression. Gu-hai continued to play Go after Go Stone in the sky. At this moment, Ding Rui seemed to no longer care. Or rather, she was happy to see this, hoping that Gu-hai would solve the Go puzzles quickly. Gu-hai revealed a cold smile in the sky. Long Wanqing stood beside Gu-hai. As she looked at the Go puzzles, she asked worriedly, They did not come up? Of course. Ding Rue wants me to solve the Go puzzles quickly. Isn't it the same whether she kills me now or later? Gu Hai sneered. But don't worry. Let them bite each other. This is a 20-year-long grudge, Gu Hai said coldly. You are Montez? What about my master? The life slaughterer Go master's disciples exclaimed. Humph. Montez snorted coldly and waved his hand. Boom. The life slaughterer Go master's disciples immediately went flying. Ding Rue, how awe-inspiring. Unfortunately, it has been 20 years, but you seem to have not changed at all. You are still as ugly as ever. Montez smiled coldly as he hugged the black-clad woman. Humph. Back then, you were not a match for me. You are not now, either. Ding Rue retorted coldly. Ding Rue extended her hand and raised her staff vertically, thrusting it at Montez. Boom. A huge manifested staff shot over. Go. Montez punched. Boom. The manifested fist collided with the manifested palm and instantly knocked the manifested staff back. A loud sound rang out, and a strong wind kicked up in the surroundings, sending sand and rocks flying. Ding Rue took a step back. That's not right. Back then, you were only slightly stronger than Li Wei. How did you become so much stronger after 20 years of torture? Ding Rue's expression changed. I was like this 20 years ago. Montez said coldly. That's impossible. I was there back then. You were already like this 20 years ago. How could we have captured you so easily? How could you have been imprisoned? Ding Rue said in disbelief, glaring. What if I did it on purpose? Montez countered coldly. On purpose? Ding Rue raised her eyebrows. If you had not imprisoned me, perhaps I would have ended up like the old hall master. Montez said coldly. What? Ding Rue's expression changed. Long Wanqing's expression also changed in the sky. The woman in Montez's arms tensed up as she looked at Montez. Although her expression could not be seen clearly, one could feel the shock in her heart. You predicted the old hall master's death back then. Ding Rue's expression changed. It was not my prediction, but the various signs proved it. Back then, we were already under constant surveillance. I know too much. Before that person, even the old hall master had to die, let alone me. I did not want to die. There was only one way, and that was to be controlled by you. You obeyed him, and I was controlled and imprisoned by you. That was how I managed to escape his pursuit. 20 years after 20 years of hiding, you're starting to feel lonely? Ha 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 ha. Montez sneered. Who was it? Who killed my mother? Long Wanqing glared at Montez and roared. Montez looked up at Long Wanqing and said, Hall Master? Ha! It's not that I don't want to say it, but I really don't know. I only know that there is a mastermind behind this. The mastermind has never shown himself, but I can sense him. I don't know who he is, but Ding Rue might know. Huh. Ding Rue stared at Montez. High in the sky, Gu Hai smiled coldly as he played Go. That means to say, Meng Tai, back then, you did not give up resisting because your wife, Feng Ling, was restrained by Li Wei. It was not because of Feng Ling. Was wind chimes just an excuse? The woman in Montez's arms suddenly trembled. Naturally, this woman was wind chimes. All this time, wind chimes had thought that she was the reason Montez was restrained by Li Wei. Now, she suddenly realized poor wind chimes was tortured for 20 years. You knew, but you didn't care. You deliberately allowed yourself to be imprisoned, not because you wanted to live, but because you needed to protect a secret. A secret that only you know? Gu Hai smiled coldly. What secret? Ding Rue looked confused. Gu Hai, what do you know? Montez asked coldly. The secret that the mastermind was looking for was not with the hall master's mother, but with you. To protect this secret, you did not hesitate to sacrifice the hall master's mother? and you hid with this secret and deliberately allowed yourself to be imprisoned, hiding from everyone. You hid from the mastermind, from Li Wei, from the Hall Master's mother, from Ding Rue, and everyone else. Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai. Montez's expression darkened. Ding Rue frowned deeply as she watched the conversation between Gu Hai and Montez in shock. What secret? Gu Hai, what secret is this? Is it related to my mother's death? What does it have to do with Montez? Long Wanqing cried out in shock. The secret is a person, the woman in Montez's embrace, Feng Ling. The key to obtaining the dragon vein in the end. Gu Hai said coldly. Huh. Everyone looked at the woman in Montez's embrace. The black-clad woman in Xiao Chen's embrace trembled violently. Montez, how scheming and heartless. 20 years ago, everyone fell into your trap. The old hall master thought so highly of you. Yet, you could give up on her and let her die for your own gains and losses. To protect the secret, you could hand over your wife, Feng Ling, to Li Wei for 20 years and let him torture her without doing anything? For the dragon vein, you could imprison your esteemed master in the great Feng mafia family and kill your junior sister. More importantly, you were very ruthless to yourself. You purposely allowed yourself to be imprisoned for 20 years? Ha 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 ha. In the end, did you think that you controlled everything? No, you were just a chess piece all along. Gu Hai said coldly. As Gu Hai spoke, he suddenly leaped into the white fog in front while hugging Long Wanqing. What are you doing? There are still 450 Go puzzles. You still have not solved this Go puzzle? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Who said that one needs to solve the Go puzzle to enter the Go puzzle world? Gu Hai retorted with a smile. Whoosh! Suddenly, Gu Hai carried Long Wanqing and passed through the white fog area, disappearing without a trace. Oh no! Ding Rue's expression changed as she soared into the sky. Montez carried Feng Ling and instantly soared into the sky as well. Hua! The white fog suddenly exploded and dispersed. Boom! Ding Rue struck the barrier with her walking stick. However, the barrier did not budge. Inside the barrier, Gu Hai revealed a faint smile as he looked up. Division Master Ding, many thanks for giving me the time. Ha 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 ha. As Gu Hai laughed, he slowly headed for the dragon vein in the barrier. Bastard Gu Hai. Ding Rue roared angrily. Originally, when Ding Rue confronted Montez, she hoped that Gu Hai would solve the 29-line pair World Go puzzle. Who would have thought that after solving half of the Go puzzle, Gu Hai could enter the Go puzzle world? Montez, it's all because of you. Ding Rue shouted angrily as she looked at Montez. Montez looked at Ding Rue and revealed a cold smile. You are the one who is incompetent. Feng Ling, let's go in. What? Ding Rue goggled. Gu Hai could enter the Go puzzle world because he comprehended this Go puzzle and could find the entry point. Could Montez do the same? Buzz. The instant Feng Ling touched the barrier, a peony halo suddenly appeared above her head. This halo instantly encased Feng Ling and Montez. Whoosh! It was like Feng Ling did not care about the barrier at all, easily passing through it. No. Ding Rue struck with her walking stick in shock and anger. Boom! The walking stick struck the barrier, but it did not budge. Key? Feng Ling is the key that can pass through Old Man Guanxi's barrier. Ding Rue's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 136. Gu Hai carried Long Wanqing and jumped into the Go puzzle world. Long Wanqing goggled. How do we get in? You have not solved the Go puzzle yet. The Go puzzle does not need to be solved. If not for me adjusting my position, I would have come in earlier, Gu Hai said with a smile. Whoosh! The two fell. From the outside, this place looked like a hollowed-out floating island. However, after entering, Long Wanqing discovered that she was wrong. This world was too big. There were countless mountains and rivers. Clouds and mist surrounded this place. The two fell from the sky into the sea. Boom! The two fell into the sea, kicking up a large amount of seawater. Cough! 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 Long Wanqing choked on water. Gu Hai immediately dragged Long Wanqing to the shore and soon reached it. Cough! 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 After coughing for a while, Long Wanqing felt better. Then she sized up the surroundings. This was not a large island. Beside the island was a golden dragon with a diameter of 30 kilometers and a length of more than 30 kilometers. Its two ends seemed to be connected to a wall nailed to this world. A large amount of clouds and mist spread high in the sky, preventing the two from seeing the outside world. Similarly, Ding Rue, who was outside the ritual array, could not see the two. It was like the two quickly shrank as they fell. Some of the clouds and mist made it even more blurry. The clearest thing was that dazzling golden dragon vein. The dragon pinning sect, the dragon pinning sect. Long Wanqing said with a frown, "Hall Master, the place we entered is near the dragon vein. I remember you saying that the dragon luring jade can collect the dragon vein." Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing frowned as she looked at Gu Hai. However, she did not say anything. Instead, she headed for the dragon vein. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. He knew that Long Wanqing was still somewhat wary of him, so he did not say anything, heading for the dragon vein as well. Soon, Gu Hai was already close to the body of the huge dragon vein. Gu Hai placed his right hand on the huge dragon vein, and a soul-stirring power entered his heart. That feeling made him feel so small and insignificant. Did we become smaller, or did the dragon vein become bigger? Gu Hai asked in confusion. After all, back in the Great Feng Mafia family, the dragon tail was not so exaggerated. We didn't become smaller. The dragon vein should have been this thick in the first place. Long Wanqing explained. Oh, Gu Hai asked curiously. Buzz. The life ender saber trembled under Xiao Chen's abdomen as if it wanted to come out. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and suppressed his desire for the life ender saber. Then he looked at Long Wanqing. He saw that Long Wanqing was still looking around at the huge dragon vein. Gu Hai remained silent for a while, seemingly considering whether to take out the life ender saber or not. Gu Hai understood that the life ender saber desired to absorb the dragon vein's power. However, that was still too shocking. Gu Hai did not want to reveal it to Long Wanqing. However, perhaps the dragon vein's power was too tempting for the life ender saber. Despite the intense desire, Gu Hai still rejected it. Suddenly, the life ender saber released a strange energy that charged into Gu Hai's bones. Huh! Crack! 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 Gu Hai's right hand, which was stuck to the dragon vein, suddenly changed. Small bones grew out of his palm, slowly growing longer and piercing through his skin. Then, it looked like a bone spike sticking out of his palm. Shing! The bone spike in his palm stabbed into the dragon vein. Buzz! Suddenly, the surging dragon vein's power entered Gu Hai's body through this bone spike. Then, it moved through his bones and headed for the life ender saber in his abdomen. Rumble! A large amount of energy poured into the life ender saber. Gu Hai's expression changed, and he immediately let go of his right hand. Then, he pulled out that bone spike from the dragon vein. The bone spike in his palm was about 1 centimeter long, looking exceptionally ferocious. The life ender saber's power can modify my bones. Gu Hai exclaimed in shock. The life ender saber had its own consciousness. Earlier, it modified his bones without Xiao Chen's objection. However, the life ender saber's consciousness was a split from Xiao Chen's body. It was also under his control. Guhai gave the life ender saber a command. Slowly, the bone spike in his palm shrank and returned to his palm, vanishing. The life ender saber's restorative power restored the punctured palm to its original state, as if it had never been there. The life ender saber has the power to modify bones. It can modify and change my bones? Guhai raised his eyebrows slightly. This was the first time he discovered that the life ender saber had such an ability. To verify this ability, Guhai extended his right hand and used his consciousness to control it. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Suddenly, the bones in Guhai's right hand changed again, growing quickly. After they pierced through his skin, a sword-like bone grew. It looked exceptionally strange. Xiao Chun took out an iron sword from the compressed space in his authority token and clashed it with the bone sword. Dang! The iron sword immediately broke in half. Guhai looked at the bone sword in his right hand in shock. Isn't this density too high? Then he sneaked a look at Long Wanqing. However, he saw that Long Wanqing had already gone elsewhere to investigate the dragon vein. Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly. Rise! Ka! 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 Bones immediately popped out of Guhai's body. His chest, back, arms, legs, face, and hundreds of thousands of bones popped out of his skin. In an instant, Guhai looked like a gigantic, bony hedgehog, looking exceptionally ferocious and horrifying. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Guhai put away all the bones in his body and let out a few deep breaths. The pierced skin had already recovered as if nothing had happened. Only the countless holes in his clothes proved what happened earlier. Guhai's eyelids twitched wildly. Then he quickly changed his clothes. As Guhai touched the life ender saber at his abdomen, his heart pounded wildly. Guhai did not look for Long Wanqing. Instead, he extended his right hand and placed it on the dragon vein again. Ka! 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 Suddenly, a large number of bone spikes emerged from Xiao Chen's palm and charged into the dragon vein. The life ender saber circulated at full power, and the surging dragon vein's energy was absorbed through the bone spikes. This time, there was no need for the black energy. There was also no commotion, like the countless skulls in the black energy. Xiao Chun quietly and forcefully absorbed the dragon vein's energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dragon vein seemed to feel discomfort as it trembled. Guhai stood there quietly. As Long Wanqing ran around the dragon vein, she touched the dragon vein with a complicated expression. Occasionally, a beam of golden light shot out of her hand. She also looked into the distance, as if she did not want Guhai to see her dragon-luring jade. The two had their own secrets. At this moment, Montez carried Feng Ling and flew quickly high in the sky. Where did they go? It is impossible for the two of them to suddenly disappear. Montez's expression turned sullen. The dragon vein? They must have gone near the dragon vein. Whoosh! Montez quickly flew in the direction of the dragon vein. The dragon vein was 30 kilometers thick. However, with Montez's vision, he could quickly scan the dragon vein's outline. Found it! Montez's eyes lit up. Whoosh! Montez stopped in the sky and formed a small cloud. Then he hid in it and looked down coldly. Huh! As Montez stared at Guhai, he showed a confused expression. After the various events, Montez no longer dared to underestimate Guhai. However, he was very wary of Guhai. Now, he saw Guhai gently caressing the dragon vein. Why did that expression of enjoyment look so strange? On the other side, Long Wanqing seemed to be avoiding Guhai. As she extended her hand, a watermelon-sized sphere appeared in her palm. The sphere gave off a yellow light and gave off halos. The dragon-luring jade. Montez's eyes lit up. However, Montez resisted the urge to step forward and watch patiently. Long Wanqing gently pressed the dragon luring jade against the dragon vein. Rumble. The dragon vein trembled slightly. Hey, the dragon vein is sensitive to the dragon luring jade. Long Wanqing looked at the dragon luring jade curiously. However, aside from the dragon vein's trembling, she could not sense anything strange. Montez also focused on the dragon luring jade. The dragon luring jade is used to collect the dragon vein. Can Long Wanqing collect the dragon vein? Collect it. After you collect the dragon vein, I'll make my move. Feng Ling did not say a word, appearing mute. Montez and Long Wanqing both focused on the dragon luring jade. However, they did not know that this commotion was caused by Gu Hai, who was not far away. The life ender saber absorbed the surging dragon vein's energy. This was an extremely heavy energy. After the life ender saber collected the dragon vein's energy, it fed back 1,000th of it to Gu Hai. However, this energy seemed to be very useful to the bones, continuously settling in Gu Hai's bones. Gu Hai felt that his bones were becoming denser and denser. Crack, 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 rumble. As Gu Hai absorbed the horrifying energy into his body, the dragon vein seemed to be unable to endure this plundering. It started to struggle even more intensely. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out. The dragon vein struggled quickly, twisting and turning as if it wanted to struggle free of Gu Hai, the maggot in its bones. However, how could Gu Hai, who had tasted the sweetness, give up at this moment? As Gu Hai cultivated a physical cultivation technique, his bones were much denser and stronger than those of ordinary people. Now that he had a chance to become even stronger, how could Gu Hai let it go? Surging energy poured into Gu Hai's body. Almost all of it went into strengthening his bones. Roar. Rumble. As the dragon vein twisted in pain, the intense tremors made the expressions of Long Wanqing and Montez change. This struggle was too ferocious, so ferocious that it shook the entire space. Suddenly, overwhelming storms kicked up in the surroundings, and overwhelming tsunamis surged in the sea. What's going on? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. The dragon vein seemed to be struggling with all its might. Then it roared. Roar. Boom. Outside, the dragon pinning Sek's floating island trembled, causing the anxious Ding Rui's expression to change. What's going on? Ding Rui exclaimed. Roar. Roar. The dragon roared sorrowfully, and the floating island trembled intensely. The goat puzzle above also started twisting. Following that, the entire dragon pinning sect started shaking. The intense shaking intensified. An earthquake, countless cultivators exclaimed. The dragon vein? The dragon vein is trying to struggle free of this nail? Is it trying to struggle free of the Go puzzle world? Ding Rui's expression changed. Oh no, the dragon vein is enraged. Not only is its body in the Go puzzle world enraged, but the other parts of its body are enraged as well. Ding Rui's expression changed. At the same time, on the western side of 9-5 Island, where the Great Feng Mafia family used to be, this was the place where the tale of the dragon vein was sealed in the past. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon roar came from underground. Rumble. The ground roared, immediately shaking intensely. Boom. One by one, the mountains collapsed rapidly in one direction. It was as if there was a huge dragon moving quickly underground. Rumble. It was not just the Great Feng Mafia family's land. At this moment, many places on 9-5 Island were shaking. It looked like a huge dragon buried in the ground was churning quickly. While countless mountains crumbled, countless mountains also rose from the ground. Huge earthquakes swept out in all directions. Ordinary people knelt in horror. The source of all this was the dragon pinning sect. It seemed like the source of the earthquakes was spreading to that place. In a huge valley, the Shinji Battalion's flying ship was surveying a mountain range. Suddenly, the mountain range crumbled, and intense tremors spread into the distance. The dragon vein is overturning. The world is collapsing. Someone is angering the dragon vein, a Shinji Battalion disciple exclaimed in shock. That direction? In the direction of the dragon pinning sect. Someone pointed into the distance. The Shinji Battalion commander, Li Haoran, showed a cold expression. The dragon pinning sect? That old bitch Ding Rue actually lied to me? Quick, head to the dragon pinning sect immediately. Yes. Chapter 137. Rumble. Intense earthquakes erupted in the dragon pinning sect surroundings. Many mountains crumbled. Outside the sect, the countless cultivators who heard the commotion but could not enter immediately retreated. Aren't they trying to solve the Go puzzle? Why is there such a huge earthquake? Something happened to the dragon pinning sect. They even activated the ritual array to seal off the sect. Something must have happened inside. What an intense earthquake! Quick, back off. Quick! Chaos reigned outside the dragon pinning sect. The dragon pinning sect was also in chaos. Ding Rue's expression changed drastically as she looked anxiously at the Go puzzle world. However, aside from the dragon vein, she could not see anything else. What happened? Rumble. Amid the huge earthquake, the cultivators in Leisure Valley continuously dodged countless falling rocks. What happened? Is it related to that floating island? Some cultivators asked anxiously. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out as the dragon pinning sect's ritual array exploded. The countless rocks surrounding the ritual array immediately fell. The group of cultivators quickly dodged and fled. The dragon pinning sect's ritual array broke. We can go out now. Quickly, go. There is also a huge earthquake outside. What happened? Chaos reigned in the dragon pinning sect. The huge earthquake forced countless cultivators to dodge and flee. When they saw the trembling floating island, they showed shocked expressions. Whoosh! In the distance, the Shinji Battalion's flying ship quickly flew towards the dragon pinning sect. Quick! Faster! Li Haoran shouted. Whoosh! The flying ship moved at its fastest speed. Inside the Go puzzle world, Long Wanqing tried to use the dragon luring jade to collect the dragon vein. However, she failed several times, which made her increasingly anxious. Tsunamis surged in the surroundings, and intense storms raged. The dragon vein's body twisted rapidly. Gu Hai stuck to the dragon vein like a maggot, doing his best to extract the dragon vein's power. Buzz. Gu Hai trembled slightly. Collect. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and put away the bone net that appeared in his palm. He immediately jumped to the side of the dragon vein. Rolling power surged in his body, and Gu Hai felt very uncomfortable. The bones absorbed 1,000th of the life Ender Saber's energy. As the surging energy accumulated, the bones felt like they had reached their limits. The power of the Earth Dragon Vein was too great. The accumulation of strength in one's bones was only an accumulation of strength, but it was unable to cause a qualitative change. If it were to accumulate in one's body for a long time, one would eventually explode. There had to be a qualitative change in order to absorb more. Destiny? I need providence. Gu Hai's expression turned ugly. Gu Hai stopped absorbing the energy of the dragon vein. However, the dragon vein was already in a frenzy. It continued to twist and turn. Long Wanqing let out a miserable cry. Gu Hai quickly pounced over, only to see Long Wanqing being sent flying by the dragon vein. Gu Hai caught Long Wanqing, who was sent flying. Quick, the dragon luring jade. The dragon luring jade. Long Wanqing anxiously pointed at the sphere that flew away. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black figure shot over from the sky, charging at the dragon luring Jade's sphere in the air. Oh no! Guhai stomped on the ground. Boom! Then, he instantly charged over at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! Suddenly, Guhai grabbed the dragon, luring Jade's sphere, and fell down with Long Wanqing. At this moment, the black figure did not manage to grab the dragon luring Jade. So, he suddenly threw a palm strike at Guhai. Boom! A huge manifested palm strike containing the power to destroy everything appeared to want to shatter Guhai. Go! Long Wanqing suddenly shouted and tossed out a small blue sphere. Boom! The instant the small blue sphere made contact with that manifested palm strike, it exploded, shattering the manifested palm strike. Guhai and Long Wanqing landed on the ground. Long Wanqing hugged the dragon, luring Jade. Suddenly, a golden light barrier formed around her, encasing her. However, Guhai looked at the figure opposite him warily. Montez, Guhai said with a cold expression. Montez hugged Fengling and looked at Long Wanqing with a frown. Hall Master, you are really slow. Even now, you still have not absorbed the dragon vein into the dragon luring Jade. Long Wanqing's eyelids twitched wildly. You are Montez? You have been waiting here all this while, wanting to snatch my dragon luring Jade. Long Wanqing shouted angrily. You tried for a long time, but you still failed. Even I felt anxious for you. Hand the dragon luring Jade to me. I'll do it, Montez said with a cold smile. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Montez, you are Elite Hall's Earth Division Master. Are you going to be like Ding Rue, going against your superiors? Long Wanqing said coldly. Hall Master, you are now like an ordinary person, and Guhai cannot lay a ritual array. He is just an innate realm cultivator. Do you think that the two of you are a match for me? Hand it to me now, and I can let you live. Montez said coldly. As Montez spoke, he kept his guard up against Guhai. Long Wanqing's expression turned sullen as she waved her hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a box appeared in her palm. Guhai, use this saber to block him. Long Wanqing said seriously. Huh. Guhai felt somewhat bewildered. Although my cultivation is sealed, I still have treasures. Use them. My younger sister stole this from her maternal grandfather's treasure trove and gave it to me, Long Wanqing said. Huh. Montez's expression sank. Clack. Guhai quickly opened the box. Bang. All of a sudden, boundless blood-red light shot out from the box. In an instant, it dyed the entire area red. A long saber lay in the box. It was about 1 meter long and as thin as a cicada's wing. It was scarlet and had many veins on it. As the veins trembled, the scarlet saber released even more scarlet energy. Guhai quickly grabbed the saber's handle. Buzz. Suddenly, scarlet energy rushed into Guhai's body, instantly dyeing him red. A scarlet aura surged out of Guhai's body as a bloodthirsty thought surged into his mind. What saber is this? How strong? Guhai exclaimed in shock. This is a replica of the blood prison. Because it is a very good replica, maternal grandfather collected it. Use it first. It can raise your strength to the level of the Yuanying state for a short time. Long Wanqing said, just a replica. Guhai was slightly stunned. Blood prison. Montez's expression changed. You block Montez. I already found the trick and will be able to collect the dragon vein soon. Long Wanqing said as she grabbed the dragon luring Jade. All right. Guhai smiled bitterly. As he spoke, he swung the scarlet saber at Montez. Boom. A scarlet saber chi suddenly appeared in the air. This saber chi was at least 100 times stronger than the one Guhai sent out with the Life Ender saber. This saber strike was like a heavenly weapon tearing through space. Everywhere it passed, the rocks on the island shattered. Montez's expression changed. With a flip of his hand, he took out a sword and swung it. Boom! The sword chi and scarlet saber chi clashed, causing space to tremble. Good saber! Guhai exclaimed in shock. At this moment, Guhai's entire body was covered in scarlet. When he stepped forward, he felt like his entire body was filled with strength. His speed instantly increased by several folds. Boom! Once again, he swung his saber at Montez. Montez swung his sword. Boom! The scarlet manifested saber and manifested sword clashed in the air. Suddenly, the two reached a stalemate. Using the power of the scarlet saber, Guhai's strength seemed to instantly soar to the limit. Even when facing the ferocious Montez, he did not lose out at all. It truly lives up to being an imitation of the blood prison. To think that it increased your strength by so much. Montez said with a ferocious expression as he hugged Feng Ling, roar. Guhai stepped forward and used his manifested saber to push against Montez. On the other side, Long Wanqing held the dragon luring jade and pointed it at the dragon vein, releasing a beam of golden light. Dragon vein, enter my dragon luring jade. Long Wanqing shouted. Rumble! A suction came from the dragon luring jade, as if it wanted to suck in the dragon vein. However, the dragon vein was too large. The dragon luring jade could not move it at all. Long Wanqing felt anxious. Ha! Montez shouted as he knocked Guhai aside. Bang! The scarlet saber tilted slightly before swinging at Montez again. When the saber swung, a scarlet light filled the air. A surging scarlet storm swept towards Montez. Whoosh! Meng Tai hugged Feng Ling and jumped, immediately flying high into the sky. The scarlet manifested saber could no longer touch Montez. The scarlet saber is incredible. To think that it increased your strength and speed to that of the Yuanying state. However, you are only an innate realm cultivator in the end. An innate realm cultivator cannot fly. You will never be a match for me. Montez said coldly. Guhai's expression turned cold as he stomped on the ground. Boom! Like a cannonball, the strong jumping force allowed Guhai to leap into the air and charge at Montez. The scarlet saber manifested a manifested saber as it swung at Montez again. On the other hand, Montez's eyes lit up. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Montez lowered his body. He was slightly lower than Guhai. Then he swung his sword upward. Boom! The saber and sword collided. Under the powerful force, Montez was knocked into the sea below. On the other hand, Guhai was knocked into the air by the recoil. Whoosh! When Guhai was knocked into the air, his expression changed. Ha 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 ha! Now, you have nowhere to exert your strength. What's the use of the scarlet saber? Aren't you at my mercy? Montez charged into the air with a ferocious expression. He swung his sword at the sky as if he wanted to cut Guhai in half. Guhai grabbed the scarlet saber and fell from the sky because he had nowhere to exert his strength. Even if he swung the saber, his strength was not strong enough. He was about to be killed by Montez. Long Wanqing, who was at the side, could not collect the dragon vein. She also felt anxious. When she turned her head to look, she immediately saw the dangerous scene. In Long Wanqing's opinion, Guhai was done for. He had nowhere to exert his strength and could only be killed by Montez. Unless you know how to fly, die. Meng Tai's sword swung with even more force. Oh no! Long Wanqing exclaimed. Montez's expression was ferocious. In the air, Guhai was about to be cut in half. Whoosh! Suddenly, the clothes on Guhai's back were torn apart. From the skin on his back, a pair of huge white wings that were more than 10 feet long appeared. They were a pair of bone wings. Bam! The bone wings flapped fiercely. Guhai's body suddenly stopped. Whoosh! Montez's sword chi missed. What? Montez's expression changed. Long Wanqing also looked at the wings on Gu Hai's back in shock. How could he have wings? The huge wings stabilized Gu Hai's body and flapped fiercely. Suddenly, Gu Hai shot down, and the scarlet saber slashed at Montez. Montez's longsword missed and could not counterattack with all his strength. He could only block the scarlet saber in a hurry. Boom! The sword and saber collided again. With a loud bang, Montez's longsword exploded. The saber chi shot out and tore Montez's body apart. No! Montez's expression changed. He released his chi and hugged Fengling, protecting her with all his strength. Boom! The scarlet saber slashed Montez's body. A huge bloody wound was torn on Montez's back. In the hideous wound, one could see the white bones. Thud! Gu Hai landed beside Long Wanqing. Then, the bone wings on his back suddenly vanished. What's wrong? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai's smooth back in confusion. Where are the wings? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? What a powerful scarlet saber! Gu Hai exclaimed. On the other side, Montez was covered in blood. As he hugged Fengling, he looked at Gu Hai with an unsightly expression. Gu Hai, I still underestimated you. You can fly as well. Montez said coldly. Rumble! The space shook as the dragon vein struggled even more intensely. It looked like it would shatter this independent world at any moment. Hall Master, why is it not done yet? Gu Hai asked anxiously. I don't know either. It seems like I can't collect it. This dragon vein is too strong. The dragon luring jade's suction is not strong enough. Long Wanqing said anxiously as she hugged the dragon luring jade. The dragon luring jade's suction is not strong enough? Oh no, this is not the dragon head's territory. Montez's expression changed. Dragon head. Long Wanqing, who was not far away, showed a confused expression. Montez looked at the dragon luring jade in Long Wanqing's hand, and greed flashed in his eyes. However, when he saw Gu Hai holding the scarlet saber, his expression sank. The wound on Xiao Chen's back was still bleeding. He knew that there was no point in continuing this stalemate. Fengling, let's go. As Xiao Chen spoke, he carried Fengling and sword into the air. Catch them. Don't let them escape. Long Wanqing called out to Gu Hai. Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, Hall Master, do you really think that I am the Yuanying state? Gu Hai did not give chase. He had only severely injured Montez by luck earlier. He had only managed to achieve this result after a series of surprises. Furthermore, this was his first time using the bone wings. How could they be as nimble as the Yuanying state's flight? If this stalemate continued, no one could tell who would win or lose. However, don't let him escape. Long Wanqing urged anxiously. Gu Hai shook his head. Ding Rue was still outside. Gu Hai did not want to listen to Long Wanqing's random commands. Roar! The dragon vein roared and started twisting wildly again. The island that Gu Hai and Long Wanqing were on immediately crumbled. Oh no! This Go Puzzle world is going to collapse. Gu Hai's expression changed. He immediately picked up Long Wanqing and jumped into the distance. Chapter 138. Go Puzzle World. Gu Hai carried Long Wanqing and jumped onto a large rock shrouded in mist. He stepped through the mist. Buzz. In the next moment, Gu Hai and Long Wanqing arrived at a distant sea region. What's wrong? You traveled so far in one go? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. This step was more than 50 kilometers, right? This is the Go Puzzle world. You can view this world as a Go board. I left on the horizontal and horizontal lines of the Go board. Earlier, I just jumped from one connection point to another. It was not far. It just looked far, Gu Hai explained. Long Wanqing? I don't understand. Whoosh. Gu Hai stepped into another misty area. In the blink of an eye, he was 50 kilometers away, getting further and further away from the dragon vein. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With each jump, Gu Hai slowly soared into the sky, looking like he was charging into the cloud sea. Xiao Chen looked like he was traveling through space. However, Long Wanqing found this incredibly complicated. The Go puzzle world. How did you train your Go skills? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai, feeling conflicted. Gu Hai is only 70 years old, right? His Go skills are extremely horrifying. Gu Hai ignored her. Instead, he carefully leaped up and soared into the sky. In an instant, he exited the Go puzzle world. I'm out. Gu Hai let out a long breath. Bang! The two landed in the barrier around the floating island. At this moment, the floating island trembled intensely as if it would explode. Long Wanqing was just about to release her bated breath after coming out. However, when she looked around, she immediately held her breath. Everything within 500 kilometers of the dragon pinning sect had turned into rubble. The earthquake was still ongoing, and it was still intensifying. The ground shook as if it was the end of the world. Countless pieces of rubble shot up into the sky amidst the great earthquake, causing chaos in all directions. Countless cultivators retreated continuously, dodging the surrounding rocks in horror. Ding Rue! Gu Hai immediately raised his guard. Ding Rue floated in the air. Not far away, the airship of the Xinji Battalion was floating nearby. A group of Shenzhen Battalion disciples were holding bows and arrows, aiming directly at Ding Rue. On the flying boat, a man in golden armor stared coldly at Ding Rue. The moment Gu Hai and Long Wanqing jumped out of the chessboard world, both sides looked over. Long Wanqing, you failed to collect the dragon vein, even with the dragon luring jade? Ding Rue asked with an ugly expression. Dragon luring jade? Li Haoran narrowed his eyes as he stared at the spherical jade object in Long Wanqing's hand. Battalion Commander Li? Long Wanqing's eyes lit up when she saw Li Haoran. Her eyes flashed with joy. Battalion Commander Li, help me capture Ding Rue. She knows the truth behind my mother's death. Help me capture her. Long Wanqing suddenly shouted. Li Haoran raised an eyebrow and looked at Ding Rue. Battalion Commander Li Haoran of the Xinji Battalion? Gu Hai looked at Li Haoran in confusion. Gu Hai actually saw admiration in Long Wanqing's eyes. This was something that Long Wanqing had never shown before. Release the arrows. Li Haoran snorted. Bang! Suddenly, the disciples of the Xinji Battalion released their bows, and thousands of arrows rained down on Ding Rue. Ding Rue's expression turned cold as she waved her crutch. Whoosh! Suddenly, a wall of fire appeared in front of her and blocked the arrows. Rumble! Suddenly, the arrows rained down on the wall of fire. Li Haoran, how dare you attack me? Ding Rue roared angrily. Release again. Li Haoran said coldly. Bang! Once again, a large number of arrows rained down. This time, the arrows were more powerful than before. Thousands of golden rainbows instantly reached the wall of fire. They gathered at one point. Boom! With a loud bang, the wall of fire suddenly shattered into pieces. Ding Rue, surrender immediately. Otherwise, you will die under the arrows. Li Haoran said coldly. Surrender without resistance? Ha 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 ha, Li Haoran, you are really turning your back on me. Ding Rue said angrily. Turning my back on me? Ding Rue, you are the one who went overboard. You knew that the dragon luring jade was in Long Wanqing's hands, yet you went against your superior and imprisoned Long Wanqing just to obtain the dragon vein? Humph! Li Haoran snorted coldly. Boom! 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 The rain of arrows from the Xinji Battalion disciples rained down on Ding Rue in waves. Ding Rue's expression darkened. She waved her hand, and a guqin appeared in front of her. There were 3 strings on this guqin, and they were held in 3 positions by thin needles. Ding! Ding Rue pulled out a thin needle, and a string returned to its original position. Boom! Surging sword auras appeared out of nowhere and formed a sword aura field around Ding Rue, protecting her. The boundless sword auras instantly tore apart the rain of arrows. Li Haoran, don't pretend to be righteous. I want the dragon vein, but you don't? Didn't you volunteer to come here to obtain the dragon vein? Ding Rue said with a cold smile. Guqin music? Li Haoran's expression sank. This is just the first section of the guqin music. Sword explosion. I have sealed 3 sections. Shunji Battalion Commander, do you want to give it a try? Ding Rue said coldly. Ding. Ding Rue pulled out a second thin needle, and the second string returned to its original position. Then it vibrated intensely. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, loud roars rang out in the sword aura field. Many images of ferocious generals appeared in the air, each holding a sword aura. Then they charged at the Shinji Battalion's flying ship. It looked like a ferocious army surrounded Ding Rue to protect her. The ferocious army charged over. Release the arrows. 2,000 arrows rained down. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The arrows were all shattered. Of course, some images of ferocious generals also exploded. However, as long as the guqin music didn't stop, the ferocious generals wouldn't stop. Amidst the roar, the thousands of soldiers slashed at the protective shield of the flying ship. Boom. The flying ship of the Shinji Battalion trembled violently. Slash again. Ding Rue said ferociously. Roar. The thousands of soldiers continued to slash with their swords. Get lost. Li Haoran glared and punched. A golden fist aura rushed over. Boom. A storm suddenly swept up in the air. Ding Rue, who was surrounded by the ferocious army, was immediately pushed back by this punch. However, the guqin music was still vibrating. There were many ferocious soldiers. Good. Long Wanqing's eyes lit up as she shouted. After all, Li Haoran's punch was too ferocious. How could he push back thousands of ferocious soldiers with one punch? After pushing back thousands of ferocious soldiers with one punch, Li Haoran took out a golden longbow and knocked a golden arrow. It seemed that he was going to shoot it at Ding Rue. Shinji Battalion? Golden longbow? Li Haoran, do you think I am not prepared? My third string was prepared for you. Golden arrow. Ding Rue said coldly. Ding. Ding Rue removed the last thin needle. Rumble. The sound of the guqin was like thunder. Suddenly, a golden shield appeared in the other hand of the thousands of ferocious soldiers. Li Haoran stared and shot an arrow. Whoosh. The golden arrow rushed straight, like a rainbow. The sharp sound immediately shattered the stones in all directions. Roar, roar, roar. The thousands of ferocious soldiers suddenly roared and rushed up together with their shields. Boom, boom, boom. A series of shields exploded. The golden arrow was unstoppable. It did not stop until 20 shields, and the ferocious soldiers were smashed. Although the golden arrow was powerful, it was blocked in the end. Who sealed the sound on the guqin? Li Haoran's face darkened. This was the first time that the golden arrow did not achieve enough effect. Ding Rue's face also changed dramatically. That was close. 20 shields? If a few more broke, the golden arrow would have hit her. Li Haoran, you really want to kill me? Ding Rue said with a ferocious expression. Humph. Let's see how many arrows you can receive. Li Haoran said coldly. As Li Haoran spoke, he suddenly grabbed 3 arrows, showing a ferocious, murderous intent on his face. At the same time, he knocked his longbow. He prepared to shoot 3 arrows at the same time. Ding Rui's face sank. Then, she extended the guqin in her hand. Roar. The thousands of ferocious soldiers grabbed their shields and ferocious swords, looking like they wanted to charge forward and tear Li Haoran to shreds. Battalion Commander Li, be careful. Long Wanqing suddenly said worriedly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. This Li Haoran's killing intent is very strong. Is he that impatient? Is he going to kill Ding Rue? Kill her? Is he going to silence her? After a moment of silence, he said, Hall Master, lend me the dragon-luring jade. Huh. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai in confusion. However, she still handed it over. Li Haoran, my elite hall appreciates the good intentions of the Shinji Battalion. However, my elite hall can handle its internal matters. Please do not interfere. Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Huh. Long Wanqing felt slightly stunned. Li Haoran, who knocked 3 golden arrows, also raised his eyebrows. Ding Rue also looked over, feeling confused. She saw Gu Hai and Long Wanqing standing beside the 29-line pair World Go puzzle. Gu Hai held a crimson saber in one hand and the dragon-luring jade in the other. Ding Rue, don't you want the dragon-luring jade? Come and get it yourself. Otherwise, I will shatter it, Gu Hai said with a smile. What? Long Wanqing's expression suddenly changed. Li Haoran's and Ding Rue's expressions changed as well. Is Gu Hai crazy? Whoosh. Everyone saw Gu Hai toss the dragon-luring jade into the air. Suddenly, the crimson saber chopped down, looking like it wanted to shatter the dragon-luring jade with one strike. Gu Hai, what are you doing? Long Wanqing suddenly exclaimed. However, her cultivation was sealed, so she could not stop it. Bastard! Li Haoran's expression changed. Fool! Ding Rue roared as she charged over. Li Haoran suddenly pointed his bow at the crimson saber. Li Haoran, there is no need for you to interfere in Elite Hall's matters. Gu Hai shouted sternly. Huh! Li Haoran felt slightly stunned. Ding Rue instantly approached, looking like she would grab the dragon-luring jade. Clack! Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Gu Hai had picked up a black ghost stone and placed it on the 29-line pair World Go puzzle. Whoosh! A strong suction suddenly appeared on the floating island. The approaching Ding Rue and the Zither Music Army were sucked into it. What? Ding Rue's expression changed. Whoosh! The Go puzzle world instantly sucked in. Gu Hai quickly changed the direction of his saber with his other hand, and the crimson saber narrowly brushed past the dragon-luring jade. Whoosh! Long Wanqing goggled. Clack! The dragon-luring jade landed in Gu Hai's hand. Hall Master, here is the dragon-luring jade. Gu Hai handed over the dragon-luring jade. Clack! 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 Gu Hai quickly placed a ghost stone on the 29-line pair World Go puzzle. There were still 3 golden arrows knocked on the bowstring, but he had already lost his target Ding Rue. Li Haoran's expression froze. Chapter 139. After Gu Hai plotted against Ding Rue, she was instantly sucked into the Go puzzle world. The moment Ding Rue entered this strange environment, her expression changed. She tried to fly up and out of the Go puzzle world. However, the surrounding space suddenly twisted. Whoosh! In the next moment, Ding Rue appeared above the sea, at the bottom of the Go puzzle world. What? Why am I here? Ding Rue's expression changed as she tried to fly away quickly. Whoosh! In the next moment, Ding Rue's figure flashed, and she arrived at the dragon vein. No! How can it be like this? Ding Rue exclaimed. Roar! The dragon vein roared, and half of its dragon body crashed into Ding Rue. Boom! No matter how brutal the Zither Music Army was, it instantly shattered before the 30,000-kilometer-long dragon body. Blarg! Ding Rue vomited a mouthful of blood as she fled to the periphery. Whoosh! Suddenly, space twisted again. Ding Rue, who had just flown far away, arrived before the dragon vein again. Boom! Once again, an enormous collision occurred. The tens of thousands of vicious soldiers were once again ravaged by the dragon veins, more than half of them shattered. Gu Hai, if you are capable, let me out. Ding Rue roared crazily. Ding Rue figured it out. This was all because of that Go puzzle, the 29-line pair world Go puzzle. Gu Hai grasped that Go puzzle. Outside, the floating island looked like it would crumble at any moment. However, it did not. Gu Hai placed Go stones on the Go puzzle again and again, looking like he was changing the internal structure of the Go puzzle. Although Long Wanqing could not see Ding Rue clearly, she still had the thousands of ferocious soldiers. She could roughly make out what was going on. While Gu Hai controlled the Go puzzle world, he sent Ding Rue to the dragon vein time and time again, letting the dragon vein attack her. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. You actually controlled the Go puzzle world. Wasn't this the scene when they came out earlier? Now, Xiaochen used it to deal with Ding Rue, but Ding Rue could not resist at all. Not far away, Li Haoren slowly put away the 3 golden arrows. Then, he looked coldly at Gu Hai. When he saw Gu Hai casually placing his stones, his face darkened. Ding Rue, you are now at the end of the road. The Hall Master only wants to know the cause of his mother's death. If you tell him everything you know, I can ask the Hall Master to spare your life. Gu Hai said in a low voice. As he spoke, his voice traveled through the entire Go game, whirled along with the Go power. That's right. I just want to know how my mother died. Long Wanqing clenched her fists and said, Rumble. Below, the Go puzzle world was already in chaos. The dragon vein was twisting crazily. Ding Rue struggled tiredly. With a loud bang, all of the zither music army exploded, and the zither in their hands also exploded. Boom! Ding Rue was covered in blood as she was blasted away. She heard Gu Hai's voice. Ha 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 ha, say it. Do you think I can live if I tell you? Ding Rue shouted stubbornly. Stubborn, Gu Hai said coldly. It continued to distort the space of the chessboard world. Ding Rue was suffering from the impact inside. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds came from Gu Hai's surroundings. Ka 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 ka. A large number of cracks appeared on the periphery of the floating island. A large number of cracks also appeared on the chessboard. Not good. The Go game world can't hold on. Gu Hai's expression changed. Gu Hai hugged Long Wanqing and leaped. Swish! Gu Hai jumped off the floating island. At the same time, the ground below the floating island suddenly rose up. Mountains appeared out of nowhere, looking majestic. Gu Hai didn't dare to hesitate. He hugged Long Wanqing and jumped up and down the mountains. Roar! Boom! The floating island exploded with a loud bang, sending a storm of crushed rocks in all directions. Half of the dragon's body was suddenly freed. At this moment, another 2 dragons' body floated up from the ground, perfectly connecting with the dragon's body in the Go game world, becoming a part of a long dragon's body. Roar! As the dragon's body turned, it sank into the ground. Oh no! Li Haoren's expression changed. Then he extended his hand to grab the dragon's body. A huge manifested palm struck the dragon's body. Boom! 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 The manifested palm grabbed the dragon's body. However, the dragon's body was too strong. The manifested palm could not hold it back. Boom! The manifested palm exploded. The dragon's body burrowed into the ground. The ground shook again. Then it slowly regained its calm. Li Haoren showed a ferocious expression. He was so close again. He had already caught the dragon vein, but he actually let it escape again. Again, Li Haoren showed a cold expression as he turned his head to look into the distance. In the distance, A bloody Ding Rue coughed out blood as she fell on a mountain peak. It was that old thing, Ding Rue. Otherwise, if I had time to prepare, I would not have missed it in such a sorry state. The fleeing cultivators in the surroundings slowly climbed out of the rubble. The earthquake finally stopped. It's over. It's finally over. I thought I was going to die. After the countless cultivators rejoiced, they looked in Gu Hai's direction. They saw Gu Hai landing before Ding Rue, with Long Wanqing in his arms. Ding Rue was already on her last breath. She was covered in blood, and her hair was disheveled. She looked like a madwoman on the verge of death. "Hall Master, did I fulfill my promise to you?" Gu Hai smiled bitterly as he released Long Wanqing from his arms. Promise? Earlier, Gu Hai promised Long Wanqing that he would openly bring Long Wanqing out of the dragon pinning sect. Xiao Chen did so openly. However, the commotion was too great. Everything within 500 kilometers of the dragon pinning sect turned into rubble. Mountains, rivers, and rivers all crumbled. Long Wanqing smiled bitterly as she looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. "Division Master Gu, many thanks for this time." Long Wanqing thanked Gu Hai very solemnly. "It's nothing. Many thanks to you for giving me a chance back then." Gu Hai shook his head. "Hall Master, let's ask about your mother's death first. Ding Rue should no longer be able to resist." "Right." Long Wanqing nodded. Whoosh! Li Haoran left the flying ship and flew over. Then, he looked at Ding Rue with a sullen expression. "Cough, cough, cough, ha 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 ha, cough, cough. Gu Hai, I underestimated you. I should have killed you earlier. Cough, cough, cough." Ding Rue looked at Gu Hai, regretfully. "Division Master Ding, what I said earlier still stands. As long as you tell Hall Master who killed Hall Master's mother back then, Hall Master will spare your life," Gu Hai said seriously. "That's right. Who killed my mother?" Long Wanqing asked as she stared at Ding Rue. "Speak," Li Haoran said seriously as well. Ding Rue looked at the three and revealed a cold smile. "The old Hall Master's death. Cough, cough, ha 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 ha. Battalion Master Li, don't you know? Huh." Gu Hai and Long Wanqing looked at Li Haoran. "What do I know?" Li Haoran retorted coldly. "Ha ha 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 ha. Stop pretending. Cough, cough. Battalion Master Li, don't you dare to admit what you did? Who killed the old Hall Master back then? Why are you still pretending? Isn't it you? Aren't you the one who killed her? Ha 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 ha." Ding Rue shouted as she glared at Li Haoran. "Battalion Master Li?" Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and put his guard up. "Crazy woman, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" Li Haoran roared while glaring. "Crazy woman. Cough, cough, cough. Li Haoran, I'm going to die anyway. There's no point in spouting nonsense. Just admit it. It was you. You killed the old Hall Master, and you still don't want to admit it? Long Wanqing, you were deceived by his hypocritical mask. He killed your mother." Ding Rue glared at Li Haoran. Boom! Li Haoran flew into a rage and struck out with his palm. Ding Rue's head exploded. "Li Haoran, you killed her to silence her," Gu Hai suddenly exclaimed. "Humph! This crazy woman is crazy. How can you believe her words?" Li Haoran glared at him. Long Wanqing's eyelids twitched when she saw Ding Rue being killed by Li Haoran. However, after frowning for a while, Long Wanqing shook her head and said, "Impossible! Battalion Master Li wouldn't kill my mother. Ding Rue is crazy." "Huh," Gu Hai said, feeling bewildered. "If I were the murderer, Long Wanqing's grandfather would have found me long ago. Gu Hai, I know that you want to prove yourself in front of Long Wanqing. However, this crazy woman has already gone completely crazy. Don't go crazy with her, Li Haoran said sullenly. That's right. If Battalion Master Li is the murderer, Grandfather will definitely find out. Furthermore, Battalion Master Li saved my life before. He can't be the murderer. Long Wanqing immediately defended Li Haoran. However, that doesn't mean he killed Ding Rue. We might be able to find out more, Gu Hai said with a frown. A complicated look flashed in Long Wanqing's eyes. Clearly, she agreed with Gu Hai's words. However, since Li Haoran killed Ding Rue, Long Wanqing did not want to blame him. After all, Li Haoran saved her life before. Long Wanqing, you had the dragon-luring jade earlier. Why did you not collect the dragon vein? Li Haoran asked with a frown. The dragon-luring jade might need to be at the dragon vein's head. This is not the head but the body. Hence, Long Wanqing said with a frown, dragon tail, dragon body, and dragon head? Dragon head? I get it. I get it now. This 9-5 island is a chain of chess pieces that old man Guanxi left behind. Li Haoran's expression suddenly changed. Huh. Long Wanqing said, feeling puzzled. The Great Feng Mafia family and the Dragon Pinning sect both have old man Guanxi's go puzzles. Didn't he leave them behind on purpose? These are 800-year-old sections. How could they suppress the dragon vein? There should be another sect as well. Li Haoran said seriously. The Peony sect? Long Wanqing's expression changed. That's right. The Peony sect is as old as the Great Feng Mafia family and the Dragon Pinning sect. Furthermore, it is located in the center of 9-5 Island. If it were a go board, it would be at the Heaven's Origin. The Heaven's Origin suppresses the dragon head. Li Haoran's expression changed. Peony? Peony? I remember now. Gu Hai, you said that Feng Ling is the key to the go puzzle. Feng Ling has a peony tattoo on her head. The peony is the key to this go puzzle. Doesn't that mean that the Peony sect? Long Wanqing's eyes suddenly lit up. The Peony sect? Perhaps. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai had actually guessed this long ago. He just did not mention it. Since that is the case, Long Wanqing, take your dragon-luring jade and come with me to the Peony sect immediately. Li Haoran said, immediately. Long Wanqing looked at Ding Rue's corpse and then at Li Haoran. Then she nodded and said, all right, wait. Gu Hai suddenly called out. Huh. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Hall Master, with such a huge commotion at the Dragon Pinning sect, I think that Venerable Lu Nian will arrive soon. You should wait for Venerable Lu Nian before leaving, Gu Hai advised. Li Haoran narrowed his eyes at Gu Hai. Then he turned his head to Long Wanqing and said, Long Wanqing, time waits for no one. The sooner we go, the better. When Venerable Lu Nian arrives, he will know that we are going to the Peony sect. He will catch up soon. Long Wanqing nodded. Clearly, she wanted to go with Li Haoran. However, Gu Hai glanced at Li Haoran with a slightly sullen expression. Although they had only interacted briefly, Gu Hai's sharp senses told him that this Li Haoran was not as bright as he appeared. Hall Master, do you trust Venerable Lu Nian? Gu Hai asked as he looked at Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing remained silent for a while before replying. Of course. My mother entrusted me to Venerable Lu Nian in the past. In that case, please wait for Venerable Lu Nian for a while longer. He will be here soon, Gu Hai said. Gu Hai, you keep hindering Long Wanqing from going with me. What is the meaning of this? Would I harm Long Wanqing? I am under orders to protect Long Wanqing, Li Haoran said coldly. Indeed. Gu Hai, don't worry. Battalion Commander Li once saved my life. I will be fine. Venerable Lu Nian will catch up to us soon, Long Wanqing said immediately. Long Wanqing insisted on going her own way, ignoring Gu Hai's advice. This made Gu Hai anxious. Hall Master, sorry for the offense. Gu Hai suddenly said sullenly. Xing. Suddenly, Gu Hai placed the crimson saber on Long Wanqing's neck, showing a cold light on his face. Huh. Long Wanqing immediately goggled. Li Haoran also goggled. What is Gu Hai doing? Is he kidnapping Long Wanqing? Li Haoran, if you are doing your job to protect Long Wanqing, then please move back. Otherwise, I will attack Long Wanqing. Gu Hai said sullenly. Li Haoran stared at Gu Hai with a terrifyingly sullen expression. Gu Hai, are you crazy? Long Wanqing suddenly shouted in rage. Move back. Gu Hai shouted at Li Haoran. Chapter 140. Gu Hai placed his saber on Long Wanqing's neck. This scene stunned the countless cultivators in the surroundings. What's going on? Why is Gu Hai holding the elite hall master hostage? Isn't Gu Hai here to save the elite hall master? What is he doing? The cultivators who crawled out of the rubble could not understand this scene. Li Haoran showed a sullen expression. The Shunji battalion disciples also showed confused expressions. Who would have thought that Gu Hai would hold Long Wanqing hostage? Gu Hai, Li Haoran said, sinisterly. Battalion Commander Li, move back. Gu Hai said coldly. However, Li Haoran stood where he was, looking at Gu Hai coldly. Gu Hai, are you crazy? Long Wanqing shouted angrily. What's wrong with me? I just got held hostage by Ding Rue. Now, I get held hostage by Gu Hai? Do you still respect me, the hall master, at all? Hall master, sorry for the offense. Gu Hai said sullenly. Humph. Gu Hai, how bold of you. Don't think that I will indulge you just because you saved me earlier. If you still do not let go of me, you will lose all your credit for saving me earlier. You will also be committing an offense against your superiors. Long Wanqing said angrily. Hall Master, you are wrong. Gu Hai said sullenly. Huh. I did not save you to gain credit. Even now, I do not know much about Elite Hall. Why would I risk my life to save you? Gain credit? No, I am just repaying a debt of gratitude. After I received news of you being held captive, I killed my way from the Clear River sect to the First Song sect. Then, I killed my way to the Dragon Pinning sect. This is all to repay you for helping me reach the innate realm in the past. I do not need credit for saving you, nor is there any need for any credit. I just want to hand you over to Venerable Lu Nian. I have already repaid my debt of gratitude. Now, we are just one step away from the door. Hall Master, please wait patiently for a moment. Gu Hai said solemnly. Long Wanqing did not know whether to laugh or cry at Gu Hai's explanation. Repay a favor? All right, I admit that you have finished repaying your debt of gratitude. All right, let go of me now. Long Wanqing said with a bitter smile. No, Hall Master, it's not that I don't want to let you go. It's just that your thoughts aren't clear. If I let you go, you'll immediately fall into a dead end. Then, everything will be for naught. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Unclear thoughts? What did you say? Long Wanqing said indignantly. Isn't that so? Just now, Ding Rue personally said that Li Haoran was the murderer of your mother. Whether it was true or not, shouldn't you be a little wary of Li Haoran? You didn't. You listened to everything he said. What did you think of your mother's death? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. I already said that it wasn't Li Haoran. Long Wanqing said angrily. How can you guarantee that? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Do I need to guarantee that? He was sent by my grandfather to protect me. He saved my life in the past. It's impossible for him to harm me. Ding Rue is crazy. Long Wanqing said angrily. But he killed Ding Rue to silence her. Don't you find it strange? Gu Hai said coldly. He made a mistake. Long Wanqing said gloomily. That's what you think. Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai, what do you mean? Long Wanqing shouted. I've always told my sons that when you look at something, you can't just look at it from a subjective point of view. Now that you're looking at it from a subjective point of view, how are you going to avenge your mother? Not only will you not be able to avenge her, but you'll also put yourself in danger. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Why do you have the same tone as maternal grandfather? Humph. Gu Hai, I'm not your son. I don't need you to teach me that. Long Wanqing said gloomily. In that case, let me ask you this. Do you know who killed your mother? Gu Hai asked sullenly. So what if I don't? If you don't know, why are you so sure that Li Haoran is not the murderer? Is it because he saved you, or is it because you admire him? Gu Hai asked coldly. You. Long Wanqing felt extremely angry. Before the truth emerges, anyone can be the murderer. Gu Hai said sullenly. Don't interfere in my matters. Let go of me. Long Wanqing shouted. Sorry, Hall Master. I can ignore your matters, but I just need you to wait for a while. Once Venerable Lu Nian arrives, I will release you. Wait patiently. It will be just a while. It will be fine, Gu Hai said. You. Gu Hai. I will definitely teach you a lesson. You lunatic. Long Wanqing said angrily. I am not crazy. I just don't trust Li Haoran. When Venerable Lu Nian arrives, I will apologize to you, Gu Hai said sullenly. Humph. Long Wanqing snorted helplessly. Gu Hai held Long Wanqing as he looked coldly at Li Haoran. Battalion Commander Li, if you are really here to protect Hall Master, please move back and wait for Venerable Lu Nian to arrive. Li Haoran did not move back. Instead, he looked coldly at Gu Hai. Then, he revealed a cold smile. Gu Hai? Gu Hai? I hated this name the first time I heard of you in the innate puzzle world. Now, I realize that you are even more detestable than your name. Li Haoran did not move back. Instead, he stepped forward. Move back. Gu Hai barked while glaring. Li Haoran revealed a cold smile and said, Do you dare to hurt Long Wanqing? Do you dare? Li Haoran took another step forward. Gu Hai's face sank as he leaped up. Bang! Li Haoran held Long Wanqing hostage and leaped from one peak to another, appearing afraid. Countless cultivators in the distance showed confused expressions. Why does this scene look so strange? Seeing Gu Hai move back, Li Haoran became even more insatiable, taking another step forward. You don't dare, right? You don't dare to hurt Long Wanqing, right? You said that you are repaying a debt of gratitude. If you hurt Long Wanqing, you will be repaying kindness with enmity. Are you repaying a debt of gratitude? Li Haoran said coldly as he flew over. Bang! Gu Hai moved back again and leaped onto another peak. Let go of Long Wanqing. Otherwise, I won't be polite anymore. Li Haoran said coldly as he flew over again. Bang! Gu Hai suddenly retreated to a valley. You already have nowhere to go. Let go of Long Wanqing. Otherwise, this finger strike of mine will make you rest in this valley forever. Li Haoran said coldly. As Li Haoran spoke, he extended a finger and pointed a manifested finger at Gu Hai. It looked like he could instantly pierce through Gu Hai's head with just a thought. Gu Hai, let go of me. You are not a match for Li Haoran. Long Wanqing said anxiously. Hall Master, did you notice? Li Haoran is not willing to take a step back for you. Gu Hai said with a cold smile. Gu Hai, you already have nowhere to go. Since you are seeking death, don't blame me for this. Li Haoran said coldly. Retreat? Do you think that I'm retreating? Gu Hai retorted coldly. Buzz. Suddenly, surging fog appeared around Li Haoran. In an instant, the fog enveloped several peaks. What? Long Wanqing revealed a trace of surprise. She saw a halberd slashing toward Li Haoran from the fog behind him. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might is unparalleled. A loud roar rang out as the halberd slashed down with overwhelming might. Be careful! Long Wanqing cried out in alarm. Li Haoran's expression changed. He did not expect a sneak attack from behind. With a flip of his hand, the manifested finger disappeared. A golden sword appeared and slashed toward the halberd. Boom! The golden sword and the halberd collided. A loud sound rang out, and the valley shook. Countless rocks shot up into the sky. Gu Hai took this opportunity to jump to the edge of the valley. The 28-line pair world formation? That's not right. Didn't Gu Hai kidnap Long Wanqing? Who's controlling the formation? Why is there the 28-line pair world formation? Many cultivators showed shock on their faces. The halberd and the golden sword were in a stalemate. The two ferocious auras clashed ferociously, stirring up strong winds. However, this happened in the fog. Several hundred of Gu Hai's subordinates, led by Shangguan Hen, protected Gu Qin. Gu Qin held a go board made of spirit stones with a ferocious expression. The group of evil men took turns sending veritable energy into Gu Qin's body. Father, I'm not late, right? Gu Qin guffawed. Gu Hai jumped with Long Wanqing and headed for the ritual array. You came just in time. That was faster than I expected. Gu Hai guffawed. It's all thanks to the flying ship. Gu Qin guffawed. Humph. You're about to die, and you still have time for nonsense? Li Haoran snorted coldly. The golden sword in Li Haoran's hand suddenly released a dazzling golden light, and its might skyrocketed. Boom. The huge force seemed like it would knock the halberd back. Oh no! Father! Gu Qin exclaimed, his expression changing. Place the go piece, Tian Yuan. Gu Hai shouted. Clack! Gu Qin placed a go piece in the ritual array. I am Xiang Yu. With me, I am undefeatable. Roar! Suddenly, a giant appeared in the ritual array. The giant held the halberd and chopped down with all its might. Boom! The huge impact caused the valley beneath Li Haoran's feet to sink. The golden longsword was blocked. The 28-line pair world ritual array? Li Haoran showed a cold expression. Golden force break. Li Haoran suddenly burst out with a brilliant golden light. He looked like a sun, instantly illuminating the sky. Boom! A huge boom rang out as the enormous valley exploded, and the surrounding mountains shattered. The powerful force shattered the halberd and the 28 heavens and Earth's warp grand spell formation, and then exploded. A strong force immediately knocked back Gu Qin, Shangguan Hen, and the group of evil men. The hundreds of evil men controlling the ritual array could not withstand Li Haoran's furious strike. The ritual array shattered, and the evil men fell not far from Gu Hai, crying out in pain. Li Haoran glared at Gu Hai, who was in the crowd. Adoptive father, this child does not have a good grasp of the ritual array. I have embarrassed adoptive father, Gu Qin said bitterly. The 28-line pair world ritual array is only SOSO, Li Haoran said with disdain. Gu Hai's expression turned sullen. He reached for the compressed space in his authority token, wanting to take out Li Qinghe's snake-haired head. However, he did not know if the snake-haired head could deal with Li Haoran. Only SOSO? That is because you have not seen the true 28-line pair world ritual array. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Li Haoran. The 9th young master? Gu Hai raised his eyebrows in shock. Battalion commander, be careful! The Shinji battalion disciples in the distance exclaimed. Behind Li Haoran, countless clouds appeared out of thin air. Within the clouds, a peacock plume suddenly appeared. As the peacock plume brushed forward, two storms swept up in the void. A sharp sound rang out, causing everyone's heart to palpitate. Under the azure peacock plume, all techniques break. Chop! A cold voice rang out as the peacock plume chopped down at Li Haoran. Chapter 141. The peacock plume slashed at Li Haoran with a destructive might. Before the peacock plume arrived, the rocks beneath it were crushed by the powerful pressure. The ninth young master's cloud beast is the great Myojin? Gu Hai was shocked. The grand formation could condense the image of a fierce general. Gu Hai's cloud beast was the overlord Xiangyu. However, the ninth young master's cloud beast was the great Myojin. Li Haoran knew the peacock plume was extraordinary when he saw the aura. His expression darkened as he stepped toward the grand formation. The golden sword in his hand slashed out a huge golden energy sword. Boom! The golden sword and the peacock plume clashed, creating a super strong storm. The huge shockwave swept up the dust in the surroundings. What do you think? Shunji Battalion Commander? Ha 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 ha. The ninth young master's laughter rang out. Humph! Li Haoran shouted. His body shone with a dazzling golden light. He charged into the grand formation with a loud boom. Rumble! Golden and white lights immediately shot out from the grand formation. The peacock plume and the golden sword clashed repeatedly. Rocks and dust rose into the air. The grand formation was already enveloped by the grand formation. With the dust and rocks flying everywhere, the surrounding cultivators could not see clearly. Retreat, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. He grabbed Long Wanqing and led his subordinates to retreat quickly. Gu Hai, it's all your fault. Long Wanqing shouted gloomily. Hall Master, I hope I'm wrong. Sorry for the inconvenience. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. The group quickly retreated into the distance. Rumble. The battle between the ninth young master and Li Haoran intensified. The center of the battle became even more chaotic. How did you get here? Gu Hai looked at Guqin. Venerable Lu Nian arranged for the hall master's 3 servants to be treated in our Gu residence. Then he went to look for the hall master. Later, we received a letter from our father. After making all the arrangements, Branch Minister Shangguan was prepared to bring the Yellow Legion over. However, the hall master's 3 servants lent the hall master's White Cloud flying ship to us. As the flying ship is extremely fast, I wanted to come and take a look. However, when I arrived, I was stopped outside the dragon pinning sect. You came just in time. When I saw you earlier, I thought I was mistaken, Gu Hai said with a smile. As soon as I received my father's signal, I asked Director Shangguan and the others to set up the formation. Guqin smiled. Shangguan Hen, Ding Rui's body. Gu Hai looked at Shanghai Hen. Don't worry, my lord. I have already arranged for my subordinates to collect the corpse. Shangguan Hen said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. With Shangguan Hen around, Xiao Chun did not have to worry much. The group retreated again and again. However, Long Wanqing looked at the distant ritual array worriedly, sulking at Gu Hai. Rumble. The battle was extremely ferocious. The Shinji Battalion disciples tried to charge in several times, but they were all forced back, feeling incredibly anxious. This wait lasted for 4 hours. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of light shot over from the horizon. Boom! It was a flying ship that had arrived in front of them in an instant. Venerable Lu Nian! Gu Hai shouted. The flying ship immediately stopped before Gu Hai. Venerable Lu Nian looked at Long Wanqing in pleasant surprise. However, when Venerable Lu Nian saw Gu Hai's crimson saber against Long Wanqing's neck, his face sank. Venerable Lu Nian, I'll leave the hall master to you. I have repaid the favor to the hall master, Gu Hai said with a smile. After saying that, Gu Hai let go of Long Wanqing. Whoosh! Venerable Lu Nian instantly arrived before Long Wanqing, shielding her behind him. Hall master, are you all right? Venerable Lu Nian asked worriedly. Venerable Lu Nian, capture that maniac Guhai for me. Long Wanqing said, angrily. Hall Master, my father saved you. Guqin immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Oh, Venerable Lu Nian revealed some doubt. Venerable Lu Nian turned his head and saw the Shinji battalion's flying ship not far away. He did save me. However, he went against his superiors. Venerable Lu Nian, help me capture Guhai. I feel uncomfortable. Long Wanqing said, angrily. What's going on? Venerable Lu Nian asked, feeling confused. Although Long Wanqing was angry, Venerable Lu Nian could tell that Long Wanqing could only throw a tantrum like a child. She was not that serious. Guhai did not hide anything, recounting what happened earlier to Venerable Lu Nian. Oh, that is Li Haoran. Venerable Lu Nian suddenly narrowed his eyes. Hall Master, I offended you earlier. Now that Venerable Lu Nian is here, I have already returned the favor. Regardless of whether I offended my superiors or held Hall Master hostage, I only wanted to return Hall Master a favor. Now that the favor is done, I have nothing else to ask for. I will return this Crimson Saber to Hall Master. Also, this is Elite Hall's Water Division medallion. Once I retrieve the items inside, I will return them to Hall Master. Division Master Gu, what are you doing? Venerable Lu Nian immediately stopped Guhai. Division Master Gu, this time, Hall Master is fine because you risked your life to protect her. How can Hall Master blame you? Please return the Water Division Master Gu's Water Division Master. You are already the Water Division Master. No one can erase your identity, Venerable Lu Nian said, as he blocked Guhai. Guhai frowned slightly, looking like he wanted to say something. Hall Master. Venerable Lu Nian looked at Long Wanqing with a stern expression. I did not say that I wanted to remove him from his position, Long Wanqing said, feeling somewhat wronged. Division Master Gu, please take back your order. Now that Elite Hall is in trouble, we will need Division Master Gu's help. Hall Master is inexperienced and does not see many things as clearly as Division Master Gu. Division Master Gu also needs to provide more assistance. Don't mention returning the token again, Venerable Lu Nian said solemnly. But Guhai looked at Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing showed an increasingly wronged expression. However, when she saw Venerable Lu Nian suddenly glaring at her, she pouted and said, I will listen to Venerable. Guhai looked at Long Wanqing in confusion. Division Master Gu, you had better put it away. Hall Master, and I have made a pact. I can make the decision on this matter, Venerable Lu Nian said. All right, I'll keep it for now. However, I will be leaving soon. I will return this Crimson Saber to Hall Master. Guhai put away the token and handed over the Crimson Saber. Venerable Lu Nian glared at Long Wanqing. Long Wanqing felt even more wronged. She looked at Guhai and said, Division Master Gu, I'll leave this Crimson Saber to you, for now. Guhai looked at Venerable Lu Nian in confusion. At this moment, Guhai finally understood. Although Venerable Lu Nian was usually very easygoing, once he made a decision, Long Wanqing would not go against it. Venerable Lu Nian was like a teacher, teaching Long Wanqing how to behave and how to handle things, including how to control Elite Hall. Once Long Wanqing made a mistake, Venerable Lu Nian would definitely help her correct it. Division Master Gu, if not for you, Hall Master would have been in grave danger. Although this saber is precious, it is definitely not as precious as Hall Master's life. Just keep it for now. In the future, when Hall Master's maternal grandfather wants to take it back, you can return it. Just treat it as gratitude for your contribution this time, Venerable Lu Nian said solemnly. All right. Many thanks, Hall Master. Guhai nodded. Then Venerable Lu Nian asked Long Wanqing for some details. As Venerable Lu Nian listened, he looked at Gu Hai with a strange light in his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in the distance, and thousands of rocks exploded. The battle between Li Haoran and the ninth young master came to a stop. The fog scattered. A person stood on each of the two peaks, the golden-armored Li Haoran and the white-clad ninth young master. The two exchanged glances. For a moment, neither made a move. A disciple of the Sky Chess Pavilion? Li Haoran asked coldly. Ninth young master smiled faintly and said, "Back then, you made a big fuss in the innate puzzle world, saying that if not for old Mr. Guanqi, you would have flattened the Heavenly Go Pavilion. Is the Sky Chess Pavilion so weak in your eyes? What do you think of me?" Li Haoran retorted with a sullen expression. "Who are you to the Sky Chess Pavilion? How come I have never heard of you before?" Clearly, Li Haoran did not gain the upper hand in the earlier battle. "I am just a nameless junior. I am the weakest member of the Sky Chess Pavilion," the ninth young master said with a smile. Of Guanqi's 9 sons, the ninth young master was indeed the weakest. The weakest? Li Haoran showed an unsightly expression. "Is this a slap to my face?" Whoosh! Suddenly, the ninth young master's subordinate steered the flying ship to the ninth young master's side. The ninth young master stepped onto the flying ship. "You want to leave?" Li Haoran's expression turned cold. "You can't do anything to me, right?" the ninth young master said with a sinister smile. "Humph!" Li Haoran snorted coldly. However, he did not object. The ninth young master turned his head and suddenly looked in Gu Hai's direction. "Mr. Good, you owe me a favor," the ninth young master guffawed. Li Haoran turned his head to look in Gu Hai's direction. When he saw Venerable Lu Nian, his expression sank. However, Gu Hai looked at the ninth young master. Then he bowed slightly and said, "Many thanks. If there is a chance in the future, I will return the favor." Ha 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 ha. With your promise, this trip to 9-5 Island was not in vain. We have already lingered here for some time. It is time to leave. Let's meet again in the future, the ninth young master said with a smile. Whoosh! The flying ship quickly flew off in a certain direction. Gu Hai sent off the ninth young master with his eyes. Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at Gu Hai curiously. Didn't Gu Hai fall out with the Sky Chess Pavilion's disciple? What was going on earlier? Is Gu Hai very familiar with that Sky Chess Pavilion disciple? Who is that person? Even Li Haoran can't do anything to him? The countless surrounding cultivators showed curious expressions. However, Gu Hai and Venerable Lu Nian looked at Li Haoran together. "Battalion Commander Li, didn't you want to bring Hall Master to the Peony sect earlier? This old man will go with you. I hope that Battalion Commander Li does not mind," Venerable Lu Nian said with a faint smile. Li Haoran's eyebrows trembled slightly as he suppressed his emotions. Then he forced a smile and said, "How could this old man dare to dislike Venerable? It would be great if Venerable could follow me." "Division Master Gu, you are very capable." Li Haoran suddenly looked coldly at Gu Hai. "Battalion Commander Li, you are too polite." Gu Hai did not budge. "Will Division Master Gu come with us?" Li Haoran asked seriously. "No need. I am no longer interested in the dragon vein." Gu Hai shook his head. "Huh." Li Haoran felt slightly stunned. "Hall Master Venerable Lu Nian, Gu Hai will take his leave first," Gu Hai said with a slight bow. After saying that, Gu Hai quickly led his subordinates away. As Long Wanqing watched Gu Hai leave, the grievance in her eyes disappeared, replaced by embarrassment. After listening to Gu Hai and Venerable Lu Nian's descriptions, Long Wanqing understood what Gu Hai had done during this time. Entering the First Song sect, the Clear River sect, and the dragon-pinning sect were all dangerous places. To save her, Gu Hai did not hesitate, risking his life. In the end, she was still blaming him. Gu Hai, sorry for earlier. Long Wanqing called out to Gu Hai's back. Gu Hai suddenly stopped and turned around. When he saw Long Wanqing's sincere apology, Gu Hai smiled knowingly. After nodding, Gu Hai did not say anything else. Then, he quickly led Gu Qin and the others away. Chapter 142. 500 kilometers of rubble. Not long after Gu Hai's group left, the Xinji Battalion's flying ship, Long Wanqing, and Venerable Lu Nian left as well, leaving behind a group of shocked cultivators digesting what happened earlier. In a corner, Montez leaned against a large rock as Feng Ling helped Montez apply medicine. As Montez watched Gu Hai leave, his expression turned sullen. This Gu Hai is truly a demonic genius. The stronger he is, the stronger he becomes. He is like a ghost. If you continue to fight for the dragon vein, you will have a headache. Are you giving up? That's fine as well. Montez turned his head and looked in the direction the Xinji Battalion's flying ship left. The Peony sect? I should have thought of that long ago. Unfortunately, the Peony sect has been closed to visitors. Humph. You can't close your sect this time, right? Montez said coldly. Huss. Husband, I've already bandaged your wounds. Feng Ling said in a trembling voice as she bit her lip. What's wrong? Are you afraid of me? Montez looked at Feng Ling with raised eyebrows. No. Feng Ling showed some fear in her eyes. After sighing slightly, Montez pulled Feng Ling over and said, All right, everything will pass. After I obtain the dragon vein and establish a nation, you will be my empress. I will treat you well. Feng Ling bit her lip, but did not say anything. Let's go then. We will go to the Peony sect now, the last sect on 9-5 Island, Montez said seriously. Gu Hai led his subordinates to a hidden, ruined valley. Gu Hai placed the crimson saber into the authority token space, and he waited quietly. Gu Qin ran over from a nearby mound and said, Adoptive father, the Xinji Battalion's flying ship left. Gu Hai nodded. Adoptive father, the Peony sect has the dragon vein. Are you really not going? Gu Qin asked out of curiosity. Shaking his head, Gu Hai said seriously, I have no advantage if I go now. Instead, I will be restricted. What's the point of going? Foster father is still preparing to fight for the dragon vein. Gu Hai shook his head and said, I'm not sure yet. If there's a chance, we'll try. If there's no chance, we'll only hurt ourselves. Yes, my lord, Ding Rui's corpse is here. Shang Guanhen said. Not far away, several evil men carried Ding Rui's corpse over. However, Ding Rui's corpse was too horrible to look at. Father, what do you want this corpse for? We just need to search for the Fire Branch Leader's token. Gu Qin asked curiously. Shang Guanhen handed the Fire Helm token to Gu Hai. Its shape was very similar to the Water Helm token and the Earth Helm token, but there was a flame pattern on it. Looking at Ding Rui's corpse, Gu Hai said in a low voice, Ding Rui's death is not to be regretted, but after all, she knew about the death of Long Wanqing's mother. She is dead, but her corpse is still here. We can't get anything out of her, but when the unborn man returns in the future, maybe we can use the corpse to find the human soul. Human soul? Gu Qin asked doubtfully. That's right. Make a grave for her. Hopefully, it can preserve her human soul, and it will be helpful to Long Wanqing and the others in the future. Gu Hai nodded. My lord, I might have to disappoint you, Shang Guanhen said with a bitter smile. Oh, Li Haoran's palm strike seemed to be casual, but it landed on Ding Rui's head. It should have contained some soul-destroying power. Ding Rui's 3 souls should have been completely destroyed by Li Haoran. Shang Guanhen said, Seriously? Destroyed 3 souls? Gu Hai's face sank. Shang Guanhen nodded, but he did not explain. Li Haoran, what a good plan, Gu Hai said coldly. My lord, what should we do with Ding Rui's corpse? Shang Guanhen asked. Bury it, Gu Hai sighed softly. Yes, everyone quickly buried Ding Rui's corpse. However, Gu Qin took out a ring and gently waved his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flying ship appeared before everyone. It was Long Wanqing's white cloud flying ship. Hall Master's 3 servants lent it to me. Naturally, I have to return it later, Gu Qin said with a smile. Looking at Gu Qin, Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, Never mind. You did not return it to Long Wanqing earlier. So be it. She is with Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian still has another one. Let's go back to the residence, then. With that, everyone boarded the flying ship. A subordinate started the flying ship and soared into the sky, quickly flying into the distance. On the flying ship, Gu Hai changed out of his dirty clothes in a room. At the same time, he checked Ding Rui's authority medallion. Ding Rui was already dead, so Xiao Chen easily refined the authority medallion. Soon, he sensed the space inside. There were tens of thousands of superior-grade spirit stones in the space. When Gu Hai saw this, he sighed. Aside from the spirit stones, there were some miscellaneous items that belonged to Ding Rui. There were some books, cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, and daily necessities. There were also some sabers and swords. Ding Rui does not have a flying ship. She is not here. Gu Hai felt somewhat regretful. Aside from cultivation techniques, which were of some use to Gu Hai, there was nothing new. However, when Xiao Chen checked the items, he found a small box. Oh, Gu Hai took out the box. The box was very exquisite. It was stored separately in the authority medallion's space. Gu Hai felt somewhat curious, so he gently opened the small box. There was a letter in the box. As Gu Hai held the letter, he remained silent for a while. In the end, Gu Hai did not open the letter. Instead, he carefully placed it back in the box. Venerable Lu Nian is not in a rush to retrieve this authority medallion. He probably did not forget about it, but wants to drag me into this. Huh. Gu Hai showed a complicated expression. Clack! Gu Hai closed the box and placed it back in the authority medallion's space. After changing into a set of clean clothes, Gu Hai stepped out of the room and walked to the deck. As he stood on the deck, he watched the flying ship fly quickly. Adoptive father, 9-5 Island has 5 large sects that control 6 mortal regions. However, 4 of those sects are already destroyed. Only the Peony sect remains. In that case, most of these mortal nations will belong to my Gu residence in the future. Adoptive father, why don't we take a look at the 6 mortal regions? Gu Qin asked with some anticipation. We have plenty of time in the future. Right now, 9-5 Island is not peaceful. Let's return first. Gu Hai shook his head. All right, then, Gu Qin said somewhat regretfully, let's take things one step at a time. The region we live in has 5 nations. There are many things to do when we return, Gu Hai said with a smile. Yes. On the Shinji Battalion's flying ship. There were also many palaces on the flying ship. At the entrance of one of the palaces, Venerable Lu Nian placed his hands on Long Wanqing's back, trying to break the seal on her. Li Haoran looked at Venerable Lu Nian from the deck in the distance with a sullen expression. He seemed to be in a bad mood. An armored, azure-faced man stood at the side. Gao Lu Sheng, there is something I need you to do. Li Haoran said, seriously. Yes, battalion commander, please give me your instructions. The azure-faced man said solemnly, you arrived in the Yuanying state not long ago, right? You will lead the team and kill Gu Hai. Li Haoran said, seriously. Huh. Yes. Gao Lushing answered, not rejecting the order. Li Haoran leaned on the railing and looked into the distance. 9-5 Island is a trap set up by Old Man Guanxi. That sky chess pavilion disciple valued Gu Hai so highly. There must be a connection. Although Gu Hai said that he would not participate in the fight for the dragon vein, accidents are inevitable. I do not wish for any accidents to happen. Hence, Gu Hai needs to die. You are the only one who can do it. Yes. However, this subordinate is worried. Gao Lushing said with a frown. I know that Gu Hai is very strong. Take 1,000 Shinji battalion disciples with you. Also, try not to do it yourself. I will give you some treasures. Use them to bribe fugitives to kill Gu Hai, Li Haoran said seriously. Yes, this subordinate happens to know a few Yuanying State disciples on 9-5 Island. They are all bandits of the Thousand Islands Sea. Gao Lushing nodded. This ring contains the treasures to bribe them. Go and pick your men. Li Haoran handed over a ring. Yes. Gao Lushing answered. Gao Lushing quickly went to pick his subordinates. The flying ship stopped at a mountain peak for a short time. Then 1,000 Shinji battalion disciples jumped off the flying ship and rushed into the distance. Pooh! Long Wanqing vomited a mouthful of blood as surging energy radiated from his body. Venerable Lu Nian, the seal is undone. Many thanks, Venerable. Long Wanqing looked at his hands excitedly. However, Fu Shui's seal is rather strange, so it took a little longer. Venerable Lu Nian smiled as he stood up. Hey! Long Wanqing raised his eyebrows. He happened to see 1,000 Shinji battalion disciples leaving the flying ship. Just at this moment, Li Haoran walked over from afar. Battalion Commander Li, why are they leaving? Long Wanqing asked, feeling confused. I sent them to do something. Don't worry. Li Haoran smiled. Is that so? Long Wanqing showed a slightly complicated expression. After chatting for a while, Li Haoran returned to his residence. Long Wanqing stood on the deck, looking at the Shinji battalion disciples leaving with a heavy heart. Venerable, do you think those 1,000 Shinji battalion disciples are going to deal with Gu Hai? Long Wanqing looked at Venerable Lu Nian worriedly. Long Wanqing's experience in society was shallow. However, this did not mean that he was stupid. After thinking about it for a while, Long Wanqing could guess. I hope so. Venerable Lu Nian smiled as he looked into the distance. Ah. Long Wanqing said worriedly. Don't worry. This Gu Hai is not easy to deal with. Gao Lushing should not be able to defeat Gu Hai. Venerable Lu Nian said seriously as he looked into the distance. However, what if he sneak attacked? Long Wanqing asked with a frown. A sneak attack would be better. It would be best to anger Gu Hai. Huh. Venerable Lu Nian laughed. Long Wanqing, don't worry. Gu Hai will be fine. He is very tough. However, you have to be careful when you enter the peony sect. Venerable Lu Nian said seriously. Yes. Chapter 143. 10 days later, in the Jin Nation, in the royal court, the atmosphere in the royal court was very heavy. The officials did not say a word as they looked at the emperor on the dragon throne. A yellow-robed official in the middle of 2 rows of officials made a report with an unsightly expression. Your Majesty, the Chun nation is now completely loyal to the Gu residents. The entire nation has submitted to the Gu residents. Now, Gao Xinji is leading the Chun nation's army, no, the Gu residents' army, into my Jin nation. This time, he is coming with a strong momentum, attacking 4 nations at the same time. There have already been brief clashes at the front lines. The Chun nation, Chun Liangyi submitted to Gu Hai just like that. Did he not resist at all? The Jin Emperor asked with an unsightly expression. No, I don't know what Gu Hai promised him, but Chen Liangyi cooperated fully. Gu Hai seems to have been preparing for this for a long time. He switched officials very frequently. Many of the Qin nation's officials seem to have been arranged by Gu Hai long ago. The yellow-robed official said with a complicated expression. Did they not resist? Yes, a few of the city lords were unwilling to submit to the Gu residents and rebelled. However, they were quickly suppressed. Immortals participated, and there was a bloody purge. There were still many voices of dissatisfaction within the Qin nation. However, they were quickly digested. The Qin nation no longer exists, and it belongs to the Gu residents. The yellow-robed official said respectfully. Did the citizens not resist? Very few, very few, very few. The Gu residence is the wealthiest family of the 6 nations. However, it has accumulated a lot of good reputation over the past few decades. It has an excellent reputation among the citizens. 1 year ago, the Qin nation experienced great turmoil, and the citizens' hearts wavered. They now acknowledge the Gu residents even more than the Qin nation's royal clan. Hence, the citizens have a smooth transition, the yellow-robed official said bitterly. The yellow-robed official said bitterly, Gu Hai is very ambitious. He wants to unify the 5 nations with just one residence. The Jin Emperor said with a sullen expression, Your Majesty, although the Gu residence is just one residence, its influence is no less than that of a nation. Take our nation, for example. The Gu clan's businesses have always been the leader of the business world. It is a business empire hidden in the 6th nation of the 5 nations. However, it has always been known as a residence. The yellow-robed official said with a bitter smile. The most important thing is that Gu Hai has now stepped into the cultivation world and has 3,000 immortals under his command. Our mortal army, I'm afraid. The yellow-robed official said with an ugly expression. Humph. He has 3,000 immortals. My Jin nation still has the Dragon Pinning sect, an immortal sect. The other nations also have the First Song sect and the Clear River sect. Gu Hai is angering the immortal sections. Soon he will meet with a calamity, the Jin Emperor said coldly. Reporting. The 3rd prince requests an audience. An anxious voice came from outside the hall. Oh, the 3rd prince? The 3rd prince, who entered the Dragon Pinning sect to cultivate, has returned? The officials immediately rejoiced. Let's go, the Jin Wang shouted. Soon, a group of guards carried a stretcher. On the stretcher lay a red-clothed man in a rather sorry state. There were bloodstains on his legs, wounds all over his body, and his hair was disheveled. 3rd prince. Everyone looked at the red-robed prince in surprise. Why was he being carried back? Son, what happened to you? The Jin Emperor's expression changed as he stood up from his throne. Although the 3rd prince was not the crown prince, the 3rd prince was more important than the crown prince in the Jin Emperor's eyes. This was because the 3rd prince's future development was even greater than the Jin Emperor's. The 3rd prince could cultivate to immortal ascension. Although the Jin Emperor was the emperor, his lifespan was limited. In a few decades, he would be nothing more than a lump of dirt. How could he compare to an immortal ascension? Imperial Father, this child had just returned when I heard the battle report from the front lines. I did not dare to linger and immediately rushed over. The 3rd prince said bitterly, What happened? Who injured you to this extent? Weren't you at the Dragon Pinning sect? The Jin Emperor asked in shock. The Dragon Pinning sect? Huh, it's gone. The 3rd prince said bitterly. Gone? What do you mean? Your Dragon Pinning sect has thousands of disciples. Why is it gone? The Jin Emperor asked in shock. Gu Hai went to the Dragon Pinning sect. Nearly everyone in the dragon pinning sect, including the sect master, died. Only a few dozen survived. This child survived and managed to escape, the third prince said bitterly. What? The officials immediately exclaimed. Guhai? How can that be? Didn't he just start cultivating? How could he make an enemy of your dragon pinning sect? The Gene Emperor said in shock. So what if he makes an enemy of my dragon pinning sect? Imperial Father, you still do not know, right? After Guhai returned, he first destroyed the Great Foam Mafia family. Then, he destroyed the Clear River sect. Then, he destroyed the First Song sect. Not long ago, he destroyed my dragon pinning sect. The third prince said bitterly. The officials. The Gene Emperor. He destroyed 4 large immortal sects in succession. The hall fell deathly silent. That's impossible. Is Guhai that incredible? Didn't he just reach the innate realm? Just now. The Gene Emperor said in disbelief. I heard that the First Song sect disciples died the most miserable deaths. Guhai alone slaughtered 5,000 odd First Song sect disciples. The third prince said bitterly. The Gene Emperor. The officials. The hall fell deathly silent again. Report. A messenger rushed into the hall. Reporting to your majesty, there is news from Gold Border City. We lost Gold Border City to Gao Xianji's army. The messenger reported as he knelt. The officials. The Gene Emperor. The Great Foam Mafia family. The Clear River sect. The First Song sect. The Dragon Pinning sect. The 4 large immortal sects. Guhai slaughtered them all, one after another. No wonder he wants to rule the world. No wonder he dares to rule the world. Even the Gene Nation's backer is destroyed. Guhai, Guhai. The Gene Emperor showed a sullen expression as he clenched his fists. However, he felt powerless to resist. Dom, 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 dom. Drum beats came from outside the hall. What's going on? The Gene Emperor looked outside. Soon, a guard rushed into the hall and said, reporting to your majesty, the Gu Residence's Merchant Association's manager, Tang Chu, requested an audience with your majesty. However, he was stopped, so he beat the heaven-shaking drum to request an audience with your majesty. The heaven-shaking drum? Only those with great grievances would strike the heaven-shaking drum, which can reach the heavens. No matter what the grievance is, those who strike the heaven-shaking drum will be flogged 80 times to show their dragon might. Then, the Gu Residence's first manager is striking the heaven-shaking drum? The third prince exclaimed in shock. At this moment, no one would mention not being flogged 80 times. Summon him. The Gene Emperor ordered. No, Assistant Minister of Rights, go and receive him. The Gene Emperor immediately ordered. Yes, an official immediately left the hall. The atmosphere in the hall turned heavy. As the third prince was carried to the side, he showed an incredibly complicated expression. Soon, the Assistant Minister of Rights led a white-haired old man over. Although this old man had white hair, he looked very spirited. His eyes were extremely sharp. 2 black-robed men followed behind him, looking like they were protecting him at all times. Manager Tang, please. The Assistant Minister of Rights said extremely politely. Manager Tang smiled faintly, and a feeling of exaltation flashed in his eyes. Back when he was in charge of the Gu Residence's businesses in the Gene Nation, many people looked down on him. All the officials here looked down on him in the past. Aside from liking his money, they all looked down on him. Now, the country was about to change. How could Manager Tang not be in a good mood? After entering the hall, Manager Tang did not greet the Gene Emperor immediately. Instead, he looked at the 2 black-robed guards behind him. Many thanks for protecting me along the way, Manager Tang said with a slight bow. Manager Tang, we are here on the orders of the minister. You don't have to worry about us. Just do what you need to do, one of the black-robed men said. Shopkeeper Tang nodded. Only now did the officials notice Manager Tang's two guards. These two are two of the 3,000 immortals under Gu Hai, using immortals to protect mortals. At first, the officials did not understand. Then they felt horrified. From this scene, they could see Gu Hai's determination. The Gu Residence's head manager in the Jin Nation, Tang Chu, greets the Jin Nation's emperor. Tang Chu said with a slight bow. Manager Tang used the word greet instead of greet. Clearly, he was treating Tang Chu as an envoy of a nation and not an insignificant citizen of the Jin Nation. Manager Tang, are you here on behalf of Gu Hai? The Jin Emperor asked. Yes, it is my master, Manager Tang said with a smile. Your Gu residence has invaded my borders, yet you still dare to barge into my royal court, the Jin Emperor demanded coldly. Tang Chu did not fear the Jin Emperor's cold shout. Instead, he smiled faintly. Tang Chu was the head manager in charge of the Jin Nation's businesses. He had many subordinates and naturally had his own dignity. Furthermore, once he took over the Jin Nation, he would likely become the person in charge here. Soon, he would replace the current emperor. What was there to be afraid of? Jin Emperor, I am not here to argue with you. There is nothing to argue about. The third prince is here. I believe the third prince has already said everything that needs to be said, Manager Tang said with a smile. The Jin Emperor looked at Manager Tang coldly. Jin Emperor, various officials, there is no need to look at me like that. My Gu residence does not owe you anything. Instead, you owe my Gu residence countless times. From the Jin Emperor to the various ministers, none of you have ever taken money from my Gu residence. Manager Tang sneered. Huh. The various officials frowned as they looked at Manager Tang. Don't think that your Jin Nation's regime is very stable. In the past few decades, the Jin Nation had 5 floods and 6 droughts. Each time, there was a major plague, with the national treasury empty. Who was it that saved the victims and did not cause chaos? It was my Gu residence. Without my Gu residence, your Jin Nation would have fallen into chaos long ago. Is it all because of the dragon-pinning sex immortals? Have they ever cared about you? Manager Tang smiled. This year, the Jin Nation experienced a drought. There was no harvest for 5,000 kilometers of fertile land. If my Gu residence did not save you, how much grain could your national treasury take out? If the citizens had no food to eat, they would rise up and overthrow your regime, Manager Tang said seriously. Manager Tang, what are you trying to say? The Jin Emperor asked coldly. Today, on behalf of my master, I'm sending a letter of surrender to the Jin Kingdom's royal family. I hope that you can think about it carefully and cherish this opportunity to avoid suffering a great loss of life. Shopkeeper Tang handed over a silk scroll. A letter of surrender. The Jin Emperor glared. A commotion broke out among the various officials, and they immediately glared at each other. They all looked like they wanted to skin Tang Chu alive. Here is the letter of surrender. Whether you surrender or not is up to you. It is just a matter of time. Whether the citizens suffer or not does not make a difference to your outcome. Oh, right, the neighboring Kai nation has already accepted the letter of surrender. Tang Chu handed over the letter of surrender and took a step back. Jin Nation's emperor, various lords, this humble one will take his leave first. Please discuss among yourselves. Once you have made a decision, inform me. I will be staying in the Gu Residence's restaurant outside the Imperial Palace, Tang Chu said with a faint smile. After speaking, Tang Chu turned around and walked out of the hall. 2 black-robed guards followed closely behind. The Jin nation's emperor's chest heaved as he suppressed his anger. The various officials cursed angrily. However, some of them entered deep thought as a strange light flashed in their eyes. Chapter 144. Jin Nation, Jin Border City. Gao Xianji sat in the main hall of the city lord's manor, reading the battle reports coming in from all directions. Her subordinates respectfully busied themselves at the side. After reading for a long time, Gao Xianji rested for a while. She drank a cup of tea and looked at the scribes around her. At this moment, one of the old scribes looked at Gao Xianji and asked, "Grand Marshal, our army's morale is at its peak. Why don't we pursue the victory? Our Gu residents' army's goal is to conquer the world, not conquer it. We just need to win the first battle to weaken the enemy's might and intimidate the other four nations. After all, our army is limited in numbers. We cannot be greedy and advance rashly. Otherwise, we will end up in a quagmire." As a result, he failed at the last minute. Gao Xianji explained, "Yes. Furthermore, the camp is not stable yet. Many of the generals are still unconvinced, right?" Gao Xianji looked at the old scribe. Indeed, they are different from us. They were hastily appointed and dispatched to battle. We have been following the Grand Marshal for decades. Originally, when the Grand Marshal joined the Immortal sect, we thought that we would never see him again. Unexpectedly, the Grand Marshal returned. The old scribe said with a smile, "Immortal sect? It's just cultivation. You all followed me for many years. This time, I brought you all back to cultivate together." Gao Xianji said with a smile. Whoosh! The busy scribes and officials all stopped what they were doing and raised their heads. "Grand Marshal, what did you say? Is Mr. Good preparing to—" The old scribe exclaimed in shock. "There is no need to make a fuss. The Manor Lord is preparing to establish a nation because of this. Furthermore, the Manor Lord is open-minded and generous. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven. All of you work hard, and you will have your chance. The medicinal pills and cultivation techniques that immortals eat will soon be bestowed. How much you can obtain will depend on your efforts." Gao Xianji said indifferently, "Really? I also have a chance?" The old scribe said excitedly, "The 5 shopkeepers in charge of the 5 nations should have received the elixir sent by the manor head by now. Although it can't prolong one's life, it can at least prevent one from falling ill and increase one's cultivation. In the future, they will be rewarded according to their contributions." Gao Xianji explained. All the scribes were shocked. "You can spread this news and let those who are still unconvinced know that the path pointed out by the manor head is the most correct one. And those who are scheming, put away those thoughts." Gao Xianji said in a deep voice, "Yes, Grand Marshal, don't worry. We will do our best." Everyone said excitedly, "The new recruits are a mix of good and bad. I just took over. Send someone to record the discipline of the various troops. Those who ruin my Gu residence's reputation will be dealt with according to military law." Gao Xianji said, "Yes, sir." One of the officials in charge of monitoring responded, "Hulao Pass, Gu residence." In the soaring pagoda, Gu Hai sat in front of his desk, reading the battle reports from all directions. Guqin was by his side. "Adoptive father, there is news from the Kai Nation. The Kai Nation's ruler is pleading for mercy. He hopes that father will treat him well." Guqin said solemnly, "The Kai Nation? The nation that used to be subordinate to the first Song sect, right? It looks like I scared him. To think that he chose to surrender without hesitation." Gu Hai stopped reading the battle reports and picked up a cup of tea. "Adoptive father, what do you say? Give him 100 kilometers of land and the title of Baron. he can keep 1% of the national treasury. I, Gu Hai, promise him the safety of the royal court and that he will be my subjects in the future. However, the prerequisite is that he cooperates with my Gu residents to fully accept the Kai nation. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes. Also, Manager Tang and Manager Li sent news. The Jin Nation's royal court and the Lu Nation's royal court seem to be on the verge of giving in, Gu Qin said solemnly. The Jin Emperor? The Lu Emperor? Get the two managers to put some pressure on them. I don't want this to drag on for too long. Also, get Gao Xianji to make a show of force and teach the Jin Emperor and the Lu Emperor a lesson. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, I will send the news later. Adoptive father, the only one resisting now is the Zhao Nation. The Zhao Nation has the Peony sect backing them up. Their tone is firm. Gu Qin said worriedly. The Zhao Nation? Let's use the Zhao Nation to train Gao Xianji's troops. After the Jin Nation and the Lu Nation are willing to accept, Gao Xianji's army will do its best to subdue the Zhao Nation. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, inform Gao Xianji to discipline the army and not disturb the people. In the future, the entire world will belong to my Gu residents' subjects. Gu Hai said seriously. Adoptive father, rest assured. Before Gao Xianji left, I already gave her instructions. Gu Qin replied with a nod. Adoptive father, when are you going to establish a nation? Gu Qin asked with some anticipation. Wait for a while longer. It is not time yet, Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Oh, Gu Qin nodded in confusion. How's the recruitment on Tianshan's side? He managed to recruit 50 cultivators who are willing to join my Gu residents. However, they are all early-stage, innate realm loose cultivators. Surviving in the Thousand Islands Sea is difficult for cultivators. My Gu residence has a salary of spirit stones. They are just looking for a place to settle down. It's good to have a start. Gu Hai smiled as he sipped his tea. Adoptive father, are you not concerned about the Peony sect? The Peony sect hiding the dragon vein? News of this has already spread. More and more cultivators are heading there. What is the point of me paying attention to it? Just focus on conquering this mundane region first. That is the right thing to do. Gu Hai said while shaking his head. All right. Gu Qin smiled bitterly. At the same time, on a mountain peak far away from the Gu residence, the Shunji battalion's Gao Lushan led 5 bamboo hat-wearing men to the peak. They looked at the fog-shrouded Gu residence's surroundings. The 28-line pair whirled ritual array. One of the bamboo hat men asked, Gao Lushan, are you thinking of getting us to barge into the ritual array and assassinate Gu Hai? Even the East Sea Pirate King, Luo Tiange, lost to this ritual array in the past. Although we are already in the Yuaning state, we just reached it. If you want us to barge into the ritual array, aren't you just sending us to our deaths? The treasures you promised are indeed tempting. However, we need to be alive to get them, right? The 5 bamboo hat men looked at Gao Lushan. 5 monster kings. I'm sure all of you know better than me how difficult it is to cultivate to the nascent soul realm without a Dharma treasure. There are gains and losses. These 5 treasures of mine were given to me by the battalion commander. This matter is indeed risky. However, if there were no risks, such a good thing would not have landed on your heads, right? Gao Lushan smiled. The 5 bamboo hat men fell silent. Then one of them shook his head and said, However, we do not dare to touch the 28-line pair world ritual array lightly. Gu Hai is inside. If you do not assassinate him, you will not be able to obtain my treasures. Gao Lushan said seriously. The 5 fiend kings remained silent. Of course, We do not need to enter the ritual array to deal with Gu Hai, right? Gao Lusheng smiled. Oh, we can lure Gu Hai out. After all, Gu Hai is just an innate realm cultivator. You 5 fiend kings are all in the Yuanying state. You can already take human form. Can't you deal with him? Gao Lusheng smiled. The 5 fiend kings exchanged glances. In the Gu residence, just as Gu Hai was conversing with Gu Qin, a series of shouts suddenly rang out. Ah, fiend, fiend, fiend kings are eating humans. Master, save me, evil creature. How dare you cause trouble in the Gu residence? Fire the arrows. The outside world suddenly turned chaotic. A series of rumbling sounds could be heard. Huh. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he stood up and walked to the soaring pagoda's entrance. The soaring pagoda was the 28 line pair world ritual array's source. While Gu Hai stood there, he could see everything inside and outside the ritual array. He saw that the small town outside the Gu residence was in chaos. Chun Tianshan, Shangguanhen, and a group of evil men were holding their weapons, dealing with 5 colossal creatures that suddenly appeared. There were 2 giant leopards, 2 giant wolves, and 1 giant bear. All of them were over 30 meters tall and emitted an extremely ferocious aura. Surging chi exploded from the 5 great beasts, forming tornadoes. The commoners outside the town were immediately thrown to the ground by the tornadoes. Roar! The 5 fiend kings bombarded the buildings outside the small town. Then they opened their mouths and sucked. Ordinary people immediately got sucked into their mouths. After struggling in pain for a while, they were chewed and swallowed. Fire the arrows! Fire the arrows! Chun Tianshan commanded in shock and anger. The evil men quickly fired astral arrows. However, the astral shields around the 5 ferocious beasts blocked them. The Yuanying state. Gu Hai's face sank. Roar! Roar! The 5 ferocious beasts roared as they charged at the evil men. The evil men quickly scattered and fled. At the same time, they cooperated and fired arrows. However, the 5 ferocious beasts were too ferocious. With their strong destructive power, half of the small town was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Many ordinary people suffered as they screamed in horror. Bastard! Gu Hai suddenly shouted angrily. Through the ritual array, Gu Hai's voice boomed like heavenly thunder. Master! Master! Save us! The surrounding ordinary people ran towards the ritual array in horror. However, the 5 ferocious beasts seemed to be deliberately avoiding the ritual array. They blocked the ordinary people and continued killing them. Adoptive father, is this fiend king specifically targeting you? Is he trying to trick you into coming out of the ritual array? Gu Qin asked worriedly. Gu Qin, take control of the ritual array and work with me, Gu Hai said seriously. Adoptive father, you can't go out, Gu Qin said worriedly. Bang! Gu Hai took a step forward and instantly jumped out of the ritual array. When Gu Hai jumped out, a crimson saber suddenly appeared in his hand. A bloody aura immediately filled his body. Roar! Gu Hai is out. Ha ha ha! The 5 ferocious beasts immediately laughed loudly. They stopped eating the ordinary people and opened their mouths to charge at Gu Hai. In their opinion, Gu Hai was just an innate realm cultivator. No matter how strong he was, there should be a limit to his strength, right? Roar! A leopard demon rushed to the front. He took a step forward and was about to pounce on Gu Hai with a murderous aura. You're courting death. Gu Hai glared at him and slashed with the crimson saber in his hand. Boom! The crimson saber slashed out like a crimson rainbow. Half the sky was instantly dyed red. The leopard demon that was pouncing on him suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. However, it was too late. the leopard demon's claw, had already reached him. Boom! With a loud bang, the endless crimson light instantly blinded everyone's eyes. An unbelievable scene happened. The tiny Guhai was not killed. Instead, the huge leopard demon was sent flying by the saber. The protective shield shattered with a loud bang. A wound opened from his chest and stomach, and a large amount of blood spurted out. Impossible! The leopard demon, who was flying in the air and vomiting blood, looked at Guhai in horror. What? The other three demons also stopped in their tracks and looked at Guhai in shock. Guhai landed on the ground with the crimson saber. The crimson light made his entire body red. His body was surrounded by a bloody aura. He looked extremely ferocious, like a demon that had crawled out of a bloody hell. Chapter 145. The moment the crimson saber appeared, one of the 5 beasts was killed. The 5 beasts were so shocked that their expressions changed drastically. Impossible! Gao Lusheng, who was on a distant mountain peak, was shocked. In terms of pure strength, how could Guhai defeat the 5 beasts? Although the 5 beasts were beasts, they were still in the Yuanying state. Even if they had just arrived in the Yuanying state, they were still in the Yuanying state. That saber! Gao Liusheng's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was impossible for Guhai's strength and speed to increase by so much. There was only one possibility, the saber. That crimson saber, with the crimson saber in hand, Guhai's entire body turned blood red. "Be careful of that saber," the leopard beast, whose stomach had been cut open, shouted. Roar! The group of beast kings looked at Guhai coldly. "Who sent you?" Guhai asked coldly as he held the crimson saber. "You are Guhai? I heard you have century lifespan immortality peach. We are here for your immortality peach." One of the wolf beasts said coldly. I know even if you don't say it. Are you Li Haoran of the Shinji battalion?" Guhai sneered. The beast's expressions sank. Gao Lusheng, who was on a distant mountain peak, also had a grim expression. "Shangguan Hen, take your men and save the surrounding civilians." "Chen Tianshan, cooperate," Guhai called out. "Understood." Shangguan Hen and Chen Tianshan answered. Ha. Save them? You still want to save the civilians at a time, like this? Roar. The 2 wolf beasts suddenly roared and charged at Chen Tianshan. They instantly arrived before Chen Tianshan. Guhai swung his saber at them. One of the wolf beasts slashed with its claws, aiming at the energy saber. Guhai swung his crimson saber. At this moment, the other wolf beast charged at Chen Tianshan. If Guhai let his guard down, he would be torn apart. Heavenly saber! Guhai shouted. Boom! Suddenly, surging fog surged out in all directions. It was the crimson saber sending surging energy to Guhai. Guhai could drive the heavenly saber death match now. Suddenly, as the blood saber slashed out, the heavenly sabers slashed at the wolf demon on the side. Rumble! After all, there was a limit to the strength of the heavenly saber. The heavenly saber was not very strong. However, it could only inflict pain on the wolf spirit, leaving shallow saber wounds on its body. For a moment, Guhai was like a sphere surrounded by blade chi as he collided with the 2 wolves. "Come and help!" A wolf demon shouted. Roar! The group of demon monarchs pounced over. Roar! Opening his mouth, the leopard demon spat out a ball of flames towards Guhai. All of a sudden, Guhai became the target of a siege, trapped in the center of the group of demons. The crimson saber in Xiao Chen's hand was already moving at its fastest speed. However, it was extremely difficult to fight against 5 people. Boom! Suddenly, a wolf claw broke through Skyblade's area and charged toward Guhai. Rip! Gu Hai's clothes immediately tore apart, leaving a red mark on his chest. If not for Gu Hai's tough skin and the Crimson Saber's energy, his stomach would have been ripped open. Gu Hai's expression changed. Then he suddenly swung his saber at the bear demon. Xiao Chun put his full power into this saber strike. With this, the bear demon's back was wide open. Roar! The wolf demon's claw broke through Skyblade's area again and grabbed Gu Hai's back. Boom! The crimson saber chopped down, and the bear demon crashed into the Gu residence's ritual array. Ah! Oh no! The bear demon suddenly shouted. However, Gu Hai had already knocked the bear demon into the ritual array with his full power. Strength to pick up mountains, unparalleled might. A loud roar suddenly came from the ritual array. Boom! Ah! The bear demon's miserable cry came from the ritual array. Rumble! The ritual array struggled for a while. However, it seemed like the bear demon could not get out. Outside, Gu Hai sent the bear demon flying with his saber strike. However, the wolf demon clawed at his back. The wolf demon gave off a metallic sound. Boom! The wolf demon knocked Gu Hai into the air. The clothes on his back tore apart. However, his skin remained intact. How can this be? Why was there a layer of armor on your back earlier? Did I see wrongly? The wolf demon exclaimed. Earlier, Gu Hai had driven the life ender saber to grow new bones on his back, forming armor to protect his back. That was how he managed to block the wolf demon's claw. However, this claw made Gu Hai's chi and blood surge. Again, Gu Hai stepped forward and charged again. Roar! Roar! The two wolves and two leopards suddenly roared and pounced. Gu Hai had experience from earlier. Without the bear demon, he felt much less pressure. The Heavenly Saber death match revolved around Xiao Chun as the Crimson Saber repeatedly clashed with the four animal demons. The battle turned chaotic. After fighting for a while, Xiao Chun suddenly found himself in an excellent position. Again, break! Gu Hai roared. He opened up again and swung his saber at one of the wolf demons with all his might. Roar! The other three wolf demons roared and charged at Gu Hai with all their might, braving the damage from the Heavenly Saber death match to attack him. Boom! Another wolf demon crashed into the Gu residence's ritual array. No! That wolf demon shrieked miserably as it met Xiang Yu's halberd again in the ritual array. As the three wolf demons charged at Gu Hai at the same time, they knocked him into the air. His upper body was already torn, and a layer of bone armor appeared on his body. However, the bone armor vanished in an instant. Gu Hai's skin was fine. Blarg! The strong force inflicted internal injuries on Gu Hai, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Was it just a mouthful of blood? The three wolf demons looked at Gu Hai in horror. My eyes did not deceive me. Is that really armor? It was there earlier, but it's gone now? The wolf demon exclaimed. Again, Gu Hai charged at the three wolf demons while holding his saber. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. The three wolf demons quickly retreated. Even now, the three wolf demons still had not discovered that Gu Hai could not fly. However, everything happened too strangely. Again, earlier, Xiao Chun had already knocked two wolf demons into the 28 line pair world ritual array. Now, his advantage was diminishing. You want to leave? Gu Hai immediately charged at the severely injured leopard demon. That leopard demon was the most severely injured and ran the slowest. Roar! The leopard demon roared. However, it did not have a treasure. Gu Hai swung his saber and immediately injured the leopard demon's back again, causing blood to spurt out. Roar! The leopard demon cried out. Go! Gu Hai charged over with a ferocious expression. Boom! The leopard demon crashed into the Gu residence's ritual array again. No, I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my might unrivaled. Cries of alarm came from the ritual array. Only the wolf and leopard demon remained. Their expressions changed drastically as they turned around, wanting to leave. You only want to leave now. It's too late. Guhai revealed a cold smile. Ritual array, rise. Suddenly, another shout came from the distance. It was Shangguan Hen's shout. Boom. Suddenly, white fog rose from the ground, enveloping the remaining 2 wolf demons. What? The 2 wolf demons' expressions changed. However, it was too late. An azure dragon crescent blade slashed over. Guhai's figure flickered, and he vanished into the fog. Boom. Another halberd slashed down. Boom. Boom. The 2 wolf demons immediately lost their hind legs, and they fell to the ground. They looked at Xiang Yu's cloud beast in horror. Guhai stood on the cloud beast's head and looked at the 2 wolf demons coldly. You are not smart, yet you tried to assassinate me? Earlier, when I sent Shangguan Hen to protect the citizens, I just wanted him to organize the people to lay the ritual array. You want to fight me? Don't you want to see what others do? Humph. Guhai snorted coldly. Guhai, what do you want? Guhai, don't kill me. I can listen to you. I can listen to you. The 2 wolf demons cried out in horror. Guhai shook his head and said, There's no need. You are from the Yuanying state. I don't have the time to guard against you all attacking me. Whoosh. Suddenly, white fog wrapped around the 2 wolf demons. What are you doing? The 2 wolf demons asked, feeling confused. The fog made it so that Shangguan Hen and his subordinates could not see what Guhai was doing. Boom. While Xiang Yu stepped on the wolf demon, Guhai reached out and pulled out the life ender saber. Shing. The saber stabbed into the wolf demon's body. Arg. 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 Don't eat me. Arg. The wolf demon screamed in horror. The moment the wolf demon screamed, the leopard demon screamed in horror as well. Skeleton, don't eat me. Save me. Gao Lu Sheng. Save me. Gao Lu Sheng. Arg. The leopard demon and wolf demon screamed extremely shrilly, chilling Shangguan Hen and the others. However, Guhai started controlling the ritual array, enveloping the 2 wolf demons with the white fog. Everyone could only feel helpless. What did Milord do to the 2 wolf demons? It was not just Shangguan Hen's ritual array. Soon, the screams of the leopard demon, wolf demon, and bear demon came from Guqin's ritual array in the Gu residence. Arga! The 5 wolf demons' heart-wrenching screams chilled everyone's hearts. However, the commoners cheered. Kill them, old Master Gu! Kill them! My father died a miserable death. Lord Gu, kill these wolf demons and take revenge for my father. Sob, sob, sob. My son, why did you get eaten by the wolf demons? Lord Gu will take revenge for you. Pained cries rang out in the small town. On a distant mountain peak, Gao Lusheng felt a chill in his heart when he heard the screams of the 5 wolf demons in the ritual array. What exactly happened? The screams lasted for a while before stopping. Under Guhai's orders, Shangguan Hen and the others slowly dispelled the ritual array. There were still some cultivators around the small town. The citizens, the Gu residence's evil men, and the Shinji battalion's disciples watched the ritual array in the distance dispel, wanting to see what happened. When the fog scattered, the wolf demon corpses slowly appeared. No, the corpses were gone. Only a pile of bones remained. Did a demon eat their bodies? Gao Liusheng's expression changed. The scene of the first Song sect reappeared. That was the Yuanying state. That was the Yuanying state. Even after being eaten, only a pile of bones remained. Good kill. Many thanks, Lord Gu. Many thanks, Lord Gu, for taking revenge for my mother. The citizens cheered amid their grief. The cultivators watching from the small town felt a chill in their hearts. That was the Yuanying state. What kind of monster was this Gu Hai? Chen Tianshan and his subordinates gulped, feeling shocked. Deal with these bones. Gu Hai's voice came from the Gu residence's ritual array. Yes, Shang Guanhen answered. At this moment, Gu Hai had already returned to the soaring pagoda. Then, he put away the crimson saber and returned the life ender saber to his stomach. Gu Hai changed his clothes, showing an unsightly expression. The life ender saber had consumed 5 Yuanying state cultivators and returned a strong energy to Xiao Chun. It felt like it pushed his cultivation to the limits again, like he was about to break through. However, he was stuck here, feeling very uncomfortable. Providence? I need to do it quickly. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression amid his discomfort. Adoptive father, you were too incredible earlier. Gu Qin, who was not far away, still felt excited. Get Shang Guanhen to do his best to search the Gu residence's surroundings for the Xinji battalion's disciples. Find their tracks. Send people to cooperate fully. Gu Hai said. Huh. Yes. Gu Qin answered. Chapter 146. 2 months later. Gu residence. In Gu Hai's study, Gu Hai sat before his desk. Gu Qin, Shanghai Hen, Chen Tianshan, and some of the Gu residence's managers stood in front of him. Adoptive father, the Jin Nation and the Lu Nation have already taken complete control. There are still some small rebellions in the country from time to time, but they are no longer a big deal. It is normal for there to be pain during the transition period, Gu Qin said with a smile. That's right. Master, the managers sent good news. The Kai Nation, the Lu Nation, the Jin Nation, and the Chun Nation have all surrendered to my Gu residence. Now, they belong to the Gu residence. Only the Zhao Nation remains. However, with Manager Zhao's arrangements, the Zhao Nation is in chaos. Grand Marshal Gao sent troops to the Zhao Nation, and many of the Zhao Nation's cities surrendered. I believe that we will be able to take down the Zhao Nation soon. The Peony sect is behind the Zhao Nation. Did the Peony sect send any disciples? Gu Hai asked after taking a sip of tea. There is no news yet. Gu Qin shook his head. The Peony sect, with countless cultivators heading to the Peony sect disciples should be overwhelmed. How can they have time to care about the Zhao Nation? Gu Qin smiled. Gu Hai nodded. Since that is the case, send a message to Gao Xianji and Manager Zhao. Tell them to take down the Zhao Nation as soon as possible. Gao Xianji has a group of innate realm cultivators under her command. Don't delay them for too long. Yes, Gu Qin answered. Gu Hai, I heard that a large number of cultivators are joining my Gu residence again. Gu Hai looked at Chen Tianshan. Yes, my lord. 2 months ago, my lord fought 5 Yuanying state fiend kings, shocking countless cultivators in the surroundings. Now, more than 1,000 cultivators, who are usually very difficult to recruit, are willing to join my Gu residence, Chen Tianshan said with satisfaction. If you recruit too many people, it will be easy for problems to arise. Make sure to settle them properly and make a selection, Gu Hai said. Yes, Chen Tianshan answered. Shang Guanhen, how's the search going? Gu Hai looked at Shang Guanhen. Shang Guanhen furrowed his brows and shook his head. Sir, I did my best to search everywhere and found some traces left by the Xinji battalion's disciples. However, they are very cunning. You still haven't found him? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Yes. Continue searching. Don't stop, Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes, Shang Guanhen replied. Gu Hai suddenly frowned. His face flushed red, as if he was somewhat uncomfortable. Father, what's wrong? Gu Qin asked in surprise. I'm fine. Gu Hai shook his head. It was because the life ender saber had devoured the 5-day-1 budding realm experts previously. As a result, the energy had accumulated in his body, and he was unable to break through again. Is the drought of the 5 nations very serious this time? Gu Hai looked at an old manager. Yes, sir. Yes, master. This year, we've received news from various places. It's very serious. There's a drought, thousands of li of fertile farmland, and not a single grain can be harvested. There's also a plague of locusts. In many places, what little food there is has been eaten up by locusts. When the locusts pass through, mountains of corpses are everywhere. The common people have no food to live on, so they have to eat tree bark to survive. There's even a tragic case of bartering. It's been several months, and many people have died in various places. Gu Hai frowned as he tapped his fingers on the table in deep thought. Doing good is accumulating merit. Accumulating merit? Accumulating providence? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Master, should my Gu residents make a move? Food is in short supply everywhere. Although my Gu residence has stockpiled food, it cannot save the entire world, that old manager said. Make a move. Do your best to provide disaster relief. Gu Hai said seriously. However, Master, this subordinate has done some calculations. This natural disaster is too severe. Even if we take over the 5 nations, open up all the national treasuries, and even use all the stockpiled food of my Gu residents, we can only last 2 months to save the world. After that, there will be no more food. The old manager said worriedly, I already said that we will do our best to provide disaster relief. Send out my Gu residences orders. Do not raise the price of grain in the various shops. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, the old manager said bitterly. I need beneficence, countless beneficence. As for the grain in 2 months, I will think of a way. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, the old manager answered. Jin Nation. The citizens of many places did not care about the Jin Nation's destruction. This was because many of them could no longer survive. Their entire families were about to starve to death. How could they have the energy to care about the country's matters? Some of the trees outside the cities had lost all their bark. They had eaten everything they could, but many people still starved to death. There was no food to eat. Skinny corpses littered some dark corners outside the cities. In a family in a small village, a woman hugged a little boy and cried. An old couple sat beside her, tears streaming down their faces. A middle-aged man also showed a pained expression. I already made an agreement with the neighboring village's old Wang. We will give Xiaobao to his family, and he will give his child to us. The middle-aged man said in pain, No, I don't want to. We can't give Xiaobao to his family. We can't give him. Sob. I won't give him even if I die. The woman cried as she hugged the little boy. Mother, I'm hungry. The little boy in her embrace cried. The middle-aged man suddenly knelt down. Xiaobao, father has let you down. However, if we don't give Xiaobao to the old Wang family, our entire family will starve to death. Father, mother, this child cannot be unfilial. Sob. No, I won't eat the old Wang family's child. I don't want to give Xiaobao to the old Wang family. I don't want to. The woman cried bitterly. At this moment, the old man of the old couple hit the kneeling middle-aged man with a wooden stick. Evil creature, evil son, how could you do such a thing? Your mother and I are already old. How could you bear to give Xiaobao to the old Wang family to eat? I'll beat you to death. The old man hit the middle-aged man painfully. The old woman also stopped the old man and said, Don't hit him. Our son is also worried sick. The Oldley family next door also swapped their son with someone else. We are the ones who implicated them. We are the ones who implicated them. The old man hit the middle-aged man and showed a bitter expression. He looked at the old woman and said with a bitter smile, "Wife, we can't give Xiaobao to the old Wang family. Our son and grandson are hungry. Let them eat us." The old woman looked at the old man and showed a sad smile. She nodded. "No, Dad, Mom, don't. I know I was wrong. Don't take it too hard." The middle-aged man suddenly cried and hugged the old man's leg. The Li family next door swapped their son for food. After they finished eating, they were hungry again. The whole family cried and hung themselves. "My son, eat us. Don't give Xiaobao to others. He is the root of our family." The old man said while crying. "No, no." The middle-aged man wailed. The woman who was carrying the child also revealed a look of despair. "Father, mother, your daughter-in-law is unfilial. Give Xiaobao to the Wang family. Woo-woo." "Mom, I'm hungry." The little boy cried. The entire family fell into a deathly silence. A great sense of despair enveloped the entire family. It was as if the whole family had nothing left to live for. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, the sound of a gong was heard from outside the house. "Mr. Goo Goo will open the barn and provide free porridge. Those who don't have enough at home can bring a bowl and line up at the farm. Mr. Goo, open the barn and provide free porridge. Those who don't have enough to eat can bring a bowl and line up at the farm." The gong man outside repeated the announcement loudly. The despairing family in the house suddenly raised their heads together. "Unfilial son, what are they saying? Mr. Goo, open the barn and provide free porridge? Free porridge? Mr. Goo, is that the richest man in the 6 nations? Old man, son, daughter-in-law, grandson, we are saved. Open the barn and provide free porridge? Free porridge? Woo-woo-woo. Xiaobao, my Xiaobao. Woo-woo-woo." The woman hugged the child and hugged her head in pain. The family quickly walked out of the house with pots and bowls. This was not the only disaster. Most families had experienced this disaster. The villagers kept gathering at the farm. At this moment, countless refugees had gathered at the huge farm. All of them were dragging their families and holding pots and bowls. They were sallow and emaciated. Above the farm, 10 large pots were set up, and they were continuously cooking porridge. After the porridge was cooked, it was immediately poured into a large bucket and carried to the side to scoop porridge for the refugees. After the big pots were emptied, the porridge was immediately cooked again. The countless refugees lined up in 10 lines and walked to the porridge bucket. Previously, the family of 5 had lined up for a very long time. Finally, they arrived before a porridge bucket and trembled as they handed over a large bowl. "Thank you, thank you," the old man cried emotionally. "Don't thank me. You have to thank my master. My master, Guhai Mr. Good," the person scooping the porridge said with a smile. "Yes, yes. Many thanks, Master Gu. Many thanks, Master Gu." The old man's eyes brimmed with tears. The family scooped the porridge and showed sincere gratitude on their faces. Among them, the boy grabbed the large bowl and drank with all his might, unwilling to let go. Soon, the boy finished the porridge. "Xiaobao is saved. Woo-woo," the woman at the side cried. "All right, bring the bowl over. I'll scoop another bowl for the boy," the person holding the large spoon said with a smile. "Many thanks, many thanks," the woman cried gratefully. "I already said that this is my master's instructions. My master, Guhai, is Mr. Gu. If you want to thank someone, thank him. We are just running errands," that person said with a smile. "Many thanks, Master Gu." After the family received the porridge, they could not bear to eat it. They slowly moved to the side and the people behind them continued to receive gifts. When they reached a quiet place, the family treasured the porridge and drank it. Their weak complexions improved slightly. "Many thanks, Mr. Gu, my son, daughter-in-law, husband, and Xiaobao, we will kowtow to Mr. Gu. Many thanks to Mr. Gu for saving our lives. We will kowtow to Mr. Gu," the old man said solemnly. "All right." The family pulled Xiaobao to his knees in a daze. Then he knelt in the northeast direction, kowtowing in the direction of the Gu residence from a great distance away. When the many disaster victims who survived their temporary crisis saw this family kneel, they also knelt, thanking Mr. Gu from a great distance away. This scene happened in the Chun Nation, Kai Nation, Lu Nation, and Jin Nation. Opening the granaries and providing relief to the disaster victims was a great favor, a great deed, and a great deed. Immediately, sincere gratitude turned into beneficence. The will of heaven seemed to guide these beneficents in the direction of the Gu residence. Many strands of beneficence gathered into providence and charged at Gu Hai, Gu residence. Soaring pagoda, Gu Hai sat at the top of the pagoda looking at some information on various places. Suddenly, it was like a strong wind appeared out of nowhere and rushed into his body. That familiar feeling, beneficence. Beneficence gathered from all over the world, gathering into providence and charging at Gu Hai. Gu Hai felt like all the pores in his body opened, and a comfortable feeling filled his body. Providence? Indeed, doing good deeds accumulates beneficence. Doing good deeds accumulates beneficence. Doing good deeds has rewards. This feeling is about to break through. Gu Hai let out a long breath. Chapter 147. During the drought, the people suffered greatly. The Gu residents opened up the granary to distribute food, a great act of kindness. This attracted the sincere gratitude of countless disaster victims. Many thoughts of gratitude gathered into a river and flowed towards the Gu residents. Gu residents, soaring pagoda. As Gu Hai was in closed-door cultivation, everyone and everything were blocked outside the pagoda. Guqin, Shangguanhen, and Chun Tianshan stood guard outside the soaring pagoda, protecting Gu Hai. Rumble. The sound of metal clanging came from the soaring pagoda. That sounds like bones clanging? What cultivation did Milord break through? Chun Tianshan asked, feeling confused. Shangguanhen frowned slightly and shook his head. Clearly, he did not know either. Gu Hai sat cross-legged in the soaring pagoda. His bones gave off clanging sounds. Back when he was in the Dragon Pagoda sect, the Life Ender Saber absorbed the boundless energy of the dragon vein in the 29 worlds, which gave Gu Hai a large amount of energy to strengthen his bones. However, in the later stages, he reached a bottleneck. Due to the accumulation of energy, there was no qualitative change. Now, with the surging beneficence gathering a large amount of providence, Xiao Chun broke through this bottleneck, and his bones underwent a transformation. Rumble! A loud sound reverberated in Gu Hai's body. After 6 hours, Gu Hai's body trembled. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Only then did Gu Hai's bones stop clanging. Instead, they gave off cracking sounds. After another 2 hours, they slowly calmed down. Gu Hai opened his eyes. At this moment, he was already covered in sweat as he stretched out his right palm. Xing! Under the control of his will, a bone slowly pierced out of his palm. After the transformation, the bone remained silvery white. However, this bone now gave off a metallic luster, looking as dense as silver. However, it was much tougher than silver. It was a silvery white metallic bone. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai took out a sword. Xing! The silvery white bone easily pierced through the sword. It was incredibly sharp. Is this considered a breakthrough in my external cultivation? Gu Hai sighed. Whoosh! Under the control of his will, The bone slowly shrank back into his body. The skin that had been pierced recovered in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Gu Hai closed his eyes again and sensed his dantian. Other than the breakthrough in his external cultivation, the zhenqi in his dantian also seemed to have reached a limit and was on the verge of a breakthrough. That comfortable feeling was still present in his body, and it was still in the process of filling up his body. Slowly, it formed a golden halo around Gu Hai's body. He closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his dantian. His dantian was filled to the brim with zhenqi. The dragon-shaped zhenqi swirled in the vortex, gathering zhenqi. However, the 9 fist-sized zhenqi vortexes seemed to repel each other. He was unable to take another step forward. The dragon-shaped zhenqi roared as it pushed the true dragon innate skill to its limits. The power of the cyclone could only be this strong. Suddenly, strands of golden energy flowed into his dantian. The golden energy was none other than the virtuous virtue from all over the world. The golden providence slowly flowed into the 9 fist-sized balls of quintessential essence. Buzz! The 9 true essences slowly fused together, slowly fusing into one within the aura. Boom! The fusion of the 9 true essences immediately gave off a loud sound. A strong force rushed out of Xiao Chen's dantian. Boom! A loud sound came from Gu Hai's body, and a current suddenly surged out. A watermelon-sized ball of purple quintessential essence slowly spun in his dantian. The vortex spun above it, as though it wanted to gather all the quintessential essence in his body into it. However, it seemed to have reached its limit, and the quintessential essence could not increase by a single bit. The quintessential essence flowed through his meridians, looking like it had reached a critical point. Buzz! Gu Hai opened his eyes and looked at his clenched hands. Then he took a deep breath and said, 10th layer innate realm, consummation of the innate realm. I can break through to the golden core realm now. Gu Hai's providence was still increasing. He was very satisfied with his current state. Providence, back when I was in the acquired realm, if I had established my country earlier and obtained the help of the providence, perhaps I would not have needed to spend so much effort to reach the innate realm. Gu Hai said thoughtfully. Then Gu Hai smiled bitterly and said, even so, back then, the various countries were controlled by the various large sections. With my strength back then, it was impossible to establish a country. After taking a deep breath, Gu Hai slowly stood up. There was an indescribable feeling of comfort in his body. Slowly, Gu Hai walked to the window of the soaring pagoda. Foster father, you broke through? Gu Qin asked joyfully. Gu Hai smiled and nodded. After obtaining the providence, Gu Hai confirmed that establishing a country was the right thing to do. Another 10 days passed. During this time, the providence continued to gather. Gu Hai's body seemed to have a trace of golden light, making him look like a god. Gu Hai frowned again at this moment. It was originally an extremely comfortable matter. Although the presence of fate energy was very comfortable, it was also dissipating. As time passed, the fate energy that was temporarily useless would slowly dissipate. This would cause a great waste. I have to figure out how to accumulate and store providence. Otherwise, a large amount of providence will be wasted. When it is needed, it will not be enough. Gu Hai thought. After sitting in the study for a while, Shangguan Hen asked for an audience. Sir, we found the Xunji Battalion's disciples. But Shangguan Hen looked at Gu Hai with a wry smile. Oh. Gu Hai was puzzled. They seemed to have encountered a great battle. The ground was covered in blood. We also found the corpse of a Xunji Battalion's disciple. Shangguan Hen said with a wry smile. As he spoke, 2 villains brought in a stretcher. On it lay the corpse of a Shinji battalion's disciple in armor. Gu Hai examined it slightly, killed with a single blow, pierced through the heart. Shangguan Hen nodded. Yes, he was sent flying and fell into a hidden bush. That's why his corpse was left behind. I guess some other Shinji battalion's disciples also died, but their corpses are all gone, and there are no footprints of anyone leaving. Oh, Gu Hai frowned slightly. Godfather, Godfather. Gu Qin ran into the room from outside in a hurry. Gu Hai looked at him in confusion. Godfather, there is a person outside. He brought in 1,000 heads. He said that he killed 1,000 Shinji battalion's disciples, led by Gao Lusheng. He said that he wanted to give them to you. Gu Qin frowned. After all, it was too strange. Was he here to deliver the heads? Gu Hai and Shangguan Hen exchanged glances. First young master, who is it? Shangguan Hen asked in shock. I'm not sure. It's a white-haired old man with sparse hair. He was rather polite to us. He brought 1,000 heads in 10 large boxes. I don't know how they were transported here, Gu Qin said with a frown. Let's go and take a look, Gu Hai said with a frown. Shangguan Hen and Gu Qin followed closely behind. Soon, Gu Hai arrived outside the Gu residence's ritual array. Master, my lord. The surrounding Gu residence members bowed respectfully to Gu Hai. Everyone surrounded a corner of the plaza. 10 huge wooden chests were placed on the square. The chests were wide open, and each of them contained 100 bloody skulls. Suddenly, Gu Hai saw a familiar face. One of the heads was the one that accompanied Li Haoran in the past. Is this Gao Lusheng? An old man in loose robes stood before the 10 boxes. He was balding, with white hair at his temples and a ruddy complexion. This old man is Yao Jingtian. Greetings, Mr. Good, the white-haired old man said with a faint smile. Oh, greetings, Mr. Yao. May I ask what is the meaning of these 10 boxes of heads? Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. These 1,000 people are the disciples of the Shinji battalion. They lobbied experts from all over to assassinate Mr. Good. Unfortunately, they ran into this old man, so this old man dealt with them all to give Mr. Good a greeting gift, Yao Jingtian said with a faint smile. Oh, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Good, there is no need to be suspicious. While they wanted to deal with Mr. Good, they also had a grudge with this old man. I just used this opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yao Jingtian smiled. Gu Hai was slightly surprised. This person was rather honest. He did not completely push this as a gift, but as a convenience. Mr. Yao, this humble one has never met Mr. Yao before. May I ask if Mr. Yao is? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Mr. Good should know me. Yao Jingtian smiled. Oh, in the past, this humble one brought 3,000 subordinates to the Great Feng Mafia family. Many people should have heard of me. However, I met the Shinji battalion commander, Li Haoran, and fought with him. At that time, I had no choice but to retreat to the sea. Unfortunately, my 3,000 subordinates were killed by the Shinji battalion. That is how my grudge with the Shinji battalion came about. Yao Jingtian smiled. Huh. Gu Hai's pupils suddenly constricted. You are that sea beast Basha? Back when Gu Hai was imprisoned in the Great Feng Mafia family, Sea Beast Basha brought 3,000 sea beasts ashore and triggered the weather to snatch the dragon vein. That is this old man. Yao Jingtian smiled faintly. The Shinji battalion's disciples ate 3,000 of my subordinates. Naturally, I ate 1,000 of the Shinji battalion's disciples as well, leaving only the heads for Mr. Good. I hope you can forgive me. I came here to ask for a favor. I hope I did not disturb Mr. Good, Yao Jingtian said with a smile. Gu Hai's expression changed. Then he nodded and said, Mr. Yao came from afar. This way, please. Many thanks, Mr. Good. Yao Zhengtian nodded. Yao Zhengtian followed Gu Hai into the ritual array enveloping the Gu residence, leaving his subordinates stunned. The sea beast Baxia? Did I hear wrong? It's him? An evil man exclaimed. Milord is getting increasingly incredible. Even the sea beast Baxia is here to ask for a favor? Yao Zhengtian? I was wondering why this name sounded so familiar. So, it is Baxia? The evil men felt both shocked and proud. Milord's face was their face. To think that the mighty sea beast Baxia of the Thousand Islands Sea was so polite to Milord, Gu Hai led Yao Zhengtian to a large hall. Gu Qin, Shangguan Hen, and Chen Tianshan accompanied him. Mr. Yao, please. Gu Hai gestured for Yao Zhengtian to sit. Many thanks. Yao Zhengtian said politely. Gu Qin stepped forward and poured tea for the two. Mr. Yao, you are not here for the dragon vein, right? Gu Hai asked, feeling bewildered. Yao Zhengtian shook his head and said, This old man has already seen through it. That dragon vein is not something I can get my hands on. Old man Guanqi set up a trap. Touching it will result in death. Hence, Mr. Good, there is no need to worry. I am not here for that. This time, I do have a favor to ask of Mr. Good. Chapter 148. Mr. Yao, you are not here for the dragon vein, right? Gu Hai asked, feeling suspicious. Yao Zhengtian shook his head and said, This old man has already seen through it. That dragon vein is not something I can get my hands on. Old man Guanqi set up a trap. Touching it will result in death. Hence, Mr. Good, there is no need to worry. I am not here for that. This time, I do have something to ask of Mr. Good. Oh, Gu Hai said, feeling suspicious. Speaking of which, Mr. Good, do you still remember when I turned into my true form and led 3,000 ocean fiends onto 9-5 Island? Yao Zhengtian smiled. That's right. After that, I often wondered why Mr. Yao caused such a huge commotion when you could take human form. 3,000 ocean fiends opened a path for you, and you turned into your true form. Everywhere you stepped, thunderclouds spread for 500 kilometers. Exposing yourself like that is— Gu Hai frowned slightly. Too ostentatious. Yao Zhengtian smiled. Gu Hai did not answer, but that was the gist in his eyes. It is not that this humble one wants to do this, but that I have no choice. Yao Zhengtian smiled bitterly. Oh, 8 odd years ago, when I was just born, my father was an animal spirit king in the Eastern Sea, ruling a sea region. Although he was not as strong as the Tong Tian, he reigned supreme in the sea region for 500,000 kilometers around. My family lived very comfortably in the underwater palace. Unexpectedly, that year, a sky chest pavilion disciple barged in and got eaten by my father. Originally, I thought that no one knew about it. However, in the end, it attracted a huge calamity. Yao Zhengtian smiled bitterly. A huge calamity? The Great Feng Mafia family's Baxia tortoise shell? Gu Hai's expression changed. Yes, that is my father's tortoise shell. If you do not want others to know about it, you should not have done it in the first place. My father could not escape. Then, old man Guanqi refined the tortoise shell into a spiritual item to seal the dragon vein. Not long ago, I turned into my true form. My true form resonated with the heavens, allowing me to sense my father's aura. That was how I tracked him to the Great Feng Mafia family and obtained what my father left behind. Yao Zhengtian explained solemnly. You came to find me. Because of this— Gu Hai asked doubtfully. Yao Zhengtian nodded and smiled bitterly. The Khanate realm has a lifespan of 200 years. The Golden Core realm had a lifespan of 400 years. The Yuanying state had a lifespan of 800 years. However, the Yuanying state was a great dividing line. One could cultivate to a maximum of 1,000 years. This old man is 846 years old this year. Because I have passed the third period of the Yuanying state, I am over 800 years old. However, the 1,000-year limit is approaching. I have no choice but to find my father's giant shell. Oh, is that giant shell useful to you? Yes, it can help me break through again. Before we die, we can condense our life's blood and sweat into our giant shell, leaving it for our descendants. Our descendants can rely on the accumulation of our fathers and ancestors to reach greater heights. Yao Zhengtian didn't hide anything. Then, Gu Hai looked at Yao Zhengtian in confusion. Yao Zhengtian suddenly stood up, his body swaying slightly. Ka 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 ka. A small tortoiseshell slowly appeared on his back. A go board was placed on the tortoiseshell. Mr. Good, you see it, right? The 29-line pair World Go game is a shackle. Although I obtained my father's giant shell and merged with it, this go board is still on it. It is like a seal shackle that shackles me. I have been thinking of ways to undo it all this time, but I have been unable to undo it. Some of my subordinates have placed go pieces for me, but the power of the go board is too strong. More than a dozen of them have already died. I only learned that Mr. Good possesses such go skills when the news from the dragon pinning sect spread. Mr. Yao, there is no need for this. Mr. Good immediately stopped Yao Zhengtian. Mr. Good, just tell me what you need. I will do my best to help. Yao Zhengtian said, Mr. Good solemnly. There is no need, Mr. Yao. It is just a small matter. Show me the go board. Gu Hai said with a smile. Yao Zhengtian felt slightly surprised. However, he immediately turned his back to Gu Hai and showed the go board to Gu Hai, the 29-line pair World Go game. Huh. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. What's wrong, Mr. Good? Yao Zhengtian asked worriedly. It is also the 29-line pair World Go game, but it is different from the dragon pinning sex. Gu Hai asked with raised eyebrows. It's different, Yao Zhengtian said worriedly. There is no need to worry, Mr. Yao. Although it is different, it seems to be easier than the dragon pinning sex. Gu Hai said while shaking his head. Yao Zhengtian showed a complicated expression. Gu Hai looked at the go board for about 1 incense stick's worth of time. Clack! Then he picked up a black ghost stone beside the go board and placed it on the board. Clack! The white ghost stones automatically moved. Clack! Smack! 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 The black and white ghost stones moved back and forth. The more Gu Hai played, the more engrossed he became. The changes in the go board also affected Yao Zhengtian. Yao Zhengtian suddenly felt pain in his back. However, he endured the pain and did not say a word. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. Smack! Smack! Gu Hai played for about 1 hour. Boom! Suddenly, the go board exploded and shattered, turning into a thick fog that spread out. However, the fog quickly returned to Yao Zhengtian's body. Buzz! Yao Zhengtian's body immediately gave off a blue light, and the surroundings trembled. However, Gu Hai immediately sat down and closed his eyes in deep thought. Gu Qin and the others waited patiently on the side, not saying a word. After a while, Yao Zhengtian's body trembled, and a powerful aura erupted from his body like a gale. The gale blew the surrounding tables and chairs into disarray. Mr. Yao. Gu Qin grimaced. Yao Zhengtian suddenly came to his senses and waved his hand. The gale immediately stopped. Eldest young master, there's no need to worry. When the go board was undone, a surge of energy rushed to my heart, helping me make a breakthrough. I couldn't stop it for a moment and caused some damage. I'm truly sorry. Yao Xingtian immediately apologized with a smile. All right, it's fine anyway. Mr. Yao, has the influence of the Go board been completely removed? Guqin frowned. It has been completely removed. Moreover, Old Man Guanxi seems to have predicted today. When the Go board was undone, he gave me a very nourishing energy. Truly, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. Everything seems to be within Old Man Guanxi's calculations. Yao Xingtian bitterly smiled. Oh, Guqin revealed some shock. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai closed his eyes in deep thought. Although he had solved the Go board, he was still thinking about the earlier Go board. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. It is actually a chain game. Gu Hai exclaimed with some shock. What chain game? Yao Xingtian asked, feeling confused. The 29-line pair, world, Go puzzle, should not be one game, but 3. It should be a chain game that progresses step by step. Your Go board is the simplest and can only be considered an elementary piece. The dragon pinning sex is an intermediate piece. There should be an advanced piece. Gu Hai exclaimed. Elementary piece, intermediate piece, and advanced piece? How big is the difference? Yao Xingtian exclaimed. The dragon pinning sex intermediate piece is 10 times more complicated than your elementary piece. Gu Hai said solemnly. 10 times? Then, wouldn't the advanced piece be? I don't know. It should be at least 10 times more difficult than the intermediate piece. Even I don't know if I can solve it, Gu Hai said bitterly. Yao Xingtian smiled bitterly. Why did Old Man Guanxi leave behind such a difficult Go board? The dragon tail is the elementary piece, and the dragon body is the intermediate piece. In that case, the peony sex dragon head should be the advanced piece, right? Perhaps. Gu Hai nodded. However, Yao Xingtian's expression suddenly turned solemn. Solemnly, he bowed to Gu Hai and said, Mr. Good, many thanks for this. Mr. Yao, there is no need to be so polite. It was just a small matter. Gu Hai smiled. To Mr. Good, it was a small matter. However, to this humble one, it was a life-saving grace. If Mr. Good has any errands in the future, just call on this humble one. I will send my subordinates here to await your orders. Yao Xingtian said solemnly. Mr. Yao is too polite. Gu Hai smiled noncommittally. I see an indistinct golden light around Mr. Good. That should be providence, right? Furthermore, I heard that Mr. Good is currently collecting this mundane region. Is Mr. Good preparing to establish a nation? Yao Xingtian asked, feeling curious. He does have such plans. Gu Hai did not hide it. After all, almost everyone outside could guess it. Establishing a nation is good. Establishing a nation can store providence. That way, the collected providence will not dissipate in vain. Yao Xingtian smiled. Oh, Gu Hai's eyes lit up. However, if Mr. Good can collect 9 Islands dragon vein, that would be great. The dragon vein can suppress a nation's providence. Solemnly, Yao Xingtian said, Mr. Yao, please take a seat. Can you tell me more about it? Gu Hai's interest was immediately piqued. If Mr. Good doesn't mind, then this humble one will speak out of turn. Does Mr. Good know about the divine continent? Yao Xingtian sat down and smiled. I have heard of it many times. Gu Hai nodded. The divine continent is the main location of this world. Although my 1,000 Islands sea looks huge compared to the entire divine continent, it is a barren land. Solemnly, Yao Xingtian said. A barren land? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. That's right. Take the dragon vein as an example. In my 1,000 Islands sea, not a single one has appeared in the past 800 years. However, in the divine continent, which is blessed by nature, a new dragon vein appears every 10 years. Yao Zhengtian said. Solemnly, Gu Hai nodded. Oh, perhaps the duration is even shorter. The dragon vein is needed by those who establish a nation. This is because the dragon vein can suppress the nation's providence. Hence, the emperor of every dynasty must have a dragon vein to nurture in their territory to suppress the nation's providence. Yao Jingtian explained. Nurture a dragon vein. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. That's right. Sects use spiritual treasures to suppress providence, while nations use imperial seals to suppress providence. The imperial seal is the head of the dragon vein. Didn't Long Wanqing have a dragon-luring jade? Yao Jingtian explained. That's right. I've seen that dragon-luring jade before. Gu Hai nodded. The dragon-luring jade is the material used to make the imperial seal. Mr. Good can use the dragon-luring jade to collect the dragon vein and refine it into the imperial seal. He can then send a strand of his consciousness into the dragon vein to refine it completely. After that, he can return the dragon vein to your nation and let it hide under the ground, using providence and earth chi to nurture the dragon. The dragon vein will become stronger and stronger. It can help you suppress more and more providence. When the providence is connected, it will become the providence of your nation. Yao Jingtian explained. Refine the dragon vein and nurture it in my territory? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This is just the beginning. A dynasty is just a lesser nation. As the nation's power grows, the dragon vein will continue to evolve. The nation will also become stronger and stronger. Slowly, it will become a lesser nation. Slowly, it will become an imperial dynasty, China, and then a celestial dynasty. Currently, there are only 3 celestial dynasties in the world. Yao Jingtian explained. A dynasty is just the beginning, a lesser nation? Then what would our former mortal kingdoms be considered? These are the former Qin nation, Song nation, Kai nation, and so on. Gu Hai said in surprise. These can't be considered providence dynasties. They're just small nations. How can they be compared to a dynasty? Do they have their own dragon veins? No. Even if they collect providence, it will be no more than 100 yuan. However, the providence of a dynasty is at least 10,000 yuan. Only with 10,000 yuan providence can one be called providence. The dragon vein suppresses the providence, and the nation's providence will become more prosperous. Yao Jingtian explained. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched. A dynasty's providence? A dynasty would have at least 10,000 yuan providence. After a dynasty is established, not only can providence be used by the emperor, but it can also be given to the ministers. It can also help the ministers cultivate faster. When providence reaches the nation, all the ministers will benefit. The spirit chi of heaven and earth will gather, and the speed of cultivation will increase exponentially. Yao Jingtian explained. Gu Qin and Chen Tianshan's eyes were filled with shock. Only Shang Guanhen's expression did not change. He sat at the side as if he had already known. A dynasty founder needs to nurture their own dragon vein. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Chapter 149. Yao Zhengtian's description seemed to have opened a new door for Gu Hai. Gu Hai frowned as he listened. By the way, Mr. Good, speaking of which, I also have a book on establishing a nation. I obtained it by accident when I went to the divine continent. Yao Zhengtian said with a change of expression. Oh, Gu Hai said, feeling confused. Yao Zhengtian flipped his hand and took out a silk scroll. The words Heavenly Dynasty Outline were written on the scroll. This Heavenly Dynasty Outline should not be a secret. If Mr. Good goes to the divine continent, you should be able to obtain it as well. Yao Zhengtian handed it over. Gu Hai received it and gently opened it. Countless words were densely written on the silk. However, at this moment, they sounded like heavenly scriptures. When Gu Hai looked at them, he suddenly felt intoxicated. "Mr. Good, I'll give this heavenly dynasty outline to you. I hope it will be useful to you," Yao Zhengtian said with a smile. Gu Hai's expression turned solemn as he put away the heavenly dynasty outline. Then he bowed slightly to Yao Zhengtian. "Many thanks, Mr. Yao. This heavenly dynasty outline saved me from taking countless detours. It's good that it's useful to you. This humble one just made a breakthrough and needs to find a place to stabilize it. I will take my leave first. Soon, I will send sea demons to guard this place. If anything happens, they can inform me at any time," Yao Zhengtian said solemnly. "All right, I'll send you off, Mr. Yao," Gu Hai said with a smile. The group slowly sent Yao Zhengtian out of the Gu residence. "Goodbye, Mr. Good." Yao Zhengtian bowed slightly and stepped into the air, flying to the horizon in the blink of an eye. As Gu Hai watched Yao Zhengtian leave, he felt extremely happy. "Adoptive father, this Mr. Yao is really interesting. How should we deal with these 1,000 heads?" Gu Qin asked with a smile. "Mr. Yao? He came at the right time." Gu Hai sighed. "As for these heads, bury them," Gu Hai said with a shake of his head. "Yes." Gu Qin nodded. After giving some instructions, Gu Hai returned to the soaring pagoda and carefully studied the outline of the Celestial Dynasty. The Celestial Dynasty outline was not a cultivation method, but an article on how to establish a fate dynasty. Although there were many things that were not recorded in establishing a fate dynasty, this general framework was enough for Gu Hai. As for what happened in the future, he would slowly figure it out. The Emperor, the 9 and 5 Supremes, all under the heavens is the Emperor's land. All the people on the shores of the earth are the Emperor's subjects. Gu Hai was deep in thought as he read the Celestial Empire. At this moment, Gu Hai's understanding of Li Guo became clearer. After establishing the country, helping the refugees was a good deed. Stabilizing the world and ensuring the happiness of the people is the accumulation of virtue. Defending against foreign enemies and annihilating enemy invaders is a good deed. Opening up new territories and seizing the destiny of other countries were accumulating good karma. As long as the country was established, there would be ways to continuously increase one's providence. People first, territory first. As one's providence increased day by day, it connected to one's luck, and the country's luck flourished. No wonder those sects want to keep the ordinary people in captivity. Unfortunately, the sects on 9-5 Island are too mediocre. They only create disasters when they need beneficence. Then, they help the ordinary people resolve their problems to obtain beneficence and providence. Sometimes, the immortals that people pray to are not the ones that resolve their disasters like they think they are, Gu Hai said after some thought. As Gu Hai studied the outline of the Celestial Dynasty, he directed his subordinates to take over the 4 nations. Another month later, in Gu Hai's study, Gu Qin, the old shopkeepers, and Gu Qin stood on either side of Gu Hai's desk. "Congratulations, Master! Gao Xianji's army broke into the Zhao nation's imperial capital. The Zhao nation is completely destroyed," an old shopkeeper said, excitedly. "Gao Xianji has a group of innate experts, and the peony sect did not interfere in the Zhao nation's matters. It would be strange if they could not take down the Zhao nation by now," Gu Hai said indifferently. "Oh, yes." The old shopkeeper nodded, suppressing his excitement. "The Zhao nation is also suffering from a drought. Gu Qin, inform shopkeeper Zhao to immediately arrange for relief for the disaster victims and help them survive this disaster year." Gu Hai instructed. "Yes," Gu Qin answered. The people have already suffered greatly from the war and natural disasters. Tell Gao Xianji to reorganize military discipline. If anyone dares to take advantage of the chaos to harass the people, punish them severely. Gu Hai said, "Yes." Tell Shangguan Hen to quickly send food to the Zhao nation to prevent food shortages. Gu Hai instructed, "Yes." Tell Dao Ba to protect the newly appointed officials with all his might. Do not let anything happen during this time of chaos. I do not want the assassination incident in the Jin nation's border city to happen again. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes. Gu Hai issued one order after another. Chen Tianshan called out from outside the study. "My lord!" "Come in," Gu Hai said doubtfully. Wasn't Chen Tianshan currently recruiting cultivators? Why did he come here? Chen Tianshan immediately entered the study. When he saw Gu Hai, he said with a solemnly expression, "My lord, the hall master is here." "Hall master? Long Wanqing?" Gu Hai revealed a trace of doubt. "Yes, and the hall master's mood seems to be. Chen Tianshan had a strange expression. Gu Hai's expression turned solemn. "All right, the meeting ends here. You may go back to your work," Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, all the shopkeepers responded and quickly retreated from the study. Gu Qin also retreated. Only Gu Hai and Chen Tianshan remained. "What happened to the hall master?" Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. "The hall master seems to be in a sorry state. I can't say for sure." "My lord, go and take a look for yourself," Chen Tianshan said bitterly. "Where is Venerable Lu Nian?" Gu Hai asked, feeling confused. "Venerable Lu Nian is not here. Only the hall master is here. She seems to have suffered greatly," Chen Tianshan explained. "Lead the way." Chen Tianshan quickly led Gu Hai out of the study and into a large hall in the distance. At this moment, Long Wanqing's 3 servants stood respectfully at the entrance of the large hall. Back when they were recuperating in the Gu residence, they had lent Gu Qin the white cloud flying ship. After recuperating for a few months, they had recovered significantly. When they saw Gu Hai arrive, they said respectfully, "Division Master Gu, the hall master is inside." Gu Hai nodded and stepped into the large hall. Chen Tianshan and the 3 servants waited outside the hall. When Gu Hai entered the large hall, he immediately saw Long Wanqing. However, at this moment, Long Wanqing appeared in a sorry state. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked travel-worn. There was some soot on her face, and her clothes were somewhat tattered. However, she did not seem to care about her image at all. She held a teacup with an anxious expression on her face. When Gu Hai entered the large hall, Long Wanqing suddenly looked up. The instant Long Wanqing saw Gu Hai, her eyes reddened. "Gu Hai, I finally found you," Long Wanqing cried as she threw herself at Xiao Chun. She grabbed Gu Hai's sleeve, as if she feared that Gu Hai would run away. "Hallmaster, what's wrong? Where is Venerable Lu Nian?" Gu Hai asked in shock. Long Wanqing's crying expression looked exceptionally pitiful. She did not let go of Gu Hai's arm, as if she was grasping at a life-saving straw. "Gu Hai, quickly save the Venerable. Please save them. Sob, sob, sob. They are all going to die. They have all turned into stone. They have all turned into stone." Long Wanqing said as she cried. "What? Turned into stone?" Gu Hai revealed some doubt. "They are not stone. They have turned into ghost stones. They have turned into ghost stones. I nearly turned into stone as well. In the end, the Venerable saved me and pushed me out. He told me to look for you, saying that only you can save him. Sob, sob. Venerable Lu Nian raised me since I was young. He is like my father, always accompanying me and protecting me. Now he is going to die and become a ghost stone. please save the venerable. Long Wanqing said incoherently as she cried. Turn into ghost stones. Gu Hai revealed a confused expression. Can a person turn into ghost stones? Chapter 150. After explaining the various matters of the Gu residence to the various managers, Gu Hai left with Long Wanqing. Gu Hai led Gu Qin, Shanghai Hen, the evil men, and some of the Gu residence's managers to the flying ship, heading for the Peony sect. Long Wanqing had freshened up and changed her clothes. She looked much fresher and cleaner, but her eyes were still filled with anxiety. The three servants stood respectfully at the side. Hall Master, we will stop at the Peony sect later. Shangguan Hen and my men might need to use your flying ship to transport grain to other places. Gu Hai explained. It's fine. It's fine as long as you can go. You can use the flying ship however you want. Long Wanqing said straightforwardly. Gu Hai nodded. Right now, the 5 nations had submitted to the Gu residence. There were too many things to do, so no one could leave. Originally, Gu Qin wanted to stay behind to manage the situation. However, Gu Qin repeatedly asked, so Gu Hai agreed to let him follow. After all, although the Gu residence was just one residence, Gu Hai valued talents. The Gu residence's managers were very detailed, so there were many things that they did not have to worry about. Everything just had to go according to plan. Hall Master, can you describe the situation at the Peony sect in more detail? Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing. That day, we went to the Peony sect together and discovered that the sect was in a state of desolation. There were still a dozen or so scattered disciples left, and they were at a loss for what to do. We went to capture a few and question them. We found out that something strange had happened at Peony Peak. A giant peony flower had condensed. A group of Peony sect disciples, led by the sect master of the Peony sect, stepped into it one after another and never came out. Dragon roars came from the huge peony flower. We all thought that it was the dragon vein. After thinking for a while, Li Haoren sent people in to test it out. When they found no danger, they went in. Then we saw Old Man Guanxi. Long Wanqing said bitterly, Old Man Guanxi. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. It should be a puppet he left behind. Old Man Guanxi laid out the life chess pieces and the death chess pieces. In these 2 chess pieces, if one did not enter life, then they would enter death. Life chess and Old Man Guanxi's puppet. Death chess. I don't know either. Long Wanqing's eyes flashed with regret. Life and death chess. Gu Hai was puzzled. In the beginning, we entered the life chess area and played against Old Man Guanxi. But once we lost a piece, we were immediately crushed into pieces by the inexplicable chess formation. No one dared to go down. At that time, we wanted to retreat, but once we entered that giant peony, we couldn't. It was either the life chess or the death chess. Just as we retreated, we were pushed into the abyss of the death chess by a force. In the blink of an eye, everyone became Go. At that time, I was also about to become Go, but Master saved me in the end. He used all his strength to encircle me with the dragon-fixing hoop and push me out of the abyss. I was the only one to escape. Long Wanqing said, miserably, the dragon-fixing hoop. Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Long Wanqing immediately took out a golden hoop. This was the treasure of Song Pingsheng, which Venerable Lu Nian obtained before Song Pingsheng died. Venerable Lu Nian said that this dragon-fixing hoop was a treasure that Old Man Guanxi refined. Hence, that might be the reason why I managed to escape. Long Wanqing smiled bitterly. You saw them turn into ghost stones. Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Yes, they all turned into ghost stones. Some turned into white ghost stones, and some turned into black ghost stones. I saw it. Do you think they are still alive? Long Wanqing said in a panic. Don't worry too much. Back then, Didn't my 3,000 subordinates turn into stone statues as well? Aren't they fine now? Guhai consoled. Long Wanqing bit her lip and nodded. Since that is the case, why did you wait several months before coming to my residence? Guhai asked, feeling puzzled. It had already been several months since the battle at the dragon pinning sect. Someone pursued me after that. However, I managed to escape in the end. Long Wanqing said bitterly. Someone pursued you, Guhai said in surprise. Someone actually dared to pursue Long Wanqing? Right, it was an old blind man. Right, there was also a one-eyed man. Long Wanqing recalled. Blind man? One-eyed? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Guqin immediately got someone to search quickly. Soon, he found 2 portraits and handed them to Guhai. Right, it's them, Long Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes suddenly widening in shock. Li Wei, Wei Yang? Guhai raised his eyebrows. Li Wei, the former Don of the Great Feng Mafia family? Didn't he turn into the living dead? Long Wanqing recalled with a change in expression. Indeed, this Wei Yang is Li Wei and Montez's master. Wei Yang should have awakened Li Wei. They pursued you? Guhai frowned slightly. They seemed to want to ask me about the situation in the gigantic peony tree. Long Wanqing recalled. Wei Yang? Huh, they are really cautious. They know that the dragon vein is here, but do not dare to enter? Guhai frowned. In that case, Wei Yang should have been waiting here long ago. However, one can only enter and not exit the gigantic peony tree. They were worried. When they saw that Hall Master could come out, they wanted to know the situation. Guqin said after thinking for a while. Maybe. Long Wanqing nodded. The flying ship flew very quickly. Soon, they arrived at the peony sect. Buzz. The flying ship stopped at the summit of a mountain peak. Guhai, Guqin, the 10 evil men, and Long Wanqing and her servant jumped off the flying ship. Whoosh! Shangguan Hen steered the flying ship and quickly left. That gigantic peony tree bloomed? A few months ago, it was just a bud, Long Wanqing said in shock. However, she saw that a mountain peak in the distance seemed to have been cut in half. A gigantic peony tree with a diameter of 3,000 meters spread out above it. Clouds and mist lingered above the peony tree. The area around the flower's stamen was even thicker with white mist. Vaguely, one could see 2 gigantic go boards, 1 black go board and 1 white go board. A hazy, white-haired old man seemed to be sitting in front of the white go board. However, the black go board seemed to be a black hole that could not be seen clearly. There were 8 large golden words at the edge of the peony tree. Life go, death go, leave it to fate. Life go, death go. Guhai frowned slightly. On the white go board, across from the white-haired old man, there was a gigantic golden word for life. Even through the mist, it shone brightly. On the black go board, there was a gigantic golden word for death. Many cultivators had already occupied the peaks around the peony tree sect. However, when the cultivators looked at the gigantic peony tree in the distance, no one dared to approach. Immediately, countless cultivators showed conflicted expressions. Roar. A dragon roar came from under the peony tree. The sound of the dragon vein. Guqin's eyes lit up. Long Wanqing looked worriedly at the gigantic peony tree in the distance. However, Guhai frowned slightly. That was because with the appearance of these people, the gazes of countless cultivators in the surroundings turned toward them. That is the demon Guhai. Someone immediately recognized Guhai from far away. That is the elite hall master, Long Wanqing, the only person to escape from the peony tree. Someone exclaimed in shock. Guhai is here? He can solve the 29-line pair, world, go puzzle. Guhai solved it in the dragon pinning sect. Can he solve it? The expressions of countless cultivators slowly changed. Gu Hai turned his head and looked around. However, he sensed hostile intent. Many cultivators seemed eager to make a move. Roar! Evil beast! You are seeking death! Suddenly, a furious roar came from the death go board in the peony tree. That is Montez's voice. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Montez entered the go puzzle as well, Long Wanqing said in shock. Montez, return my Yu Yao. Another voice came from the death go board. That is Li Wei, Gu Hai said with a frown. Li Wei and Wei Yong both entered. Guqin revealed some curiosity. Roar! Montez, you will not have a good ending. Wei Yong, when did I offend you? Roar! Another roar rang out. That is the flood dragon Fu Shui. Gu Hai frowned as he stared at the death go board in the distance. Hearing the roar, Gu Hai felt that the situation was turning increasingly complicated. Why is there no venerable voice? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Hall Master, there is no need to worry. Although we do not know what happened in there, it at least proves that entering the death go board does not mean death. Given Venerable Lu Nian's abilities, he should have no problem protecting himself, right? Gu Hai consoled. That's right. The Venerable will definitely be fine. Long Wanqing's anxiety eased somewhat. However, she still felt incredibly worried. Adoptive father, something is wrong. The surrounding cultivators are looking at us with increasingly hostile gazes. Some seem to be heading for us, Guqin said worriedly with raised eyebrows. Gu Hai looked around. Indeed, as the discussions increased, some cultivators drew their sabers and swords. As they walked towards him, they guarded their surroundings. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 50,000 cultivators gathered here. They know that I know how to play Go and want to hold me hostage to open a path for them. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. Yes. Guqin nodded. Gu Hai, shall we go in? Long Wanqing looked pleadingly at Gu Hai. That's fine. Let's go, then. I want to see the advanced version of the 29-line pair, World Go puzzle. Gu Hai said with determination flashing in his eyes. Thank you. Long Wanqing said, sincerely. Hall Master, there is no need for that. Gu Hai smiled. However, what if we run into danger? Should Guqin stay outside in case something happens to us? Long Wanqing asked worriedly. There is no need. Hall Master, it is safest for me to follow adoptive father. Look at the gazes of the surrounding people. They will capture me to threaten adoptive father. Guqin said with a smile. All right. Long Wanqing nodded. The group of 16 people headed for the gigantic peony tree on the main peak. Along the way, they passed by many cultivators. The cultivators showed complicated expressions. They wanted to go forward, but felt somewhat worried. Finally, when they were halfway there, 30 cultivators could not hold back and suddenly jumped out. These people blocked the path of Gu Hai's group. Mr. Good, are you going to enter this peony tree world? How about we accompany Mr.? We can protect Mr. The group walked over. Although they spoke politely, they all held their weapons and showed cold expressions. Chapter 151. Long Wanqing glared at the 30 people blocking her way. Just as she was about to rage, Gu Hai suddenly stopped her. It was not that Long Wanqing could not deal with them, but that this was not the right time to fight. The tens of thousands of cultivators in the surroundings were watching. These 30 people would not be the only ones to jump out. More people would jump out as well. Everyone, we want to enter by ourselves. Can you make way for us? Gu Hai asked indifferently. Gu Hai's tone was very calm, but also very cold. He took a step forward and stared coldly at the 30 people. The people on the other side frowned, slightly. After all, they had heard of Gu Hai's ferocious reputation during this time. Mr. Good, We are 92 Island's 10,000 sea sect disciples. We, that cultivator said coldly. However, Gu Hai interrupted that cultivator halfway. Gu Hai's expression turned cold as he said, I don't care who you are. I will say this one more time. We want to enter by ourselves. If anyone tries to stop us again, they will end up like all the disciples of 95 Islands for sex. As Gu Hai spoke, he stared at the other party's eyes with a cold light. Then, he took another step forward. All the disciples of 95 Islands for sex, more than 20,000 disciples, ended up the same? Did Gu Hai kill all of them? When that cultivator saw Gu Hai's murderous gaze and recalled the fate of the four sects, he felt a chill in his heart. Gu Hai's gaze turned cold as he stared at the cultivator at the very front. Then he stepped forward. Only now did that cultivator feel that he had acted too abruptly earlier. This was not a soft egg that he could casually bully. This was a murderous demon. Shao Chun had killed nearly all the disciples of 95 Islands sections. How could he foolishly charge forward? Step by step, Gu Hai inched closer to that cultivator. As he stared into that cultivator's eyes, he looked like a wild beast choosing its prey. Being stared at by Gu Hai, he couldn't move his eyes away. Every step of Gu Hai's seemed to be stepping on his heart. Cold sweat appeared on that practitioner's forehead. His previous confidence seemed to have disappeared in an instant. He even forgot what he was here for. He watched as Gu Hai walked over step by step. It was as if Gu Hai's body was getting bigger and bigger. When Gu Hai walked to his side, the cultivator's heart finally couldn't resist anymore. He stepped back and opened a path. After the first person stepped aside, the others followed suit. Gu Hai led Long Wanqing and the others as they passed through the center of the 30 practitioners. The 30 practitioners, however, were sweating profusely, but they did not mention stopping the group. It was as if they were lining up in two groups, respectfully welcoming and sending off Gu Hai and his group. After Gu Hai and his group left, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. They looked at each other blankly. Just now, they had been under a lot of pressure. Everything looked very calm, but it was also very strange. At least in the eyes of the surrounding practitioners, this scene was too strange. Gu Hai didn't do anything to them at all. This group of people seemed to be scared silly. Around them, some practitioners seemed to be waiting for these 30 people to take the lead so that they could swarm over. However, these 30 people suddenly became soft. What should the restless practitioners do? For a moment, Gu Hai's aura alone seemed to have suppressed the entire crowd. He walked step by step towards the giant peony flower. No one dared to go forward and stop him. Long Wanqing looked at this scene blankly. Her heart was filled with confusion. Gu Hai, they were so aggressive just now. Why are they suddenly afraid? They were aggressive because many people around them were restless. They felt that they were part of the crowd. They were only the first. They had more people, so they were confident, so they weren't afraid of us. I stared into their eyes, the coldness piercing straight into their hearts. I gave them a feeling of, I am only targeting you in their hearts. It made them feel isolated. Loneliness is one of the emotions that people are most afraid of. They were suddenly afraid, so they naturally moved aside. Gu Hai explained in a low voice. Loneliness? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai in surprise. The several tens of thousands of practitioners here are not a single entity. They are all on guard against each other. I only magnified this emotion. That's why that group of people just now felt lonely. Gu Hai explained. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Was this using the weakness of human nature for his own use? The group continued to walk towards the peony flower. After a period of peace, another group of 50 people finally charged up and intercepted Gu Hai. However, just like before, Gu Hai's group once again smoothly passed through the group of 50 people. Many practitioners who saw this revealed a confused expression. What's going on? This again. They already charged up. Why are they suddenly retreating? Are they fools? Why are they dodging again? The surrounding cultivators revealed confused expressions. The first time, these people still wanted to target Gu Hai. However, the second time, they found it strange. When Gu Hai calmly passed through 100 cultivators who seemed to have been hit by the body immobilization art for the third time, the tens of thousands of practitioners suddenly turned silent. No one dared to charge forward anymore. No more cultivators charged forward. They only looked at the backs of Gu Hai's group, showing confused and conflicted expressions. At this moment, Gu Hai's group arrived before the peony flower. The peony flower's surface seemed to have boundless clouds, making the insides hazy. Everyone paused for a moment. Gu Hai took a deep breath and stepped onto a peony flower petal. After Gu Hai took the first step, Long Wanqing, Guqin, and the others followed suit. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators were no longer in the mood to think. They could only watch patiently. 9-5 Island, at the former Clear River sect. After the Clear River sect was destroyed, Gu Hai stationed people here. After a few months, the Clear River sect regained some popularity. Large numbers of ordinary soldiers were stationed here, and they started to excavate spirit stone mines. At the peak where Long Wanqing once resided, the Gu residence's shopkeeper kept accounting. Large numbers of spirit stones were mined every day. The peak bustled with activity. Buzz. Suddenly, the space above the peak rippled. The surrounding people's expressions changed. Suddenly, a figure wearing black and white robes stepped out of the rippling space. Half of the robes was black, and the other half was white. The figure slowly walked out and landed in a small plaza on the peak. An old shopkeeper's eyes lit up. He immediately put down his brush and walked over. The old shopkeeper bowed slightly to the person who suddenly appeared and said, "I am the Gu residence's shopkeeper. Greetings, senior unborn man." The unborn man said after stepping out of the void. One person spoke, but there were two voices, one young and tender, one old. "Senior unborn man, my master, Gu Hai, told me to wait here and inform you that Venerable Lu Nian has returned. Hall, Master Long Wanqing is fine now. They went to the peony sect together. My master is in the Gu residence. He wishes to congratulate Senior at any time," the old shopkeeper said. "Oh," the unborn man said indifferently. "Oh, right. This is news from 8 days ago. My master sends new news every 10 days. It has been like this since 8 days ago," the old shopkeeper said respectfully. The unborn man stared at the old shopkeeper for a while before finally nodding. "Where is the peony sect?" the unborn man asked indifferently. "Oh, right. My master gave me a map of 9-5 Island. Senior, please wait for a moment," the old shopkeeper said respectfully. Soon, the old shopkeeper found a map and was about to step forward to hand it to the unborn man. "Don't come over." The unborn man waved his hand. Whoosh! It was like a strong wind blew, knocking the old shopkeeper to the ground. The map fell to the ground as well. "Senior, this humble one did not mean to offend you," the old shopkeeper said in confusion as he fell to the ground. "You did not offend me. However, there is a spirit by my side. Your aura is harmful to her," the unborn man said indifferently. The old shopkeeper appeared confused. "There is only the unborn man before me, and there is a spirit." The unborn man extended his hand, and the map on the ground landed in his hand. The unborn man extended his hand and tossed a small porcelain bottle to the old shopkeeper. "This medicinal pill is for you," the unborn man said indifferently. Clack! The old shopkeeper caught the medicinal pill. However, he saw the unborn man take a look at the map. Then he stomped his foot. Buzz! The unborn man suddenly disappeared, as if he had never been here. The old shopkeeper looked at the medicinal pill in his hand, and then at where the unborn man disappeared. He immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Many thanks to Senior for bestowing me with this immortal pill. At the peony sect, tens of thousands of cultivators watched from the periphery as Gu-hai entered the peony flower realm. Another group of people entered. The people in front either died at the life stones or died at the death stones. I wonder what happened to them. Gu-hai's go skills are extraordinary. Perhaps it will be different. However, did you see that? That is Old Man Guanxi's puppet, Old Man Guanxi. No matter how strong Gu-hai's go skills are, can he be stronger than Old Man Guanxi? Dragon Vein? Only in the Thousand Islands Sea would there not be many experts fighting over it. After all, the Thousand Islands Sea is too barren in the eyes of the people of the Divine Continent. How could they expect a dragon vein here? Although there are many dragon veins in the Divine Continent, the experts there are also horrifying. Fighting over the dragon vein. Their cultivation is at least in the Yuanying state. How can it be like here? Any innate realm cultivator can fight over it. Gu-hai is an innate realm cultivator. Can he obtain the dragon vein? I think he is just seeking death. The tens of thousands of cultivators immediately discussed this matter. Some admired Gu-hai, some envied him, and some watched from the sidelines. However, most of them wanted this dragon vein and were waiting for an opportunity outside. What if this happened? Countless cultivators waited patiently. Gu-hai's group walked to the stamen of the peony flower realm. Once you enter, you can't get out. Long Wanqing looked worriedly at Gu-hai. It's fine. Didn't you get out before? Gu-hai said with a smile. Long Wanqing bit her lip and took out a golden bangle the size of a bracelet. She handed it to Gu-hai and said, Gu-hai, I implicated you. This is the dragon fixing bangle. It can help you escape. Here, take the dragon fixing bangle. If you can't solve the Go puzzle, you can escape by yourself. Gu-hai looked at Long Wanqing in surprise. If you give me the dragon fixing bangle, what will happen to you? I asked for it. If I can't get out, then so be it. I implicated you all, Long Wanqing said with a bitter smile. Gu-hai stared at Long Wanqing for a while. Then he smiled faintly and said, Don't worry. I have never lost in Go before. You have to take it. Long Wanqing insisted on handing it to Gu-hai. Xiaochun stared at Long Wanqing for a while. Although Long Wanqing might be muddle-headed at times, she was still a person with emotions. All right, I'll take it first. However, don't worry. Since I dared to come in, I can definitely bring you all out. Confidence flashed in Gu-hai's eyes. All right. Long Wanqing bit her lip and nodded. Gu-hai turned his head and looked at the large Go board. It was a white life Go board. A white-haired, white-clad old man sat across from the Go board. Gu-hai recognized him with one glance. Back in the innate puzzle world, Old Man Guanxi's programmed puppet entered Gu-hai's forehead. The old man looked exactly like the one before him. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Come, play. The white-haired old man across from him said with a faint smile. Huh, he knows adoptive father? Guqin exclaimed in shock as he frowned. Long Wanqing shook her head and said with a strange expression, No, he says that to everyone. The Venerable said that this programmed puppet might have been waiting for someone to arrive. I don't know who it is. However, he says that to everyone. Chapter 152. The Life Go board was made of white jade. Its latitude and longitude were outlined by golden threads, 29 vertical and horizontal lines. Black and white Go stones were already placed on it. Gu Hai immediately guessed that this was the advanced version of the 29-line pair world Go puzzle. With just one look, Gu Hai sensed the complexity of this Go board, more than 10 times that of the dragon pinning sex. Hey, why are there 3 types of Go stones at the death board? Guqin suddenly showed a puzzled expression. Gu Hai turned his head to look. However, the death board looked extremely strange. It looked like a square abyss with many ghost stones floating above it. Each ghost stone was connected to a golden thread that led to the abyss. Nearly 100,000 ghost stones floated at the entrance of the square abyss. 1/3 were white ghost stones, 1/3 were black ghost stones, and 1/3 were transparent ghost stones that looked like glass ghost stones floating above the square abyss. Clack, clack, clack. Suddenly, some ghost stones shattered. It's those ghost stones. They all became ghost stones. Long Wanqing said worriedly, "Became ghost stones?" Gu Hai asked, feeling confused, "Adoptive father, is this a Go board? Why are there no latitude and longitude lines? Furthermore, there are 100,000 ghost stones." Guqin asked, feeling confused. The interior of this square Go board might be the 29-line pair world. Old man Guanxi modified it to use people as ghost stones. Everyone is a ghost stone. There should be 100,000 people in there, struggling in the Go board's world. Gu Hai said with a frown. Just at this moment, Montez's furious roar came from the black Go board. "Beast, my great Feng mafia family has internal conflicts. However, it is not a place for a beast like you to act so impudently. Fu Shui, this inheritance is not for you to meddle with." Humph. Wei Yang snorted coldly. Boom. Roar. Montez, Wei Yang, aren't you two master and disciple at odds with each other? You bastards. Why are you targeting me? The flood dragon, Fu Shui, roared from the black ghost stone abyss. Still alive? Are they still alive in the abyss? Long Wanqing clenched her fists and asked nervously. Gu Hai frowned. After all, he couldn't guess what was going on at first glance. Division Leader Gu, Grandmaster Lu Nian is inside. I am also very worried. I will enter the game of death and show it to Mr. Good. I hope it will be useful to Mr. Good, a Long Wanqing servant said, solemnly. Oh, Gu Hai showed a hint of surprise. The servant seemed to turn away from the peony flower. Who? Suddenly, a huge suction force appeared, and the servant was sucked into the square abyss without any resistance. When it flew over, its body suddenly distorted and turned into a black chess piece. The chess piece floated above the square abyss. Then a thin golden line came out of the black chess piece and rushed into the abyss. Did he really become a chess piece? Guqin was surprised. No. Gu Hai shook his head. He did not become a chess piece. Instead, he entered the Go puzzle world. That chess piece should be a ghost stone clone that this world created for him. It floated at the entrance to the deep abyss. Whatever the main body encountered in the Go puzzle world, the entrance to the Go puzzle world would show its location and status. For example, the 3 Go stones over there shattered. That means that the main body died in the Go puzzle world. Gu Hai said, seriously, could it be that he did not become a chess piece? Long Wanqing asked in shock. Gu Hai nodded and said, back then, when the Go puzzle world created a ghost stone clone for you and Grandmaster Lu Nian used the dragon fixing hoop to push you out. You saw Grandmaster Lu Nian become a chess piece. So, then what is going on? Long Wanqing asked, feeling confused. Gu Hai remained silent for a while before saying, Old man Guanxi should have made preparations for his inheritance. Oh, Old man Guanxi's inheritance. Isn't it the dragon vein? Long Wanqing asked in shock. Wei Yang mentioned the word inheritance earlier Guqin felt slightly stunned as well. Gu Hai nodded and said, "It is the inheritance that old man Guanqi left behind. The dragon vein is only a part of old man Guanqi's inheritance. As for the details, I do not know. Old man Guanqi wanted someone to inherit his inheritance. What old man Guanqi wanted the most was someone with extraordinary Go skills like him. If one could solve the life chess piece, one could inherit his inheritance." The life chess piece. Long Wanqing raised her eyebrows and shook her head. No one has ever solved the life chess piece. Anyone who lost died to the Go puzzle's strangulation force. Previously, a large number of Shunji Battalion disciples died to the strangulation force of the life chess piece. It is so complicated that even Grandmaster Lu Nian does not dare to play it. That is because one does not have enough Go skills. One cannot directly obtain old man Guanqi's inheritance. Perhaps old man Guanqi also thought of this and might not be able to solve it. Hence, he set up a death chess piece. Perhaps the death chess piece does not require too much Go skills. Gu Hai analyzed. The death chess piece? Added later? Guqin said with a frown. Perhaps. Anyone who enters Peony Flower will give up on the life chess piece and be pushed into the world of the death chess piece. Inside, they will fight for the inheritance based on their own ability. I do not know what happens inside, but it is not good news. However, it might not be a good thing. Gu Hai said with a frown. What do you mean? In the life chess piece, one will definitely die if one loses. What do you think will happen if one cannot win the death chess piece? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Then only death? Guqin said, slightly stunned. However, there is only one inheritance. In that case, only one person can win. The rest are all losers. Worry flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Aside from the only winner, the rest will die in the internal struggle. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Gu Hai nodded and said, "That is my guess." Doesn't that mean that as long as one enters this gigantic peony flower, only one person can obtain the inheritance while the rest will die? All the 100,000 cultivators inside will die. Long Wanqing showed a worried expression. Is this why the 50,000 cultivators in the periphery do not dare to enter? They might have been waiting here for a long time already. They only enter but not leave. At first, it did not matter. However, as time passed, they became afraid. So they did not dare to enter? Guqin said with a sullen expression. Everyone's expression changed. In front of them was a white fog. The pure, white peony was no longer beautiful in their hearts. Instead, it looked even more sinister than the Azura hell. Is this a man-eating peony flower? Gu Hai nodded. Adoptive father, can you solve the life puzzle? Guqin asked from the Go board. Let's give it a try. Gu Hai nodded. Everyone looked at Gu Hai with anticipation. However, they saw Gu Hai slowly sit down on one end of the Go board, facing old man Guanqi's puppet across from him. The Go board has been restarted. Please make your move. The white-haired old man across from him said with a faint smile. Gu Hai nodded. Then he lowered his head and carefully looked at the Go board. Gu Hai did not make his move. Instead, he continued to deduce in his heart. The Great Feng Mafia family's elementary chapter, the Dragon Pinning Sect's intermediate chapter, and the Peony Sect's advanced chapter. Although the three chapters are different, there is a progressive process. If I had not read the elementary and intermediate chapters, I would not be able to enter this Go board easily. How complicated. Gu Hai frowned heavily. This was the first time Gu Hai found a Go board complicated. Gu Hai slowly sank his consciousness into it and looked at the Go board. Long Wanqing, Guqin, and the others waited patiently. Although they felt very anxious, they did not dare to disturb Gu Hai. Gu Hai sat there for an entire day. Outside, the 50,000 cultivators paid close attention to the peony sect. They also looked forward to Gu Hai's arrival. Although the fog shrouded the place, they could still make out the general picture. Gu Hai has been sitting there for an entire day. Why has he not made his move yet? Indeed, could it be that he does not dare to make his move and is purposely stalling for time? That's not right. 10 days ago, someone imitated Gu Hai and purposely stalled for time. In the end, that Go board killed that person in less than 4 hours. Why can Gu Hai stall for time? This is not fair. Countless cultivators showed unconvinced expressions. Even so, no one dared to step forward. Countless people had already died in the life Go board. As for the death Go board, 100,000 cultivators had entered, but not a single one had come out alive. That peony sect was a land of death. It was over once one stepped into it. Although everyone wanted to obtain the dragon vein, one needed to be alive to obtain it. Wasn't it too dangerous for old man Guanxi to give something to Gu Hai? This Go board was indeed complicated. However, due to its complexity, there were also many comprehensions. Here, Gu Hai suddenly gained many new comprehensions. It was like he instantly comprehended many things in his mind. The black Go stone continued to hover in the space between Gu Hai's eyebrows like it was ruling the world. The white crystal shard was beside it, and the 100,000 Go puzzles below had already merged after a long round of 4x4. However, as Gu Hai suddenly comprehended many things, he suddenly comprehended many things. All of a sudden, the chessboard below began to merge together at an extremely strange speed. Boom, boom, boom. The Go boards quickly merged. Soon, the 80,000 Go puzzles turned into 20,000 4x4 Go puzzles. The remaining 20,000 seemed extremely complicated in the first place and could not be merged immediately. It seems like they can be condensed, Gu Hai said after some thought. Then, one of the 4x4 Go puzzles suddenly shrank, removing some useless Go pieces and some vertical and horizontal lines. Slowly, it turned back into a 19x19 Go board. However, at this moment, this Go board was different from the previous 4. However, it seemed to contain the shadows of the previous 4 Go boards. It was like all the essence of the previous 4 Go boards had been condensed into this one. OM. 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 Condense, condense, condense. The 20,000 large Go boards quickly condensed. After another day, they turned back into small Go boards. These were all 19x19 Go boards. Including the Go puzzles that could not be merged, there were 40,000 small Go puzzles. Each and every one of them was extremely complicated. The more thoughts and laws a Go board contains, the more one can form a ritual array. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. While looking at the 29-line pair world Go puzzle, Xiao Chun looked at the 40,000 Go puzzles in his forehead space. Gu Hai had a feeling that the Go puzzles were all connected. If he could condense these 40,000 Go puzzles, perhaps he could use them to lay a ritual array. Perhaps this was how old man Guanxi's 28-line pair world Go puzzles and 29-line pair world Go puzzles came about. Merging, condensing, removing the impurities, extracting the essence, and making the laws denser, making the perfect even more perfect? Was this the Go Great Tao? Boom. Of the 40,000 complicated Go puzzles in Xiao Chen's forehead space, 4 of them merged, forming a 4x4 Go board again. My guess was right. Merging and condensing Go puzzles is the foundation for constructing a ritual array, the beginning of creating a world. Gu Hai's eyes grew increasingly bright. Merging all 40,000 complicated Go puzzles was not something that could be done immediately. Xiao Chen could only slowly deduce them. Gu Hai slowly immersed his consciousness into the 29-line pair world Go puzzles. Gu Hai sank in and out. Suddenly, he felt his consciousness enter the Go puzzle. Xiao Chun felt like he was standing on a vast land, the world white. He was all alone. Suddenly, a woman appeared not far away. Gu Hai felt slightly stunned. He knew that this was an illusion. However, he saw a golden thread coming out of his body, connecting him to Chen Xian. The golden thread seemed to have the word love circling it. Then, for children suddenly appeared not far away. Guqin, Gahan, Gadang, and Gumming. Gu Hai looked at the 4 children in confusion. The golden thread connected him to the 4 children again. The golden thread seemed to have the word kinship circling it. Suddenly, an azure-colored fog appeared not far away. A group of people stood in the fog, their faces obscured. The leader was an azure-robed man. He gave off a soul-stirring aura. Just looking at him would make one's heart jump. The golden thread connected Gu Hai to this group of people. The golden thread circled the word hatred. More people appeared out of nowhere on the vast land. Every person had a golden thread connected to Gu Hai. Every thin thread recorded the relationship between Gu Hai and this person. Gu Hai stood on this vast land. He seemed to be deep in thought, as if he had understood something. After a long time, Gu Hai suddenly looked at the sky. He let out a long breath and said, "I understand now. The world is a chessboard, and all living things are chess pieces. The gratitude and grudges between people are like invisible lines of longitude and latitude. The lines of longitude and latitude on the chessboard are connected to the chess pieces, causing the chess pieces to struggle in the chessboard and unable to escape. All living things are chess pieces. The world is heartless and uses all living things as chess pieces." Wang. Gu Hai seemed to have understood something in an instant. His body emitted a golden halo. He slowly withdrew his consciousness from the chessboard. He raised his head and looked at the old man, Guanxi's puppet opposite him. "Why hasn't foster father made his move?" Guqin said worriedly. "Yeah, it's been 3 days. Is Gu Hai still thinking?" Long Wanqing was also very worried. Countless cultivators in the outside world were also looking at Gu Hai blankly at this moment. He had been sitting there for 3 days. Was he playing chess? "Congratulations. You are the only person to solve this chessboard so far," the old man Guanxi's puppet suddenly said. The old man Guanxi's puppet's voice was not loud. However, it strangely reached everyone's ears. Wow! The 50,000 cultivators watching immediately burst into an uproar. How can this be? Gu Hai did not make a single move. How did he solve it? This is cheating. This is not fair. Can he solve the chessboard by sitting there for 3 days? I can do it too. Long Wanqing and Guqin looked at the old man Guanxi's puppet in confusion. He solved it just like that. He did not move at all. "You already solved the Go puzzle. Please make your move. Prepare to receive my inheritance," the old man Guanxi said again. Chapter 153. "You already solved the Go puzzle. Please make your move. Prepare to receive my inheritance," the old man Guanxi said again. "Gu Hai, you solved the Go puzzle? If you accept the inheritance, will the life and death pieces end? Will the venerable and the others be saved?" Long Wanqing suddenly said in pleasant surprise. "That's right. Adoptive father, no matter what it is, just take it first," Guanxi said joyfully. Only Gu Hai frowned slightly as he sat before the Go puzzle. He still remembered the helplessness of the 9th young master back then. He felt so helpless that after becoming the 9th young master, he went around searching for a substitute. Others might not know what the inheritance was, but Gu Hai knew a little. 8th young master? Accept the inheritance and become the 8th young master? Gu Hai remained silent for a while. "Gu Hai, quickly accept the inheritance. At that time, the dragon vein will be yours as well. I'll give you my dragon-luring jade." Long Wanqing said anxiously, "Dragon vein?" This was one of the reasons why Gu Hai did not hesitate to come this time. Originally, Xiao Chun did not care much about dragon veins. However, after reading the Heavenly Dynasty outline that Yao Xingtian gave him, he discovered that dragon veins were incredibly important. Now, there was a chance to obtain a dragon vein before him. How could he give it up? If he gave it up this time, would there be another chance in the future? Gu Hai remained silent for a long time. The countless surrounding cultivators looked at Gu Hai in confusion. They did not know what Gu Hai was conflicted about. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai seemed to make up his mind. He slowly took out a ghost stone and placed it on the sky. Buzz! As Gu Hai placed his ghost stone, the peony flower suddenly gave off a large amount of golden light. Then, the peony flower slowly turned transparent. Aside from the life and death pieces, everything else turned transparent. It was like stepping on a huge, transparent flower. The golden light came from a huge dragon head under the peony flower. Roar! The peony flower suppressed a huge golden dragon head. Just its head alone seemed to be 300,000 zhang long. Its face was ferocious as it roared. However, with the peony flower suppressing it, its head could not move at all. At this moment, it was incomparably anxious and furious. Between the peony flower and the dragon head, there seemed to be an 8-colored peony flower the size of a fist. The 8-colored peony slowly rotated, looking dreamy and illusory. The 8-colored light gave off a soul-stirring feeling. Vaguely, there seemed to be small, densely packed words within the light. Is that the dragon vein of the earth? What is that fist-sized peony? There seems to be a lot of words floating inside. The inheritance that Montez and the others mentioned before, could it be the inheritance of Old Man Guanxi? Is the 8-colored peony flower the inheritance of Old Man Guanxi? Boom! The 50,000 Xiuzha outside were immediately excited. If the great earth dragon vein allowed everyone to be rational, then the inheritance of Old Man Guanxi would not be rational. Wasn't that the most powerful inheritance in the world? Who? Suddenly, hundreds of people swarmed toward the giant transparent peony flower. Mine! Bastard, don't fight with me! Mine, mine! Hundreds of people rushed up the giant peony flower. Xiao! Whoosh! Whoosh! The peony flower produced a powerful suction force that suddenly sucked the hundreds of people into the death puzzle. In the blink of an eye, they turned into chess pieces and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Nearly 1,000 people jumped from the front to the back, and all of them were sucked into the death chess piece. Finally, the people outside calmed down a lot and looked at the scene in front of them blankly. Why is this happening? It's not fair. Why is it that Gu Hai and the others can go to the life chess piece, but we will be sucked into the death chess piece if we go up? Could it be that because Gu Hai solved the life chess, no one is allowed to enter the life chess area? Countless cultivators stared blankly at the giant transparent peony flower, at the dragon vein, and Old Man Guanxi's inheritance suppressing it. Everyone felt their blood rush to their heads. However, the feeling of being able to see but not obtain was extremely depressing. Long Wanqing stared at her feet with wide eyes. The ground below her had already turned transparent. The dragon vein had appeared. However, there was something even more ridiculous than the dragon vein. Old Man Guanxi's inheritance. This, Long Wanqing said in shock. However, Gu Hai only took one look and frowned. I have doubts. Why are there 3 kinds of chess pieces in the death chess piece? Black chess pieces, white chess pieces, and a type of transparent chess pieces? I wonder if old man Guanxi left an answer? Gu Hai asked, feeling puzzled. Long Wanqing, Guqin, and the others showed confused expressions at Gu Hai's question. Why was he asking about the death chess piece at this time? The white-haired old man suddenly smiled faintly and said, "The main body left an answer. It seems that the main body guessed the question of the solver. The main body's answer is Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things, and three is the source of all things." The three kinds of chess pieces represent three forms. Three forms? Gu Hai frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, Gu Hai's expression changed. Three is the source of all things. Three is all-encompassing. I once heard that the Buddhists had such an explanation. There are three generations of Buddhas: the past, the present, and the future. Is this the same for this chess piece? If the black chess piece is placed first, then the black chess piece represents the past, the chess piece that has been placed in the past. The white chess piece that has not been placed represents the future, the chess piece that will be placed in the future. Then what represents the present? When the black chess piece is placed and the white chess piece has not been placed, that is the present. At the present, the chess piece has not been placed, but it is inferred in one's mind where to place it. The chess pieces inferred in one's mind are illusory chess pieces, not real chess pieces. Therefore, on the death chess piece, the transparent chess pieces are not real chess pieces, but illusory chess pieces inferred in one's mind. The white-haired old man looked at Gu Hai and smiled. I don't know. The main body did not give me an answer. That's all I know. Three is all-encompassing. You have to figure it out yourself. Please continue placing your chess piece and accept the main body's inheritance. Gu Hai looked at the white-haired old man with a complicated expression. Looking at the chessboard, the white-haired old man had already placed a white chess piece. Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai placed another chess piece. Clap! Rumble! The gigantic, transparent peony flower suddenly trembled, and then cracks appeared on it. Below it, the 8-colored fist peony flower trembled, as if it wanted to surge at Gu Hai. It seemed like as long as Gu Hai placed another chess piece, the 8-colored peony flower would break through the gigantic, transparent peony flower and charge at Gu Hai. Please place your chess piece, the white-haired old man continued after placing down a white chess piece. However, Gu Hai frowned slightly and asked, "What is this inheritance? What use is it to me?" The main body left behind his last words. Actually, when you were solving the puzzle earlier, you already obtained the greatest inheritance. The white-haired old man said. Oh, Gu Hai was slightly confused. Didn't you comprehend the 29-line pair world Go puzzle? You comprehended the impermanence of the heavenly Tao. The world is heartless and uses all living beings as chess pieces. In the main body's inheritance, the heavenly Tao inheritance is the foundation. Everything else is inconsequential. That 8-colored peony flower contains only the inheritance of a magical technique. No matter how strong a magical technique is, it can never compare to the heavenly Tao. You already obtained the heavenly Tao. The magical technique of the 8-colored peony flower is just the icing on the cake. The inheritance of the dragon vein below is ranked last, just the icing on the cake. The peony flower is the king of flowers, the inheritance of a king. It is the Tao that the main body deduced to establish a dynasty. It will help you establish a country and walk a different path from the main bodies. The white-haired old man sternly said, "The Tao of establishing a dynasty? Old man Guanxi deduced it. Why didn't old man Guanxi establish a dynasty himself?" Gu Hai asked in confusion. Because establishing a dynasty is not the main body's forte. It cannot be first. However, the Go Tao can be first in the world. Thus, Old man Guanxi gave up on establishing a dynasty and used the Go Dao to compete with the heavens. The white-haired old man explained, "Isn't establishing a dynasty old man Guanxi's forte? Then this inheritance of his might not be the best." Gu Hai sternly asked. "However, it is still better than most of the dynasties and emperors' legacies." The white-haired old man explained, "If no one can solve this puzzle, then the greatest inheritance, the heavenly path inheritance, will be lost. Others will at most obtain the sorcery technique inheritance and the dragon bloodline inheritance." Gu Hai asked, "The heavenly path inheritance can only be obtained by those with great comprehension of the Go Dao. Otherwise, it cannot be inherited." The white-haired old man nodded. "What do I have to pay to obtain the inheritance?" Gu Hai asked in confusion. "Relax your entire body and don't resist. Let the 8-colored peony read your memories and leave a mark of the main body in your body. From then on, you will be the disciple of the Sky Chess Pavilion. The disciples of the Sky Chess Pavilion will listen to your orders. Your orders are the orders of the main body." The white-haired old man explained, "Read my memories and leave a mark of old man Guanxi in the depths of my soul." Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Yes, because this is the only way to receive the sorcery technique inheritance," the white-haired old man explained. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly as he held a ghost stone in his hand. Originally, he was about to place it on the Go board. However, he slowly pulled it back. Leave a mark of old man Guanxi in the depths of his soul? From then on, he would work hard to get rid of his identity as the 8th young master, just like the 9th young master. Gu Hai didn't want to do that. Moreover, he didn't want his memories to be read by others, even if they were already dead. "Gu Hai, make your move. Old man Guanxi is already dead. Many people in the divine continent would go crazy for this sorcery technique inheritance." Long Wanqing said anxiously. Gu Hai shook his head slowly. "The benefits are great, but the risks are even greater. You don't understand how terrifying old man Guanxi's mark is." "Huh." Long Wanqing frowned slightly. Gu Qin's expression changed. He took a deep breath and said, "Godfather, why don't you let me accept the sorcery technique inheritance?" Gu Hai frowned slightly and looked at Gu Qin. "Godfather, the memory of Mother's death is still fresh in my mind. I'm useless and can't do anything. I want to avenge Mother. You're working hard, and I don't want to be a burden to you. I want to share your burden. There's an opportunity right in front of me, and I can't just give it up. I'm willing to accept this risk." Gu Qin said firmly. "The risk is too great. You can't take it." Gu Hai shook his head. "When Godfather and Mother picked me up from the snow, I was almost frozen to death. I was lucky enough to survive. Moreover, there's such a huge sorcery technique inheritance. So what if the risk is great? At most, I'll die. I don't care." Gu Qin said firmly. "No." Gu Hai shook his head. He didn't want Gu Qin to take the risk. Chapter 154. "Gu Hai, why? Old man Guanxi is already dead. What are you worried about? The heavens sent down heavenly punishment, and old man Guanxi died in body and soul." Long Wanqing said, feeling confused. Gu Hai shook his head and said, "I don't know either. However, I have a feeling that old man Guanxi did not leave behind the innate puzzle world, the Sky Chess Pavilion's flame seed, and 9-5 Islands Go puzzle on a whim. I feel a kind of danger that makes my hair stand on end." "Feeling? Just a feeling? How could a feeling be inaccurate?" Long Wanqing said, feeling confused. Gu Hai shook his head, not explaining further. "However, adoptive father, if we do not collect this technique inheritance, Venerable Lu Nian will not be able to leave the death puzzle, right?" Gu Qin said worriedly. "Indeed. What about the Venerable and the others?" Long Wanqing asked worriedly. Gu Hai looked at the nearby death puzzle and shook his head. However, who can guarantee that they will be able to leave the death puzzle if I place another ghost stone? Huh. Everyone felt slightly stunned. Since it's the death chess, then there's only death. In the end, there's only one winner who can live and obtain the inheritance. If we place another piece, then there will be no winner in the death chess game. Only the loser. Perhaps the death chess game will disappear, but what about the people inside? They might escape. What's the other possibility? Gu Hai said seriously. Perhaps they will all die. Guqin felt slightly stunned. Long Wanqing's anxious expression suddenly froze. What should we do? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a change in the chessboard of death. On the south side of the chessboard of death, a golden chess piece suddenly appeared. Countless threads came out of the golden ghost stone, connecting to the 30,000-odd black ghost stones floating above the death puzzle. That is, a golden ghost stone? Adoptive father. I heard that you all obtained a golden ghost stone in the innate puzzle world. A golden ghost stone can condense one's own cloud beast. Is this one as well? Guqin asked in surprise. Who? Suddenly, an illusory palm appeared where the golden ghost stone was and grabbed the golden ghost stone. The moment the illusory palm grabbed the golden chess piece, its surroundings became more condensed. It was Montez. Montez held the golden chess piece in one hand and Fengling in the other. He looked extremely excited. I got it. Ha ha ha. Fu Shui, after so much fighting. I got it first. Montez's shadow suddenly roared with a ferocious expression. The power of the formation, follow my command. Rise. Montez shouted as he held the golden ghost stone. Boom. The golden chess piece was a source. Countless golden threads connected all the black chess pieces. Rumble. All of a sudden, more than 30,000 black chess pieces jumped up and surged toward the transparent chess piece. Walla-la-la-la. After a series of collisions, the transparent ghost stone got knocked to the side. That is an illusory image. Why is Montez's image in the Go puzzle world outside the Go puzzle? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. That is because Montez already jumped out of the Go puzzle. He is no longer a ghost stone. Gu Hai said with raised eyebrows. Not a ghost stone? Then what is it? He is a Go player. Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes. A Go player? Could it be that golden ghost stone? Long Wanqing said in shock. That's right. He obtained that golden ghost stone and controlled all the black chess pieces. All the clones of the black chess pieces are Montez's Go stones. Perhaps when we first arrived 3 days ago, we heard their voices, Montez, and the others were near the golden ghost stone from the start. Perhaps they were fighting for the golden ghost stone. Montez got it, Gu Hai said seriously. How can that be? Venerable Battalion Commander Li is a genius. How could Montez get it first? Long Wanqing said in shock. Because Montez has the key that leads to the shortest path in this ritual array. Gu Hai said gravely, Wind chime. Long Wanqing's expression changed as she stared at the numb wind chime. Wind chime had a peony tattoo on her head. A Go player? Doesn't that mean that Montez won and everyone else will die? Guqin said with a change in expression. Not necessarily. There is more than one Go player in a game of Go. Gu Hai said with narrowed eyes and shook his head. Indeed, another golden ghost stone suddenly appeared on the north side of the Go board. Countless thin golden lines emerged from the golden ghost stone and connected to all the white chess pieces. Clack! A hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the golden ghost stone. Slowly, 2 illusory images appeared, Wei Yang and Li Wei. Li Wei looked at wind chime in a daze. Wei Yang grabbed the golden ghost stone and squeezed it. Go! Rumble! 30,000 odd white ghost stones suddenly gathered on the north side and charged at the transparent ghost stone. Boom! A loud sound rang out as a large number of white and transparent ghost stones shattered. Bastard, do you think that it is useful to demonize these people? What is not yours will never be yours. Humph! Wei Yang shouted. Wei Yang also jumped out of the Go game. He is also a Go player. He controls the white ghost stones. Guqin's expression changed. Is it because of Li Wei? Li Wei also has a peony tattoo on his head. Long Wanqing's expression sank slightly. Buzz. Suddenly, another golden ghost stone appeared on the side of the Go board. A third? Why is there a third? Guqin exclaimed in shock. However, the third golden ghost stone produced golden lines that connected all the transparent ghost stones. Then, a hand grabbed the third golden ghost stone and suddenly materialized into a figure. This figure was the flood dragon Fu Shui. Fu Shui held the golden ghost stone with one hand and grabbed a white-clad woman by the neck with the other, showing a ferocious expression. The white-clothed woman's hair was actually a snake's head. She let out a ferocious cry. That white-clad woman is the peony sect master. Rose? Long Wanqing said in shock. Fu Shui demonized her. She also has a peony tattoo on her head. She is also a key. Guqin revealed a shocked expression. Big brother, save me. Rose, who was grabbed by the neck, screamed while trembling. As for Rose, she waved her arm in Montez's direction, showing a pleading expression. Big brother. Long Wanqing said in shock. Fu Shui, you actually obtained one as well. You obtained a golden ghost stone through Rose. Wei Yang said with an unsightly expression. Come on, then. Ha ha ha. Montez, I am your little sister. Come again, if you are capable. Fu Shui said with a ferocious expression. Little sister? Humph. You demonized her, right? Why are you still pretending? Are you trying to win my sympathy? I have long since lost my sympathy. Montez said coldly. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Wei Yang. Old fellow, this is all your fault. Humph. Evil creature, you brought this upon yourself. Wei Yang retorted as he looked at Montez. I brought this upon myself? Humph. We still do not know who brought this upon themselves. However, there is no need to let this beast take advantage of our fight. For some reason, the ground suddenly turned transparent. You saw it, right? The dragon vein and that 8-colored peony. Montez said coldly, That's fine. Li Wei is my disciple. I will transfer my energy to you. Let's eliminate this beast first. Wei Yang said coldly, Yes, master. Li Wei answered. Wei Yang extended his hand and waved it at Li Wei. Then Li Wei extended his hand and threw a palm strike at Fu Shui. Suddenly, a transparent ball of light appeared beside Fu Shui, encasing Fu Shui and Rose. Boom! The palm strike landed on the ball of light, and the ball of light trembled. All life's energy, follow my command. Wei Yang shouted, Rumble! Suddenly, all the white ghost stones trembled slightly. It was like strands of energy flowed through the golden threads into the golden ghost stone in Wei Yang's hand. Wei Yang immediately transferred his energy to Li Wei, and the force of Li Wei's palm strike soared significantly. Whoosh! Suddenly, many figures appeared on the north side of the death puzzle. In the blink of an eye, 30,000 odd figures appeared. All of them extended their arms reluctantly, transferring their energy to Wei Yang and Li Wei. These 30,000 odd people were just ghost stones, at the mercy of Wei Yang. At this moment, all of them showed pained expressions as their energy was forcibly extracted. Some of the weaker people even shriveled up. Clack! That shriveled person shriveled up and died after having all his energy drained. The white ghost stone that corresponded to that shriveled person suddenly exploded. Ah! Long Wanqing screamed. Their energy was forcibly extracted until they died. Is it so tragic to be a ghost stone? Is that Venerable Lu Nian? Guqin exclaimed in shock as he pointed at one of the 30,000-odd figures. Where? Where? Long Wanqing immediately cried out. The Venerable is still alive. That's great. At the same time, Montez threw a palm strike on the other side. He controlled all the black ghost stones, extracting a boundless amount of energy to charge at Fu Shue's ball of light. Boom! At the same time, 30,000-odd figures appeared behind Montez, all of them painfully having their energy extracted. That is, Li Haoran? Guqin suddenly found Li Haoran among the 30,000-odd figures. Roar! Fu Shui roared. He used the golden ghost stone in his hand to drive the energy of all the transparent ghost stones. This blocked the energy from the white ghost stones and the black ghost stones. Boom! The transparent ghost stones on the go board seemed to instantly clash with the white ghost stones and the black ghost stones. Suddenly, 30,000-odd figures appeared behind Fu Shui. These 30,000-odd figures all had snake-headed heads. They are all spirit-assimilated cultivators. Guqin's expression changed. How did Fu Shui do it? Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. Roar! 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 The 30,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators showed ferocious and pained expressions as they sent energy to Fu Shui. Primogenitor, I can't take it anymore. Let me go. One of the spirit-assimilated cultivators shriveled up after having his energy drained. Bang! The transparent ghost stone that the spirit-assimilated cultivator was connected to suddenly exploded. That spirit-assimilated cultivator died. Crack! 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 Under the strong force, countless cracks suddenly appeared in the transparent ball of light around Fu Shui. You made the right choice by spirit-assimilating Rose, as she is the key to jumping out of the go board. Otherwise, even if you spirit-assimilated everyone, so what? Unfortunately, this golden ghost stone that you found is useless. Although you used this ghost stone to spirit-assimilate everyone connected to it, stimulating their potential and giving you more power, so what? They are just strange, transparent ghost stones. On the go board, only the black ghost stones and the white ghost stones are orthodox. Montez said coldly, a transparent ghost stone can only defend and not attack. It is indeed useless. Wei Yang said coldly. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the transparent ball of light around Fu Shui suddenly shattered. The two palm strikes that Montez and Li Wei combined the strength of 60,000-odd cultivators landed on Fu Shui's body. Even though Fu Shui had a vast defense, he could not attack and could only passively get beaten up. Bastards! Blarg! Fu Shui went flying back, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Just at this moment, Wei Yang suddenly attacked. He extended his hand and pointed. A beam of sword chi shot out, heading for Fu Shui's palm. Boom! The golden ghost stone in Fu Shui's palm suddenly shattered. What? No! No! Fu Shui suddenly exclaimed. After shattering your golden ghost stone, you are crippled. You are eliminated, Wei Yang said coldly. Indeed, when the golden ghost stone shattered, the countless golden threads connecting the transparent ghost stone instantly broke and vanished. Fu Shui's figure also slowly vanished. The person who controlled the golden ghost stone was the player. Without the golden ghost stone, Fu Shui fell back into the go board and became a ghost stone. No, no. Fu Shui slowly disappeared. As he disappeared, he grabbed at Rose. It looked like he would grab Rose. Xing! Suddenly, a sword appeared in Montez's hand. With one strike, he chopped off Rose's head. What? Fu Shui's figure vanished before his shock. Rose is the key. Are you still thinking of using this key to snatch the golden ghost stone in our hands? Now, you are completely eliminated, Montez said coldly. Rose's snake-haired head flew into the air and slowly disappeared, leaving behind a look of disbelief in her eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. The transparent chess pieces on the chessboard were like a plate of loose sand. Go. Montez and Wei Yang each sent out a large number of black ghost stones and white ghost stones at them. Immediately, a large number of transparent ghost stones shattered. Then 10,000 black ghost stones and 10,000 white ghost stones surrounded them, pushing them to a corner of the Go board. With Fu Shui out of the game, only Meng Tai and Wei Yang were left. Nearly at the same time, Wei Yang and Montez sent out palm strikes. Boom! The two palms clashed, and the remaining 20,000-odd ghost stones were immediately drawn out. Surging energy surged out. It looked like 20,000-odd cultivators stood behind Wei Yang and Montez, pressing their palms against the two's backs and forcibly drawing out their energy for the two to enter a stalemate. The black ghost stones and white ghost stones faced each other. Montez, you are really ruthless. Rose, you killed her so cleanly. That is your younger sister. Oh, right, you even killed Yao cleanly. Yao is also your younger sister. Ha 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 ha. Wei Yang said ferociously. What? Li Wei's expression changed. Yao is Montez's younger sister. Montez looked at Wei Yang coldly. He did not get angered by Wei Yang's words. Instead, he said coldly, My good master, isn't this all thanks to you? When I killed Yao, I did not know that she was my younger sister. As for this Rose, she was already spirit assimilated. So what if I killed her? Your scheme resulted in my cold-bloodedness. Humph, unfilial son, you deceived your master, destroyed your ancestors, and killed your younger sister. Yet, you still have the face to criticize me? I already betrothed Feng Ling to Li Wei. Now, you have nothing left, Wei Yang said with a cold expression. What? Feng Ling, who was beside Montez, suddenly showed a change in her numb expression. However, Li Wei looked excitedly at Feng Ling across from him. As Montez fought with Wei Yang, he twisted his head and said coldly, My good master, do you think that your words are of any use now? Feng Ling is mine. Even if I used her, she is still mine. You said that I killed my younger sister. Aside from what you did, weren't you the one who did it as well? You schemed against your own daughter. At this moment, you want to sell your daughter again, just to get Li Wei to listen to you? Humph. Good, good. When I adopted you back then, I should not have let you go. I should have strangled you to death back then. Wei Yang said coldly. Strangling me to death? You can't bear to do that. You single-handedly caused the four of us to end up in our current situation. Do you think that I do not know? Aren't you doing this for the inheritance here? Humph. Back then, you stole the young me from the peony sect, stole Li Wei from the dragon pinning sect, and then stole Yao from the peony sect. If not for you, I would be the peony sect master right now, and Li Wei would be the dragon pinning sect master. Montez said coldly. What? Montez, what did you say? Li Wei said, his eyes widening in confusion. Third junior brother, you still don't know, right? You are the son of the previous dragon pinning sect master. It was Wei Yang who stole you back to the great Feng Mafia family. As for me, Yao, and Chang Wei, we should be the children of the previous peony sect master. Feng Ling is Wei Yang's daughter. Do you still not understand? Montez said coldly. When did you find out? Wei Yang asked coldly as he looked at Montez. In the beginning, I didn't know either. It wasn't until I entered this game of chess and saw rows that I understood everything. Wei Yang, you're so shrewd. In order to obtain the inheritance today, you've been scheming for so long. Old man Guanxi established the Great Feng Mafia family, the Dragon Pinning sect, and the Peony sect to guard the seal. Old man Guanxi planned to release the inheritance this year. Hence, he left 3 keys for the 3 sect masters. Their children turned into keys for the sake of solving today's Go game. Is it not enough that you have Feng Ling? You even stole the children of the other 2 sect masters. You want to monopolize everything? Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, you stole from the wrong person. In the Peony sect, Chang Wei is the key, but Yu Yao and I are not. You put special control over Feng Ling and Li Wei, wanting them to be in your control. However, Yu Yao and I were left alone. Hence, Yu Yao and I have rebellious personalities, Montez said coldly. However, I did raise you, after all, Wei Yang retorted coldly. Indeed, you raised us because you wanted to use us. At that time, Chang Wei was not born yet. You were not sure if we were the keys or not, right? We all have value. Montez retorted coldly. It is useless to say anything. Montez, I heard that you gave Feng Ling to Li Wei for the sake of the dragon vein. You can even do that to your own wife. Ha ha ha. Aren't you using Feng Ling as well? Wei Yang said coldly. So what if I am using her? Feng Ling is my wife. If I had not done that back then, I would have died. I owe her. I will slowly repay her in the future. Montez said coldly. Feng Ling revealed a bitter smile at the side. Repay? There is no need for that. You will die soon. Wei Yang said coldly. As Wei Yang spoke, he extended his hand and squeezed. It was like a thin thread suddenly appeared and connected to Feng Ling whoosh. Wei Yang pulled Feng Ling, and Feng Ling's body involuntarily flew into the air. Then, she was instantly pulled before Montez. Montez's palm strike contained the strength of more than 20,000 people. It was extremely horrifying. If it brushed Feng Ling's body, she would instantly die. Feng Ling was about to die at Montez's hands. Montez's expression changed. Bastard, old man, you actually planted a spell in Feng Ling's body in the past. You want Feng Ling to die for the legacy? His expression changed, and he suddenly moved his hand to the side, wanting to avoid Feng Ling. Humph! Wei Yang revealed a sinister smile. He exerted force in his hand. Uffed! Montez vomited a mouthful of blood. Because he dodged, he suffered a heavy blow. Die! Wei Yang roared ferociously. Father! A tear fell from the corner of Feng Ling's eye. She looked at Wei Yang's face with despair. Although Meng Tai had dodged the attack, Wei Yang's full-power attack would still strike Feng Ling. Feng Ling would definitely die. Don't! Li Wei suddenly roared, and his body slammed into Wei Yang. What? Bastard! Wei Yang was not prepared for Li Wei. He staggered from the crash, and all the force in his hand was deflected. Wind chimes was saved, but Wei Yang's plan failed. Old man! Boom! Meng Tai suddenly launched an attack and struck Wei Yang with a palm. Uffed! Wei Yang was caught off guard and was instantly sent flying. Under the terrifying force, his entire body was deformed. Bang! The 20,000 shadows behind Wei Yang suddenly disappeared. Boom! Meng Tai's palm landed on Li Wei's body. Li Wei also vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was deformed as he was sent flying. Brother Li Wei! Feng Ling suddenly cried out in alarm. Montez was slightly shocked by Feng Ling's attitude. However, he did not hesitate to grab the golden Go stones that Wei Yang released. Clack! Meng Tai held one golden Go stone in each hand, grabbing both golden Go stones. Ha ha ha. Old man, now I control the black ghost stones and the white ghost stones. I am the only player. You all lost. I am the only winner. I am the only winner. Ha 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 ha. Montez laughed ferociously. As he laughed, Montez drove the power of the golden ghost stones again, the power of the black ghost stones, and the white ghost stones gathered. He absorbed the power of 40,000 odd people. With a ferocious expression, Montez threw a palm strike at Wei Yang and Li Wei. Die! No! Feng Ling suddenly cried out. Then she leaped in front of Li Wei. What? Montez's expression suddenly changed drastically. However, it was already too late to withdraw his palm strike. He forcefully withdrew his power, and the power in his palm strike was greatly reduced. However, the remaining power was still terrifyingly great, and it crashed into wind chimes with a loud bang. Uffed! Feng Ling vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately went limp. It seemed like this palm strike shattered her entire body. No, no. Feng Ling, why? Why? Montez suddenly picked up Feng Ling in horror. However, Feng Ling was already limp, bleeding from her 7 orifices. Feng Ling. Li Wei cried out as he lay weakly at the side. Elder brother, Li Wei, I am your Yu Yao. Feng Ling said with a sad smile. No, Feng Ling, didn't you recover from your mental illness? Why is it acting up again? No, you are not Yu Yao. Montez cried out in horror. Feng Ling turned her head to look at Montez. Then she seemed to have regained her senses. She blushed as she looked at Montez and touched his face. Then she gently shook her head and showed a sad expression. I am not crazy. Husband, from the very beginning, I was not crazy. I always knew who I was. You're not crazy, Montez. And Li Wei looked at Feng Ling in shock. Everyone thinks that I am crazy, but I am not. Cough, cough, cough. Feng Ling said weakly as she vomited blood. Montez quickly took out a medicinal pill and fed it to Feng Ling. However, when the medicinal pill entered her mouth, more blood flowed out. No, no. Why? Montez cried out in horror. I love you, my husband. I love you. However, it is too late. You returned too late. Feng Ling said in despair as she coughed blood. What is too late? What is too late? Montez roared as if he had lost his mind. 2 years before I was captured by Big Brother Li Wei, I still wanted to resist, but he forced me to pretend to be Yu Yao. In the 3rd and 4th years, I slowly couldn't hold on anymore. I pretended to be Yu Yao in front of him. I was waiting for you to return, but you didn't. In the 10th year, I no longer rejected Big Brother Li Wei, but I still had you in my heart. In the 15th year, I accepted Big Brother Li Wei and the identity of Yu Yao. In the next 5 years, I hypnotized myself that I was Yu Yao. I realized that I was also happy. Although Big Brother Li Wei sometimes threw tantrums at me, he was really good to me. I slowly fell in love with Big Brother Li Wei. I was Yu Yao. I was willing to be Yu Yao. I liked being Yu Yao. I loved Big Brother Li Wei. I slowly began to forget you. But why did you appear again? Why did you return so late? It was too late. When I gave my heart to Big Brother Li Wei, you returned. Why were you so late? It was too late, too late, too late. Feng Ling said weakly. Feng Ling, it's fine. I still came back. Didn't I? I still came back. Montez's eyes turned red. Cough, cough, cough. Husband, I know you used me, but I don't blame you. I know that you used me when you married me, but I'm very happy. I don't blame you. I also know that you pushed me to Big Brother Li Wei, so I don't blame you. Really, I've never blamed you. Husband, Feng Ling said with a dying breath. It'll be fine, Feng Ling, Montez said anxiously. Unable to feed her pills, Montez used his quintessential essence to inject Feng Ling's body. However, Feng Ling's body was already in a mess, and there was no way to save her. Montez's eyes turned red. Husband, cough, cough. I'm going to die. I only have one request. I know that you won't let Big Brother Li Wei off. I'm not begging you to let him go. I beg you. Feng Ling could no longer open her eyes. Tell me, Montez shouted with tears rolling down his cheeks. After we die, bury us together. Let me be buried with Big Brother Li Wei, okay? Feng Ling closed her eyes, and 2 streams of tears flowed out from the corners of her eyes. Slowly, wind chimes fell silent. The last bit of sound disappeared. Hugging Feng Ling, Montez froze. Feng Ling's last request was to be buried with Li Wei. Be buried with Li Wei. In an instant, Feng Ling's desolate words echoed in his mind. It's too late. You came back too late. It's too late. You came back too late. It's too late. You came back too late. Like a demonic voice, it filled Montez's mind. Montez hugged Feng Ling. With tears in his eyes, he froze. At the last moment, Feng Ling chose Li Wei in her heart. Too late. Feng Ling. Li Wei cried in despair. Chapter 155. Husband, Feng Ling's greatest happiness in this life is to be your wife. Husband, I will love you for the rest of my life. I will be with you forever and ever. Husband, do you want a boy or a girl? Hee hee. The past had already turned into smoke. As Montez hugged Feng Ling's corpse, tears of disappointment rolled out of his eyes. Montez, you killed Feng Ling. I'll fight it out with you. Li Wei roared in grief and indignation. As Li Wei roared, he charged at Montez. Li Wei's shout jolted Montez to his senses. He turned his head, and a bloodthirsty ferocity flashed in Montez's eyes. Die! Montez roared furiously as he threw a palm strike with the flip of his hand. Li Wei was already severely injured. Although Montez did not use the power of all his ghost stones, his full power was still extremely horrifying. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and Li Wei was immediately sent flying. He vomited another mouthful of blood in midair and landed beside the dying Wei Yang. Bang! Li Wei's entire body was covered in blood. As he convulsed, he stared at Montez as though he wanted to skin Montez alive and drink his blood. You killed Feng Ling. You killed Feng Ling. Montez showed a ferocious expression as he looked at Feng Ling's corpse in his arms. Then he looked at Li Wei, who was not far away, and said coldly, Bury you together? Dream on. Feng Ling is mine. Even if she is dead, she is still mine. I will not let you die so easily. I want you to watch. Watch me be the biggest winner. I am the biggest winner. Ha 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 ha. Cough, cough, cough. Wei Yang coughed weakly. Old thing, what are you laughing at? Montez asked coldly. What am I laughing at? I am laughing at you. In the end, it will all be for nothing. Perhaps you will obtain the inheritance, the dragon vein. However, so what? You already have nothing. You lost. You are the biggest loser. Even Feng Ling, the only person who remained faithful to you, gave up on you. What do you have? You have nothing. Ha 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 ha. Wei Yang laughed mockingly. Meng Tai stared at Wei Yang with a cold light. Then he said coldly, Old thing, do you think that you can make me feel ashamed and unable to show my face with just a few words? Humph. I won't let you die so easily. I want you to open your eyes and watch. I want you to regret. That's enough. I want all of you to regret. Humph. Turning his head, Montez no longer paid any attention to the dying Wei Yang and Li Wei. After gently putting down Wen Qim's body, Montez turned to look at the ground below. Old Man Guanchi's legacy, great earth dragon vein. Montez's eyes flashed with malevolence. Clenching his right fist, Montez reached out his hand and was about to punch the ground. At this moment, Montez was in control of the white and black chess pieces. He was the only winner. Everyone, give me your strength. Break the barrier for me. Montez roared. Whoosh, whoosh. All the white and black chess pieces trembled. Then, more than 60,000 illusory figures appeared behind Meng Tai, all of them channeling energy to Meng Tai. Meng Tai's right fist seemed to be encircled by flames. The horrifying power pulsed, creating a storm. Boom, 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 boom. Meng Tai punched the ground with a loud rumble. Boom. The transparent peony flower under Xiao Chen's feet suddenly trembled. As it trembled, more cracks appeared on it. However, it still did not break. If the transparent ground did not break, Xiao Chen could not obtain the inheritance. Montez's face sank. Still not enough. Still not enough energy. Montez looked at the two golden ghost stones in his hand with a sullen expression. Ha 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 ha. Montez, you still can't obtain it. You can't obtain it. Old Man Guanchi already calculated that we are not qualified. Those 3 keys cannot touch the golden ghost stones at all. Old Man Guanchi excluded them. The same goes for you. You are also a disciple of one of the 3 sections. You are also not qualified. Ha ha ha. Wei Haoyang laughed coldly. Old thing, you are really long-winded. Montez said coldly. Is it not enough to gather everyone's energy? Montez's expression sank as he turned his head to look at the surrounding cultivators. I am not gathering all your energy. If you gather all your energy, perhaps... Montez's eyes turned cold. Then he reached out and grabbed a white ghost stone. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't grab me, that cultivator exclaimed. I want all your energy. Montez said with a ferocious expression. Rumble. The golden ghost stone drained that cultivator's energy. Soon, that cultivator shriveled up in the blink of an eye, turning into a dried-up corpse. Pa! The corresponding Go Piece clone shattered with a loud bang. Strands of golden light appeared in Montez's palm. Indeed, draining all your energy is much more than what I gathered earlier. Montez said with a ferocious expression. Whoosh! Another cultivator was pulled over. No, don't. Pa! As the ghost stone clone shattered, that person also turned into a dried-up corpse. Montez massacred one cultivator after another. You are going to kill everyone? You are going to drain all their energy? Wei Yang exclaimed in horror. It is not your turn yet. Wait patiently. Huh, Montez said with a ferocious expression. No, I'm going to fight it out with you. The various cultivators felt horrified as all their energy was drained and turned into dried-up corpses. They wanted to resist Montez. However, in the Go puzzle ritual array, they were just Go stones, while Montez was the player. They could not resist at all and could only let Montez do whatever he wanted to them. Suddenly, Montez pulled Li Haoran over. I am Li Haoran of the Shinji Battalion. Montez, you are seeking death. Li Haoran said, anxiously. Li Haoran seemed to be shackled as he was dragged to Montez. Li Haoran? Ha ha. Back then, Yu Yao wanted to report to Lord Li. This Lord Li is you, right? Montez suddenly said with a ferocious expression. Back then, Yu Yao wanted to send a message, but Montez killed her. At that time, Yu Yao mentioned Lord Li. Montez, you are really ruthless. You even killed your own younger sister. Li Haoran said coldly. Back then, I did not know that she was my younger sister. Whoever stands in my way will die. So what if I am ruthless and cold-blooded? Battalion Commander Li, speaking of which, Yu Yao died because of you. Humph. Since that is the case, then go and see her to repent. Montez extended his hand and grabbed. Rumble. Li Howren forcefully drained Li Howren's energy. Li Howren's expression changed as he took a step forward. Dazzling golden light burst out of his body as he punched at Montez. Die for me. Li Howren punched, and a vast golden manifested fist shot over. Humph. I know you are strong. Of everyone here, you are the strongest. I am not a match for you. However, right now, I am the player, and you are just a ghost stone. In this go board, I am the strongest. Humph. Montez glared as he waved his hand. Boom. Countless manifested palm strikes appeared in the air as if he controlled everyone. Then, tens of thousands of manifested palm strikes shot towards Li Howren's palm strike. Boom, 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 boom. Tens of thousands of densely packed palm strikes shot out. Li Howren's golden manifested palm strike shattered. Boom. The impact knocked Li Howren back. He fell to the ground, covered in blood. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than tens of thousands of people? There is also your own strength. Humph. You overestimate yourself. Montez revealed a cold smile. Cough, cough, cough. Li Howren vomited a mouthful of blood as he slowly got to his feet. Li Howren turned to look at Montez with a ferocious expression. Again, Li Howren walked over resolutely. No matter how many times you come, you will still die. Battalion Commander Li, here, you are just a ghost stone, and I am the player. I am God. Montez sneered. Then he waved his hand again. Rumble. Tens of thousands of palm strikes shot towards Li Howren. Li Howren protected himself with a golden barrier. However, even so, the palm strikes still knocked him back. Blarg! Li Howren vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Again, Li Howren crawled out with bloodshot eyes. In the goat puzzle world, Montez was the strongest. At this moment, even 10 Li Howrens would not be a match for Montez. Outside the death puzzle, be it Gu Hai's group or the 50,000-odd cultivators outside, they all felt horrified. Goat player? That Montez wants to kill 100,000 people in there, just for old man Guanxi's inheritance. Even the Shunji battalion's Li Howren is not a match for him. Countless people felt horrified and glad that they did not charge over. However, Long Wanqing showed an anxious expression. What should we do? Gu Hai, how do we save Li Howren? You have a way. You must have a way. Long Wanqing looked anxiously at Gu Hai. You are very concerned about Li Howren? Gu Hai asked with a frown as he looked at Long Wanqing. After my mother died, I often got bullied. Once, a cousin who bullied me pushed me off a cliff. Just as I was about to fall to my death, Li Howren appeared and saved me. He saved my life before. You have a solution? Long Wanqing looked pleadingly at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared at Long Wanqing for a while and remained silent. Before Long Wanqing's expectant gaze, Gu Hai's heart softened. I do have a solution, Gu Hai said with a frown. What is it? Long Wanqing asked in pleasant surprise. The solution lies in Li Wei. Li Wei is the last key. Using Li Wei, we can get close to Montez. Montez is currently not guarding against the dying Li Wei. As long as we catch him off guard and snatch the 2 golden go pieces in his hands, we can eliminate Montez. Then you will be the player, and he will be the go piece. Gu Hai said solemnly. Then what should we do? Long Wanqing asked anxiously. This game of Go of Death is not difficult. We just need to find a good position and send people to Li Wei. Li Wei should be near Montez. The main thing is to find a good position, so that your two servants can go. Gu Hai looked at the two servants behind Long Wanqing. No, I will go. Long Wanqing called out. Hall master, let us go. The two servants immediately called out. No, I will go. Long Wanqing ordered. Let's go together. Gu Hai shook his head. Okay, let's go together. Let's go together. Long Wanqing immediately nodded. Gu Hai, send us there and find a good position. Long Wanqing's eyes were filled with determination and anxiety. Gu Hai was silent for a while before saying, I can help you send them to Li Wei, but I have a request. I hope Hall Master can agree to it. Tell me, Long Wanqing said anxiously. Never trust Li Haoran at any time. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said, solemnly. Ah, Long Wanqing was slightly stunned. This is the only request. If you agree to it, I will send them there. Otherwise, Gu Hai shook his head. I promise you, Long Wanqing said anxiously. Gu Hai looked at Long Wanqing for a while and finally took a deep breath. All right, Hall Master, I hope you remember what I said just now. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Long Wanqing opened her mouth as if she wanted to argue with Gu Hai. However, the situation was urgent, and Long Wanqing forced herself to swallow her words. Chapter 156. With a flip of his hand, Gu Hai took out a gold ingot. Watch where this ingot lands and jump to where the ingot disappears, Gu Hai said. As Gu Hai spoke, he tossed the ingot into the death puzzle. Long Wanqing and her two servants took note of the location and instantly jumped over. Their figures flashed as they entered the Go puzzle world. In the blink of an eye, the three materialized three black Go stone clones that floated above the Go board. When the three jumped into the death puzzle world, the countless cultivators outside showed confused expressions. What are Gu Hai and the others doing? Why did they go to play the death puzzle while they were playing the life puzzle? Indeed, the death puzzle clearly leads to certain death. Why did that elite hall master suddenly jump in? Why did she not continue playing the life puzzle? Confusion filled the eyes of countless cultivators. At this moment, a black and white-robed figure stood under a large tree amid the countless cultivators. The unborn man had arrived long ago. The unborn man looked at the distant Go puzzle, remaining silent for a while. Gu Hai's Go skills? Old man Guanxi, you finally have a successor. Unfortunately, he does not seem to be that enthusiastic about your inheritance. Huh. The unborn man smiled coldly. The unborn man did not care when he saw Long Wanqing enter the death puzzle. Long Wanqing? That girl's daughter? Who is your father? That bastard actually allowed that girl to die unjustly for so many years? Humph. The unborn man said with a cold tone. Gu Hai stood beside the life puzzle on the gigantic transparent peony. As he looked at the nearby death puzzle, he narrowed his eyes. Adoptive father, although you told the hall master to guard against Li Haoran, I feel that the hall master did not listen, Gu Qin said worriedly. Gu Hai nodded and said, I know. However, there are some things that I should not overdo. She fell for it. Although she is smart, she is sometimes blinded by a single leaf. IQ and EQ were different. Her behavior showed that she was more emotional than rational. It's useless to say more. We can only let her experience it herself. But if that's the case, Gu Qin was worried. He looked at the life chess piece, and then at the death chess piece not far away. Wait here. I will take the other golden chess piece. Another one? Could there be more? Gu Qin was surprised. It's the one that Fu Shui used to control the transparent Go pieces. Gu Hai explained. Ah, wasn't it crushed by Wei Yang? Gu Qin was surprised. The past, the present, and the future. As long as the present is real, then the present will always exist. Gu Hai shook his head. Gu Qin was confused. However, Gu Hai stepped forward and suddenly leaped over. Hua! The commotion outside grew even louder. Is Gu Hai crazy? Didn't he win the life chess game? Why did he jump into the death chess piece? The countless cultivators outside showed confused expressions. Some cultivators tried to jump into the life chess piece area, hoping to pick the fruit that Gu Hai left behind. Whoosh! Suddenly, the moment they jumped onto the gigantic peony tree, they were sucked into the death chess piece area. No. Why? Why? This is not fair. Those cultivators immediately roared in despair. Why could they not enter the life chess piece area? They were sucked into the death chess piece again. If they went in, they would only get killed by Montez. Gu Qin stared at where Gu Hai disappeared. However, Gu Hai jumped to where the transparent Go pieces were and immediately materialized a transparent Go piece. Milord went to where the transparent Go pieces are. Only the injured Fu Shui and 30,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators are there. An evil man subordinate behind Gu Qin said in confusion. Whoosh! When Gu Hai jumped into the death chess piece, he felt his surroundings tremble as if something had separated from him. When he looked up, he saw a transparent Go piece floating on the Go board. An indistinct golden thread connected it to him. Bang! Suddenly, Gu Hai landed in a valley. The ground below was transparent, like outside. Xiao Chun could see the dragon vein and the 8-colored peony tree's inheritance suppressing it. The ground cracked slightly. However, the surroundings looked like a world of mountains and forests. The place where Gu Hai landed was a gigantic valley. Some cultivators stood on the peaks outside the valley, looking like they were preventing the people in the valley from leaving. However, 30,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators surrounded Gu Hai. All of them showed ferocious expressions, and the snake heads on their heads bared their fangs and claws. This valley is the transparent Go piece area surrounded by the black and white Go pieces. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes slightly. Who are you? You are Gu Hai? Why are you here as well? Gu Hai lost to the life chess piece. When the group of spirit-assimilated cultivators discovered Gu Hai, they immediately surrounded Gu Hai. I can feel Gu Hai's heart beating. His heart and liver must be very delicious. A spirit-assimilated cultivator showed a ferocious expression. Damn it! I mysteriously came here and got spirit-assimilated by the primogenitor. I don't even know if I can get out. In any case, I don't care anymore. Should I eat him? Eat him. The surrounding spirit-assimilated cultivators surrounded Xiao Chun, showing ferocious expressions. It is still not certain who will eat whom. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile. As Xiao Chun extended his hand, a crimson saber appeared in his left hand. Then he slowly extended his right hand to his ribs. Xing! Xiao Chun drew the life ender saber from his body. Surging black energy immediately encased Gu Hai. The scene of Xiao Chun drawing his ribs made the spirit-assimilated cultivators hesitate, showing shocked expressions. Ribs? A spirit-assimilated cultivator exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai turned his head to look at the spirit-assimilated cultivators in the valley. Then he said with a sullen expression, "Rather than dying to the ritual array, you might as well die at my hands." As Gu Hai spoke, he pushed off the ground and charged at the spirit-assimilated cultivators surrounding him. The crimson saber surged with surging energy into Gu Hai's body, pushing Gu Hai's energy to the Yuanying states. Furthermore, the spirit-assimilated cultivators here were mostly Golden Core realm cultivators or innate realm cultivators. The difference was too great. They were not a match for Gu Hai at all. Xing! 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 The life ender saber displayed its ferocious appearance in the blink of an eye. The instant it cut open the spirit-assimilated cultivator's skin, countless small skulls swarmed over from the surging black energy. Ah, ghost, his saber is eating people. No, don't eat me. Save me. Save me. Primogenitor, save me. Surging black energy encased Guhai. In an instant, Guhai started a massacre. Then, he rushed to a place where spirit-assimilated cultivators gathered and started a massacre. After this group of spirit-assimilated cultivators escaped, they found joy in eating people. Guhai showed no mercy at all, killing ferociously. Anyone enveloped by the black energy screamed miserably in the blink of an eye. When the black energy passed by, it left behind a pile of withered bones. When the spirit-assimilated cultivators saw this, their expressions changed. In an instant, the offensive and defensive positions changed. With Guhai's absolute strength, he killed hundreds of spirit-assimilated cultivators in the blink of an eye. However, Guhai's butcher's saber continued to advance. When the spirit-assimilated cultivators saw the black energy, they immediately turned and fled in horror. However, Guhai was currently using the crimson saber to push his strength to the limits. There was no way for them to flee. It was just a matter of time before they died. Kill, 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 kill. Everywhere the life ender saber passed, withered bones littered the ground. The surging black energy surged towards the place where the spirit-assimilated cultivators gathered in the valley. By himself, Guhai chased down tens of thousands of spirit-assimilated cultivators. Primogenitor, save me! Save me! Primogenitor! Arg! It's Guhai! Save me! It's Guhai! Guhai! I am a Peony sect disciple. We are all Peony sect disciples. We have no grudges with you. Guhai, how dare you kill me? Arg! Miserable cries echoed throughout the valley. Panic instantly filled the air in all directions. At a corner of the valley, a group of spirit-assimilated cultivators surrounded the blood-covered Fu Shui. As Fu Shui regulated his breathing, the spirit-assimilated cultivators stood guard for him. Suddenly, miserable cries came from the distance. The spirit-assimilated cultivators' expressions changed. Fu Shui, who was regulating his breathing, suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Primogenitor, it's Guhai. He is reenacting that scene from the first song sect. A spirit-assimilated cultivator said with an unsightly expression. Then, Xiao Qin saw a black energy fog in the distance, quickly charging at the surrounding spirit-assimilated cultivators. Everywhere it went, withered bones littered the ground. The horrifying killing speed made Fu Shui's face sink. It's Guhai again. Fu Shui's expression turned sullen. This was not the first time Fu Shui started a grudge with Guhai. He had failed to gain any benefits at the first song sect or outside the Gu residence. Humph! Fu Shui snorted coldly. He slowly stood up and pushed off the ground. Then, Fu Shui suddenly charged at Guhai. This time, Fu Shui was prepared to kill in one strike. He did not want to waste words with Guhai to prevent himself from falling for Guhai's trick again. Boom! Xiao Qin shot over like a cannonball, instantly arriving at the black energy fog. Then he swiped at Guhai, who was in the black energy fog. Roar! When Xiao Qin swiped out, it was in the shape of a dragon's claw. It looked like it could tear through everything, instantly tearing Guhai to shreds. Fu Shui, I've been waiting for you for a long time already. Guhai suddenly guffawed. Buzz! Suddenly, a dazzling golden light shot out of the black energy fog. A golden hoop immediately flew out and crashed into the dragon claw. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the dragon claw shattered. It seemed like the golden light from the golden hoop was specially made to neutralize the dragon claw's energy. This is Fu Shui's expression changed. The dragon fixing hoop, a treasure specially made to deal with the dragon race. Gu Hai said with a cold smile. That's impossible. What is your cultivation? Can you refine the dragon fixing hoop? Fu Shui exclaimed. When I infused my veritable essence energy in, I discovered that it was just the 28 line pair world ritual array. I'm familiar with this ritual array. After my veritable essence energy circulated through the ritual array, this dragon fixing hoop followed my will. Gu Hai guffawed in the black energy fog. As Xiaochen spoke, the dragon fixing hoop suddenly enlarged, releasing a dazzling golden light as it flew towards Fu Shui. No. So what if you know how to play Go? Why? Fu Shui turned around and fled in horror. However, the dragon fixing hoop instantly accelerated and smashed into Fu Shui. Boom. Roar. Fu Shui roared. The dragon fixing hoop's strong force immediately knocked him out of his true form, turning him into a 1-kilometer-long flood dragon. Buzz. The dragon fixing hoop seemed to carry a great force, pressing down on Fu Shui like a mountain. No. Damn it. How can there be a treasure specially made to deal with the dragon race? The flood dragon roared as it struggled to get up. Its figure trembled as it tried to struggle free of the dragon fixing hoop. However, the dragon fixing hoop was a treasure refined by old man Guanxi. Naturally, its might was exceptionally horrifying, making it difficult for Fu Shui to move. Kill Gu Hai for me. Everyone, attack. Kill Gu Hai for me. Even if you tire him to death, I will take anyone's life. The flood dragon roared ferociously. Roar. The group of spirit-assimilated cultivators immediately charged at Gu Hai, who was in the black fog. Chapter 157, on the gigantic peony tree. Guqin led 10 evil men and frowned as he looked at the nearby death puzzle Go board. Gu Hai entered and transformed into a transparent Go stone. He landed among the transparent Go stones. Following that, one of the transparent Go stones suddenly shattered. The Go stone beside Milord shattered. Milord killed it. Another transparent Go piece has been shattered. Milord killed another one. This time, all 10 shattered at the same time. Milord killed 10 in one go. Oh no! All the transparent Go stones are gathering around Milord's Go stone. They want to work together to deal with Milord. What should we do? At first, the evil men felt anxious. However, they soon felt stunned. The transparent Go stones are shattering faster. Milord is massacring them. Is he massacring spirit-assimilated cultivators like he did at the first Song sect? There are more than 30,000 there. Can Milord kill them all alone? Whoosh! This time, 100 Go stones shattered. 100 Go stones shattered. Is this like harvesting wheat? Even with so many people, they could not stop Gu Hai. The transparent Go stones shattered one by one. Guqin showed joy in his eyes. His adoptive father is going on a killing spree. This is too ferocious. How long has it been? 500 Go stones have shattered. How long can these spirit-assimilated cultivators last? While Guqin's group paid attention, many people in the outside world paid attention as well. After all, Gu Hai's appearance had become the focus of attention long ago. This was especially so after he solved the life puzzle earlier. Many people paid attention to Gu Hai's every move. When the countless cultivators saw Gu Hai turn into a transparent Go stone, they showed disdain at first. Then shock and horror appeared on their faces. How horrifying! Did Gu Hai kill them? 800 spirit-assimilated cultivators died in just a short while. Although I cannot see the scene in the Go board, it is definitely Gu Hai. That Go stone is Gu Hai. The first Song Sect massacre? Is it going to reappear? This time, Gu Hai is going to kill 30,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators. He's a monster, a devil. How did he cultivate? Most of these 30,000-odd people are Peony Sect disciples, right? If Gu Hai really killed them all, wouldn't that mean that Gu Hai wiped out the 5 great sects of 9-5 Island by himself? The Great Foam Mafia family is completely annihilated. The Clear Stream sect was completely annihilated. The first Song sect was completely wiped out. The Dragon Pinning sect was completely destroyed. The Peony sect had been completely annihilated. The 5 sects were annihilated, and none of them were left without Gu Hai. Old Devil Gu. That was close. That was close. Luckily, I didn't stop Gu Hai earlier. That's right. Previously, you guys actually recklessly tried to stop Gu Hai. Did you see that? They're dying in droves. As the crowd watched the chess pieces shatter rapidly, many of them revealed looks of horror. The ferocity of Old Devil Gu had been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. The vigilance came from the depths of his soul. Inside the death puzzle, in the valley where Gu Hai was, the crimson saber pushed Gu Hai's strength to the limit. Everywhere the Life Ender saber went, it brought boundless horror. Kill, 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 kill. Gu Hai got struck 10 times. However, white bones piled up at Gu Hai's feet. Soon, there were 2,000 withered bones. This one-sided massacre horrified the spirit-assimilated cultivators. They charged over in droves. However, they could only become dead souls under Gu Hai's saber. The scene of countless skeletons eating the spirit-assimilated cultivators horrified the demonified spirit-assimilated cultivators. Demon, save me! One of the spirit-assimilated cultivators turned around and fled into the distance. Go back! Fu Shui, who was trapped by the dragon-fixing hoop, shouted. No, primogenitor, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. That spirit-assimilated cultivator screamed in horror as he continued fleeing. Humph! Fu Shui snorted coldly. Boom! That fleeing spirit-assimilated cultivator immediately exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the air. Not even his corpse remained. The surrounding spirit-assimilated cultivators shivered. The primogenitor could kill all the spirit-assimilated cultivators with a thought. Those who dare to retreat will immediately explode and die. You can only survive by advancing. Continue. Kill Gu Hai for me. Even if we tire him out, we have to tire him to death. Roar. The flood dragon Fu Shui roared. Kill. The spirit-assimilated cultivators turned their heads and roared as they charged at Gu Hai. There were too many sabers and swords, so it was inevitable that they would stab Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai had the Life Ender saber. His bones mutated. When a sword stabbed him, a bone with a metallic sheen suddenly protruded from his body. Dang! The sword stab was blocked by the metallic bone. Whoosh! At this moment, under Gu Hai's control, a large number of bones with a metallic sheen protruded from his body and stuck to him, looking like armor. Die! Gu Hai snorted coldly. At this moment, countless spirit-assimilated cultivators swarmed over. Gu Hai had his armor, so he was not afraid of defense. He attacked with all his might. With one saber strike, 100 spirit-assimilated cultivators died in the blink of an eye. Ah! Wallala! Whoosh! 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 Not far away, the struggling flood dragon showed a horrified expression. That's impossible. What saber is that? How can it be like this? Fu Shui looked at Gu Hai in horror. Whoosh! Whoosh! Under the horrifying massacre, some of the spirit-assimilated cultivators had already lost their will to fight. Some were blinded by bloodlust. However, no matter what, Gu Hai was like a gigantic meat grinder, continuously shredding the endless sea of spirit-assimilated cultivators. Kill, 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 kill. Outside, Gu Qin and the others held their breaths as they watched the transparent ghost stones. A ghost stone in the center trembled slightly, and the surrounding ghost stones quickly shattered. First young master, 12,000 transparent ghost stones have already shattered? An evil man asked after gulping. Why is Milord becoming more horrifying each time? Last time, Milord took 2 or 3 days to kill 5 or 6,000 First Song sect disciples, right? Milord killed more than 10,000 people in just a little more than an incense stick's worth of time. How can this be? How did Milord grow? This was a go-game battle. Horror appeared on the flood dragon's face as it frantically twisted its body, trying to break free from the dragon fixing, Hoop pressing down on it. At the same time, it did its best to urge the spirit-assimilated cultivators to delay Gu Hai. If the spirit-assimilated cultivators did not delay Gu Hai, they would be in danger. If they dared to flee, they would immediately self-detonate. Immediately, the spirit-assimilated cultivators sent themselves to Gu Hai to their deaths. The spirit-assimilated cultivators could stab Gu Hai again and again. However, the spirit-assimilated cultivators blocked Gu Hai's bone armor. Roar! The flood dragon roared and used its full power to lift the dragon-fixing Hoop. Why? Why? The dragon-fixing Hoop specifically targets the power of the dragon race. I am not satisfied. I am not satisfied. Fu Shui roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! The flood dragon bit down on the dragon-fixing Hoop, wanting to tear it apart and break it. Buzz! The dragon-fixing Hoop gave off a dazzling golden light. However, the flood dragon's expression turned increasingly ferocious. It would not rest until it bit the dragon-fixing Hoop. This was because the flood dragon understood that it could not lift the dragon-fixing Hoop with its own strength. It could survive only by breaking it. Song Pingxing, you old man, you did all this. Even after you die, you will not let me off. The flood dragon swore as it bit the dragon-fixing Hoop with a ferocious expression. The dragon-fixing Hoop belonged to Song Pingxing. Back then, he offered the First Song sect disciples to spirit-assimilate cultivators and worked with the flood dragon because he had the dragon-fixing Hoop. That way, he could take drastic measures at the end. However, after going around in circles, Gu Hai made use of him. The flood dragon felt boundless resentment as it ferociously bit down on the dragon-fixing Hoop. 2 hours later, crack! Suddenly, a crack appeared on the huge dragon-fixing Hoop. A crack? I'm going to tear the dragon-fixing Hoop apart. It's going to shatter. The flood dragon exclaimed excitedly. This was because the flood dragon could feel that the pressure on its body had weakened a lot. You really have good teeth. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out by the flood dragon's ear. The flood dragon's expression changed as it turned its head to look. The flood dragon saw Gu Hai wearing tight-fitting, flickering silver armor. He held a bone saber and a crimson saber in both hands as he looked at the flood dragon coldly. Where are they? The flood dragon's expression changed. When the flood dragon turned its head to look, it saw a mountain of corpses behind Gu Hai. Not a single one of the 30,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators remained. All of them had turned into dry bones, looking like a sea of bones. It looked incredibly horrifying. I already killed all of them. The energy of the spirit-assimilated cultivators piled up in my body. It was really uncomfortable, actually causing me to suffer internal injuries. I vomited. Damn it. I even vomited blood. I can't break through to the golden core realm despite being a peak innate realm cultivator. Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm. You killed all of them? How can that be? There were 30,000 odd of them. The flood dragon revealed a horrified expression. "There's also you, Fu Shui," Guhai said coldly. "Guhai, why did you kill me? I don't have a death grudge with you. We can work together. At most, I'll listen to you in the future." The flood dragon exclaimed, its expression changing. However, Guhai shook his head and said, "Back then, I killed the Clear River sect master to free him. However, I still feel some gratitude for him. You are the one who caused him to become neither human nor ghost. Just treat it as me taking revenge for him. Stop begging for mercy. I look down on you." As Xiao Chen spoke, the life ender saber suddenly stabbed at Fu Shui. Roar! Fu Shui roared in shock and anger. However, the dragon-fixing hoop pressed down on him, making it incredibly difficult to move. Boom! Fu Shui opened his mouth and bit down on the dragon-fixing hoop again. This time, he bit down with all his might. Crack! 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 Even though Fu Shui tried his best to break the dragon-fixing hoop, he could not stop Guhai's life ender saber from piercing his skin. Boom! Surging black energy surged into the wound, and countless skulls did their best to bite at the flood dragon Fu Shui. Roar! Rumble! Fu Shui's body twisted and turned as he continuously bit down on the dragon-fixing hoop. However, the black energy encased his entire body. Rumble! Rumble! The flood dragon struggled desperately in the black energy. The dragon-fixing hoop gave off its final golden light. Buzz! Boom! The dragon-fixing hoop suddenly shattered. Fu Shui finally tore it apart. However, Fu Shui's miserable shrieks came from the black energy. Whoosh! Fu Shui hastily leaped out of the black fog. However, what came out was no longer a Jiao dragon. It should be a Jiao dragon's bones. Only the head was left with some flesh and blood. The rest of the body was completely gone, leaving only a pile of bones. Roar! The flood dragon let out one last sorrowful cry. Whoosh! The surging black energy encased the flood dragon again, and countless skulls did their best to bite it. After a while, the sorrowful cries of the flood dragon disappeared from the black fog. The black energy returned to the life ender saber. Cough! Cough! Cough, cough, cough. Guhai vomited mouthfuls of blood. He looked coldly at the long dragon bone on the ground. The energy in Fu Shui's flesh and blood is still horrifying. I can't break through to the golden core realm. This energy nearly made me explode. It accumulated in my body. How unbearable! Guhai showed a pained expression. Guhai's expression suddenly changed. After the dragon-fixing hoop shattered, it turned into a cloud of mist and disappeared. However, something was left behind in the mist. It was a white crystal. Whoosh! The white crystal instantly entered Guhai's forehead. Then, it suddenly came into contact with the white crystal in Guhai's forehead and merged with it. The two crystals merged into one and became even bigger. The black ghost stone reigned supreme in Guhai's forehead space. Below, it were 40,000 Go puzzles slowly merging. The white crystal under the black ghost stone was the crystal left behind by the old man Guanxi, who refined the 28 line pair world ritual array. When Guhai obtained the 28 line pair world ritual array, there is also one in this dragon-fixing hoop. This crystal? It can't be old man Guanxi's heavenly ghost stone fragment, right? Guhai's expression suddenly changed. In that case, the black ghost stone fragment that brought me from Earth is not the 9th-ranked treasure in the world, the heavenly ghost stone. Instead, the real heavenly ghost stone fragment was crushed by old man Guanxi, reduced to shards, and hidden in the treasure that old man Guanxi left behind. Guhai's expression sank. That old demon was so scheming. Even after he died, He could not rest in peace. Gu Hai showed a depressed expression. If it were anyone else, they would have rejoiced. This was a heavenly ghost stone fragment. However, Gu Hai avoided it like a snake. Phew! Gu Hai took in a deep breath and calmed himself. He suppressed the discomfort in his heart and turned his head to look at the distant mountain peak. However, the person on the mountain peak had already disappeared. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and said, "Where are they?" "They were standing in the distance when I first arrived." "Wait, that's not right. Something must have happened to Long Wanqing, and they left under her control?" Gu Hai took a deep breath and put away his two sabers. Then he changed his clothes and jumped into the distance. When Gu Hai left, the countless cultivators outside felt horrified. The transparent ghost stones had all vanished, not a single one left. Gu Hai killed all 30,000 odd people. The countless cultivators outside the gigantic peony tree felt horrified. That old demon. Fortunately, I did not stop him. With this, who would dare to seek trouble with that old demon? However, the people at the life ghost stone fragment felt excited. All the transparent ghost stones shattered. My lord killed 30,000 odd people. Everyone. My lord's chess piece clone, that transparent chess piece, has also changed into a golden chess piece. I understand. My lord killed all the transparent ghost stones, and his ghost stone clone turned golden. That means that my lord revived the transparent ghost stone's golden ghost stone. My lord became a Go player. Adoptive father is a Go player as well. Guqin revealed a joyful expression. Chapter 158. When the two servants jumped into the death puzzle at the Long Wanqing Palace, when Montez landed heavy blows on Li Haoran again and again, Li Haoran got up from the ground again and again. He showed a ferocious expression. What are you waiting for? Everyone, if you do not resist now, you will all be drained dry later. Shinji Battalion disciples, attack. Li Haoran roared as he stood up. Roar. A large number of cultivators immediately charged at Montez. After all, anyone could tell that Montez wanted to drain everyone dry. Humph. Chess pieces will always remain chess pieces. Montez snorted coldly. Then he waved his hand. Boom. When Meng Tai waved his hand, the nearly 10,000 cultivators charging over instantly went flying. It was not that Meng Tai used a lot of force. Instead, it was because Meng Tai controlled two golden ghost stones. Using the golden ghost stones, he moved the cultivators away. They were like marionettes. Everyone was a marionette, but the strings were in Meng Tai's hands. Ah! Ah! The nearly 10,000 cultivators went flying, unable to control themselves. After all, they were just ghost stones, and Montez was the player. You overestimate yourselves. Humph. Montez looked coldly at the surrounding cultivators. However, the surrounding cultivators did not give up. They continued charging at Montez. Everyone knew that if they charged forward, they still had hope of survival. If they did not, they would only be drained dry and die. Montez pushed aside the countless cultivators and threw another palm strike at Li Haoran. Battalion Commander Li, your cultivation is based on the Golden Origin realm. It is indeed strange. Even when I drain your energy, it is extremely slow. However, there is no need to worry. If it is slow, so be it. I will slowly drain you dry. Montez looked at Li Haoran with a ferocious expression. As Li Haoran was beaten, he drained all his energy. His complexion paled. However, he still showed a ferocious expression as he charged at Montez. Go! Montez threw another palm strike. Rumble! Tens of thousands of manifested palm strikes struck Li Haoran. Ah! Li Haoran was sent flying again. At this moment, the disciples of the Shinji Battalion all rushed toward Montez with long arrows. Swish! The thousands of arrows were wrapped in astral energy and were incomparably sharp. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived not far from Montez. Countless cultivators' eyes lit up. Montez could control our bodies, but could he control the rain of arrows? There was hope. However, Meng Tai did not care about the rain of arrows. Instead, he revealed a cold smile. Oh no! Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed. Sure enough, when the rain of arrows was still 50 feet away from Montez, boom! In an instant, all of them exploded. What? Countless Xiozha widened their eyes. However, they saw that there was a transparent shield around Montez with a diameter of 10 feet. All the arrows hit the shield and were blocked. What is that? Not a shield. Even when the thousands of arrows hit it, it did not create any ripples. Someone exclaimed, "Ha ha ha ha! Of course, it is useless. This is the protective barrier of the Go player. How can you injure me with just a bunch of Go pieces?" Montez revealed a cold smile. The protective barrier of the Go player? Everyone's expression changed. Humph! Do you think that it is easy to obtain the Golden Ghost Stone? Old Man Guanxi left behind 3 keys. Only with these 3 keys can one enter this barrier. Wei Yang, Fu Shui, and I fought for many days before we used the 3 keys to enter and obtain the Golden Ghost Stone. Do you want to reap without sowing? Montez sneered. No, that's impossible. Doesn't that make you undefeatable? Countless Xiozha felt horrified and in disbelief. Tens of thousands of Xiozha cultivators charged over. As Montez smiled coldly, he waved his hand, and everyone was sent flying again. Montez revealed a cold smile and said, "I am the Go player. I am undefeatable in the first place. As a Go piece, I should have the awareness of being a Go piece." 9-star alignment. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Venerable Lu Nian's Buddhist prayer beads suddenly turned into 9 stars and charged at Montez. Montez's face sank as he waved his hand. Bang! Venerable Lu Nian was immediately sent flying. At the same time, Li Hai drained Venerable Lu Nian's energy. Ah! Venerable Lu Nian cried out in pain in the distance. However, the 9 stars had arrived before him. Boom! 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 The 9 stars collided with the protective enchantment. The protective enchantment only trembled slightly, but it did not break. Golden arrow! Li Haoran's golden arrow suddenly shot over. The strong force was like a hot knife through butter as it crashed into the protective barrier. Boom! Despite the loud explosion, the barrier still trembled slightly, unable to break. Continue! Venerable Lu Nian roared as he controlled the Buddhist prayer beads from afar. The 18 Buddhist prayer beads turned into 2 9-star alignment beams that charged at the barrier. Golden arrow! Attack together! Countless Xiozha cultivators charged at Montez. Do you think that I do not dare to kill you? Humph! Montez snorted coldly. Then he waved his hand and quickly drained the energy of all the people charging over. Ah! Even though it was painful, the Xiozha cultivators still charged forward. If they did not charge, they would die. Rumble! The surroundings turned chaotic. The group at the very front had already reached the protective barrier. However, no matter how hard they struck the protective barrier, they could not break it. Montez waved his hand again and again, sending all the people in front flying and crashing into the ground in the distance. Many people fell to the brink of death. Roar! 9-star alignment. Golden arrow! Countless Xiozha cultivators charged over. Montez showed a cold expression. However, no one could break the barrier at this moment, so he slowly relaxed. Chess pieces are just chess pieces. Only I can decide your fate. All those who charge forward will have their energy drained first. Montez said coldly. Ah, 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 ah. The group at the very front shriveled up quickly as they screamed in pain. Ha 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 ha. Montez guffawed proudly. At this moment, Montez was like a god. No one could stop him or do anything to him. It seemed like everyone's sorrowful fate was already decided. However, just at this moment, behind Montez, whoosh! Suddenly, 5 figures strangely charged into the protective barrier. Just like that, they suddenly entered. The instant the 5 figures entered, the shriveled cultivators outside suddenly goggled. Then, they showed wild joy on their faces. They started to attack the barrier with even more ferocity. Huh! Montez seemed to sense that something was wrong with the people outside. However, in that instant, he reacted too late. Suddenly, 2 manifested palms struck his back. What? Boom! Montez cried out in alarm as the strike knocked him into the air. Then, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Although Montez did his best to open the protective barrier, in that instant, a sharp sword stabbed into his wrist. Shing! Bang! After Xiao Chen's wrist was pierced, the 2 golden ghost stones in his palm flew out. Outside, countless cultivators goggled at this scene. However, they saw Long Wanqing immediately step forward and grab the 2 ghost stones. Boom! Montez staggered and went flying. No, my golden ghost stones. Mine. Montez roared in horror, wanting to charge over. However, Long Wanqing leaped twice and immediately jumped into the distance. Then, she stood on a large rock while holding the ghost stones. Meng Tai pounced forward in horror and slammed into the protective barrier with a loud bang. Boom! Montez was blocked outside the protective barrier. Did the players switch positions? Whoosh! Ah! Countless cultivators immediately cheered. The great demon Montez finally fell off his pedestal. Countless people glared at Montez with hatred. Montez turned his head and understood. It was Long Wanqing's 2 servants carrying Li Wei and Wei Yang in front. The 2 palm strikes on Li Wei's back came from Long Wanqing's 2 servants. As for the sword at his wrist, it came from Wei Yang. Wei Yang's sword thrust caused Li Wei to lose his golden ghost stones. Montez, you are finished. Li Wei revealed a sinister smile. Ki? Li Wei, I should have killed you long ago. I should have killed you long ago. Montez roared as he charged at Li Wei. Protect Li Wei, someone shouted. Capture Li Wei. The surroundings turned chaotic. Long Wanqing had just grasped the golden ghost stones and was not familiar with them yet. However, she still gave it a try. Boom! Suddenly, the surrounding people exploded under Li Wei's control. Ha 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 ha! Montez, you are out. You are out. Ha 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 ha! Wei Yang guffawed. Old thing, it's all your fault. It's all your fault. Montez tossed Li Wei aside and immediately charged at the approaching Wei Yang. Go! Long Wanqing shouted and threw a palm strike. Suddenly, it seemed like she gathered everyone's strength to attack Montez. Tens of thousands of manifested palm strikes suddenly appeared. Boom, 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 boom. Ah! Montez screamed miserably as he went flying. Blarg! Li Wei vomited a mouthful of blood in midair and fell to the ground in the distance. His entire body was covered in blood, and he could not move. No, it shouldn't be like this. Long Wanqing, you cough, cough, cough. How did you appear there? How did you appear at Li Wei's place? I placed Li Wei and that old thing in that blind spot. That blind spot. No one can get close to them. No one can get close to them. How did you do it? Meng Tai fell to the ground, his face filled with unwillingness. The people here cannot get close, but that does not mean that the people outside cannot. Long Wanqing said coldly, "Outside. You came from outside. How did you know which ghost stone was Li Wei? How did you know how to get to Li Wei so accurately? I don't believe it. Even I can't do it so accurately. It is even more impossible for you to do it." Cough, cough, cough. Montez said weakly with an expression of disbelief. "Guhai helped me." Long Wanqing said sullenly as she grabbed 2 ghost stones. "Guhai? Guhai again? How many of my plans are you going to ruin? Guhai!" Montez roared with a ferocious expression. As Montez roared, he showed a bitter expression. "Montez, I said that you have nothing. What else do you have? You are too smart, but what about you? Everyone hates you. Even your undying lover has abandoned you, and you have nothing to gain. You have lost everything. Ha 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 ha, cough cough, ha ha." Wei Yong coughed as he laughed mockingly. "Old thing, don't you also have nothing?" Meng Tai revealed a trace of a bitter smile. "No winner? Ha ha, no winner." Li Wei said with a bitter smile. Everyone looked at this group of people. Long Wanqing also looked at Montez coldly, without any sympathy. "It is better for this kind of person to die. Hall Master Long, save me." Suddenly, a shout came from not far away from Long Wanqing. It was a group of Shinji Battalion disciples. They carried the skinny Li Haoran out of the protective barrier. Li Haoran was now covered in blood and was on the verge of death. "Battalion Commander, Li?" Long Wanqing's expression changed. "Hall Master Long, Battalion Commander has been drained of his blood essence. He is dying. Quick, help Battalion Commander Li." A Shinji Battalion disciple said anxiously, "How can we help? How can we help?" Long Wanqing said anxiously, "Replenish our blood essence and let Battalion Commander enter your barrier. Lend him the golden chess piece. We are willing to offer a part of our blood essence to Battalion Commander. Please, only you can save Battalion Commander now. Quick, Battalion Commander is dying." The Shinji Battalion disciple shouted anxiously, "Lend him the golden chess piece and let him drain your blood essence." Long Wanqing's expression changed. "As long as the battalion commander can catch his breath, it will be fine. We are all willing. Quick, quick. We just need to lend the battalion commander a golden ghost stone. The battalion commander can't hold on for much longer." That divine strategy battalion disciple urged. Long Wanqing frowned slightly. Suddenly, she remembered Gu Hai's last words, telling her not to trust Li Haoran. "I did agree to Gu Hai's request, but Long Wanqing was caught in a dilemma. "Hall Master Long, I beg you to save the battalion commander. Back then, the battalion commander saved your life. He risked offending your cousin to save you. Now that the battalion commander is dead, can't you save him? He saved your life before." That Shinji battalion disciple said anxiously. Long Wanqing struggled. After a moment of silence, she finally nodded. "All right, I'll lend him a golden chess piece." With a wave of her hand, a crack seemed to appear in the protective barrier. The moment the crack appeared, Li Haoran, who was on the verge of death, suddenly shot into the crack like an arrow. "What?" Long Wanqing's expression changed. At the same time, Venerable Lu Nian climbed out of the rubble in the distance. Just as he stood up, he saw this scene. "No!" Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed. Chapter 159. Montez was eliminated. All his efforts were for naught. Xiao Chen exhausted all his schemes but ended up with nothing. He was covered in wounds. As Xiao Chen looked at the dragon vein under the transparent ground, the ferocious dragon had seemed to mock him. He was eliminated and no longer qualified to compete. Ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Montez suddenly started laughing loudly. It seemed like Xiao Chun was laughing at his naivety and stupidity. As he laughed, he looked in the direction of Feng Ling's corpse. He saw Feng Ling, who once loved him to the bone, give up on him before she died. Xiao Chun already had a lot. However, he was not content and gambled everything. He gambled Feng Ling. As Montez laughed, 2 streams of tears of regret flowed out of his eyes. However, this was not over yet. Countless cultivators in the surroundings surrounded him in rage. Beat him to death! Beat him to death! The crowd raged. Boom! 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 The crowd beat Montez up again and again. Montez vomited blood. He could not resist, but he could not stop laughing. As he laughed, tears streamed down his face. The crowd felt grief and hatred. You are still laughing? Beat him to death! Beat him to death! The crowd raged, continuously beating Montez up. The crowd's rage could not be quelled. However, just as the crowd beat Montez up, suddenly, 10 people screamed in horror. The hand that was beating Meng Tai also stopped. The 10 bodies rapidly shriveled up, becoming increasingly shriveled up. Gradually, they turned into dried corpses. All the energy in their bodies had been sucked dry. Whoosh! The surrounding cultivators suddenly felt terrified and immediately dodged Meng Tai. They thought that Montez would take those 10 people's corpses. However, Montez was on his last breaths. It's him, Li Haoran. Li Haoran. He turned into a Go player. No, don't suck me. A scream of agony attracted everyone's attention. Everyone saw the golden-armored Li Haoran standing on a large rock. A 30-meter-wide protective barrier surrounded him. The Shunji battalion disciples stood respectfully outside the protective barrier. Even though they were Li Haoran's trusted subordinates, he did not let them into the protective barrier. How can this be? Where's Long Wanqing? Everyone was slightly stunned. Not far away, in the ruins, Long Wanqing stood up while clutching her chest and vomiting blood. Her face was full of shock and disbelief. Why? Battalion Commander Li, why? Didn't I promise to give you a chess piece? Long Wanqing's eyes turned red as she roared. Li Haoran waved his hand, and the energy of several people around him was forcibly extracted. Li Haoran's face turned from pale to rosy. He glanced at Long Wanqing with a cold smile and ignored her. Instead, he turned his head to look at Montez. The first key, Rose. He was killed by you. The second key, Feng Ling, was also killed by you. Montez, how could you be so careless? Left behind the third key? Ha 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 ha. Li Haoran laughed wildly. Cough, 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 cough. Li Haoran, you won't have a good ending, either. Montez laughed miserably. I like this expression of yours. Ha 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 ha. Didn't you have a lot of fun beating me up earlier? What about now? You can't do it anymore? Are you a pile of dead meat? Li Haoran smiled coldly and waved his hand. Rumble. Li Haoran immediately mobilized everyone's energy and sent out tens of thousands of manifested palm strikes. Li Haoran sent Montez flying once more. Blarg. Montez vomited another mouthful of blood as he fell from the tens of thousands of palm strikes. His entire body was covered in blood, and it seemed like all his bones had shattered. Cough, cough. Montez vomited blood, looking like he was on his last breath. It doesn't matter if they die, but it won't be fun if you die. Let me tell you something. If you do things carelessly, you will never amount to anything. If you want to accomplish great things, you have to learn how to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Just like this. Li Haoran smiled and waved his hand. Whoosh! Li Wei, who was in the crowd, was suddenly pulled up by a force. Oh no! Protect Li Wei! Protect Li Wei! Once Li Wei dies, we will never have another chance, Wei Yong shouted in shock. Old thing, you really talk a lot of nonsense. You can all attack together, Li Haoran said coldly. Whoosh! Li Wei and Wei Yong immediately floated up. Everyone's expressions changed. You want to kill Li Wei? Someone exclaimed. That's right, Li Haoran said coldly. Then he took out a golden sword. Chop! Boom! A golden, manifested sword shot towards Li Wei. No! Li Wei roared. Boom! Even though Li Wei roared, it was too late. The golden sword instantly cut Li Wei in half. Whoosh! The surrounding cultivators immediately panicked. The last key! The last key! Li Haoran, do you want to repeat the same mistake as Montez and kill everyone? Wei Yong exclaimed. Rumble! Immediately, surging energy was extracted from Wei Yang's body. Wei Yong couldn't resist or resist at all. He was already severely injured. How could he have much strength left? Arg! 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 Wei Yong shrieked as he shrieked. Then he turned into a dried corpse and stopped breathing. Li Haoran's extraction speed was even faster than Montez's. Another one died, even faster than before. He is even scarier than Montez. Li Haoran, you are the Shinji Battalion's commander. You will not kill us. Battalion Commander Li, we have no grudge with you. The son of my sect master is also a disciple of your Shinji Battalion. The surrounding cultivators panicked as they looked at Li Haoran in horror. Ha 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 ha! Li Haoran waved his hand. Immediately, a large number of cultivators were drained of energy. No, Battalion Commander Li, let us go. He is even more ruthless than Montez. Help! Arg! No! Don't choose me. Arg! Miserable shrieks rang out. A protective barrier? Only 3 keys could enter. Rose Fengling and Li Wei. With all 3 keys dead, Li Haoran was already undefeatable. Hall Master! Venerable Lu Nian rushed over and helped Long Wanqing up. However, Long Wanqing flung Venerable Lu Nian's hand away and ran to Li Haoran. Then she roared with bloodshot eyes. Li Haoran, why? Tell me why. Li Haoran turned his head and looked coldly at Long Wanqing. He said, Little girl, are you really that gullible? What did you say? Long Wanqing said with a ferocious expression as she stared at Li Haoran. A golden ghost stone? How can that be enough? A golden ghost stone cannot help me break the seal. If it cannot solve the death puzzle, what is the use of it? Treating injuries? Don't be naive. What I want is the inheritance of Old Man Guanxi below. I want the dragon vein below. Li Haoran said proudly, You lied to me? You would lie to me? Didn't you say that you would not lie to me? You even saved my life before. Why lie to me? Why did she trust Li Haoran? How did your grandfather know that I killed you? Ha 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 ha. Li Haoran's arrogance suddenly came to a halt. Li Haoran suddenly stopped moving. He no longer sucked in Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian. Wait, you said that Gu Hai sent you into Li Wei's place. In that case, can the people outside see in? That's impossible. How can they see? Li Haoran's expression changed. Cough, cough, cough. Li Haoran, you finally know fear. If you hurt Long Wanqing, the people outside will definitely see it. Then Venerable Long Wanqing's grandfather will definitely kill you. Ha 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 ha. Venerable Lu Nian guffawed as he vomited blood. That's not right. Long Wanqing, speak quickly. Otherwise, I will immediately kill Venerable Lu Nian. Li Haoran said coldly, "Rumble." The surging suction rushed towards Venerable Lu Nian, weakening him further. Long Wanqing showed a sorrowful expression as he said, "I'll speak. Let Venerable Lu Nian off." "Speak quickly," Li Haoran roared. The people outside cannot see the people inside. However, they can see the surroundings of the player. They can see everything you do when you hold the golden ghost stone. Long Wanqing said sorrowfully. Li Haoran's expression turned unsightly. "So that is the case. So that is the case. Let Venerable Lu Nian off, please," Long Wanqing begged. Li Haoran shook his head. "I won't kill you. I can spare you, Long Wanqing. However, Venerable Lu Nian has to die. He is an old demonic genius. He is just trapped here. Otherwise, once he escapes, I would be in great danger. He has to die. I will only let you off." "What?" Long Wanqing exclaimed. "Let me drain you dry." Venerable Lu Nian. Roar. Li Haoran said coldly, "Rumble." Strong energy quickly drained from Venerable Lu Nian's body. Venerable Lu Nian's condition turned increasingly dangerous. "No, Li Haoran, I'll fight it out with you." Long Wanqing charged over in grief and indignation. Then he took out an enchanted treasure with a flip of his hand, preparing to attack. "Humph! I won't kill you. However, you can forget about being presumptuous." Li Haoran snorted coldly. Boom! Li Haoran threw a palm strike. Long Wanqing could not block it at all and got knocked into the air. "Ah!" Uffed. Tears of regret streaked across Long Wanqing's eyes as he flew through the air. "Guhai, I'm sorry. I should have listened to you. I made a big mistake." Uffed. Long Wanqing vomited blood as he fell. "Home Master!" Long Wanqing's servant cried out in alarm. However, he also shouted in despair as his energy was being drained. It looked like Long Wanqing would fall unconscious. Suddenly, as Long Wanqing fell, a pair of arms reached out. Bang! However, a pair of arms suddenly caught Long Wanqing, who was about to fall to the ground. Then he slowly fell and was caught smoothly, preventing his injuries from worsening. Li Haoran had not expected someone to dare to catch Long Wanqing at this moment. The surrounding cultivators also looked over. When they saw the man who caught Long Wanqing, everyone cried out in alarm. Ah, that is. Many cultivators were indescribably excited, as if they saw their savior. Long Wanqing thought that his head would hit the ground. However, he was suddenly embraced by a warm embrace. Guhai? Long Wanqing looked at the man, who hugged him in disbelief. "Hall Master, why are you so careless?" Guhai smiled warmly. Guhai's warm smile seemed to wash away all of Long Wanqing's hatred. In an instant, all of his grievances exploded. Long Wanqing's tears flowed out. "Guhai, I'm sorry. I didn't listen to you." Long Wanqing's grievances and regret gushed out like an unstoppable river. Chapter 160. "Guhai!" Li Haoran shouted angrily as he glared. Li Haoran's forceful extraction of Venerable Lu Nian's energy also stopped. In the past, Li Haoran would not have cared about a minor character like Guhai. However, Li Haoran now had to be careful of Guhai. From the innate puzzle world to 9-5 Island, Old Man Guanxi's schemes were all related to Go. During this time, Guhai's Go skills proved to everyone that his Go skills were vast and unstoppable. He could not be underestimated. Even in this death puzzle world, where Montez already controlled the situation, Guhai easily tossed in Long Wanqing and 2 servants. With just 3 Go stones, Gu Hai managed to turn defeat into victory, knocking Montez off his pedestal. All his efforts were for naught. With just 3 Go stones, Gu Hai managed to turn defeat into victory. Now, Gu Hai personally came down. Ha! Ha ha ha! Gu Hai! Gu Hai! The dying Montez in the distance seemed to go crazy when he saw Gu Hai arrive. Speaking of which, Montez had never underestimated Gu Hai. He had always treated Gu Hai as if he were facing a great enemy. However, even though he guarded against Gu Hai with all his might, he could not defeat Gu Hai's gentle moves in the end. Facing Gu Hai, Montez no longer had any intention of competing. However, he still felt indignant in his heart. I have already schemed. Why must there be someone better at scheming than me? Without Gu Hai, would I have succeeded? Since I was born, why did Gu Hai have to be born? Mr. Good, you are finally here. Mr. Good, save me. Please solve this puzzle quickly. Mr. Good, your ghost skills are outstanding. You can definitely solve this death puzzle, right? Mr. Good, save me. Mr. Good, be careful of that demon, Li Haoran. When countless cultivators saw Gu Hai, they naturally showed boundless anticipation. Even though most of the people who came to 9-5 Island had come to snatch the century lifespan immortality peach, they no longer had such thoughts. They only hoped that Gu Hai could save them. Venerable Lu Nian, are you all right? Gu Hai turned his head and looked into the distance. Poof! Ha ha ha! Venerable Lu Nian guffawed as he vomited blood from the pool of blood in the distance. Gu Hai, I'm sorry, I made a mess of things, Long Wanqing said while crying. All right, everything is fine now. I'm here. Gu Hai smiled and gently put Long Wanqing down. Hall Master. The 3 servants rushed over. After venting her grievances, Long Wanqing felt much better. She gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and looked at Gu Hai with gratitude in her eyes. This was because Gu Hai did not blame her. Later, go to Venerable Lu Nian's place. He will tell you what to do, Gu Hai said. All right. Long Wanqing nodded. After giving instructions to Long Wanqing, Gu Hai stepped forward. Then he smiled at Li Haoran and said, Shunji Battalion Commander, unexpectedly, you are a Go player now. Why don't we play against each other? Humph. Are you worthy? So what if you know how to play Go? Right now, you are just a Go stone. Rise. Li Haoran extended his hand and waved it at Gu Hai. Ah. Suddenly, the countless cultivators in the surroundings started twisting and turning as if they were puppets on strings. No one could control themselves, showing horrified expressions. Only Gu Hai stood there, not moving. What? Li Haoran's expression changed. Li Haoran controlled the golden Go stone to find which string connected to Gu Hai. Then he could control Gu Hai. Once Gu Hai fell under Li Haoran's control, he would be at Li Haoran's mercy. However, at this moment, Gu Hai was not affected at all. Instead, he walked over to Li Haoran step by step. Battalion Commander Li, is it fun? Do you want me to wait for you to play for a while longer? Gu Hai asked with a smile. That's impossible. You are not under my control. You are not a white ghost stone or a black ghost stone. Li Haoran's face sank. You only figured it out now? Since I entered this game, why would I choose to be your ghost stone? Otherwise, how could I play Go with you? Gu Hai retorted with a smile. Humph. So what if you are not a white ghost stone or a black ghost stone? A ghost stone will always be a ghost stone. Li Haoran retorted coldly. As Li Haoran spoke, he extended his hand and threw a palm strike at Gu Hai. This palm strike contained the power of more than 60,000 cultivators. It looked like Li Haoran wanted to kill Gu Hai in one go. Rumble. Suddenly, more than 60,000 manifested palm strikes appeared and flew at Gu Hai from all directions. Upon seeing this scene, the countless cultivators nearly closed their eyes. Guhai was very good at Go. However, he seemed to be only an innate realm cultivator. How could he block this? No. Long Wanqing, who had gone far away, suddenly cried out. Boom, 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 boom. However, Guhai, who was at the center of the manifested palm strikes, did not move at all. Instead, he walked forward step by step. What? Li Haoran's expression changed. Even Venerable Lu Nian could not withstand this strike. How could Guhai withstand it? The countless cultivators goggled as well. However, they saw something like a wall of energy around Guhai, a 30-meter-wide wall of energy. A barrier? A protective barrier? Someone suddenly exclaimed. A Go player? Guhai is a Go player as well? How can that be? The weakened Montez goggled in disbelief. Aren't the two golden Go stones in Li Haoran's hands? Li Haoran should be the only Go player. Why does Guhai have a protective barrier as well? Mr. Good is a Go player as well. That's great. Mr. Good has a golden Go stone as well. Mr. Good has a protective barrier. A Go player's protective barrier. Countless cultivators immediately cheered. Li Haoran looked at the two Go stones in his hand and goggled. That's impossible. Why do you have a golden Go stone as well? Why are you a Go player as well? I control the white Go stones and the black Go stones. Li Haoran felt slightly stunned. Then his expression changed as he said, a transparent Go stone? You control a transparent Go stone? However, didn't Wei Yong destroy the transparent golden Go stone? Didn't he destroy it? The game isn't over yet. How can it be destroyed? Guhai said with a smile. Li Haoran's expression darkened, and a fierce look flashed across his eyes. He was no longer the only Go player. There was still Guhai. And Guhai? Was he going to compete with Guhai? Outside the Death Go game, on a giant peony, Li Haoran was the Go player, so he created a phantom image. His previous frenzy caused an uproar among the countless cultivators outside the giant peony. No one expected Li Haoran to be so ruthless. After deceiving Long Wanqing, he wanted to kill everyone. Just for the inheritance of old man Guanxi, he almost killed Long Wanqing just now. Li Haoran is really sinister. He has been deceiving Long Wanqing for a long time. He's really unscrupulous for the dragon vein. He is really seeking death. If he kills Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather will not let him off. Fortunately, he stopped. However, the others are in danger. Look, even Guhai has become a Go player. Guhai and Li Haoran are going to fight. Guhai is also a demonic genius. Indeed, to think that Guhai killed all those 30,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators. They are all ruthless people. Guhai is better. After all, he killed spirit-assimilated cultivators. When spirit-assimilated cultivators come out, they want to eat people. Guhai is a demon exorcist. Look, they're going to fight. Li Haoran is mobilizing everyone's strength again. Guhai is the Go player. He has a defensive barrier blocking it. Countless cultivators goggled at the many twists and turns in this Death Go game. The cultivators could not shift their gazes away. Under a large tree in the middle of a mountain, the unborn man continued watching quietly. Li Haoran, I still do not believe that he has the guts. The unborn man said softly, as though he was speaking to the air beside him. I'll keep watching. The girl's death cannot be done for no reason. Let me see what this Li Haoran is capable of. The unborn man continued speaking to the air beside him. At this moment, on the gigantic peony tree, Li Haoran held two golden Go stones. His image was no longer on the north or south side of the Go board, but in the center, on the west side of the Go board. He showed a cold expression as he looked across. However, Gu Hai's image slowly materialized on the east side of the death go board. At this moment, he smiled coldly as he looked at Li Haoran across from him. In the eyes of the people outside, the two of them were currently in control of the chessboard and were in the midst of a game of chess. First, young master, Milord is playing Go with Li Haoran. Li Haoran has more than 60,000 white Go stones and black Go stones. However, Milord has no more Go stones. Indeed, Milord already killed all the transparent Go stones. Now, Milord is empty-handed. What should we do? The evil men asked worriedly. However, Guqin shook his head and said, "There is no need to worry. No one understands Go better than adoptive father. Just watch carefully. Adoptive father will definitely be fine." Yes, everyone nodded. Inside the death go board, Li Haoran could not figure out Gu Hai's situation. However, it was precisely because he could not figure it out that he felt even more uncertain. This was a go board in the end. If it were a martial battle, even 100 Gu Hai would not be a match for Li Haoran. However, Li Haoran did not know what the outcome would be in a go board. On the other side, Long Wanqing arrived at Venerable Lu Nian's place. "Venerable, are you all right? How are you?" Long Wanqing asked worriedly as she helped Venerable Lu Nian up. "Let's go quickly. We need to hide," Venerable Lu Nian said with a frown. Gu Hai got you to look for me so that I can bring you to hide. I don't know what other tricks Gu Hai has, but we are both black Go stones and white Go stones, Li Haoran's Go stones. It would be fine if that vile Li Haoran could defeat Gu Hai. However, if he could not, he would definitely hold us hostage to threaten Gu Hai, Venerable Lu Nian said as he coughed out blood. Right. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Not daring to hesitate, Long Wanqing led her 3 servants and quickly fled to a hidden spot in the distance. Battalion Commander Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian are about to escape. A Shunji battalion disciple suddenly shouted. "Huh!" Li Haoran raised his eyebrows as he looked into the distance. Long Wanqing, who was fleeing in the distance, froze. "Battalion Commander Li, don't tell me you've already admitted defeat and are preparing to use women to threaten me?" Gu Hai suddenly laughed. Chapter 161. Montez lay weakly on the ground amid the rubble. He watched as Gu Hai calmly walked towards Li Haoran in the distance. Montez showed bitterness in his eyes as he watched others calmly deal with a mountain that he could not climb. He could not help feeling desolate. Even someone as strong as Li Haoran fears Gu Hai's Go skills now. Something's wrong? Suddenly, Montez's expression changed. Although I do not know how Gu Hai became the player, he can only be the player of the transparent Go stones. Gu Hai can only control the transparent Go stones. However, Li Haoran controls the white Go stones and the black Go stones. Fu Shui controlled the transparent Go stones back then. Although Fu Shui had the golden Go stones and the protective barrier, he still lost to me and that old thing in the end. Fu Shui's golden Go stones can only defend and not attack. The transparent Go stones are illusory. Only the white Go stones and the black Go stones are real. Illusory Go stones cannot attack. They can only defend at best. Gu Hai can only defend. In that case, what can he use to fight Li Haoran? Gu Hai should not be able to defeat Li Haoran. However, why is Gu Hai so calm? Meng Tai fell into a daze. Montez and Wei Yang had defeated Fu Shui in the golden Go stones of the transparent Go stones. Would Gu Hai be able to win now that he was the one holding them? However, if Gu Hai was not confident, why did he walk towards Li Haoran so calmly? At this moment, Li Haoran looked at Gu Hai with a sullen expression. Right now, Li Haoran did not feel confident in the outside world. Even 100 Guhai would not be a match for him in pure martial prowess. However, they were playing Go now. How was Guhai's Go skills? Starting from when he suppressed 100,000 cultivators in the innate puzzle world, the Great Feng Mafia family and the dragon-pinning sect showed the brutality of the 29-line pair world Go puzzle. Although this chess of death was no longer an ordinary chess game, it was still an evolution of the 29 heavens and earth chess game. Could his understanding of this game be better than Guhai's? Guhai also has a protective barrier, so my attack on him is useless? Is he also a chess player? Was this a game of chess between himself and Guhai? Although Li Haoran was proud, he knew that he was no match for Guhai in Go. At this moment, he watched as Guhai calmly walked over step by step. Li Haoran felt even more uncertain. Battalion Commander Long Wanqing and Venerable Lu Nian are escaping, a Shunji battalion disciple suddenly shouted. Li Haoran raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. Long Wanqing, who was running away in the distance, froze. Battalion Commander Li, don't tell me you've already admitted defeat and are preparing to use women to threaten me? Guhai suddenly laughed. Seeing the fleeing crowd, Li Haoran was not provoked by Guhai. Instead, he revealed a cold smile and said, "Ha ha ha, I want to use them to threaten you. What are you going to do about it?" Guhai, who was smiling calmly, froze. Then Li Haoran waved his hand. Boom! A strong force immediately pulled the 5 fleeing people over. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before Li Haoran. Li Haoran, how dare you hurt the hall master? Master will not let you off. A servant roared. Li Haoran, I was really blind. You despicable person. A despicable person through and through. Long Wanqing said in despair. Venerable Lu Nian was already severely injured. He could not resist being pulled over. He could only say bitterly in Guhai's direction, Division Master Gu, I implicated you. Guhai looked at Li Haoran with a sullen expression. Ha! Ha ha ha! Li Haoran immediately guffawed when he saw Guhai's calm expression. This was because Li Haoran felt that he finally grasped the initiative. He finally had something to hold back Guhai. Li Haoran, is that all you have? We have not even started fighting, and you are already using the old, the weak, and the young to threaten me? Shinji Battalion Commander, you are really capable. Guhai said coldly. Li Haoran's expression turned sullen. However, when he saw that Guhai did not dare to act rashly, he no longer cared about Guhai's words. I don't need you to evaluate my capabilities. This is something that can be easily resolved. Why should I complicate it? Guhai, you don't want Long Wanqing and the others to die, right? Li Haoran sneered. Guhai stared at Li Haoran with a sullen expression. I already said that I would not kill Long Wanqing. However, that might not be the case. If I had no other choice, I would have no other choice. There is also this venerable Lu Nian and these 3 servants. Ha ha! Guhai, do you want them to die? Li Haoran sneered. Guhai, I'm sorry. I implicated you. Long Wanqing looked at Guhai guiltily. Back then, Guhai handed Li Haoran an undefeatable situation. Li Haoran was the player, and everyone was at his mercy. Such a good situation was handed to Li Haoran, but Li Haoran ended up in such a terrible state. Li Haoran already won the Go game. However, not only did Li Haoran end up losing everything, but Li Haoran was also at risk. More importantly, Li Haoran implicated Guhai. Long Wanqing felt incredibly guilty. Guhai did not look at Long Wanqing. Instead, he stared at Li Haoran. It is useless even if you look. They are my chess pieces. If I want them to live, they will live. If I want them to die, they will die. Gu Hai, there is only one way to save them now, Li Haoran said coldly. Oh, Gu Hai said with a frown. Hand over your golden ghost stone, and I can promise to release Long Wanqing and the others. Also, I will not pursue the matter, and will let you out of the matrix. Li Haoran said solemnly. Hand over my golden ghost stone? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Don't do that, Mr. Good. If you hand over the golden ghost stone, we will be finished. Countless cultivators immediately exclaimed. Mr. Good, you can't hand it over. Li Haoran went back on his word. He will not let you off. Mr. Good, even if Li Haoran lets you out of the matrix, he will hunt you down and kill you once you are out. Li Haoran is a despicable person. Don't fall for his tricks. Mr. Good, don't give it to him. The surrounding cultivators immediately exclaimed in surprise. Gu Hai was everyone's hope. Once Gu Hai handed over the golden ghost stone, Gu Hai would be completely finished, and so would they. Gu Hai furrowed his brows. Hand over the golden ghost stone. Li Haoran shouted, glaring. Gu Hai remained silent. Gu Hai, don't give it to him. Long Wanqing cried and shouted. She did not want to implicate Gu Hai anymore. Humph, Gu Hai, if you don't hand it over, I will suck them dry. Li Haoran shouted. Rumble! Suddenly, a suction force rushed toward the 5 cultivators, forcibly extracting their energy. Ah, ah, ah. The 5 cultivators cried out in pain. Li Haoran glared at Gu Hai with a ferocious expression. There were a total of 3 golden ghost stones. Li Haoran already had 2. Once he obtained Gu Hai's 3rd, he could do whatever he wanted with Gu Hai. Outside the death puzzle, everything that Li Haoran did was happening. Everyone was in an uproar. First young master, what should we do now? Is Milord really going to give away his final chance? Li Haoran, you despicable person. Everyone felt anxious. Gu Qin also showed an unsightly expression as he clenched his fists. Gu Hai's image at the mouth of the Go board slowly picked up the golden ghost stone. That golden ghost stone was originally Gu Hai's ghost stone clone, a transparent ghost stone. When Gu Hai killed all the spirit-assimilated cultivators and shattered all the other transparent ghost stones, Gu Hai's ghost stone clone turned golden. Gu Hai held this golden ghost stone as he looked at the other side. Inside the Go puzzle world, stop. I'll give you the golden ghost stone. Gu Hai showed a pained expression. Buzz. On the other side, Li Haoran paused slightly, and his eyes lit up. Li Haoran, I can give you the golden ghost stone. However, I hope that you can fulfill your earlier promise. Otherwise, even if I have to die together with you, I will not rest. Gu Hai said with an unsightly expression. Don't, Mr. Good. The countless surrounding cultivators cried out in horror. Scram to the side. Li Haoran waved his hand. Boom. The tens of thousands of cultivators in the surroundings were immediately tossed aside, like marionettes. I'm a man of my word. Toss it over. Li Haoran sneered. Gu Hai held the golden ghost stone in his hand, remaining silent for a long time. Don't. Gu Hai. Long Wanqing cried. Hurry. Li Haoran glared. Catch. Gu Hai tossed the ghost stone with difficulty. Whoosh. That golden ghost stone suddenly flew towards Li Haoran. Li Haoran suddenly showed joy on his face as he extended his hand. Clack! Suddenly, the golden ghost stone landed in Li Haoran's palm. Ha 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 ha! I grasped all 3 golden ghost stones. Ha 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 ha! Li Haoran guffawed. No! Long Wanqing shouted in despair. It was not just Long Wanqing. The countless fleeing cultivators all cried out in grief. No! Countless people revealed expressions of despair. Gu Hai had given up on his final chance. No one could save them. Li Haoran, that despicable person, would not let them off. Indeed, as Li Haoran held the 3 golden ghost stones in one hand, he suddenly threw a palm strike at Gu Hai with the other. Gu Hai, you are really stupid. Now that you no longer have a protective barrier, you can die. Ha ha ha. Li Haoran shouted. Boom. When Li Haoran threw a palm strike, he gathered everyone's energy. Tens of thousands of manifested palm strikes flew towards Gu Hai. The overwhelming manifested palm strikes carried a great destructive aura, inspiring despair in everyone. No, Li Haoran, you despicable person. Long Wanqing screamed in despair. No, countless cultivators in the distance cried out in despair. There is no saving Gu Hai. There is no saving me either. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Li Haoran fell for it. Gu Hai played a huge game of Go, using people as ghost stones? What a terrifying scheme. Li Haoran fell for it. Montez's expression suddenly changed, horror flashing on his face as he stood in the distant rumble. Immediately, an overwhelming amount of astral palms shot towards Gu Hai. Under the destructive astral palms, the surrounding mountains were razed to the ground. However, Gu Hai seemed to have vanished into thin air. The instant the manifested palm strikes hit him, he vanished into thin air? Li Haoran's expression changed. Where is he? The Shinji Battalion disciples exclaimed. The expressions of Venerable Lu Nian and Long Wanqing changed as well. What's going on? Why did Gu Hai vanish like a puff of smoke? Where did he go? The despairing cultivators in the distance also felt slightly stunned. Where is he? Where did Gu Hai go? Why did he suddenly disappear? Countless people showed confused expressions. Only Montez suddenly turned his head and looked at Li Haoran's other palm. Li Haoran's other palm held 3 golden ghost stones. Break! A loud shout came from Li Haoran's left palm. Boom! Li Haoran's left hand suddenly exploded. The instant it did, the 3 ghost stones flew out. Li Haoran's left hand exploded, turning into a bloody mess. Surging black energy immediately encased his left hand. Countless small skulls wreaked havoc in the black energy. What? Li Haoran's expression changed. Outside, Guqin's face suddenly lit up. I understand. The golden ghost stone that adoptive father tossed out earlier was himself. Li Haoran could not break adoptive father's protective barrier, and adoptive father could not break Li Haoran's protective barrier either. Hence, adoptive father used a trick to get Li Haoran to willingly release his protective barrier and let adoptive father enter. What? First young master, what do you mean? An evil man asked, confused. The golden ghost stone. The golden ghost stone was originally an additional proof of the player. However, Wei Yang already destroyed the third proof. Adoptive father's golden ghost stone was his ghost stone clone. Although it had the player attribute, it was different from the golden ghost stone proof. Adoptive father's golden ghost stone represented adoptive father himself. When the golden ghost stone entered Li Haoran's protective barrier, it was equivalent to adoptive father entering as well. Furthermore, Li Haoran took the initiative to drag him in. Ha 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 ha! What stood there was just an image of the golden ghost stone. An illusion! Guqin said excitedly. Chapter 162. No one in the death puzzle world expected such a sudden change in the situation. Everyone was stunned. Gu Hai, who should have been beaten to death, suddenly succeeded in launching a sneak attack on Li Haoran. Are we dreaming? Countless cultivators rubbed their eyes. Reality was as such. Gu Hai stood before Li Haoran, clad in a metallic armor. He held the crimson saber in one hand and the bone saber in the other as he charged at Li Haoran. Li Haoran also reached for Gu Hai with his right hand. Not far away, 2 golden ghost stones flew into the air. At this moment, neither of the two had time to grab the 2 golden ghost stones. Right now, they had to deal with each other first. Boom! Gu Hai's two sabers clashed with Li Haoran's right palm. The horrifying force crushed the rocks under the two's feet into powder. What? Li Haoran's expression changed. The bone saber had cut open his left hand earlier. Large amounts of black energy poured in, and the bones frantically gnawed at his left arm. It looked like they wanted to gnaw at his entire body. Li Haoran's palm strike did not manage to block Gu Hai, which made him feel increasingly anxious. He could no longer move his left arm. Break! Li Haoran shouted with a ferocious expression. Buzz! Li Haoran's left shoulder immediately turned golden. Then, the golden left shoulder trembled, and a tear appeared. His left arm immediately flew out of his body. Rumble! Immediately, surging black energy gnawed at the left arm. In the blink of an eye, only bones remained. The black energy slowly returned to the bone saber, no longer corroding Li Haoran. Gu Hai's expression froze. A hero severing his arm? Do you think you can just throw away your left arm? The crimson saber infused all its power into Gu Hai as it swung its two sabers at Li Haoran. However, it still could not chop open Li Haoran's right arm. Li Haoran's right arm had already turned golden. His entire body brimmed with resplendent golden energy. The two were in a deadlock. The two golden ghost stones fell to the side. Neither could reach for them. Battalion commander, the group of Shinji battalion disciples exclaimed. Venerable Lu Nian and Long Wanqing immediately attacked Li Haoran after they escaped. Boom! With a loud bang, everyone was blocked outside the protective barrier. What? There's a protective barrier? Everyone's expression changed. The golden ghost stone actually acknowledged Gu Hai and Li Haoran as the players. The protective barrier remained. No one outside could enter at all. Countless cultivators quickly gathered from all directions, hoping to help. The Shinji battalion disciples were dumbfounded at this moment. At this moment, everyone looked at them with hatred and surrounded them. Since they couldn't help Gu Hai, they would use all their strength to kill the Shinji battalion disciples. Don't come over. You're crazy. The battalion commander won't let you go. A Shinji battalion disciple exclaimed. He never intended to let you lackeys go. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Kill them. Kill them all. Kill. The battle outside was a complete mess. Long Wanqing and the three servants supported Venerable Lu Nian as they looked into the protective barrier, feeling worried for Gu Hai. Why? Why? How did you end up in my hands? Li Haoran demanded, showing a ferocious expression. However, Gu Hai revealed a mocking smile. Did you forget? Back then, when Montez and Wei Yang dealt with Fu Shui did not resist. It was not that he did not resist, but that he could not. He did not have the ability to do so. The transparent ghost stones are illusions. The black ghost stones and the white ghost stones are real. We can only defend and not attack. In that case, why were you so calm earlier? Why were you so confident earlier? You could not even attack. What the hell are you so confident about? Li Haoran roared, feeling depressed. This is called the empty fort strategy. If I were not so confident, would you fall for it? Why would you let me enter your protective barrier? Gu Hai sneered. Long Wanqing, Venerable Lu Nian, and the three servants? Them? You used them to trick me? They are my ghost stones. That's not right. You used my ghost stones to trick me? You wanted to deliver the golden ghost stone to me in the first place? Li Haoran glared. You will not cherish what is delivered to you. You will only hold something like a treasure when you use all sorts of methods to obtain it. Isn't that right? If I had tossed it to you from the start, you would definitely have destroyed it. However, you used all sorts of methods to obtain it. Did you not guard against it Li Haoran, what you cannot obtain might not be a good thing. Gu Hai sneered. Good, good, good. Little thing, everyone became your go stones. You used people as go stones and actually managed to trick me? So what if you entered my protective barrier? You will still die. You are just an innate realm cultivator. Just an innate realm cultivator. Li Haoran retorted with a ferocious expression. Roar. Gu Hai roared and drove all the energy in his body. Crimson Saber. It is true that this Crimson Saber can bring your energy to the Yuanying state. However, do you know that there is a difference in the Yuanying state? I have already condensed 3 nascent souls. Even if you lose an arm, you are not a match for me. You will die if you enter. You are only an innate realm cultivator. This is the limit of the Crimson Saber's ability to raise your energy. You are not a match for me. I will let you know that smart people do not live long lives. Ha 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 ha, Li Haoran said with a ferocious expression. Rumble. Li Haoran's entire body gave off a golden light as he slowly pushed Gu Hai forward. A horrifying force pressed down on the 2 sabers. Gu Hai sweated profusely as his entire body trembled slightly. It seemed like he had reached his limits. Ha 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 ha. You can't take it anymore, right? Unless you reach the Golden Core realm, the Crimson Saber cannot pour any more energy into you. You cannot defeat me. Die. Ha 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 ha. Li Haoran laughed loudly as he pushed the Crimson Saber back, pressing it towards Gu Hai's neck. Although Gu Hai pushed his energy to the maximum, he could not block Li Haoran's even more ferocious energy. Innate realm is innate realm. You will never reach the Golden Core realm. Give up, Li Haoran said coldly. At this moment, whoosh! Suddenly, a strong wind seemed to blow out of nowhere. Beams of golden light seemed to appear out of nowhere, entering Gu Hai's body in an instant. Oh, providence? Where did this providence come from? Li Haoran was slightly stunned. Ha 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 ha. The Zhao Nation has fully accepted the disaster relief. This is the gratitude of the Zhao Nation's citizens, the boundless merit of the Zhao Nation, and the providence of the Zhao Nation. Providence, providence, it came at the right time. Gu Hai laughed loudly. Boom. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out around Gu Hai's body. The dragon-shaped veritable energy in Xiao Chen's Dantian entered the veritable essence sphere. The energy gathered from killing 30,000-odd spirit-assimilated cultivators suddenly converged, turning all the veritable energy into veritable essence energy. The whirlpool in Xiao Chen's Dantian vanished and stuck to the veritable essence sphere, forming a liquid whirlpool. Xiao Chun turned all the veritable energy in his meridians into veritable essence energy. Surging veritable essence energy immediately poured into every part of Xiao Chen's body. Veritable essence energy instantly connected all the meridians in his body. Gurgle! The veritable essence energy circulated around the meridians, merging into one. All the pores in Gu Hai's body opened in an instant. Then his aura suddenly changed. All the veritable essence energy in my body merging into one. I am a golden core of mixed essence energy. Golden core realm? This is the golden core realm. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hai guffawed loudly. Buzz. Suddenly, the Crimson Saber could send even more energy into Gu Hai's body. Gu Hai's aura suddenly soared by more than 10-fold. What? Li Haoran exclaimed, his expression changing. Boom. A loud sound rang out as Gu Hai erupted with his full power. A beam of scarlet light dyed the sky red, and Gu Hai immediately slammed Li Haoran into the ground. Whoosh! Li Haoran's right arm went flying. The life Ender Saber swept over, and surging black energy immediately encased Li Haoran. Blarg! Li Haoran vomited a mouthful of blood, as he fell into a huge crater. Both his arms were gone, and his head looked like it had been chopped in half. Even his brain matter flowed out. However, his strong life force kept him alive. Extreme disbelief flashed in his eyes. No, that's impossible. Blarg! How did I break through? Lee Howren said weakly, finding it unbelievable. How did I suddenly break through to the Golden Core realm in the middle of the battle? This is cheating. How can this be? First layer of the Golden Core realm, Gu Hai said, after taking a deep breath. Slowly, Gu Hai picked up the 2 golden ghost stones on the ground. At this instant, the battle in the outside world suddenly fell silent. Everyone opened their eyes wide and revealed disbelief. Gu Hai won? Gu Hai, you won! Long Wanqing was the first to cheer. Wow! The 60,000 cultivators immediately shouted. One by one, they shouted excitedly. Beat him to death. Beat Lee Howren to death. Mr. Good won. Mr. Good won. We are saved. Countless cultivators cheered. They looked excitedly at Gu Hai, who had won inside the defensive barrier. Gu Hai held the bone saber in one hand and the crimson saber in the other as he looked at Lee Howren coldly. Even so, Lee Howren did not die. However, he seemed to be unable to move at this moment. He looked at Gu Hai in horror. Battalion Commander! Battalion Commander! The surviving Shinji Battalion disciples screamed in fear. Beat them to death. These lackeys! The 60,000 cultivators were furious. They rushed toward the surviving Shinji Battalion disciples. Inside the death chess game, there was cheering and chaos. Countless cultivators outside were shocked at this moment. Although they could not see the others clearly, they saw the battle between Gu Hai and Lee Howren clearly. They saw Gu Hai defeat Lee Howren with their own eyes. Lee Howren was the battalion commander of the Shinji Battalion. A year ago, Gu Hai had just broken through to the innate realm. In such a short time, he had destroyed such a huge Shinji Battalion. Lee Howren was so arrogant in the past. No matter who he met, he could end the battle with one arrow. To think that such a ferocious person fell to Gu Hai's saber. Everyone had only one thought. Gu Hai was not to be trifled with. He was like an unstoppable rising sun. Anyone who tried to block him would be burned to ashes. Just as everyone felt shocked and Guqin, and the others felt excited, a figure suddenly flew up. Half of his face is black, and the other half is white. That is the unborn man. I saw him in the innate puzzle world before. Someone suddenly exclaimed, "The unborn man?" What? The unborn man has been hiding beside that tree all this while, someone exclaimed. The surrounding cultivators showed confused expressions. Guqin also saw the unborn man flying over. Guqin of the Gu residence greets senior unborn man. Guqin said in shock as he bowed, slightly. However, the unborn man ignored him. Instead, he stepped into the death chess game. Hey, why did the unborn man not materialize a ghost stone clone when he entered? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone felt confused. After the unborn man entered the death chess game, he arrived near Gu Hai in the blink of an eye. Unborn man. Venerable Lu Nian covered his wound as he watched the unborn man arrive in shock. Chapter 163. Lee Howren could no longer resist. Gu Hai stretched out his hand and searched Lee Howren's surroundings. Soon, he found a golden medallion. It is not the divine strategy medallion. It is his bracelet. The dragon luring jade is in that storage bracelet. Long Wanqing called out from outside the protective barrier. Oh! Gu Hai lowered his head and saw Lee Howren's withered right arm. Indeed, there was a bracelet on his right arm. Gu Hai kicked away the withered bones and picked up the bracelet. Just as he was about to check, whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air. Unborn man. Venerable Lu Nian held his wound as he looked at the unborn man in shock. Lu Nian, how did you end up in such a miserable state? This is not like you, the unborn man said indifferently. Venerable Lu Nian smiled bitterly. This is old man Guanxi's Go game. I am not the player. How can I struggle? The unborn man shook his head and turned to look at the nearby Li Haoran. Long Wanqing's expression changed as she looked at the black-robed and white-robed unborn man. After a moment of silence, she finally said, Senior unborn man, what did you gain from your trip to the netherworld? Unborn man. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked at the unborn man. Gu Hai felt that this unborn man was not a ghost stone after entering this Go game. He was not a white ghost stone, not a black ghost stone, and not a transparent ghost stone. How did he get in? Whoosh. However, Xiao Chun saw the unborn man wave his hand. Buzz. A strong wind suddenly blew beside Xiao Chun. Then, a faint green figure slowly materialized in the center of the strong wind. That faint green figure slowly turned clear. It was a woman wearing a thin veil. She appeared to be in a daze, but her eyes slowly regained their focus. Auntie Lu? Is that you? Auntie Lu? Long Wanqing suddenly exclaimed in shock. This is a ghost? Where did you find an earthly soul that is about to reincarnate? Venerable Lu Nian asked in shock. Ghost? Is this Aunt Lu's ghost? Aunt Lu, do you remember me? I am Wanqing. I am Wanqing. Long Wanqing suddenly shouted. The ghost looked at Long Wanqing and suddenly showed a trace of joy. Miss, you have grown so big. Auntie Lu, you left for 6 years. When I heard about you, you were already... I am 30 years old now. Long Wanqing said with a bitter smile. 20 years. Haha, this is really a nightmare. I thought that I would never be able to avenge Hall Master in this lifetime. Who would have thought that before I reincarnated, I would still have a chance? I still have a chance. Hall Master died. So miserably. Woo-woo. The ghost began to cry. Countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at the unborn man in shock. Ghosts? How did the unborn man find him? Auntie Lu, who is it? Who killed my mother? Tell me, tell me. Long Wanqing urged anxiously. Who is it? Who is it? Ha ha. No one expected that he is the one who killed Hall Master. Li Haoran, who was very attentive to Hall Master, is the one who killed Hall Master. The ghost suddenly said hatefully as she pointed at Li Haoran. What? Long Wanqing's expression changed. Gu Hai, who was at the side, did not say anything as he watched quietly. That's impossible. How can it be him? Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed in shock. Mr. Lu, Nian, why did you become a monk? The ghost looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head, not explaining. Is it because of Hall Master? Ha ha, I should have thought of it. Mr. was so infatuated with Hall Master. Did Mr. die along with her? However, it is true. I am Hall Master's maidservant. At that time, the one accompanying Hall Master was Li Haoran. It was him. He went berserk and killed all of us. He killed me as well. Before I died, I saw him kill Hall Master with an arrow. Ha ha ha. Who could have thought that it was Li Haoran's sneak attack? It is him. It is him. The ghost said hatefully as she pointed at Li Haoran. However, Long Wanqing's expression changed. Back then, Ding Rue said that before she died, Li Haoran killed her to silence her. Gu Hai started to suspect Li Haoran, but Long Wanqing did not believe it. Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai with guilt flashing in her eyes. However, Gu Hai stared at the unborn man before him. If the truth was confirmed, The unborn man and Venerable Lu Nian should not have such expressions. I didn't kill her. It's not me. Cough, cough. It's not me. Li Haoran exclaimed in horror as he goggled. It's you, Li Haoran. I saw it with my own eyes. Aside from me, Ding Rue also saw it. Where is she? The ghost cried out. It's really Li Haoran, Long Wanqing said while goggling. It can't be. If it were Li Haoran, Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather would definitely be able to find out. He would definitely be able to find Li Haoran. Venerable Lu Nian shook his head. It's not me. I didn't. Li Haoran cried out weakly. I saw it with my own eyes. It can't be wrong. The ghost looked at Li Haoran hatefully. However, the unborn man slowly walked over to Li Haoran. Gu Hai slowly stepped aside to let the unborn man step forward. Li Haoran, you are Li Xinji's nephew, right? Back then, Li Xinji single-handedly established the Xinji battalion. Then, he handed it to you to take over. Li Xinji is considered a big shot. How could he have such a bastard nephew like you? The unborn man said indifferently. Ah, Senior, you know my uncle? The weak Li Haoran asked excitedly, as if he had found a life-saving straw. Let me ask you this. Did you kill the previous elite hall master, Long Xiaoya? Did you kill Long Xiaoya? The unborn man asked. His voice seemed to carry a magical power, causing many people around him to become muddle-headed when they heard it. It was like they were under a spell. Li Haoran's eyes suddenly turned blank as he said in a daze, No, I did not kill Long Xiaoya. I wanted to pursue her, but she did not fancy me. I did not kill her. Buzz. The surrounding people were slightly stunned. Then they sobered up and looked at the unborn man in horror. Earlier, Gu Hai also felt a magical power rush to his head. If not for the black ghost stone in his forehead space shaking, he would have become muddle-headed as well. Senior, it is him. I saw it with my own eyes. I swear on my soul that I saw it with my own eyes. The ghost shouted anxiously. What did you do to me? My uncle will not let you off. Li Haoran shouted in horror. Your uncle Li Xinji? Ha ha. If you killed Long Xiaoya, do you think that your uncle would dare to challenge her father? The unborn man said indifferently. Li Haoran's complexion immediately turned ashen. Clearly, Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather was too famous. Even the uncle that Li Haoran was proud of could not compare to Long Wanqing's maternal grandfather. I think so as well. Even Li Xinji did not dare to do this. How could you, Li Haoran, dare to kill Long Xiaoya? Are you not afraid of your clan going extinct? The unborn man looked at Li Haoran in doubt. Indeed, if it were Li Haoran, he would have found out long ago, Venerable Lu Nian said, feeling confused. But I saw him, the ghost shouted as she pointed at Li Haoran. You are slandering me. I did not kill Long Xiaoya. Li Haoran roared anxiously. That's not right. Perhaps there is a possibility. The unborn man said sullenly. Oh, Venerable Lu Nian narrowed his eyes, seeming to have thought of it as well. Erasing memories? Li Haoran erased that part of his memory? He does not have that part of his memory, even forgetting what happened back then. No matter what others do, they cannot find out from him. Erasing memories, the Long Wanqing said in shock. Is he that ruthless? Erasing memories will harm the 3 spiritual souls, right? Let me see if your 3 spiritual souls are damaged. If there are any, it is because of erasing memories. The unborn man reached out to grab Li Haoran. No, no, Li Haoran cried out. However, just as the unborn man was about to grab Li Haoran's head, Buzz! Suddenly, a golden light came out of Li Haoran's forehead. Li Haoran's expression changed dramatically, revealing an expression of extreme pain. Ah! What? The unborn man exclaimed in shock. Boom! Suddenly, Li Haoran's head exploded. A strong wind blew in all directions. Whoosh! As the strong wind blew, Li Haoran's head exploded. Who is it? Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed as he tossed out the 9 Buddhist prayer beads. The 9 Buddhist prayer beads gave off a dazzling azure light that encased the surroundings. However, the strong wind slowly died down and vanished as if it had never been there. The unborn man reached out to grab. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the unborn man grabbed a strand of transparent green smoke. This is... Venerable Lu Nian exclaimed in shock. Li Haoran's 3 spiritual souls, all shattered. The unborn man said coldly. Li Haoran committed suicide. Long Wanqing exclaimed in shock. It is not suicide, but silencing. Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed. Who is it? To be able to destroy Li Haoran's 3 spiritual souls right under our noses? No, that person must have done something to Li Haoran's 3 spiritual souls. That person only triggered some kind of mechanism from a distance, and Li Haoran's 3 spiritual souls exploded. The unborn man said seriously, Li Haoran is dead. Hall Master, you can rest in peace. Li Haoran is finally dead. Sob, 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 sob. All right, many thanks to you this time. I'll send you back to the netherworld, the unborn man said indifferently. Yes, many thanks, Senior, the ghost said sobbing. The unborn man waved his hand. Buzz. The ghost slowly vanished before everyone's eyes, horrifying the surrounding cultivators. Is my mother's death considered avenged? Long Wanqing felt conflicted as she looked at Li Haoran's corpse. Ha ha, the old Hall Master's revenge. Perhaps this is just the beginning. Gu Hai smiled bitterly at the side. You mean? Long Wanqing looked at Gu Hai. After so many things, she seemed to have inexplicable trust in Gu Hai. Li Haoran should be just a tool. Venerable, what do you think? Gu Hai looked at Venerable Lu Nian. Venerable Lu Nian's expression changed as he nodded. Someone probably possessed Li Haoran at that time. Someone used the power of the soul to forcibly possess Li Haoran and used his body to kill Xiaoya. Who? Who could possess Li Haoran? Long Wanqing asked with an unsightly expression. Naturally, it is this culprit, an expert significantly stronger than Li Haoran. That person's cultivation should already be at the heavenly palace realm, Venerable Lu Nian said with an unsightly expression. An expert at the heavenly palace realm. Long Wanqing's expression changed. Now, all the clues are gone. That culprit is really watertight. After possessing Li Haoran, he even placed restraints on his 3 spiritual souls. Ha ha! Lass, the person you offended this time is incredible. The unborn man's voice contained some bitterness.